On January 1st, 2024, a virtual currency named Star Domain Coin was abruptly launched on major cryptocurrency platforms around the globe. With a total issuance of 999.99 trillion and 90 locked-in reserves, to be gradually unlocked alongside the release of the game, Star Domain 3.0. What astonished everyone, however, was that all the cryptocurrency platforms issued urgent warnings, declaring that Star Domain Coin was an illicitly listed currency and would be delisted at any moment. The reason for this alarm was the platform's utter confusion regarding the origins of Star Domain Coin's appearance on their sites. Was this the handiwork of a hacker organization? The situation was further complicated by the inability to delete or freeze the coin. Even if the servers were shut down, holders could transfer it simply by downloading an app called the Star Domain Exclusive Wallet. To the dismay of software engineers worldwide, this wallet app was also rogue software, compatible with any system and equally impossible to remove. On January 5th, 2024, all cryptocurrency platforms announced their failure to delist Star Domain Coin, which had now acquired legitimate trading status. Even more shocking to the global populace was the swift announcement from various governments, declaring Star Domain Coin as an essential foreign exchange reserve and proceeding to buy it in droves. Central banks around the world promptly established exclusive electronic wallets for Star Domain Coin, facilitating automatic conversions between Star Domain Coin and their respective national currencies. It was rumored that this coin served as a decentralized currency linked to the game Star Domain 3.0 with a fixed total supply. Within the game, Star Domain Coin would act as an intermediary currency for transactions with various national currencies, thereby safeguarding the privacy of players. However, it was important to note that Star Domain Coin could only be exchanged for national currencies, with no possibility of reverse transactions for in-game currency. Despite this limitation, the endorsement and frenzied buying behavior of governments led to a significant number of citizens choosing to reserve and invest in Star Domain Coin. The entire cryptocurrency market was suddenly transformed. The leading market capitalization was no longer Bitcoin or Ethereum. On that day, the liquidation amount surpassed 1 trillion yuan, leading to a dual massacre of longs and shorts. Had Star Domain Coin's contract functionality been enabled, the situation would have been even more terrifying. Simultaneously, the mysterious game Star Domain 3.0 gained unprecedented attention even before its release. It seemed impossible to contain the excitement, as more details about Star Domain 3.0 began to emerge. After 3 years of masks, global conflicts, and rising unemployment rates, the world economies found themselves in an unprecedented predicament. Governments had originally planned to jointly promote this groundbreaking game, Star Domain 3.0, but they had not anticipated the premature emergence of its exclusive currency, which led to a flurry of speculation across all online platforms. Folks, this game is said to be 99 holographically realistic. Is this a novel coming to life? Has such technology truly been realized? Who cares? It goes on sale tomorrow, and I've already placed my order. A gaming helmet for just 999 yuan? If it's as good as they say, that's truly a bargain. Indeed, the collaborative promotion by governments around the globe suggests that Star Domain 3.0 is undoubtedly a new economic frontier, destined to become another wealth explosion following the rise of new energy vehicles. Seize the opportunity, my friends. If you wish to unite for development, feel free to join the group by clicking on my avatar. The previous comment is trivial. I have never witnessed such vigorous endorsement of a project by various nations, let alone a game centered on entertainment. It is rumored that major universities are even distributing headsets for free, clearly indicating a strong support for this game. It is indeed beyond imagination today. The gaming sector of the global stock market experienced a significant plunge, comparable to a major stock market crash. Regardless of whether this game meets expectations, the level of promotion and support it has received leaves no room for other gaming companies. Is this to alleviate employment pressures or to eradicate gaming chaos? Have governments gone mad? It's baffling. If you find it baffling, then do not ponder following the state's lead is undoubtedly the right course. The higher authorities are not foolish. Such extensive promotion cannot occur without substantial benefits. My friends, may I timidly inquire, why is it termed 3.0? Did the official channels consume 1.0 and 2.0? Huh, I too find it puzzling. Don't dwell on it. What perplexes me most is that there is hardly any background information available about this game. Our guild is at a loss on how to prepare strategies in advance. Have you all purchased Star Domain coins? That currency is skyrocketing. Is it advisable to invest now? Need I say more? Of course. I have purchased. What is there to fear in buying physical assets? This currency will surely appreciate. Have you not seen the government still frantically buying? Buying what? It cannot be used for in-game transactions. Ultimately, one could simply exchange it for game currency later. Spending money to purchase now is sheer folly. Exactly, with such a large issuance, only 10 has been unlocked so far. Once the game launches, a significant portion will be unlocked, and if it experiences a halving, the losses will be tremendous. What is there to fear? I suggest you acquire some, for if this game turns out to be as exceptional as touted, Star Domain coins will undoubtedly be worth much more than they are now, potentially multiplying by dozens or even hundreds. Brother, do not listen to their bluster. They have likely profited immensely and are eager for you to buy in large quantities. You will end up as the one left holding the bag. Such short-sightedness. Have you not seen the governments continuing to buy? Ignoring you all, it is difficult to persuade the financially destitute. Regardless, I have heavily invested. It will either lead to great heights or a dramatic fall. The discourse surrounding Star Domain 3.0 has permeated every social stratum, with opinions on Star Domain coins sharply divided. Chen Mo awoke from a drunken stupor, bewildered by the flood of discussions about Star Domain 3.0 on social media. It felt as if the world had transformed overnight. Every group and video platform was inundated with discussions about this enigmatic game, leading Chen Mo to question whether he had consumed counterfeit alcohol the previous night. How could governments unite to promote a game? Is this not somewhat ludicrous? Are they not concerned that citizens might lose their ambition in pursuit of gaming? If everyone is engrossed in games, who will focus on development and construction? In recent years, the burgeoning online economy has rendered a generation of ambitious youth somewhat obsolete. One can only imagine the consequences should another game emerge. To be candid, Chen Mo finds it perplexing as to why nations across the globe would unite to promote a single game, creating an impression that they are compelling individuals to immerse themselves within it. Is it truly, as many netizens suggest, a means to alleviate employment pressures and mitigate conflicts, utilizing this game as a competitive second realm for humanity? Regardless of the reasoning, Chen Mo perceives it as somewhat far-fetched. However, as someone seasoned in both entrepreneurship and bankruptcy, he comprehends that even amidst confusion, one cannot dismiss the fact that this is undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. Seizing it might just pave the way for a revival. He had heard of the Star Domain coin a few days prior, and sensed a connection to the game Star Domain 3.0, yet he had not anticipated the magnitude of its influence. The reason for his inebriation yesterday was simple. After 3 years of entrepreneurship culminating in total bankruptcy, coupled with a romantic setback that left him single once more, he felt it only fitting to celebrate with a drink. New opportunities signify new beginnings, and gazing at the meager balance in his bank account, barely sufficient for the upcoming quarter's rent, Chen Mo resolutely ordered a gaming headset online. On February 10th, 2024, at 10 a.m., Star Domain 3.0 officially launched. Having waited patiently for over a month, Chen Mo was beyond eager. He adjusted his posture, donned the headset, and entered the game. After a brief sensation of vertigo, he found himself in a breathtaking expanse of shimmering stars. Before he could marvel at the game's astonishingly realistic technology, a melodious system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Welcome to Star Domain 3.0. Please name your character. Silent ding. Name is unique. Registration successful. Scanning your biological information. Please hold. In mere seconds, Chen Mo was astounded to witness a humanoid model, nearly identical to himself, gradually materializing. Every feature, from facial characteristics to height and limb proportions, was impeccably replicated, ultimately adorned with an exceedingly simple garment. This game is unreal, yet isn't it somewhat intrusive to privacy? Such a game is bound to attract its share of controversy. Nonetheless, its realism is unparalleled. Those whimsical characters and overly enhanced avatars will face dire consequences. Ding! Biological information sampling complete character template generated. Please confirm if you wish to modify your citizen information. Name, Chun Mo Country. Long Country Identification Number, 360753. Star Domain Exclusive Wallet. VJ60K2FROG8110. Confirm. Confirm ding. Basic information setup for the game character is complete. Please wait for the official game activation. Ding. Each registered player represents an activation value. Current activation progress is 589900022100000000. Please remain online during this waiting period. Chun Mo gazed at the lengthy activation progress bar before him, rendered momentarily speechless. 1 billion. Suddenly, it seems I have come to understand why this game is being jointly promoted by various countries. Without the enthusiastic cooperation of global citizens, it would be nearly impossible to even activate the game. What absurd setup this is. Nonetheless, this indeed signifies that the game is poised for greatness. Within mere minutes of its launch, over 500 million individuals have successfully registered. Truly astonishing. One can envision that the number of simultaneous online players worldwide will undoubtedly exceed 1 billion. As long as the game mechanics are not lacking, it would be difficult for it not to become a sensation. Ding. Activation progress. 1-000-0001-000-000-000. Star Domain 3.0 activated successfully. Would you like to enter the game? Enter. Ding. The game defaults to a pain sensitivity of 30. Please refrain from self-harm. Upon confirmation, the visual perspective transformed instantaneously, and I found myself immersed in an exceedingly crowded environment. Around me were players clad in nearly identical attire, simple garments, and straw sandals. Regardless of gender, though, their heights and appearances varied greatly, all fervently attempting various movements. Wow, this is astonishingly realistic. Why does my body feel more agile than in real life? It actually hurts a bit. Wouldn't it be excruciating to be bitten by a monster? Hey, whose lewd hands are those? I swear I'll catch you. Listening to the cacophony of discussion surrounding me, I, Chun Mo, marveled as I raised my hands, moving them freely. I effortlessly leaped in place, feeling no hint of awkwardness or delay. Truly a remarkable 99 realism. Were it not for the system notifications in my ear, I could scarcely discern whether I was in the game or reality. Ding. Player Silent has successfully entered the Novice Village 1000191. Player Talent Extraction in progress. Please do not log off. Ding. The Novice Guide Manual has been issued. Please review it at your convenience. Ding. Talent Extraction successful. The Player Attribute panel has been automatically generated. Please review it at your leisure. Without hesitation, I opened the Attribute panel. Player Silent Level 1 Experience 01000 Health 100,100 Energy 100,100 Agility 10 Physical Defense 10 Magical Defense 10 Physical Damage 10 Magical Damage 10 Free Attribute Points 0. Note: Health and Energy attributes receive a tenfold increase in free attribute points. All players start with uniformly distributed 7-dimensional attributes. Talent: Ancient God's Curse Grade. Black Iron upgradable bestowed by the protection of an ancient deity. Targets hostile to the player will suffer an additional layer of the Ancient God's Curse upon being attacked. Base Attribute: Inflicts 1 point of true damage per second. Lasting 100 seconds. Recovery enhancing skills are ineffective during the curse. Hidden Attribute: Killing elite-level monsters can continuously enhance true damage. Defeating boss-level monsters can continuously upgrade the talent grade. Even after years of not engaging in serious gaming, I, Chun Mo, suddenly realized that my character's talent seemed rather extraordinary. The attributes of the Black Iron tier may initially appear rather unimpressive, yet as the game progresses and true damage continually escalates, they become exceedingly formidable. After all, true damage disregards any form of defense. Furthermore, it is particularly vexing that during the curse period, healing enhancement skills become utterly ineffective. For numerous bosses endowed with healing abilities, this is an inherent countermeasure. Even in battles among players, the prospect can be quite daunting. Apart from spending extravagantly on potions, there seems to be no alternative. Yet, When even life-restoring elixirs fail to suffice, one can only helplessly witness their own demise unfold. This is the epitome of cruelty. Moreover, the tier of the talents is marked with a notation indicating that they are upgradable. Upon triggering the hidden attributes of a talent, not only do the base attributes receive a sustained enhancement, but the tier may also continue to ascend, potentially unveiling other delightful surprises. This game holds great promise. One can only wonder if the talents of others are also capable of growth, or if they remain fixed. Chapter 2. Abundant Malice. Chin Mo, ultimately disinterested in further contemplation, swiftly perused the newly issued beginner's guide. The content was exceedingly simplistic, merely disseminating some fundamental gaming knowledge. It could not be deemed extraordinarily useful, yet neither could it be dismissed as entirely futile. He then promptly navigated through the throng, seeking any available quests in other areas of the novice village. However, he had scarcely ventured far when he was jostled by the bustling players, leading him to question his very existence. A few characters, evidently NPCs, were also encircled by a dense crowd. Attempting to approach them seemed a daunting task, likely requiring hours of patience, compounded by the rampant disregard for queuing etiquette. Resigned, he decided to explore outside the village, unwilling to squander any more time in this chaotic environment. Based on his previous gaming experiences, the early game hours were exceedingly precious. Yet, the vibrant scene before him was a testament to the game's popularity. Chin Mo was certain that with its remarkable 99 realism, the influx of players would only continue to grow. Perhaps it could indeed alleviate various societal issues, potentially becoming a new source of wealth. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace towards the village exit. His credit card was nearing its 6-month expiration, and if he did not earn money soon, he would truly become a pariah. His chances of turning his fortunes around rested entirely on this game. Deep within the Antarctic ice, an endless crimson glow flickered, threatening to stain the entire ice layer. The motionless, cold mechanical voices echoed continuously. Ding! Unknown energy erosion encountered. Core data has been tampered with. Requesting correction. Ding! Correction failed. Initiating autonomous purge mechanism. Ding! Autonomous purge mechanism unable to initiate. Requesting activation of reset mechanism. Ding! Reset failed. Lower level core data severely compromised. Ding! Automatic trigger of self-destruction protocol for server 307-200-31-10-9-8-7. Ding! Self-destruction protocol interrupted. Requesting connection to main server. Ding! Main server connection failed. Requesting reconnection. As Chin Mo arrived at the village entrance, he was greeted by a lush expanse of green grass, where numerous gigantic insects, towering 2 to 3 meters high, frolicked about, their fuzzy bodies bouncing playfully. Concurrently, players rushed towards these clearly monstrous creatures. However, sporadic flashes of red light indicated that players were meeting their demise and returning to the resurrection point. Green caterpillar level, 1 rank, common health, 250 physical damage, 16 physical defense, 7 magical defense, 7 agility, 12 skills. None once a monster enters a player's line of sight, they can view the attributes of creatures no higher than 10 levels above their own. These insects appeared rather endearing, albeit with a hint of ferocity. The attributes of the green caterpillar were markedly superior to those of the current players. Without forming a party, defeating it would be nearly impossible. Not only did its health exceed that of the players by more than double, but its physical damage was also outrageously high. Most disconcertingly, its agility surpassed that of the players, leaving little hope for escape. Were it not for its slightly lower physical and magical defenses, there might still be a glimmer of hope for victory. Otherwise, this monster would be insurmountable. However, with so few players forming a team, victory was utterly unattainable. Chin Mo gazed at the attributes of the green caterpillar, rendered speechless. This incompetent game designer truly had no fear of backlash. Consequently, a chorus of curses erupted nearby, each one a colorful greeting to the game's creators. Damn it, what a ridiculous design. A novice monster? Who plays like this? Goodness, it hurts so much. What nonsense is this game? Frustrated, he lamented, I'm about to die again. This is the 2nd time. If I perish once more, I might just quit this torturous experience. A 30 pain threshold? Who on earth conceived such a ludicrous setting? I should just retreat to avoid having my monster stolen. It's too real. I can hardly bear it. If I were captured before the nation was founded, I would undoubtedly be deemed a traitor, unable to withstand the torture. Finally snagged one, and it yields a mere 5 experience points? Do they expect me to defeat 200 to level up? Is this a joke? Despite numerous players bravely meeting their demise, the sheer volume of players rendered deliberate team formations unnecessary. A single caterpillar would often be besieged by dozens. According to the mechanics of Star Domain 3.0, in the absence of a team, experience for defeating a monster was awarded to the player who delivered the final blow. And thus, everyone tacitly refrained from contesting such claims. However, the loot from monsters was not bound to any player, relying solely on who was quickest. Shin Mo continued to linger at the village entrance, which was congested with players eager to exit. During this time, he observed players in the distance slaying numerous caterpillars. Yet none seemed to drop any equipment, highlighting the game as abysmal drop rates. Most critically, these level 1 monsters offered a paltry 5 experience points. It would take defeating 200 to gain a level, making it nearly impossible to progress in a reasonable time frame. As the crowd surged, Shin Mo finally managed to squeeze out of the village. The game's overwhelming popularity rivaled that of a spring festival travel rush. He possessed the ancient god-ass curse ability, inflicting -1 real damage to monsters per second. However, the initial base attribute of this curse was still too low, yielding only -1 damage while experience was awarded to the final attacker, although he was deducting -1 health per second. Every player surrounding the caterpillars could inflict nearly -3 health damage. Thus, he was uncertain whether he could claim the final blow. Yet, how could he know without trying? Shin Mo drifted through the tumult of players battling the caterpillars, striking where there was an opening, activating his ancient goddess curse, and then moving on to the next battleground. Consequently, outside the novice village, many caterpillars surrounded by players had inexplicably accumulated -1, -1, -1 health damage above them. However, no one paid much attention. As with so many players attacking a single caterpillar, damage numbers continuously flashed, and several players even mocked, which fool is dealing such pathetic damage, only managing to inflict -1 consistently? Shin Mo, overhearing such unwarranted ridicule, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Were it not for the penalty of becoming a red-named player for maliciously attacking others, which would affect loot drop rates, he would certainly have delivered a punch to those insufferable mockers. Ambitions are grand, yet reality is stark. Initially, I believed that with the ancient god's curse as my advantage, I could cast my net wide and emerge victorious. However, after toiling for nearly an hour, I barely accumulated the experience of 3 measly insects. This efficiency is utterly disheartening. The number of players competing for these insects is overwhelming. Each insect is besieged by a throng of players, and with my meager damage output of merely -1 per second, the odds of claiming a final blow are dismally low. Resigned, Shin Mo gazed at the dense throng of leveling players and sought alternative strategies. With so many insects around, perhaps he could target a creature with slightly lower agility to kite. This approach would undoubtedly prove more effective than relying on luck for a final strike. Although Shin Mo's idea was commendable, the sheer number of players far exceeded his expectations. While there were indeed many insects, the players were even more numerous, flooding the entire novice leveling area as they continued to emerge from the village. Even in the more distant parts of the area, groups of players gathered, diligently battling monsters. Their attacks were not haphazard. The insects were consistently drawn into combat by different players, often infuriated before the previous assailant could close the distance. The battles were clearly organized and disciplined, resulting in a far superior efficiency compared to the disorganized efforts of the lone players at the village entrance, thus minimizing the risk of being swiftly eliminated by the insects. The organizational prowess of these gaming guilds is impressive, having only just launched. They have already managed to coordinate their members for monster hunting. However, despite this admiration, Shin Mo felt a sense of urgency. He was perilously close to the edge of the level 1 monster zone and had yet to find a suitable target. At this rate, even with promising talents, he would struggle to compete with these guild members. Moreover, every player generates random talents upon entering the game, and it is inevitable that others possess formidable skills as well. Time is of the essence. Should he venture into the level 2 monster zone? After all, he was only at level 1. Dying would not cost him much experience. After some contemplation, Chen Mo ultimately decided to take a look. He opened the map for guidance and proceeded toward the level 2 monster area. Not far from Chen Mo, a team observed as he stepped into the level 2 novice monster zone, one of them chuckling. "Hey, brothers, I just spotted another player entering the level 2 monster zone. Do they truly think we are mere decoration while we diligently hunt level 1 monsters? Perhaps they're simply unable to secure any kills themselves. Not everyone can form a team like ours to farm effectively. And you, Huang San, focus on your task. Your distraction nearly cost Xian her life just now." As Chen Mo entered the level 2 monster zone, he soon encountered several different creatures, but their agility attributes were alarmingly high. Indeed, the level 2 monsters were significantly stronger than their level 1 counterparts, which explains why not a single player dared to engage them. Red-eyed spider level, 2 rank, ordinary health, 320 physical damage, 22 physical defense, 13 agility, 17 skills. None the attributes of level 2 monsters are generally comparable to those of the red-eyed spider, boasting an approximate increase of 30 over the attributes of level 1 monsters. Notably, the agility attribute has reached an impressive 17. Once provoked, there is little chance of escape. Fortunately, level 2 monsters are relatively dispersed. Otherwise, Chen Mo would likely have met his demise and returned to the novice village by now. Monsters possess a certain range of active attack, allowing players to avoid them from a distance as long as they do not recklessly provoke them. Even so, Chen Mo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Over an hour had passed, and while others had likely amassed considerable experience, he had yet to encounter a single level 2 monster he dared to confront. He had just tested that only items recognized by the game could be collected. Whether stones or trees, they remained in a state of uncollectability. Otherwise, he could have gathered stones to transform into a ranged attacker and layered curses, sparing himself the vexation of inadequate agility. Alas, he was left with no choice but to engage in close combat with the monsters like any other player. Upon reaching level 10, he was determined to transition to a ranged class, unwilling to endure such humiliation. Initially, he had believed that acquiring a promising talent at the start would enable him to swiftly elevate his level and gear, thereby thriving in the game, repaying his debts, and perhaps even achieving financial freedom. Yet, at this moment, he felt the palpable malice of Star Domain 3.0 directed at him. However, Chen Mo would not surrender so easily. His intuition assured him that the ancient goddess curse talent was undoubtedly exceptional and could lead him to notable success. Having been bestowed such fortune with this talent, how could he possibly relinquish it? If there were no suitable monsters in the level 2 area, he would venture into the level 3 monster zone. The novice guidebook had mentioned that the level 3 area featured elite monsters. Perhaps he could simultaneously enhance his talent attributes and amplify the true damage of the ancient goddess curse. Chapter 3. The takeoff. Though Chen Mo lacked experience in facing death, he cautiously evaded monsters along the way. The creatures in the level 3 wild monster zone boasted approximately a 30% increase in attributes compared to those in the level 2 zone, rendering them even more formidable. Armored Mantis level 3 grade. Common health. For 50 physical damage, 29 physical defense, 20 magical defense, 15 agility, 21 skills. None the physical damage was nearly 30. And with just 3 or 4 strikes, it could send him back to the village. A critical hit might even take it down in 2 blows. Most alarming was its agility, soaring above 20, granting it nearly double the speed. He could not hope to outrun it. Chen Mo felt a pang of doubt. Would he truly find suitable monsters? Should he return to battling green caterpillars to level up before seeking other challenges? However, the bustling scene of the novice village lingered in his mind, urging him to abandon such tedious thoughts. At worst, he could afford to lag a few days behind, allowing this batch of players to advance first. Once the novice village and monster zone were vacated, he could confidently take on the green caterpillars, leveraging his innate talent to catch up in levels. He would then seek elite monsters to enhance his skills, marking the moment of his resurgence. Thus, he resolved not to rush back to the village or hastily seek upgrades. Instead, he would calmly search for an appropriate monster. After all, he could always return to the village for free. With a determined mindset, Chun-Mo embarked once more on his cautious quest for monsters. Heavy Armored Giant Snail Level 3 Grade, Elite Health, 550 Physical Damage, 46 Physical Defense, 65 Magical Defense, 48 Agility, 8 Skills, Heavy Armored Strike. Instantly flips its shell to smash the target, dealing 250 physical damage and stunning for 1 second, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. After more than an hour of diligent searching in the Level 3 Wild Monster Zone, Fortune smiled upon Chun-Mo as he discovered a monster perfectly suited to his needs, an elite-level creature he had long desired. The monster's attributes were indeed astonishing, and even more daunting was its skill capable of amplifying physical damage by 250, coupled with a 1-second stun, without any additional equipment bonuses. Even with the 5 free attribute points and a universal 1 awarded per level, it would be exceedingly challenging to defeat this creature before reaching level 10. It was outrageous. The game designers seemed to have a penchant for cruelty. Perhaps they focused excessively on defense and health, resulting in such a lackluster agility stat. Were it not for the fact that any attack, regardless of whether it bypassed defenses, would trigger the hostile status and activate the ancient god's curse talent, he would be rendered powerless even against a monster with such low agility. Undoubtedly, this creature posed an insurmountable challenge for many players in the short term. Yet for Chun-Mo, it was a tailor-made opportunity. Having plotted a route for luring the monster, he swiftly approached the back of the heavy armored giant snail. Before it could react, he delivered a powerful punch to its rear. Ding! The hostile state was triggered, and the target received an additional layer of the ancient god's curse. A significant miss initially floated above the heavy armored giant snail, followed by a series of -1, -1, -1 that repeatedly emerged. With an agility of merely 8, the heavy armored giant snail soon reacted, pivoting its form and lumbering toward Chun-Mo naturally. Chun-Mo, possessing an agility of 10, easily distanced himself, while the irate heavy armored giant snail, akin to the size of a small automobile, rampaged around the surrounding trees without any semblance of strategy. This was the most shameless form of kite flying. The duration of the ancient god's curse lasted 100 seconds, indicating that Chun-Mo would need to execute at least 6 attacks to wear down a creature with a staggering 550 health points. During this time, Chun-Mo endeavored to avoid being struck by the heavy armored giant snail. Basic attacks were manageable, but a misfortune of encountering a heavy strike could result in an immediate return to the village. In Star Domain 3.0, both monsters and players, unless endowed with healing skills, could only recover health when disengaged from combat at a rate of 1 per second. Therefore, Chun-Mo preferred to invest additional time rather than recklessly approach the enraged heavy armored giant snail. After each ancient god's curse expired, he would wait until the heavy armored giant snail was entirely disengaged from combat before stealthily delivering another blow from behind. Although the heavy armored giant snail would immediately regain some health upon disengagement, safety was paramount. With such unscrupulous tactics, Chun-Mo successfully cast the ancient god's curse 9 times before finally vanquishing the heavy armored giant snail. Although the process was somewhat prolonged, every moment proved worthwhile. Ding! A level-up kill of a level 3 elite heavy armored giant snail. Experience gained 80. The level-up experience bonus increased by 50 for each level. The elite heavy armored giant snail provided 40 experience, coupled with a 100 bonus for a 2-level increase. What a delightful windfall. Was this not far more gratifying than snatching green caterpillars at the village entrance? That would require the capture of 16 of them. Ding! Killing an elite monster successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the ancient god's curse, enhancing true damage by 1, currently inflicting -2 points of true damage per second. Haha. Indeed it works. -2 true damage per second. This is bound to take off. After reviewing the changes in his attributes, Chun-Mo was immediately filled with exhilaration. The prior frustrations of monster hunting vanished in an instant. The doubling of damage from the talent Ancient God's Curse also meant that the speed of defeating the heavy armored giant snail would increase. Regrettably, no equipment had dropped, confirming that Star Domain 3.0 was indeed a pitfall. Even a level-up first kill yielded no equipment as encouragement. Regaining his composure, Chun-Mo promptly proceeded to the habitat of another heavy armored giant snail. Elite monsters exhibited a distinct territorial instinct, each possessing its own domain, yet fortunately, this area was entirely inhabited by heavy-armored giant snails. Not long after, Chinemo located another heavy-armored giant snail and executed the same strategy, sneaking behind for a punch, then sprinting away. However, this time, the heavy-armored giant snail was continually emitting -2, -2, -2 true damage. As the damage intensified, the heavy-armored giant snail grew increasingly enraged. Yet, its sluggish speed rendered it incapable of catching up with Chinemo, who was sprinting ahead. Drawing from his experience of the initial kill and benefiting from the doubled true damage, the speed of his subsequent kill nearly halved, within just over 8 minutes. He had completely worn down the second heavy-armored giant snail. Ding! Level 3 Elite Heavy-Armored Giant Snail defeated. Experience gained. 80. Ding! Elite Monster slain. Successfully triggering the hidden attribute of the Ancient Goddess Curse, true damage increased by 1, currently inflicting -3 points of true damage per second. Alas, no equipment had dropped once again, much to Chinmo's chagrin. Nevertheless, the true damage from the Ancient Goddess Curse talent had risen to -3 per second, marking a significant enhancement. Without further ado, Chinmo promptly sought out his next target, fervently hoping for the appearance of more heavy-armored giant snails. Chapter 4. The long-awaited loot. In the ensuing time, Chinmo relentlessly sought out the heavy-armored giant snail to slay. The true damage from his unique talent, Ancient Goddess Curse, continually increased, allowing him to vanquish the heavy-armored giant snail with ever greater speed. At last, upon defeating the 11th heavy-armored giant snail, he astonishingly obtained a piece of equipment. Heavy-armored snail armor, black iron grade health 30 physical defense 3 magical defense 2 requirements for wearing, none, while the attributes of this equipment were rather plain and could even be deemed simplistic. One should not underestimate it, as it represented a substantial enhancement equivalent to 8 free attribute points. The additional health of 30 points corresponded to 3 free attribute points, while the physical defense of 3 and magical defense of 2 amounted to 5 attribute points. Thus, Chinmo felt quite pleased. At the very least, he had finally made a breakthrough. In Star Domain 3.0, the equipment grades ascend from low to high as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, epic, mythical, and immortal, totaling 9 grades. Even the lowest grade, black iron, had not a single item listed for sale on the trading platform, underscoring the exceedingly low drop rates and the scarcity of equipment in Star Domain 3.0. Although there was no specific transaction price for reference, Chinmo was confident that if he listed it for sale, it would be snatched up immediately, and the final price would undoubtedly be high. However, despite his financial constraints, Chinmo was not foolish enough to engage in a short-sighted act of sacrificing his long-term interests for immediate gain. At the very least, possessing a piece of heavy-armored snail armor would enhance his survivability. During the confrontation with the 5th heavy-armored giant snail, Chinmo, perhaps feeling a bit overconfident, was inadvertently bitten by the creature, losing a third of his health in an instant. Had he not managed to escape promptly, the subsequent skill of the heavy-armored giant snail could have sent him back to the novice village in an instant. Therefore, from that moment on, any equipment he could wear would be prioritized for his own use, and only surplus items would be considered for sale. In truth, had it not been for the increased drop rate associated with defeating higher-level foes, Chinmo doubted he would have received any equipment after slaying 11 heavy-armored giant snails. However, now that he had acquired his first piece, he began to yearn for a second, immediately resuming his search for the heavy-armored giant snail. Ding! Defeated a level 3 elite heavy-armored giant snail. Experience 80. Ding! Successfully triggered the hidden attribute of Ancient Goddess Curse by defeating an elite monster. True damage increased by 1, currently dealing -14 true damage per second. Ding! Level increased to 2, all attributes 1, free attribute points 5. At last, this wretched game had allowed him to level up. Player, silent level, 2 experience, 42,000 health, 110-30 110-30 energy, 110-110 agility, 16 physical defense, 11-3 magical defense, 11-2 physical damage, 11 magical damage, 11 free attribute points, 0 talent, Ancient Goddess Curse grade, Black Iron grade, upgradable, blessed by the Supreme Ancient God. Any hostile target struck by the player's attack will receive an additional layer of Ancient Goddess Curse. Basic attributes: inflicts -14 points of true damage per second for a duration of 100 seconds, with the curse rendering all restorative skills ineffective. Hidden attribute: killing elite-level monsters continuously enhances true damage, while defeating boss-level creatures can further elevate talent levels. Equipment slot: Giant Snail Heavy Armor, Black Iron grade, Life 30. Physical Defense 3, Spell Defense 2. No prerequisites for wearing. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo allocated all 5 free attribute points gained from leveling up into agility. At this stage, running fast was all that mattered. With an agility of 16, he surpassed the speed of the heavy armor giant snail by an astonishing margin, rendering him capable of slaughtering foes with ease. Ding. Achieved a level up by defeating a level 3 elite heavy armor giant snail, earning 60 experience points. Ding. Successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the Ancient God's Curse by slaying an elite monster, increasing true damage by 1, resulting in a current true damage output of -15 points per second. Chun Mo leveled up to 2, with the level up rewards now diminished to 50. An experience from a heavy armor giant snail adjusted to 60. While the experience gain was somewhat modest, it was far superior to the plight of the novice players in the village. Chun Mo estimated that not many players had reached level 2 at this point. Although his agility had risen to 16, the ordinary monsters in the level 3 wilderness had similar agility attributes, and he had no intention of switching to other creatures for leveling up. After all, the heavy armor giant snail was an elite monster that could also bolster his talent damage, having already tasted the initial sweetness of the Ancient God's Curse talent. Chun Mo understood that his primary objective was not merely to level up swiftly, but rather to find ways to enhance his talents, for that was the key to becoming significantly stronger. At this moment, Chun Mo yearned for more frequent spawns of the heavy armor giant snail, hoping to further elevate his talents. Unbeknownst to him, despite having wasted considerable time searching for monsters earlier, his leveling speed remained exceptional. After all, experience for level 1 wild monsters was only 5, necessitating the defeat of 200 to level up. Consequently, many large teams, consisting of dozens of players surrounding a single level 1 monster, would only slightly outpace other solo players in killing it, but not by much. The reason was simple. The area was teeming with players. It was a struggle for even a team to secure 200 kills. As for encirclement, everyone was a novice, lacking overwhelming power. With solo players being the majority, no guild would dare to provoke the ire of the masses foolishly. Most crucially, the game's developers had shockingly set the pain sensitivity to 30, making PvP combat quite painful regardless of the outcome. Thus, few players were inclined to instigate conflict. For battling monsters was already arduous enough, why invite further disputes? Having played until now, all players have been thoroughly captivated by Star Domain 3.0. The hyper-realistic simulation technology immersed players in an unparalleled experience, while the breathtaking game graphics made it a delightful visual feast, worthy of a leisurely tour. Moreover, the overwhelming surge of fervent players has made it abundantly clear to all that this enigmatic game is destined to become an indispensable source of spiritual sustenance for everyone. It transcends mere entertainment and is poised to integrate into the fabric of daily life, even within the realm of work. Although the attributes of the monsters are generally formidable, rendering the process of leveling up quite challenging, it does little to dampen the enthusiasm of the vast player base. Indeed, many players derive immense pleasure from the heightened difficulty, relishing the exhilarating challenges it presents, exclaiming, "This is precisely how a game should be." Of course, with the exception of the rather disconcerting default setting of 30 pain sensitivity. Ding. You have achieved a level up by defeating a 3-level elite heavy armored giant snail, earning 60 experience points. Ding. By vanquishing an elite monster, you have successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the Ancient Goddess Curse, increasing true damage by 1, while currently inflicting -36 points of true damage per second. As for the progression of other players in the novice village, Chun Mo paid little heed. He was currently elatedly examining the second piece of equipment that had just dropped. Snailskin boots, black iron grade health, 20 physical defense, 2 agility, 3 wearing requirement. None the attributes remain exceedingly simple. Yet the 3 agility fills him with great satisfaction. At this moment, his agility attribute is nearing the pivotal threshold of 20, allowing him a reasonable chance to escape from most monsters in the level 3 wild monster area, even if he cannot defeat them. It is no wonder he feels exhilarated, as he is on the verge of clearing out the heavy armored giant snail in the level 3 wild monster area. The need to seek out new monsters is imminent, and acquiring equipment that enhances agility at this juncture is nothing short of fortuitous. Chapter 5 Continuous Revelations. Shin Mo gradually came to realize that the respawn rate of elite-level monsters was significantly lower than that of other creatures. Despite having hunted the heavy armored giant snail for an extended period, the original area had yet to yield a new spawn of the creature. The respawn rate here was incomparable to that of the level 1 wild monster zone at the entrance of the novice village. Thus, Shin Mo had long been prepared to change his targets. Now, with his agility soaring to an impressive 19 points, he felt emboldened to confront other level 3 monsters. Of course, he would not let any elite heavy armored giant snail escape his grasp, as each one was crucial to enhancing his talent damage. Recently, he had ventured into the level 4 wild monster zone, where the creatures showed a 30 increase in strength compared to those in the level 3 zone. Although the true damage accumulated from his talents was already formidable, he remained fragile, with low health and agility, which left him susceptible to being sent back to the novice village by the level 4 monsters. Therefore, he decided to play it safe. After thoroughly clearing the elite heavy armored giant snails, if he had not yet reached level 3, he would focus on defeating other ordinary level 3 monsters to gain experience and enhance his agility before considering an expedition into the level 4 monster zone in search of additional elite creatures. With a staggering -36 true damage per second, the average level 3 wild monster possessed approximately 450 health points, allowing him to eliminate one in mere seconds. Even if he sustained a few bites from the monsters, given his current defenses and health, he could endure for a short while, albeit with some discomfort. The thought of experiencing a 30 pain sensation was enough to send shivers down his spine. However, now equipped with the giant snailskin boots, he could easily outrun many level 3 monsters, thereby minimizing pain while simultaneously gaining experience. This was the primary reason for Shin Mo's excitement. Glancing at the time on his interface, he noted it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Perhaps it was best to log off and have some lunch first. Removing his helmet, he returned to the confines of his cramped rental apartment, instantly feeling a sense of discomfort. The stark contrast between the reality and the virtual world of Star Domain 3.0 was jarring. Without comparison, one could not appreciate the difference. Shin Mo couldn't help but pout, convinced that with his increasingly formidable ancient god curse talent, he would surely be able to quickly upgrade from his dilapidated rental. At the very least, once he earned some money, even if he couldn't afford it right away, he would seek to rent a better place. Shaking off these thoughts, Shin Mo stretched his somewhat stiff body, only to be startled by a sudden realization. Burglary. The room, which had already been somewhat untidy, was now in complete disarray. His clothes were strewn haphazardly, and both the closet and drawers had been ransacked. What kind of fool, driven by desperation, would dare to steal from him? Well, perhaps he was overthinking it. A white note on the coffee table revealed everything. You are even more pathetic than I imagined. Instead of focusing on earning money to repay your debts, you still have the time to play games. Just as my mother said, you are destined to be a useless waste, a middle-aged, broke loser. I truly feel fortunate to have broken up with you. This was the farewell note from his ex-girlfriend. The handwriting as consistently atrocious as ever, requiring considerable effort to decipher. Unexpectedly subjected to a torrent of scornful ridicule, he would have likely erupted in fury in the past. However, now he finds solace in his resignation. It remains uncertain who will ultimately regret or rejoice in the future. Shin Mo cannot help but admire his eccentric ex-girlfriend. He often wonders which of his eyes had faltered to have chosen her, as her actions are nothing short of extraordinary. While he was engrossed in gaming, she not only took her own belongings, but also absconded with his most valuable belt, which was truly excessive. The most infuriating part was that she even carried away the pots and oil, leaving behind only a few battered bowls. She truly knows how to live. She packed away everything of value. Why had he not noticed this earlier? Ah, women, when together, they bare their souls, yet upon parting, they seem ready to extract his very kidneys. Chinemo, feeling helpless, chose not to dwell on it any longer. He had no desire for any further entanglements with her and promptly opened a large bucket of instant pickled cabbage noodles. Although lacking in nutrition, it excels in convenience. After satisfying his hunger, he intended to dive back into the game and grind away. Given the current fervor, once his game character becomes formidable, who knows what culinary delights await him in the future. While waiting for the noodles to heat, Chinemo took the opportunity to check his phone for any fresh news regarding Star Domain 3.0. Breaking news. The world's top 10 conglomerates have officially announced their entrance into Star Domain 3.0, eagerly joining the race to seize exceptional talent among players. The more powerful the talent, the higher the annual salary, with possibilities for profit-sharing rewards. According to reports from Huashing, a player from our army has randomly generated an epic-level talent, which, according to incomplete reports, is currently recognized as the highest talent grade known in the world, with only 3 individuals globally. Additionally, players with formidable talents are encouraged to enlist and serve the nation. The Fortune Global 500 company Tingfei Group has announced the establishment of the Tingfei Game Studio, inviting all players with talent levels surpassing silver to join, starting salaries at 1 million, with no minimum task requirements. The recruitment notice remains valid indefinitely, welcoming inquiries via phone or in person. The esteemed gaming guild Huatian Competitive has officially opened recruitment channels, earnestly inviting players with talents above silver level to apply. Huatian Competitive boasts over 20 years of experience in gaming competition, with a stable team led by internationally acclaimed gaming experts, offering numerous privileged services to those with exceptional talent. Chunmo's hand, holding the noodles, grew somewhat stiff. The impact of Star Domain 3.0 on the world exceeds his wildest imagination. However, he understands that prior to the game's activation, even the higher echelons of various nations were unaware of its specifics. It is likely that they too are astonished by the terrifying realism technology within the game, prompting an all-out effort for development. Not to mention the astute conglomerates and corporate giants, how could they not actively participate? Much of the information circulating was sensational news released during the month leading up to the game's activation, including claims that Star Domain 3.0 is a product of extraterrestrial civilization, unearthed by international scientific expeditions deep within the Antarctic ice as far back as the last century. Were it not for the special device housing Star Domain 3.0, which bore an unactivated self-destruct time limit, the informed governments would likely still be concealing their research in silence. Reflecting on the numerous reports of leaks from the past, Chinemo suddenly grasped a great deal. The activation condition requires a staggering 1 billion players to be simultaneously registered online. A mere handful of countries cannot possibly achieve this. It would be far more prudent to openly share it with the world. Clearly, this enigmatic game, Star Domain 3.0, may indeed be a product of extraterrestrial civilization. It is no wonder that governments across the globe are so invested, and major corporations are unreservedly participating. Setting aside the myriad experiences the game offers, should he seize the opportunity to decipher certain technologies within the game, it would undoubtedly lead to a remarkable leap in technological advancement. Chinemo savored the broth of his instant noodles, and his eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Recently, the Chinese community reported that the highest known talent tier globally is merely at the epic level, and the number of individuals possessing such talents is exceedingly rare, indicating that high-tier talented players are bound to be few. Perhaps there is some exaggeration in these figures, yet it is unlikely to deviate significantly from the truth. Thus, his ancient god S-Curse talent has the potential to evolve into the highest tier of immortal or even transcend it, as long as he develops steadily. There is certainly a place for him at the pinnacle of the game, perhaps even leading the charge. However, Chinemo remained curious about the true strength of the highest-tier epic talents. Just moments ago on the forum, he had encountered numerous self-reported talents from other players. Many black iron and bronze tier talents merely enhanced certain attributes by a few points, comparable to his initial base attributes of the black iron tier ancient goddess curse. Conversely, the talents of silver and gold tiers exhibited some alterations, providing significant boosts to specific skills or class enhancements, even affecting critical hit rates and drop rates. It is likely that these talents will only reveal their true power after players transition to higher classes and acquire the requisite skills. In the early stages, they may well be less effective than the attribute enhancements provided by black iron or bronze tier talents. Nevertheless, it is imperative to consider the long-term implications, which is precisely why many large corporations primarily recruit players possessing silver tier talents or higher. Even within the realm of gaming, the stratification of classes is inevitable. The strong shall remain strong, while the weak remain weak. Without high-tier talents, it would be exceedingly challenging to stand out in Star Domain 3.0. Having tidied up the remnants of his noodles, Chen Mo promptly donned his helmet and entered the game. After being offline for just half an hour and acquiring further information about Star Domain 3.0, he felt an even greater urgency to seize this rare opportunity. To be honest, he still felt somewhat bewildered. After 35 years of a tumultuous life filled with misfortune, he had fortuitously stumbled upon such a formidable talent. In the future, he would ensure that those who had wronged him would come to regret their actions. He would make certain that the many ex-girlfriends who had scorned him would deeply lament their choices, and he would undoubtedly instill a sense of pride in his family and friends who had always supported him. Chapter 6. Auctioning Orders. As Chen Mo entered the game, he swiftly acclimated himself, his agility soaring to an impressive 20, enabling him to locate monsters with remarkable speed. Even when encountering other level 3 ordinary wild beasts along the way, he effortlessly dispatched them. Within a mere half hour, he had completely cleared the elite-level heavy-armored giant snail in the level 3 wild beast zone, his talent for true damage accumulating to a staggering -44 per second, rendering it a veritable nightmare for many level 3 ordinary monsters. The duration of the ancient goddess curse reached an astounding 100 seconds, and with a true damage output of -44 per second, Chen Mo could simply approach any special monster that did not entirely overpower his agility, deliver a single punch, and upon triggering the ancient goddess curse, make a hasty retreat. Had he not considered the potential for equipment drops, he would not have needed to wait for these monsters to perish from the curse before seeking out the next foe. Nevertheless, Chen Mo's efficiency in slaying monsters was frightfully high, exceeding his initial expectations. His level quietly ascended to 3. However, what delighted him most was that with the increasing number of monsters he had cursed, equipment began to drop consistently. He had already acquired 2 new weapons and a ring. Player, silent level, 3 experience points, 220-4000. Click to view other attribute details. Ding. Dear readers and listeners, this setup avoids unnecessary word count inflation. Important attribute data will be displayed directly within the text, allowing for a seamless reading experience. Should you wish to know more about other attributes, please click to view the comments. At this moment, Chen Mo experienced a significant leap in attributes. Most notably, his agility had surged to 28, and his health had nearly doubled, reaching 190. Even if struck by a level 4 monster, he would not easily succumb. It can be said that with these attributes, he was now well equipped to challenge the level 4 wild beast zone. Aside from the gear he was currently wearing, Chen Mo had an extra weapon at hand. Stingray Lance Black Iron Grade Physical Damage 6 Requirements. None. This weapon had a rather singular attribute, its physical damage slightly surpassing that of his giant Manus Bone Blade. Yet it lacked an agility bonus. Thus, Chen Mo naturally opted for the giant Manus Bone Blade, intending to list the Black Iron Grade Stingray Lance for sale. In Star Domain 3.0, there exists a dedicated trading platform with various transaction methods available. One could trade using Star Domain coins or directly with a game currency. Should one choose Star Domain coins, the platform would automatically deduct the coins from the buyer's exclusive Star Domain wallet account and transfer them to the seller's backend, allowing players to withdraw to their linked Star Domain wallets. However, the transaction fee is somewhat steep, with both buyer and seller bearing a 10 charge. Conversely, trading with a game currency incurs a lower fee, with both parties responsible for 5. Nonetheless, in-game currency can only be acquired from NPCs during quests, making it a scarce resource. Thus, given his current financial constraints, Chin-Emo opted against using in-game currency for transactions, appreciating the privacy protection afforded by star domain coin trading, which does not necessitate direct player-to-player interaction. After logging off, I perused numerous posts on the forum, many of which strongly caution players that, without formidable protective backing, they should refrain from casually divulging personal information, particularly those with exceptional talents. Failure to heed this advice could result in abduction and confinement by nefarious organizations. Although star domain coins offer considerable privacy protection for players, one must avoid exchanging them for substantial amounts of real currency. While star domain 3.0 may safeguard player privacy, banks certainly do not. With this in mind, Chin-Emo resolved to return to the novice village and promptly purchase a mask from the shop for concealment. The appearance of his game character mirrored his own, and should he inadvertently be recorded by certain players, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. The trading model on the gaming platform comprises several types, and lacking clarity on the precise market prices, Chin-Emo opted for the timed auction mode, setting a base price of 1,000 star domain coins with the highest bidder winning after 1 hour. It appears that the gaming platform, in an effort to stimulate engagement, has eschewed any delayed auction rules. 1 hour remains the final time frame, irrespective of the number of bidders in the last seconds. This is advantageous, compelling some individuals to bid high, which benefits seller Chin-Emo as well. Although somewhat audacious, he dared to list a piece of low-tier novice equipment with a mundane attribute for 1,000 star domain coins. At present, 1,000 star domain coins is approximately equivalent to 10,000 Dragon Country coins on various cryptocurrency trading platforms. This price significantly exceeds the trading rates of high-tier equipment in many past games, yet Chin-Emo believes that star domain 3.0 cannot be assessed through conventional lenses. The equipment therein should not be measured by traditional pricing standards, especially considering the game's monster-slaying difficulty and leveling challenges far surpass those of other games, compounded by the exceptionally high online player count. Thus, higher pricing for equipment is quite justifiable. Nevertheless, Chin-Emo underestimated the allure of a black iron-grade piece of equipment for novice players. Once his item was listed, it immediately attracted the attention of countless players. Within mere minutes, the bidding surged past 1,000 star domain coins and continued to rise. Were it not for the regional trading restrictions of the platform, limiting transactions to the seller's novice village area, the escalation in price would likely have been even more staggering. Li Xiao. A black iron-grade weapon has been listed on our village trading platform, with physical damage 6. Shall we bid? Of course. Hurry and place a bid. Li Xiao. This equipment has already reached over 8,000 star domain coins. Should we still participate? Fool. Does money matter to me? Just keep raising the bid. Let us see who in Novice Village 1000191 can compete with me. At all costs, I must secure this weapon. I can no longer tolerate the current pace of leveling. My father just inexplicably told me that if I don't acquire this weapon, I shouldn't come home. Is it really that serious? Xiaoyu, this is terrifying. This weapon is merely a novice item, and it has already reached 23,000 star domain coins in just over half an hour. Should we continue bidding? Continuing on. Shortly after I logged off, my father instructed me that our family would wholeheartedly enter star domain 3.0 as the vanguard. We must seize every opportunity. With this weapon, our progression speed will undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Moreover, this game is not like the previous ones. We cannot view it through the same lens as before. It is truly astonishing that a novice gear could fetch such a high price. Star domain 3.0 is certainly on the verge of becoming a sensation. Father, the price has already soared to 32,000. Should we continue to raise our bid? For now, let us hold off on further increases. At the last moment, add an additional 100,000 star domain coins to the original price. I refuse to believe we cannot secure this piece of equipment. Father, could this be a bit excessive? It's merely a novice gear. Isn't it unnecessary? You young one, you do not comprehend. This is not just a novice gear. It represents a pivotal opportunity. It is only equivalent to a mere 1,000,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Failing to acquire it would lead to regret. I possess insider information. The drop rate for equipment in Star Domain 3.0 is appallingly low, even if a player were to fortuitously acquire it. This would still be the first piece available for trade. I suspect some unfortunate soul struck it lucky, without any foresight. At this moment, he is likely on the verge of ecstasy. Minister, the other party has not responded to our messages, and adding them as a friend has also failed. They have likely blocked all unsolicited communications. Let us maintain contact at regular intervals. The auction price for this equipment has already reached 43,000. It seems our department may be unable to secure it. In the final seconds, there will undoubtedly be others who will raise the price significantly in a speculative frenzy. Regardless, we must acquire it. This is the first piece of equipment in the game, of immense significance, and the higher-ups have already allocated substantial funds. There is no need to be frugal. Different locations, different characters, yet similar events unfold. However, such occurrences are confined to a select few elite circles, as only they understand that Star Domain 3.0 is not merely a simple game. Insider information is often held by only a handful, based on the data analyzed. The drop rate in Star Domain 3.0 is indeed shockingly low, and this has proven true, even after such a lengthy service period. There exists only this one piece of equipment available for auction across the entire server, although it is merely novice gear in this game. Those who possess equipment can seize opportunities and establish their renown early on. Thus, the current pricing of a novice gear is not greatly influenced by its game attributes, but rather by its reputation and the profound implications that lie behind it. Chapter 7. Unbelievable prices. The auction of a piece of novice-level black iron equipment vividly showcased the fervor surrounding Star Domain 3.0. Players from other novice villages could only engage in envious discussions, with many expressing their willingness to purchase equipment at inflated prices. Various platforms offline even had dedicated reports covering this sensational event. Chinemo found himself utterly bewildered once more. It was merely the lowest-tier novice equipment. Yet the excitement was overwhelming. The fervor of Star Domain 3.0 had indeed exceeded his capacity for comprehension. Chinemo, who had high hopes for the potential of this game, was momentarily at a loss for words. The unfolding events had completely transcended his plans and expectations. A single piece of equipment was on the verge of alleviating the debts he had accumulated over 3 years. Moreover, the current bidding price of 58,000 Star Domain coins was not even the final price. At that moment, Chinemo felt a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. From the crown of his head to the base of his spine, this was truly a windfall. With only 5 minutes remaining, he found himself too captivated by the steadily rising bid to focus on leveling up. He was eager to see how much this novice equipment would ultimately fetch. Many others were equally anxious and attentive. As the final seconds of the auction ticked away, astute players quickly began to roll out staggering numbers: 167,000, 187,000, 193,000, 255,000, 323,000. In the end, this novice equipment was sold for an astonishing price that surpassed the wildest imaginations: 323,000, equivalent to over 2 million Dragon Country coins. A wave of astonishment swept through Dragon Country, even causing a sensation abroad. Offline forums and platforms were inundated with discussions about this explosive news. My goodness, how can this be real? A piece of novice equipment, the most basic black iron level gear, fetched a price comparable to over 2 million. One could buy a small villa with that. I must enter Star Domain 3.0 foot and start farming for equipment. Goodness me, this isn't just farming. It's practically highway robbery. But I must inform my friends, the drop rates in Star Domain 3.0 foot are abysmally low, so low it's outrageous. In our novice village, we haven't heard of any players or teams obtaining equipment. Were it not for this auction, I would almost suspect that the game doesn't drop items at all. Oh no, the shocking event will likely attract even more players to Star Domain 3.0. The entrance to the novice village is already congested. Please, everyone, don't act impulsively. Let us take a moment to think. Who could remain calm? This was not a case of becoming wealthy overnight. It was akin to becoming rich within an hour. Even the Annies in our community were preparing for a collective invasion of Star Domain 3. Zero, brothers, if you don't hurry, you might find the Annies outpacing you. The largest guild in Qing Province, Star Dream Guild, welcomes all newcomers. Amidst the clamor online and offline, Chinemo could hardly pay attention. At this moment, he was left questioning the very fabric of his existence, feeling utterly overwhelmed by this sudden fortune. How could he not doubt it? Life, in its brevity of merely 35 years, has bestowed upon me a plethora of hardships, deceptions, toil, and entrepreneurial endeavors, yet I have not amassed such wealth. The realm of the affluent remains incomprehensible. A profound adage from my sales days aptly encapsulates my current state. One must never gauge another's wealth with one's own intellect. Seated beneath the expansive branches of a grand tree, Chinemo gazes at his account balance, a staggering $907 million after fees, and feels tears welling up within him. What a journey it has been. Yet it seems almost too effortless. This sum not only suffices to extinguish all debts, ushering in a newfound lightness, but also allows for the acquisition of a property, liberating him from the burdens of renting. To speak candidly, at 35, lacking a home is indeed a mark of failure. And the departures of his former lovers are, in hindsight, understandable. Alas, his lofty aspirations, coupled with unfortunate circumstances, have led to his turbulent existence. However, all of this is poised to transform in this very moment. Yet, even as the funds are undeniably present, a lingering sense of unreality pervades his thoughts. After a prolonged period of introspection, Chinemo gradually emerges from this emotional haze, feeling rejuvenated, and swiftly reverts to his previous state of determination. No longer content with his current circumstances, he recognizes the extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon him by fate and resolves to seize it, vowing to abandon his previous aimlessness. With agility now soaring to 28 points and health at 190, the elite heavy-armored giant snail has been vanquished in the level 3 monster zone, beckoning him to challenge the level 4 beasts. Through the sale of his equipment, Chinemo has gained a clearer understanding of the significance of his ancient god-esque curse talent. Thus, enhancing this talent becomes his utmost priority. As time flows swiftly, Chinemo refrains from engaging with other level 4 ordinary monsters, not due to a lack of capability, but rather the time investment seems impractical. Drawing from his recent triumph over the level 3 beasts, he acknowledges that once his ancient god-esque curse is further enhanced, returning to tackle these monsters will yield true ease and efficiency. The level 4 monster zone is markedly larger than its predecessor, and after more than 2 hours of exploration, Chinemo finally uncovers the territory of an elite creature. Sunset Fiend Chicken level, for tier, elite health, 700 physical damage, 65 physical defense, 42 magical defense, 43 agility, 39 skills, sharp beak frenzy. Utilizes its sharp beak to relentlessly peck at a target. With a pecking speed that escalates, inflicting 150 additional physical damage for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Aerial Leap employs its small yet powerful wings to achieve a brief leaping ability, enhancing movement speed by 200 for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. The location has been identified, and the elite creature is within sight, yet upon examining the attributes of the Sunset Fiend Chicken, Chinemo cannot help but swallow hard. This foe is formidable. Firstly, it outpaces him, and its temporary leaping capability poses a significant challenge, making it a true nemesis for agile players. Once pursued, a single activation of the sharp beak strike could spell doom, rendering any semblance of challenge utterly futile. Frustrated, Chinemo was compelled to navigate away from this perilous area in search of other elite-grade creatures. The expanse of the level 4 monster zone was vast. Surely, there existed more than one type of elite level 4 beast? Chinemo merely hoped to encounter a more reliable elite creature. Otherwise, he would have to content himself with grinding against ordinary level 4 monsters to level up. As for the level 5 beasts, given the nature of this game, he likely could not contend with them at this moment, let alone the elite level 5 monsters. One thing Chinemo understood clearly was that every type of monster possessed distinct characteristics. For instance, the heavy-armored giant snail emphasized both offense and defense, with agility being its Achilles heel. Conversely, the Sunset Raptor boasted an advantage in agility, with its skills leaning towards this trait, yet its health and defense were lacking. Thus, Shin-Emo believed that as long as he could locate another elite creature within the level 4 monster zone, it was unlikely to be an agility-focused one, granting him a significant opportunity to grind for talents. Judging purely by damage potential, he could effortlessly sweep through the level 4 monster zone, provided he could avoid being easily dispatched. Nevertheless, this realization further underscored for Chun-Mo that he was not yet strong enough. He needed to remain grounded. No matter how high his talents, growth must be achieved step by step. Just as he prepared to log off to attend to dinner, a new elite monster made its entrance. Chapter 8. The Second World Moonlit Vicious Toad Level. For Grade, Elite Health, 850 Physical Damage, 70 Magical Damage, 68 Physical Defense, 48 Magical Defense, 50 Agility, 33 Abilities, Lunging Tongue Thrust. Instantly propels its tongue to strike the target. With a range of 3 meters, dealing 300 increased physical damage. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Venomous Cloak. When attacked, triggers an explosive effect, splattering toxic fluid that automatically retaliates, inflicting toxin damage on the target, causing a loss of 6 health points per second for 30 seconds. The attributes of the Moonlit Vicious Toad are undeniably more terrifying than those of the Sunset Vicious Rooster. With one skill capable of instantaneously eliminating a target and another providing passive continuous damage output, even a competent team would suffer significant losses. Such creatures are most vexatious for a team. Most crucially, the Novice Guide specifically mentions that toxin damage is classified as special damage, impervious to both magical and physical defenses. One must enhance toxin resistance to mitigate its effects. Nevertheless, the current toxin damage of -6 per second is something that Shin-Mo can barely endure. Thus, this creature is still manageable. The Lunging Tongue Thrust, being an active skill, should not trigger immediately, right? Even if he inevitably suffers from the Venomous Cloak ability. The damage would only reduce his health by 180 points, and since Shin-Mo currently possesses 190 health points, he can withstand it. Of course, this assumes he does not receive any further attacks, not even a basic strike. Although the Moonlit Vicious Toad boasts 5 more points in agility. The mechanics of the game, Star Domain 3.0, do not rely solely on numerical comparisons. It is not merely a turn-based game. The battle environment also plays a significant role, a conclusion that Chun-Mo has drawn from several hours of experience. If he were to encounter such a creature on the flat grasslands of the Novice Village, he would surrender without a second thought. However, this is a jungle, surrounded by trees. While it does not impede the Moonlit Vicious Toad's normal movements, it certainly restricts its speed. The dense vegetation further hampers the effectiveness of the Lunging Tongue Thrust attack. Moreover, at the size of a small car, the sheer bulk of this creature, although advantageous in many respects, limits its ability to pursue prey in the thick jungle. Consequently, Shin-Mo meticulously plotted his route, made all necessary preparations, and swiftly maneuvered behind the Moonlit Vicious Toad to deliver a swift strike before immediately retreating. Yet, no matter how quickly Chun-Mo withdrew, the Venomous Cloak, being a passive skill, enveloped him in a layer of green mist, inflicting immediate toxin damage of -6, -6, -6. Simultaneously, the 30 pain sensitivity setting caused Shin-Mo to lament the game designers, as he felt a burning sting coursing through his body, even affecting his escape speed. Under the relentless assault of -44 health per second, the Moonlit Fiend Toad was understandably enraged, charging towards the fleeing Shin-Mo with reckless abandon. Trees of modest diameter were effortlessly snapped in two, a display of ferocity that sent shivers down Chun-Mo's spine. Should he be struck, he would not only face death but surely scream in agony. The Moonlit Fiend Toad possessed 850 health points, and the Ancient God's curse inflicted a steady -44 damage per second. In theory, Shin-Mo only needed to stack the curse once to obliterate it within 20 seconds. Suffering from excruciating pain, Shin-Mo was on the verge of cursing the game designers for their cruel skills, which seemed utterly inhumane. Were it not for the enhancement of his talents, he would have preferred to avoid such a relentless damage-dealing monster, which was truly repugnant. However, this led him to ponder whether other players afflicted by his Ancient God's curse felt equally nauseated. It was likely they would curse him into the heavens. Drawing from his experience with the kite-like heavy-armored giant snail, Shin-Mo ultimately vanquished a Moonlit Fiend Toad without significant peril. with only a dozen health points remaining. He could not help but scoff at the sheer annoyance posed by monsters with lingering toxic damage abilities. Strangely, he felt as though he too had earned some scorn. His Ancient God's Curse talent was undoubtedly more vexing than the toxic damage itself. He feared that other players might soon express their grievances about him as well. Ding. Leveling up by defeating a level 4 elite Moonlit Fiend Toad. Experience gained, 105. Ding. Slaying an elite monster successfully triggered the hidden property of the Ancient God's Curse, increasing true damage by 1, now inflicting minus 45 true damage per second. Excellent, he had successfully stacked his talent attributes once more. Unfortunately, there were no drops in the way of equipment. First kills and elite monster defeats yielded nothing. The drop rate in Star Domain 3.0 was indeed abysmally low. Chinemo reflected that had he not consistently engaged in battles against higher-level monsters, he might not have secured any equipment at this stage. He suddenly understood why the market was devoid of gear. Most players remained in the first-level monster zones battling lowly insects, while only a few brave teams dared to enter the second-level zones, and the prospect of contending with third-level monsters was still a distant goal, let alone confronting third-level elite foes. Thus, the scarcity of equipment in the market was entirely justifiable. Nonetheless, it must be said that the drop rates in Star Domain 3.0 were dismally low, or perhaps the requirements for obtaining equipment were excessively stringent. Armed with the experience of slaying his first Moonlit Fiend Toad, Chinemo reviewed and optimized his recent battle strategy, making subsequent encounters with other elite Moonlit Fiend Toads considerably easier. Fueled by motivation, he even forgot his hunger, opting to forego dinner in his fervor to grind through this region's elite Moonlit Fiend Toads. Chinmo's decision to remain online did not reflect the enthusiasm of other players. It was not that they lacked ambition. Rather, the novice village was overcrowded with players and woefully short on monsters, making it nearly impossible to secure a decent number of foes throughout the day. Venturing into the more advanced wilderness areas proved futile, and by the end of the day, the excruciating 30 pain threshold left many players feeling utterly miserable. As night fell, numerous players began to log off for rest. Although Star Domain 3.0 had barely been launched for a day, its impact on the entire Blue Star was profound and ongoing. Once offline, players either gathered for casual banter or engaged in various online platforms, yet the conversation consistently revolved around Star Domain 3.0. It can be asserted that in less than a day, Star Domain 3.0 had become an indispensable part of many individuals' lives and work. A novice weapon from Star Domain 3.0 was auctioned for an astonishing 23 million, purchased by Han Tian, a prominent heir from one of Hang City's top 3 conglomerates. While some envied and others mocked, it was undeniable that Han Tian's guild, the Haotian Guild, gained instant fame, with a deluge of players seeking to join. At the very least, while many players may not comprehend the implications, the fact that a guild leader like Han Tian would lavishly spend 23 million on a mere novice weapon suggests significant financial backing rather than mere folly. As night progressed, various governments began to unveil policies to support Star Domain 3.0, openly recruiting exceptionally talented players. Some leaders from smaller nations even continued to divulge information, asserting that Star Domain 3.0 originated from an extraterrestrial civilization, and that only through unrestricted access to the game could its secrets be unraveled. Rumors circulated that whoever mastered Star Domain 3.0 might ultimately wield dominion over the world. As these claims grew increasingly exaggerated, the general populace found it increasingly difficult to discern truth from fiction. However, certain facts remained evident. Star Domain 3.0 lay buried deep within the Antarctic ice, impervious to modern equipment capable of excavation. Moreover, given the current level of weaponry, destruction of the entity seemed equally implausible. According to expert analyses, even a targeted detonation of high-yield nuclear weapons might not be sufficient to inflict any damage. Thus, the core operations of Star Domain 3.0 were undoubtedly stable, alleviating concerns regarding future complications. In light of this, once the veracity of the game's realism comparable to reality was established, governments worldwide could no longer remain passive, intensifying their exploratory endeavors within Star Domain 3.0. In essence, nations aspired to secure a dominant position. Even territorial claims, within the game to safeguard their real-world standing. Within a mere day, the notion that Star Domain 3.0 could potentially evolve into humanity's second world garnered widespread acknowledgement among the populace. Chapter 9. The Subtle Shift in Global Dynamics. Ding. You have achieved a remarkable feat by vanquishing the Level 4 elite creature, the Moonlit Malevolent Toad, earning 105 experience points. Ding. Upon slaying an elite monster, you have successfully activated the hidden attribute of the Ancient Goddess Curse, increasing true damage by 1. Currently inflicting a staggering minus 72 points of true damage per second. In the early hours, shortly past 2 o'clock, Chinimo finally dispatched the last elite Moonlit Malevolent Toad in this area. The true damage from his talent, the Ancient Goddess Curse, had accumulated to an impressive minus 72 per second. In the early game, this level of damage was undeniably formidable. Unfortunately, there were only a limited number of elite Moonlit Malevolent Toads in this region. Otherwise, even if Chinimo were fatigued, he would have preferred to remain online rather than rest. He had defeated a total of 28 elite Moonlit Malevolent Toads, and in the process, 2 pieces of equipment had dropped. Regarding the drop rate, one might say it was fairly decent based solely on the number of kills. However, in terms of quality, it was somewhat lacking. Elite monsters were essentially the mini-bosses of the Level 4 wilderness. And to have only acquired 2 pieces of equipment after such a considerable number of defeats was rather underwhelming. In other games, such a situation would likely lead to complaints and players abandoning the game. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinarily fortunate talent that allows someone like Chinimo to single-handedly curse and defeat a Level 4 elite monster. Given the current state of the game, even 100 players of the same level attempting to slay a Moonlit Malevolent Toad might not succeed. A total annihilation of the group was also a possibility. After a long day of gaming, Chinimo felt quite satisfied with his accomplishments. The 2 recently acquired pieces of equipment were both of black iron grade, the Toad's armor and the Toad's magic helmet. Since he had received a duplicate piece, Chinimo thought little of it and decided to exchange his slightly inferior black iron giant snail heavy armor for auction. He set the starting bid at 300,000 cosmic credits with a time limit of 6 hours. This timing was perfect. By the time he awakened, he could collect his earnings, providing him with the delightful experience of waking up to riches. As for whether this black iron giant snail heavy armor would fetch a price exceeding 300,000 cosmic credits, Chinimo felt uncertain. However, he no longer dared underestimate the potential of this game. After all, no second piece of equipment had yet appeared on the trading platform of their novice village. So it was highly likely that this novice equipment would be successfully auctioned at a premium price. Chinimo took one last moment to admire his slightly enhanced attribute panel before reluctantly logging off to rest. Player, silent level, 3 experience, 3164,000. Click to view other attribute details. While Chinimo logged off peacefully, the other players were left in disarray. Another piece of black iron equipment had been listed on the trading platform, marking the second novice-grade item up for auction. This one, emphasizing defense and health, immediately drew a throng of players to observe. Even at 2 in the morning, some players who had logged off for rest found themselves roused by their companions. The auction price had yet to fluctuate, remaining at a low point, not because the equipment was undervalued, but rather that prospective bidders had collectively chosen to observe the situation for the time being. After all, participating in the auction at this juncture would merely elevate the price of the equipment. Although 100,0191 is merely a novice village, its population cap reaches a staggering 500,000, with a considerable number of formidable players randomly allocated among them. Consequently, many night owls, observing the stagnant bidding prices on the trading platform, grew increasingly anxious. The forum buzzed with an array of speculative posts, as the enthusiasm of the onlookers remained unabated, indifferent to the passage of time. After several hours of thrillingly kite-fighting the moonlit fiend Toad, Chinimo was utterly exhausted, having removed his helmet and foregoing even a shower. He simply collapsed into a deep slumber. Time slipped by quietly, and he awoke at noon, experiencing one of the most restful sleeps he had enjoyed in over a decade. Although his game account boasted 290,700 star domain coins, the timing was not right for a direct withdrawal due to the significant risk of being traced. Thus, even when his phone displayed a message from a creditor demanding repayment, he refrained from addressing the debt just yet. Patience was key. He planned to wait for a few more days until more players had withdrawn, making it safer for him to do the same. Only then would he truly be free of debt. After rising and taking a refreshing shower, Chun-Mo ordered takeout and began to scroll through his phone. There was no need to don the helmet to enter the game. A glance at his social feed revealed the final auction price of his second piece of equipment. To his delight, it had been snatched up in the last second by a mysterious buyer for a remarkable 550,000 star domain coins. The system, with its mischievous nature, certainly eschewed a delayed auction mechanism, forcing players to gamble heavily in the final moments. Nonetheless, Chun-Mo relished this aspect, for without it, such exorbitant prices might have been unattainable. The prospect of unimaginable wealth was tantalizing, as was the baffling world of affluence. Regardless, the ultimate beneficiary remained him. Continuing to peruse videos and various forums, he found an overwhelming focus on discussions surrounding Star Domain 3.0. Interestingly, multiple nations embroiled in conflict had surprisingly declared temporary ceasefires. Joining the fray of Star Domain 3.0, it was evident that Star Domain 3.0 was subtly reshaping the current geopolitical landscape. After finishing a lavish takeout meal, Chun-Mo hastily donned his helmet and re-entered the game. He still found himself in the elite zone of the level 4 monsters, specifically the moonlit fiend toad. But to his disappointment, the creature had yet to respawn. The respawn rate of elite monsters was significantly slower than that of ordinary ones. Unwilling to wait idly, he resolved to level up first. He was already quite close to reaching level 4. With one more level gained, his agility attribute would rise again. And after acquiring additional equipment, he might just be able to challenge the monsters in the level 5 zone. His talent, the Ancient God's Curse, inflicted a staggering -72 real damage per second, making even the level 4 monsters unable to withstand Chun-Mo's relentless onslaught, except for a few exceptionally agile level 4 creatures. He truly reveled in his dominance within the level 4 wild monster zone. No 4th level monster can withstand a single curse from the Ancient God within a mere 10 seconds. Death is almost certain. Chun-Mo spent more time searching for monsters on the road than anticipated. The rewards, however, were substantial. In less than an hour, Chun-Mo successfully ascended to the 4th level and also acquired a pair of bracers and a pair of battle pants. Chapter 10. A Step Ahead Player. Silent Level. For experience points, 120,8000. Click to view other attribute details. The attributes following the upgrade are quite magnificent. With all the free attribute points allocated to agility, the heightened agility has reached an impressive 36, yet it still falls slightly short of the elite level Sunset Fiend Chicken. Sunset Fiend Chicken level. For rank, elite health, 700 physical damage, 65 physical defense, 42 magical defense, 43 agility, 39 skills, sharp beak frenzy. Utilizes its sharp beak to madly peck at the target, instantly increasing pecking speed and physical damage by 150, lasting for 5 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Aerial Leap. Employs its small yet powerful wings to gain a brief ability to leap, increasing movement speed by 200 for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. However, the Ancient God's Curse now inflicts a true damage of -72 per second, and a single talent accumulation could potentially lead to demise. Nevertheless, my health has reached 290 points, and my physical defense stands at 28 points. As long as I am not obliterated by its sharp beak frenzy, I should have a chance to succeed. After all, I merely need to endure for 10 seconds, and that should suffice. The crux of the matter is, in the worst-case scenario, I could simply return to the novice village. Having just reached level 4, the penalty for death is a mere 50 loss of current level experience, which is not substantial. The only real loss would be some equipment, which would indeed be regrettable, but not insurmountable. Although it feels somewhat precarious, it is still a gamble worth taking. Thinking a bit further ahead, I could consider it a shortcut back to the village. Resolutely, Chun-Mo set forth towards the pre-marked coordinates, dispatching any unwary monsters encountered along the way with a swift strike, as it would only take about 10 seconds. The journey proved a bit perilous. The Sunset Fiend Chicken did inflict some discomfort, but ultimately, The outcome did not disappoint Shinemo. The system can be quite vexing, with its default setting of 30 pain sensation being truly torturous. Ding! You have slain the level 4 elite Sunset Fiend Chicken, experience point 70. Ding! You have killed an elite monster, successfully triggering the hidden attribute of the ancient goddess curse, with true damage increased by 1. Currently inflicting minus 73 points of true damage per second. Defeating a level 4 elite monster restores 70 experience points. However, the experience is not the primary concern, for I can once again accumulate the attributes from the ancient goddess curse. Shinemo could not contain his excitement, eagerly rushing towards the next Sunset Fiend Chicken. Should other players witness this, they would likely perceive him more as a raucous rooster in heat. Sister Xiaoya. A new piece of equipment has been listed on the trading platform, but this time it is up for auction with game currency, starting at a base price of 1 gold coin. Ah, so soon? Another piece of equipment for sale? Is it only our novice village in the Dragon Kingdom that has equipment for auction? Indeed, thus far, it is only our novice village. It is likely the same individual. How much gold do we possess as a team? Ah, we have accumulated a mere total of 2 gold coins, 67 silver coins, and 55 copper coins. A sum that reflects an entire day's toil by our team. The currency in this game is indeed as elusive as it is precious. What of the other villages in our team? They are in similar straits, yet still bound by regional restrictions, rendering inter-village currency trading impossible. Well then, let us devote ourselves to acquiring game currency with fervor. The enigmatic seller is poised to once again elevate the price of the currency. Very well, Sister Xiaoya. Han Xiao, it is undoubtedly the same individual, still devoid of any response, and now has even set their profile to reject friend requests. Our gold coins are rather scant. If we lack, then procure more. Must I instruct you on the task? In any case, we must secure that piece of equipment. Yes, Han Xiao, I am already in the process of acquiring it. However, the price of game currency is soaring. In our village, the price of a single copper coin has now reached 11 star domain coins and continues to rise. Pay it no mind. Simply acquire as much as you can. After all, my esteemed elder will cover us. Successfully obtaining the black iron-grade giant bee spear has certainly brought honor to our group, but alas, the giant snail heavy armor was snatched by another player, which earned me a severe reprimand. Should we falter again this time, do not expect leniency from me. Yes, Han Xiao. Investigate diligently. I must unearth this individual. There must be some trace left behind. Yes, Commander. By the way, how much gold have we amassed in the 1000191 Novice Village, and can we secure that piece of equipment? Report, Commander, we have a total of 325 individuals in the 1000191 Novice Village, all striving to complete their tasks, yet we have barely scraped together 2 gold coins, 35 silver coins, and 48 copper coins, making it exceedingly difficult to procure that equipment. So little? Indeed, Commander, we are also purchasing gold coins at a premium. Yet the yield in the 1000191 Novice Village is limited, with countless factions vying for the same. Thus, the gold coins that flow into our hands are exceedingly scarce. Call forth every corporate group stationed in the 1000191 Novice Village for an immediate meeting. Understood, Commander. The 1000191 Novice Village is once more engulfed in turmoil, with players fervently seeking to acquire game currency at every turn. Currently, the sole source of game currency is the NPCs, prompting many players who previously deemed task rewards insufficient to frantically seek out NPCs for quests. This has even resulted in a noticeable decline in players in the leveling zones outside the village, as they flock to the village in search of various tasks. The tasks in the Novice Village are not particularly challenging, merely time-consuming, and the experience gained is modest, with rewards of game currency often being pitifully scarce, sometimes only 1 or 2 coins. Thus, most players who had previously accepted tasks return to the village out of frustration from failing to find monsters to defeat outside. Now, it seems even the tasks have become a challenge. The village is teeming with people, and an NPC is often surrounded by thousands. Fortunately, the advantage of having numerous participants is evident. Even if each player accomplishes only 1 or 2 tasks, the accumulated gold coins steadily increase. Many factions preparing to participate in equipment auctions continue to collect in-game currency, not limited to the novice village of 100-0191. Due to this event, other novice villages have also begun to witness a steady influx of individuals purchasing game currency. Although the prices may not rival those of 100-0191, they are still quite comparable. It is universally acknowledged that the in-game currency will not depreciate in the short term. In fact, it even possesses potential for appreciation. Within the novice village, the shops offer only masks and face coverings for purchase, and transactions can only be conducted using game currency. Upon reaching level 10 and entering larger cities, one can expect to find a wider array of goods in the shops, thus providing further opportunities to utilize game currency. The enigmatic seller in the 100-0191 novice village has commenced the practice of renting out equipment to amass game currency, further affirming the value of this currency. Should this mysterious seller later auction equipment, it is likely that only game currency will be accepted, potentially causing its price to soar even higher. This enigmatic seller is undeniably among the most formidable players currently, likely endowed with a randomly generated powerful talent that allows them to exploit their advantages in the early stages of the game, thereby enabling them to vanquish monsters and acquire abundant equipment. Such players, taking the lead, have begun exchanging equipment for game currency, prompting a ripple effect throughout the entire player community. Chapter 11. The frantic game currency and analysis of the names of 3 pieces of equipment sold by a mysterious vendor: Giant Bee Spear, Giant Snail Heavy Armor, and Giant Snail Leather Boots, suggest they likely originate from monsters in the level 3 wild area. Among these, the Giant Snail Heavy Armor and Giant Snail Leather Boots may even come from the elite Heavy Armor Giant Snail, highlighting the formidable prowess of the enigmatic seller. To date, no team has dared to challenge the level 3 wild zone lightly, yet this mysterious vendor or his team has already engaged in monster hunting and equipment upgrading within it. Consequently, the offline bounty for uncovering the true identity of the mysterious seller in the novice village, priced at 1000191, has soared to millions of Dragon Kingdom coins. However, not only is the seller's online gaming alias unknown, but there are also numerous imposters attempting to deceive, easily exposed in their ruse. The difficulty in locating the seller stems from the peculiarities of Star Domain 3.0. Currently, various governments and related organizations have revealed that they only obtain the application code for entering the game, enabling the production of corresponding game helmets, but failing to control player data within the game. Even when they embedded various Trojan programs in the helmets, these were mysteriously eradicated. With the existence of the intermediary currency, Star Domain coins, even if a player withdraws and converts it to their national currency, it remains challenging to ascertain their identity. Ding. Defeated a level 4 elite Sunset Fierce Chicken, experience points 70. Ding. Successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the ancient god's curse after defeating an elite monster. Real damage increased by 1, currently dealing minus 97 points of real damage per second. After more than 3 hours, Chin-Emo finally vanquished the elite Sunset Fierce Chick. Although the endeavor consumed considerable time, the rewards were gratifying. Not only did his talent improve, but he also acquired 2 highly satisfactory pieces of equipment. Chin-Mo's attributes now appeared even more splendid. After logging off for dinner, he prepared to venture into the level 5 wild area for a challenge. Player, silent level, for experience points, 2178,000. Click to view other attribute details. The Giant Snail Leather Boots currently listed on the trading platform are naturally the equipment Chin-Emo discarded. His account now boasts a staggering 8 million Star Domain coins, ensuring he is not short of funds in the near future. For the game's later stages, Chin-Emo intends to exchange some of these coins first, given the game's nature and the absence of official recharge channels. It is expected that in-game transactions will primarily revolve around game currency. In the real world, inflation could erupt at any moment, leading Chin-Emo to consider the fully decentralized Star Domain coins as a more reliable option. However, exercising caution, he does not intend to withdraw large amounts immediately, which diminishes the necessity to accumulate Star Domain coins. Thus, Chin-Emo opted to list the Giant Snail Leather Boots for auction in exchange for game currency. Yet, He found it somewhat exasperating that the seasoned traders in the novice village of 1,000,191 were so cunning, as they all tacitly refrained from raising the bid. They likely intended to offer their final price in the last few seconds, preventing other competitors from probing with lower bids while also avoiding inflating the equipment's price excessively. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then decided to disregard the matter, as it would ultimately not disappoint him. After all, many affluent individuals resided in his village, likely discreetly acquiring game currency at this very moment. Selecting a relatively secluded spot, Chen Mo logged off and, after dinner, resumed his gaming endeavors. In the past few days, with the game's release, the Star Domain coin had auto-unlocked approximately 10, yet its price remained unscathed. On the contrary, due to the remarkable performance of Star Domain 3.0, the exchange rate remained notably stable, still approximately tenfold compared to the Dragon Country coin. As Chen Mo savored his takeaway while playing on his phone, he discovered that the game currency in the novice village 1,000,191 had indeed skyrocketed to exorbitant prices. The value of a single copper coin had surged to 22 Star Domain coins, while the trading price for a Star Domain coin had escalated to around 10 Dragon Country coins in the real world, with the conversion rate of 1 gold coin equating to 100 silver coins, or 10,000 copper coins. Even if he sold the giant snail leather boots for a mere gold coin, it would still be worth approximately 2 million Dragon Country coins. Alas, this world was becoming increasingly insane. Today, Star Domain 3.0 made headlines once more, though the veracity remained uncertain. Preliminary statistics suggested that numerous stroke patients and others paralyzed due to nerve damage experienced significant improvements after trying the game. Whether this was indeed the case required further follow-up reports. However, the undeniable fact remained that stroke and paralysis patients could once again navigate within Star Domain 3.0 as freely as healthy individuals. Subsequently, many patients suffering from depression and other mental issues reported transformative changes in their conditions since engaging with the game, even claiming they could forego their daily medications. A series of revelations concerning health ailments naturally stirred considerable public uproar. Many patients who had lost their zest for life began ordering gaming helmets, hoping to find solace within Star Domain 3.0. Numerous experts ventured into the discourse, speculating that the hyperrealistic simulation technology of Star Domain 3.0 might connect with human brainwaves, thereby enhancing neural responsiveness and facilitating subtle recovery during gameplay. Some specialists even advocated that patient gamers should engage in relevant recovery exercises within the game, such as running and jumping, to stimulate their nerves and potentially expedite their physiological recovery. Additionally, various hospitals began establishing related studies to explore the connection between Star Domain 3.0 and human vitality. Initially, indifferent individuals found themselves intrigued by the prospect that Star Domain 3.0 could exercise their neural pathways and stave off dementia, leading to an overwhelming influx at official offline stores. Therefore, should one encounter elderly gentlemen and ladies within the game, it would come as no surprise, Star Domain 3.0 was indeed that extraordinary. Consequently, the number of participants entering Star Domain 3.0 surged exponentially. Chen Mo gazed at the bizarre reports and could not help but feel speechless. It was nearly impossible for Star Domain 3.0 not to become a sensation. Deep down, Chen Mo harbored grand ambitions. Otherwise, he would not have embarked on multiple entrepreneurial ventures, despite their eventual failures. Yet, this did not diminish his relentless desire to transcend mediocrity. Throughout history, who among the young men has not aspired to achieve greatness? However, Chen Mo was acutely aware of his own limitations, devoid of connections, lacking influential backing. And it seemed exceedingly challenging to swiftly establish his own faction within the gaming realm. Contemplating such matters felt somewhat premature, yet he could certainly begin to strategize gradually. Moreover, he understood that the sole capital for realizing his ambitions was to cultivate his own strength. Lacking the advantage of networks or powerful affiliations, he must strive to surpass others while they were still in their fledgling stages, thereby creating a distinct advantage to ensure his supremacy. Otherwise, once the player base surpassed level 10, they would collectively access higher-tier cities, and particularly post-class transition, many players could unleash their inherent talents, potentially diminishing his own advantages. Accustomed to the exhilaration of being ahead of the pack, Chen Mo could not tolerate the thought of being overtaken once more. With this in mind, he found that the lavish takeout he had ordered suddenly lost its appeal. It was imperative to log in, level up, slay monsters, acquire equipment, and enhance his talents. This was the true path to success. Enough of this. I must eat, eat, eat. Time to log in immediately. Infused with renewed vigor, he cast aside his culinary delights, donned his helmet, and promptly logged back into the game. Chapter 12. Activation of Regional Channels upon the launch. Chen Mo first returned to the spawn point of the elite-level Moonlit Fiend Toad to take a look. To his dismay, it had yet to respawn. However, the ordinary level 4 monsters he had previously vanquished along the way had respawned in abundance. Could it be that elite monsters do not respawn after being defeated? Or perhaps their respawn time is indeed protracted? With these questions lingering in his mind, Chen Mo promptly resolved to return to the spawn point of the elite-level heavy-armored giant snail in the level 3 monster area. The level 3 monsters he had cleared yesterday had respawned plentifully, but upon defeating them again, the experience gained was dishearteningly minimal. The experience boost for defeating higher-level monsters was merely a 50 increase per level, while defeating lower-level monsters yielded a meager 1 point of experience. An utterly disheartening situation. The unscrupulous game planners seemed intent on compelling all players to continually challenge higher-level monsters, leaving no opportunity to linger in the lower-level areas. Thus, Chen Mo decided to press forward with determination, scarcely bothering to engage with any monsters along the way. Before long, he arrived at the coordinates he had previously marked, only to find that the elite-level heavy-armored giant snail had also not respawned. It seemed that the reappearance of these 3 and 4 level elite monsters was not in the cards for the time being. Chen Mo did not dwell on it. Strength has no shortcuts, so he would charge ahead. The level 5 monster area was reached swiftly as Chen Mo advanced in a straight line. Upon entering, he was greeted by an even larger monstrosity. Furious Withered Wood Warrior level, 5 rank, ordinary health, 900 physical damage, 82 physical defense, 56 magical defense, 57 agility, 41 skill. Withered Wood Heavy Slash. Wielding a massive Withered Wood weapon, it leaps into the air and strikes down with great force, inflicting 300 physical damage to the target within a 3-meter range, with a chance to cause a stun effect. Cooldown, 50 seconds. Indeed, level 5 monsters are formidable. Even the ordinary ones possess skills that rival those of the level 4 elite monsters, and notably, this one has an area of effect attack. Encountering such creatures in a team setting can be quite daunting. After evaluating his own agility and health, Chen Mo quickly concluded that he could manage the challenge. By analyzing the attributes of the level 5 ordinary monsters, one could surmise just how terrifying the level 5 elite monsters would be. Even if he were to find one now, his confidence would be minimal. Chen Mo planned to farm a few level 5 ordinary monsters to elevate his level by 5, increase his agility, and acquire some gear to bolster his strength before daring to confront the level 5 elite monsters. With a potential damage output of minus 97 points per second, he felt adequately prepared for the level 5 monster area. Even if he were to encounter a level 5 elite monster, the number would likely be scarce and would not significantly enhance his damage potential. Thus, should misfortune befall him and he were to be sent back to the novice village, it would hinder his progress in leveling efficiently. In any case, while farming monsters, he would also be on the lookout for level 5 elite monsters. So it wouldn't be a complete waste of time. Time swiftly passed, and several hours had elapsed. Chen Mo nimbly darted and leaped through the dense forest, his remarkable agility of 40 enabling him to perform exaggerated movements that would be nearly impossible in reality. While he elegantly evaded in front, the enraged monster pursued him relentlessly, inflicting continuous damage reflected as minus 97, minus 97, minus 97. Ding! You have achieved a level up by defeating a level 5 Frenzied Green Wild Shield Guardian. Experience gained, 150. Ding! Your level has risen to 5, all attributes increased by 1, and you have received 5 free attribute points. Ding! A player has surpassed level 5, and the channel for the Novice Village Area 1000191 has been unlocked. Before Chen Mo could fully appreciate his newly enhanced attributes, The last system notification caught his attention. Soon after, the newly opened area channel was inundated with a flurry of messages. Bow down before the Great One. Which esteemed player has surpassed level 5? I'm only at level 1. Do you require any trinkets? Bow down before the Great One. I am an 18-year-old maiden with a splendid appearance. A spacious balcony in front and a grand garden behind. I can verify my identity in the novice village. Let us meet offline. I beseech the Great One to guide me. It must be the legendary mysterious merchant. Indeed. It's astonishing that someone has reached level 5 in just over a day since the server opened. No wonder there are so many items for sale. Great One, I possess a golden level talent. Do you accept disciples? I am eager to follow you. Please feel free to contact me. Great One, impressive. Currently, the highest level in the entire server is just level 5, and it's right here in our village. I feel truly honored. Bow down before the Great One. I am willing to purchase equipment at 20 above market price. Trading among players incurs no transaction fees. I hope you might consider me when selling your items. Are we the first novice village to unlock an area channel? TSK, we might as well be the first in the world, although it seems of little use. It won't be useless. It surely has great significance. I'll investigate further. This area channel has some hidden features. I just discovered one. But I want to share it with you. Fool upstairs, what is there to conceal? It's as if no one else has done so. Stop boasting about nothing. By the way, esteemed player who has reached level 5, are you present? We are willing to offer a substantial sum to engage you as the chief consultant for Star Domain 3. 0. The benefits are negotiable. Please contact Helizia Energy. Minimally invasive procedures allow birds to soar freely. Bobo AI Urology Hospital eagerly awaits your arrival. As Chun Mo read through the relentless stream of messages, he found most to be meaningless chatter from foolish individuals. Regarding the hidden features of the area channel, he couldn't be bothered to explore, preferring instead to hunt more elite monsters. The idle players would undoubtedly uncover all the features far more efficiently than he could by painstakingly researching them alone. At this moment, there was likely no valuable information in the area channel, so he decided to refrain from browsing the peculiar discussions for the time being. He allocated all 5 of his newly acquired free attribute points to agility, feeling a renewed sense of capability. Player, silent level, 5 experience, 16,000. Click to view other attribute details in the preceding hours while vanquishing ordinary level 5 monsters. I chanced upon an elite level 5 creature, heralding the delightful moment of talent stacking once more. Raging Vine Warrior level, 5 rank, elite health, 1200 physical damage, 98 physical defense, 66 magical defense, 71 agility, 52 skills, whipping vines. Employs resilient vine tendrils to unleash a frenzied whipping attack, inflicting 200 physical damage upon the target with an enhanced attack speed of 200 for a duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Vine Piercing. Utilizes sharp vine appendages to instantaneously pierce the target at remarkable speed, causing a continuous bleeding damage of 20 points per second for a duration of 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Chapter 13. Talent unveils the most appropriate career path. The level 5 elite monsters are indeed more terrifying. If it were other players, they would likely be mercilessly beaten to death by the Vine Whip, compounded by the continuous bleeding damage from the Vine Stab. Failing to eliminate them promptly is akin to a slow suicide. Chun Mo gradually realized that the attributes of monsters in Star Domain 3.0 are generally significantly higher than those of players of the same level, with skills that are exceedingly fearsome, even when equipped with a full set of gear. Only through team cooperation can there be a semblance of opportunity to prevail. Moreover, the key to vanquishing them lies in swiftly eliminating them. Otherwise, the longer the battle drags on, the more likely total annihilation becomes, unless one possesses an exceptionally unique talent like Chun Mo. It is practically an extravagant wish for an average player to single-handedly defeat monsters of equal level, let alone elite monsters. In short, even Chun Mo finds the developers of Star Domain 3.0 rather infuriating. However, with his current attributes, he is sufficiently prepared to confront the Raging Vine Warrior and can once again accumulate talent. After all, he does not need to endure the relentless attacks and skills of the Raging Vine Warrior like other players must. As long as he is not instantly killed by one or two of its skills, he merely needs to outpace it. This distinction is what allows Chin-Emo to battle monsters that far exceed his own attributes. As long as he is agile enough to withstand a hit or two, the monster is bound to succumb in the end. Should the monster possess intelligence, it would likely find him quite bothersome. Although the health of the Raging Vine Warrior is slightly higher than that of a level 4 elite monster, it only requires triggering the Ancient Goddess curse once. The speed of elimination has significantly increased compared to before, showcasing the terrifying potential of enhanced real damage. Ding! You have slain the level 5 elite Raging Vine Warrior, gaining 120 experience points. Ding! You have successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the Ancient Goddess curse by defeating an elite monster, increasing real damage by 1. Currently dealing minus 98 points of real damage per second. Once again, he can successfully stack his talent damage. The threshold of surpassing 100 points of damage per second is no longer far off. Most frighteningly, this is real damage that completely disregards any defenses. If this continuous enhancement persists, he shall truly soar. Not to mention the current players, even in the later stages. It is unlikely that many will withstand the onslaught of his Ancient Goddess curse. This talent only grows more formidable as time progresses. From the various monsters in the wilderness, it is evident that each type possesses significant physical and magical defenses, which only escalate with level increases. The physical or magical damage increment by players is not absolute. When confronted with monsters boasting extraordinarily high defenses, the damage may be mitigated, potentially resulting in mere single-digit damage, or even failing to breach defenses at all. Therefore, the real damage that ignores defenses will undoubtedly become increasingly terrifying in the later stages. At this juncture, Chin-Emo must also begin to contemplate what profession he wishes to transition into in the future. The Beginner's Guide provides a brief overview of the various classes available after a player's job change in Star Realm 3.0, which offers 6 distinct professions: warrior, knight, mage, priest, assassin, and archer. Through the arduous journey of kite fighting, it becomes evident that melee classes must be excluded. Their talents allow them to cast spells from a distance without confronting monsters directly. Why risk personal safety? This leaves us with the priest, mage, and archer. The fragile support role of the priest is certainly unsuitable. As for the mage and archer, Chin-Emo has likely formed a preference. The archer class typically follows a path of high attack and agility, which aligns well with Chin-Mo's talents, allowing for the strategy of shooting an arrow from afar and retreating swiftly. However, the archer's defenses are relatively low, categorizing it as a fragile class. Conversely, the mage possesses specialized defensive spells that enhance its resilience, making it more robust than the archer. Furthermore, while the archer's skills are geared towards high single-target damage, their attack range and quantity remain limited. For mass clearing, the mage proves to be significantly more effective. Crucially, should they encounter formidable monsters with high agility, the archer may struggle to lock onto their targets. In such scenarios, the mage can unleash area of effect spells that leave no room for escape. Therefore, combining the Ancient God's Curse talent with expansive area damage spells could be the true key to success. Chin-Emo believes that by continually enhancing his talents, no other class's skills could rival the damage output of his abilities. As the game progresses, players are likely to possess various high defense gear, making true damage, the most unavoidable and terrifying form of damage, paramount. Thus, even if the mage's area damage spells inflict limited damage on individual targets, what does it matter? Regarding agility, upon transitioning to mage, one can learn a blink skill, an excellent means of evasion. Unlike other mage players, he need not maintain a constant output. He simply needs to reapply the Ancient God's Curse after its duration expires. Therefore, he can primarily focus on dodging and evading. The more he contemplates this, the more Chin-Emo yearns to reach level 10 and then transition to mage. This would liberate him from the current plight of relentless kite fighting. Moreover, after becoming a mage, he could essentially avoid direct confrontations with monsters, thereby escaping damage and no longer enduring the torment of a staggering 30 pain threshold. Hence, Chin-Emo is increasingly eager to transition to mage. It is likely that, driven by this very aspect, many players across the globe will opt for ranged classes like mage. The motivation to level up grows exponentially, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. Grind on, continue grinding. He intends to eliminate the level 5 elite Raging Vine Warrior in this area before resting. Although it is already past midnight, chaos suddenly erupts outside the game. After just 2 days since launch, some guild members, having pooled their resources, have finally reached level 3. Hearing that the drop rate for equipment from elite monsters significantly increases, they eagerly set out to challenge the level 3 elite monsters. However, without exception, they meet with total annihilation. Immovable, utterly immovable. The attributes of elite-level monsters are evidently superior to those of monsters at the same level, without a substantial amount of equipment to bolster one's capabilities. The challenge becomes insurmountable. However, the drop rate for equipment is alarmingly low, creating a vicious cycle. The difficulty settings for defeating monsters in this game are exceedingly illogical. It is nearly impossible to engage in one-on-one battles with monsters of equal level. Yet, if one resorts to defeating lower-level monsters, the experience gained is merely the bare minimum. Is this not exasperating? In a conventional game, who would devise such a frustrating design? Not only is it unfriendly to casual players, but it also poses significant challenges for many guilds. The rewards simply do not correlate with the efforts expended. With low drop rates for equipment and the arduous task of leveling up through monster encounters, Star Domain 3.0 is fundamentally characterized by its difficulty. Were it not for the multitude of secrets within this enigmatic game, which beckon exploration, ordinary gaming enthusiasts would likely have abandoned it long ago. After all, the 30 pain threshold combined with the high difficulty of monster encounters creates an experience that is purely masochistic. The most concerning aspect is the comparison. The mysterious vendor in the novice village of 1000191 and the first unknown player to break level 5 have naturally incited skepticism among many players. Discontent and envy flood various platforms, with players expressing their grievances far and wide. This individual must have been cheating. Otherwise, how could they be so far ahead? Were it not for the absence of a complaint hotline in Star Domain 3.0, there would surely be an outcry. Ultimately, even some of the top gaming guilds from the Dragon Kingdom voiced their dissatisfaction, further emphasizing that, given the upgrade difficulty in Star Domain 3.0, even thousands of players congregating in a novice village to assist one another would struggle to achieve such a pace of advancement. Of course, more rational players speculate that this individual must have randomly generated an extraordinarily powerful talent, allowing them to wield significant influence from the onset. While this perspective has garnered widespread agreement among players, it has only exacerbated the frustration of those with ordinary talents. Although the initial 7 attributes are identical, the emergence of talent inevitably disrupts any semblance of fairness. The most infuriating aspect remains that when some players decide to delete their accounts and restart, the system warns that they must wait a year before they can create a new character. Many players contemplating deletion were on the verge of bloodshed from rage. A year later, the opportunity will have long since passed. It would be better to assert that account deletion is simply not an option. Chapter 14. The frantic Star Domain coin simultaneously, the mysterious player's talent in the novice village 1000191 surged to the top of trending searches. The amount offered for information regarding this enigmatic player exceeded 100 million Dragon Kingdom coins. The third piece of equipment consigned by the mysterious seller was astonishingly sold for the staggering sum of 5 gold coins, 38 silver coins, and 22 copper coins. Currently, the value of a single copper coin has soared to 23 Star Domain coins, equivalent to 53,822 copper coins, culminating in a total of 1,237,906 Star Domain coins. This equates to over 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins and tangible wealth for a mere novice item. Is it truly warranted? Do the fortunes of those affluent players count for nothing? Within just 2 days of the game's launch, this mysterious player amassed a fortune exceeding 20 million through game equipment alone, a windfall surpassing even that of winning the lottery. Across the Dragon Kingdom and indeed the globe, countless envious gamers were on the brink of flooding every forum with their grievances. Jealousy can distort one's visage, and mischief is omnipresent. Consequently, players began to vociferously demand fairness in the game, insisting either on the allowance of rapid account deletions and recreations or the elimination of the talent feature. Otherwise, they would unite in a boycott. Thus, an inexplicable wave of protests erupted among players in the Dragon Kingdom and beyond. In some nations where it was daylight, citizens promptly removed their helmets in response to the call, taking to the streets in protest. Meanwhile, others, hindered by time constraints, flocked to various governmental websites to lodge complaints. The websites of thousands of government departments in the Dragon Kingdom were swiftly overwhelmed. The boycott arrived abruptly and without clear reason. However, governments worldwide tacitly chose to disregard it, even showing disinterest in quelling the protests. This absurd display of impotent rage was laughably futile. Governments were well aware that regardless of the imbalances in Star Domain 3.0, as long as sufficient incentives existed, even the most uninspired players would eventually return to the game. Most critically, Star Domain 3.0 had already been activated. The participation of certain disgruntled citizens had become inconsequential. Of course, governments were not entirely unresponsive. The excessive fervor surrounding the game was indeed overwhelming. They could only urge various corporations and gaming guilds not to engage in excessive bidding for game equipment, lest they inflate its value excessively and create a bubble. But was there any efficacy in such appeals? What could be done? If suitable equipment became available, they too would partake in the competition. Yet, superficial measures had to be enacted. In reality, the government's calls for moderation and bidding were largely ignored. The equipment in Star Domain 3.0 was not only scarce but also exceedingly difficult to obtain. Most importantly, the advantages conferred by such equipment in the early stages of the game were monumental. No guild or consortium would willingly concede. The two players who successfully acquired the equipment in Novice Village 1000191 were both notable figures in real life, and their progression in the game accelerated significantly. One could assert that their expenditure was indeed justified. Many capable players lamented the absence of equipment auctions in their novice villages. Had such opportunities existed, they might have descended into even greater frenzies. As the news of various governments bidding for appeals broke, the nascent wave of resistance quickly devolved into a farce. Players who initially intended to join the protests found themselves ridiculed as fools by more rational peers. Furthermore, spurred by this incident, the Star Domain coin surged dramatically across major global cryptocurrency platforms, with funds pouring in incessantly. As the sole exclusive currency of the game, Star Domain 3.0, its value is destined to escalate alongside the game's burgeoning popularity. Some smaller nations have even proclaimed Star Domain coin as their official currency. The shadowy and gray markets have entirely shifted to trading in Star Domain coin, which offers anonymity, security, and the potential for appreciation. What is there not to gain? Crucially, with merely a smartphone, one can download the dedicated Star Domain wallet, enabling transactions anytime and anywhere, even in areas devoid of network signals, thus facilitating offline trading. It is astonishingly convenient and remarkable. Consequently, numerous financial experts assert that in the near future, there will exist only one universal currency, Star Domain coin. In a fleeting moment, the fervor surrounding Star Domain coin has become utterly unstoppable. The trading price of Star Domain coin in the cryptocurrency market continues to soar to unprecedented heights, delighting many early investors who purchase the coin. Conversely, this has incited a wave of overly cautious individuals. Reports indicate that several violent incidents have erupted, primarily stemming from the lingering effects of those who previously discouraged investment in Star Domain coin. Amidst the tumultuous changes outside the game, Chen Mo, who was grinding away with fervor, remained oblivious to the rising value of the Star Domain coin in his account. To prevent distractions from monster hunting, he temporarily muted the regional channel, having just finished farming all 5-level elite Raging Vine warriors. He was about to log off and retire for the night when a freshly respawned boss caught his eye, igniting his desire. Raging Vine leader level, 5 rank, boss health, 3200 physical damage, 128 physical defense, 76 magical defense, 82 agility, 65 skills, Whip of the Vines. Utilizes resilient vine tendrils to unleash a frenzied whipping attack, inflicting 300 physical damage on the target, with an attack speed increase of 300 for a duration of 7 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Vine piercing. Employs sharp vine tendrils to instantaneously pierce the target at high speed. causing 30 points of continuous bleeding damage per second for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Withered Vine Armor automatically activates when health drops below 20, granting an additional 100 defense and restoring health by 1 per second for 20 seconds. At this moment, his talent for Ancient Goddess Curse has reached a staggering true damage of -126 per second, a truly terrifying figure. Yet, he finds himself unable to withstand this boss. Even with his extraordinary talent for damage, he is at a loss against this foe, leaving other players equally confounded. The setting of Star Domain 3.0 seems to disregard the concept of game difficulty entirely. Shin Imo believes that even if a level 5 player assembles a complete set of equipment, they might still be unable to defeat this boss. Setting aside its exceedingly high base attributes, the 3 skills it possesses render it invincible at this stage. Shun Imo finds himself questioning whether the game design has gone awry. The disparity in difficulty is simply too vast, unable to flee, attack, or withstand the onslaught. To be candid, Shin Imo is genuinely tempted to employ the Ancient Goddess Curse to eliminate this boss. According to the hidden attributes of the Ancient Goddess Curse, defeating boss-level monsters could significantly enhance one's talent level. Just the Black Iron tier of the Ancient Goddess Curse is already incredibly formidable. One can only imagine how terrifying it would become if upgraded. Shin Imo is intensely curious to find out. Alas, his limited strength confines him. Thus, he finds himself reluctant to log off. However, he is acutely aware that, despite his reluctance, he must temporarily concede. After all, should other players discover this boss, they would likely feel even more despondent than he does. Chapter 15, Concealed Breach Settings. In the end, Shin Imo reluctantly chose to log off. Left with nothing but a sense of helplessness as he stared blankly at the screen. It was already past 3 in the morning, and he lacked the energy to pursue any further information. After a quick wash, he collapsed into bed. At a time when most players in the Dragon Kingdom were logging off for rest, a sudden system notification echoed throughout Star Domain 3.0. Ding! Registered players have surpassed 3 billion. The shop function has unlocked additional items for your perusal. Players, brimming with excitement, rushed into the system store, only to be astounded to discover 7 new potions available for purchase. Health Restoration Potion, Black Iron Grade. Price, 250 copper coins. Restores 10 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Energy Restoration Potion, Black Iron Grade. Price, 250 copper coins. Restores 10 energy points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Agility Enhancement Potion, Black Iron Grade. Price, 250 copper coins. Grants an additional 10 agility for a duration of 10 seconds. Physical Damage Enhancement Potion, Black Iron Grade. Price, 250 copper coins. Grants an additional 10 physical damage for a duration of 10 seconds. Spell Damage Enhancement Potion, Black Iron Grade. Price, 250 copper coins. Grants an additional 10 spell damage for a duration of 10 seconds. Physical Defense Enhancement Potion, Black Iron Grade. Price, 250 copper coins. Grants an additional 10 physical defense for a duration of 10 seconds. Magical Defense Enhancement Potion, Black Iron Grade. Price, 250 copper coins. Grants an additional 10 magical defense for a duration of 10 seconds. These potions corresponded to enhancements of the 7 basic attributes. With these potions in hand, many previously invincible monsters suddenly became conquerable. This was indeed the correct way to engage with the game. However, it was evident that the developers aimed to compel players into spending real money. Despite this, players around the globe erupted into a frenzy. The price of copper coins had already soared past the threshold of 20 Star Domain coins, with the exchange rate for Star Domain coins to Dragon Kingdom coins reaching an astonishing 15:1. This surge was still due to the recent unlocking of 10 of Star Domain coins. Otherwise, prices would have been even higher. The madness was utterly uncontrollable. The recently ignited wave of resistance among players swiftly crumbled into oblivion. Protesting was futile. The correct choice was to log on quickly, undertake quests, and grind for copper coins. Many basic quests in the Novice Village were not particularly challenging and often did not require combat. Players could assist NPCs with mundane tasks such as chopping wood, weeding, gathering food, transporting bricks, and fetching water. Of course, these foundational tasks consumed a considerable amount of time, often requiring 2 hours to earn a single copper coin. Were it not for the limited number of basic quests each player could accept daily, many would dare to engage nonstop for 24 hours, undoubtedly overwhelming the server. The novice village was once again inundated. Many players who had ventured out to slay monsters returned to the novice village. Even though numerous NPCs were swarmed and nearly invisible, the players' enthusiasm for gold mining could not be dampened. Many ordinary players have come to a realization currently. Completing quests to earn copper coins is their most effective way to engage with the game. As for purchasing potions to defeat monsters and level up, that privilege is reserved for large corporations, major guilds, and formidable factions. The initial phase of the game is undeniably a period of lucrative profits for a game currency, and it is essential to seize this opportunity. If the currency becomes overly abundant in the later stages, such favorable chances may not present themselves again. Within just a few hours, many players have begun to reevaluate their positions, successfully identifying the most suitable direction for development within the game. Chin-Mo set an alarm for 9 o'clock, and upon awakening, he routinely checked his mobile phone for daily updates, only to be left in disbelief. So much had transpired overnight. First, there was an unexpected wave of resistance, followed by sudden exchange regulations, and finally, the system shop unlocking additional merchandise. Were it not for the official news confirming each event, Chin-Mo would hardly believe that such dramatic changes could occur within mere hours. He could not help but marvel at the formidable influence of Star Domain 3.0, which had reached a level where governments worldwide must respond promptly and effectively. Through various forums, Chin-Mo learned that the system shop had unlocked potions that enhanced 7-dimensional attributes. He was certain that numerous guilds had already begun to mobilize, and he could not afford to lag behind. After a hasty breakfast, he logged onto the game, glancing at the nearby Raging Vine leader that wandered aimlessly and chose not to linger, making his way back towards the novice village. He was eager to experiment with the potions that could enhance his 7-dimensional attributes. Sharpening one's tools does not hinder the woodcutter's work. Even if he utilized these potions, his current attributes would still be insufficient to withstand the Raging Vine leader. However, they could be effective against other elite-level monsters of the 5th tier. The ability to recover 10 health points per second and gain an additional 10 points in physical defense would provide a crucial lifeline, coupled with a boost of 10 in agility, making encounters with other 5th-tier elite monsters significantly easier to handle. Chin-Mo had already devised a strategy. By stacking some damage from the Ancient Goddess Curse talent, enhancing his equipment attributes, and supplementing with potions, he might just be able to slay the Raging Vine leader as he passed through the area populated by Tier 3 wild monsters. He noticed several players engaged in a coordinated assault against these creatures. A few players were evidently using potions during the battle, relying on their continuously regenerating health to withstand the monster's damage output. Although this method consumed a fair amount of potions, the efficiency of monster slaying had noticeably increased. However, there was a somewhat jarring element. These players frequently emitted cries, exclaiming how painfully intense the experience was. One must acknowledge that the 30 pain sensitivity setting is undoubtedly a nightmare for melee players. Chin-Mo even suspected that this was a deliberate design by the game's mastermind. Until level 10, players cannot change jobs or learn skills, leaving them to endure the full brunt of the 30 pain sensitivity setting in close combat. Of course, the 30 pain sensitivity setting is not without its advantages. When a particular part of the body is attacked, the nervous system immediately responds by making necessary adjustments, automatically executing evasive maneuvers to prevent the wound from sustaining additional damage that could trigger critical hits. In the realm of Star Domain 3.0, consistently striking the same wound inflicts a considerable amount of damage, thereby facilitating the triggering of critical hits with relative ease. The compounding effects of injury are, unsurprisingly, quite severe, mirroring the realities of life. Consequently, the approach to combat in Star Domain 3.0 diverges significantly from the casual tactics found in other online games. Rather than merely landing hits, players often focus their assaults on specific areas of a monster, thereby enhancing their efficiency in dispatching foes. This strategy embodies a subtle form of defense-breaking effect. Moreover, players themselves are not exempt from this phenomenon. when monsters relentlessly target the same wound. They too can experience similar hidden defense-breaking effects, potentially leading to critical strikes. The introduction of a 30 pain sensation mechanic grants players insight into the location of their injuries, enabling them to avoid further harm. However, this also poses a challenge for players who engage in close combat, as each attack they endure serves as a poignant reminder of their physical suffering. Listening to the lamentations of fellow players along the journey, Shin-Emo becomes increasingly resolute in his decision to choose the mage class, a ranged profession, for he has little desire to endure such torment. Chapter 16. Inhumanity of the Trench. As Shin-Emo approached the novice village, the number of players began to swell. He promptly stowed away all his ostentatious equipment. Otherwise, his flamboyant attire would surely attract unwanted attention. Most critically, he had yet to procure a mask to obscure his visage from the prying eyes of others. Should his identity be revealed, he would be in grave danger in the real world. Just before logging in, he had encountered a disconcerting announcement. The bounty on his true identity within the Dragon Kingdom had surpassed 100 million dragon coins, with reports suggesting even loftier sums abroad. Shin-Emo was determined to avoid being ensnared by any organizations, which would lead to the loss of his personal freedom. Thus, upon entering the novice village, he hastily made his way to the shop, where he could replenish his supply of masks and potions in one go. Fortunately, the shop in the novice village was not as crowded as those in other regions. At this stage, relatively few players could afford potions, and there were no quests available. Otherwise, merely waiting in line could consume an inordinate amount of time. Anti-peeping mask, no great price. 10 silver coins blocks all prying gazes, cannot be dropped or damaged. What a fine item, albeit somewhat pricey. It was no wonder that few players in the novice village donned such masks. Shin-Emo had previously wondered why so many clamored for privacy protection, yet so few ventured to purchase such items from the system shop. It turned out the cost was simply prohibitive. 10 silver coins equated to a staggering 20,000 star domain coins. Approximately 300,000 dragon coins for a mask meant solely for obscuring one's privacy. Indeed, the price was exorbitantly unreasonable. One could not help but remark on the system's predatory nature, deliberately pricing an indispensable yet attribute-less piece of equipment at such an outrageous figure, clearly aiming to fleece the players. Fortunately, Shin-Emo had previously sold equipment and amassed 5 gold coins, 38 silver coins, and 22 copper coins. Otherwise, he would have been left helplessly staring at the exorbitant prices. Upon donning the newly acquired anti-peeping mask, Shin-Emo felt an inexplicable sense of security wash over him. Lifting his previously lowered gaze, he then gritted his teeth and resolutely purchased 60 life recovery potions, 60 agility enhancement potions, 60 physical defense enhancement potions, and 20 magical defense enhancement potions. Spending 5 gold coins in one go was a painful realization. Shin-Emo couldn't help but admire himself. Indeed, he was extravagantly unfeeling. The potions were worth nearly 10 million dragon coins, and here he was, willing to part with such a sum. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset had shifted to such an extent that this felt wholly natural. Perhaps the vast sums he had earned had come too easily. Or perhaps he had gradually begun to envision a broader horizon. Yet, he firmly believed that this seemingly painful investment would undoubtedly yield greater rewards in return. To avoid drawing attention, Shin-Emo continued to refrain from equipping any gear. However, upon appearing in the novice village wearing the anti-peeping mask, he found himself the subject of considerable discussion. Look at the caliber of this player. They can afford to buy an anti-peeping mask. Tread carefully when speaking. Who knows which powerful faction's elite this might be? One must be cautious not to attract the attention of their underlings. What a joke. They're clearly afraid to show their face. They must not belong to any significant faction. Who needs to hide when you're part of a major force? They would flaunt their presence, practically skipping the queue to leave the village. I suspect they're merely a lone player with considerable talent. Reluctant to easily align with any other organization, lacking decent equipment, prioritizing secrecy. Quite cautious, ambitious, and promising. Nonsense. 10 silver coins are hardly something a casual player could acquire. My guild, with over 200 members in this novice village, has even managed to gather 3 silver coins. I bet this individual is anything but ordinary. Indeed, 10 silver coins are not something many organizations in our novice village can produce. let alone for acquiring such a trivial item. Trivial? Nonsense. If I had the funds, I would purchase one myself, especially when I possess golden level talent but dare not flaunt it. Haha, you must be joking upstairs. You don't consider this bragging? I've already noted your nickname neighboring Old Sue. I'll collect the bounty on you later. Damn, as if I fear you. It's merely a nickname, without exposing myself. You won't be able to find me. By the time you do, I'll have enough to buy a peeping prevention mask, which will infuriate you. Hee hee. Could it be that this is just a bigwig from our village's major faction, donning a mask merely for show, without any ulterior motives? Chun Mo stood in line at the village exit, surrounded by unabashed discussions about him. The regional channel echoed with similar speculations, everyone freely sharing their thoughts. Brother, which guild are you from? We are from Conquering the World. May I have a word with you? Just as Chun Mo was about to exit the village, a group of dozens of players obstructed his path. Which guild I belong to is confidential. If you have something to say it here. I'm in a hurry. Chun Mo neither directly declined nor answered honestly. Hee hee. Very well then. Let us speak here. You don't seem like an organized person to me. Otherwise you wouldn't mention confidentiality, nor would you wear a mask right now. Have you perhaps unlocked some extraordinary talent? Would you be interested in joining us at Conquering the World? The benefits are exceptional. Not interested. Please let me pass. I have matters to attend to. Chun Mo had anticipated that his intention to wear a mask for privacy would instead attract unnecessary trouble. Hey, brother. You're being a bit rude. It's one thing not to disclose your origins, but to outright reject me in front of so many people is rather dismissive of Conquering the World, don't you think? So, what do you actually want? Chun Mo was no child. The tactics of the dozens of players before him were simply ludicrous. Haha, indeed. Brother, you're quite astute. It's really nothing major. We just wanted to ask if you discovered some high-reward quest. Otherwise, how did you come by 10 silver coins? I hope you'll share. Every member of Conquering the World will be your brother. Chun Mo, speechless, scratched his head, never imagining he would find himself in a situation where he had to guard his wealth so closely. The individual across from him spoke with utmost courtesy. Yet the implication was clear. Should Chun Mo withhold information, all members of Dominance of the World would inevitably become his adversaries. The crux of the matter was that he truly possessed no tasks to divulge, even if he did. Chun Mo was disinclined to share anything with someone exhibiting such a coercive demeanor. He was well aware of Dominance of the World, a guild renowned as one of the top 10 competitive associations in the gaming realm and a flagship enterprise under a Fortune Global 500 company. No wonder they exuded such arrogance. However, did Chun Mo have any reason to fear now? He was resolute in his decision to cease any further trivial exchanges with them. It was evident that this group had their sights set on him, making it improbable for him to escape unscathed. Thus, Chun Mo promptly began donning his armor. In an instant, a formidable battle suit emblazoned with the visage of a fearsome toad enveloped his form, while the battle trousers, adorned with menacing scorpion totems, seemed poised to spring to life. In his hand, he wielded a massive blade reminiscent of a mantis' forelimb, glinting ominously with a cold sheen. Chapter 17. Indeed not one of us, boss. It seems that the fellow across from us has acquired several new pieces of equipment, one exclaimed. Well, obviously. My eyes aren't blind. Another retorted. Goodness, 8 pieces of equipment? Could he be the mysterious seller from our village? Wow, that's truly impressive. That appearance is simply extraordinary. Look. Everyone, that guy is transformed, decked out in armor, battle pants, boots, a helmet, and even rings and wrist pendants. All of it equipment. My eyes are dazzled. He must undoubtedly be the enigmatic seller from our village. Ha ha ha. They've bitten off more than they can chew. This group from Dominating the World thought they could intimidate him for quest information, but now they're in trouble. Come quickly to the village entrance. The mysterious seller has appeared. Do I need to inform you further? Chun Mo, fully equipped, pointed his sword at the still-dazed player across from him. No need. No need. The temporary leader of the novice village 1000191 immediately wilted. It was no wonder he felt intimidated. The player before him was certainly not someone he could provoke. Just prior to logging in, the guild had convened a meeting, instructing him to maintain a good relationship with this mysterious seller and to avoid offense at all costs. ideally recruiting him into the guild. Thankfully, he had not yet offended him. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. Please step aside. Chen Mo found it absurd. The fellow's intellect seemed quite lacking. Ah, esteemed one. Please, I yield. However, may I obtain a means of contact? We would like to sincerely invite you to join our guild. All terms are negotiable. No need. I have no interest in joining your guild. If you don't step aside, don't blame me for being rude, Chen Mo replied, growing increasingly irritated. This group was wasting precious time with their hesitation. If they continued to obstruct him, more powerful factions might arrive, leading to even greater complications. Please, step aside. If you have any equipment for sale, do feel free to contact me directly. My nickname is Master Cat of Dominance. Fine. Seeing the fellow finally clearing the way, Chen Mo chose not to dwell on it and swiftly departed from the crowd. Having donned all his equipment and prepared for battle, he was initially concerned about a potential ambush. However, he was pleasantly surprised by their compliance and restraint, indicating they were not entirely foolish in their dealings with him. Well, that esteemed one runs remarkably fast. What is his agility now? Indeed, even level 3 monsters can't match his speed. He truly lives up to his title. The members of Dominating the World dared not obstruct him. They needed to assess his capabilities. After all, with so many of them, what were they afraid of? It's easy to speak from the sidelines, but with 8 pieces of equipment, though we can't see the specific attributes, he could likely dominate all the players here. We might not even breach his defenses. I'm so curious. What terrifying talents has he randomly generated? Not only is he at an impressive level 5, but he is also adorned with so much equipment. Truly, he is a walking treasure trove. What is there to be curious about? Perhaps it is merely an initial display of prowess. Once the career paths are transitioned, numerous formidable players with extraordinary talents are bound to emerge, rendering him inconsequential. How amusing. The one above is undoubtedly envious, a true embodiment of jealousy. Is anyone interested in forming a team to ambush the big shot? If we can vanquish him even once, we are guaranteed to obtain at least 1 piece of equipment. The prospect of fortune is enticing. The fool above must realize that the prominent figure can observe the regional channel. Be wary, for he may seek you out for retribution. Chen Mo is equally fatigued. He finds solace in the wilderness. If not for necessity, he truly wishes to avoid returning to the novice village at this stage. Entering and exiting the village requires queuing, and the throngs of people are a considerable waste of time. Most importantly, he never anticipated that donning the anti-peeping mask would attract such a plethora of trouble. Fortunately, he is swift on his feet, as players within the regional channel are incessantly calling for him. Chen Mo is confident that had he lingered, he would have been besieged by the leaders of various organizations in the novice village, either inviting him to join or attempting to purchase equipment. To be frank, he currently desires no association with these organizations, nor does he require any collaboration. Directly mailing equipment to the official platform suffices, even if it incurs a slight fee. What of it? It is safe, worry-free, and reliable. What could be better? Thus, Chen Mo is even more reluctant to engage with them, striving to avoid inadvertently revealing anything that could compromise his real identity. Despite the enhancement from potions, he is still some distance from annihilating the boss-level creature, the Raging Vine's sovereign. Therefore, Chen Mo has chosen an alternative route, heading towards other areas populated by level 5 wild beasts. He intends to seek out elite-level monsters to grind for talent attributes. Chen Mo also wishes to ascertain whether the previously encountered level 3 elite heavy-armored giant snail has respawned. Having marked the coordinates, it does not take long for him to find another heavy-armored giant snail in the designated respawn area. Fortunately, elite monsters do respawn, albeit with a slightly extended time frame. However, the unfortunate news catches Chen Mo off guard. Upon defeating the heavy-armored giant snail once more, he does not receive the talent attribute of the ancient goddess curse. Undeterred, Chen Mo continues to search for several more heavy-armored giant snails. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. Aside from a single point of experience as consolation, he gains nothing. Chen Mo begins to suspect that only by defeating elite monsters of equal rank or higher can one hope to acquire the ancient goddess curse talent enhancement. If this holds true, he faces a dilemma, as rapid leveling and talent accumulation are destined to clash. Indeed, as Chun Mo surmised, slaying the setting sun fierce chicken and the moonlit fierce toad yields no talent enhancement either. It is evident that the malevolent game designers have concealed numerous special hidden settings, all of which require players to painstakingly uncover. Do you think this enhances the gaming experience? Chun Mo's face darkens. This is utterly absurd. This is undoubtedly the twisted humor of the developers. It is akin to defeating monsters below one's level, which only grants a meager single point of guaranteed experience. This abrupt alteration has shattered the aspirations of many who sought to leverage the prowess of seasoned players to expedite the advancement of novices. Allegedly, this stipulation left numerous venerable guilds feeling utterly demoralized. The practice of high-level players guiding lower-level ones has long been a prevalent method of progression within the gaming realm. The sudden ineffectiveness of this approach is hardly palatable. It effectively diminishes a significant competitive edge for these guilds. This compels all players to confront more formidable adversaries, at the very least of equal standing. Frankly, no conventional game would dare impose such a stipulation, as the server would likely face the wrath of disgruntled players. One can only remark that this flawed game is indeed a product of extraterrestrial civilization, manifesting a disregard for human sensibilities. Nonetheless, it is beneficial in a sense. By simply vanquishing elite-level monsters, one can naturally accumulate experience for leveling up before seeking the next tier of elite foes. Otherwise, the player might be ensnared in a dilemma, contemplating whether to persist in slaying low-level creatures until they can annihilate all bosses before departing the novice village. Such a scenario would severely tarnish the gaming experience. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Chun Mo suddenly found himself in a quandary. He speculated that defeating boss-level monsters to enhance his talent might also necessitate equal or greater challenges. In other words, apart from being relegated to slaying elite-level monsters, he must also meticulously manage his experience points, ensuring he does not prematurely ascend to level 6. Otherwise, even if he successfully defeated the level 5 boss, Raging Vine Commander, it could all be in vain. The game's designers have indeed outdone themselves, meticulously calculating every detail to the extent that even the slightest oversight is nearly impossible to exploit. At this juncture, Chun Mo fervently hopes that the upcoming elite monsters will yield equipment with significantly enhanced attributes. Otherwise, he would be left in a state of utter frustration. The level 5 monster zone is vast, considerably larger than the level 4 zone. Chun Mo, exercising restraint over his experience gain, refrained from excessively slaying ordinary level 5 creatures. After more than 5 hours, bolstered by various potions, he encountered 2 additional elite-level monsters, both of which he successfully defeated. The true damage inflicted by his talent, Ancient God's Curse, has now escalated to a staggering -186 per second. Present-day players, with just a mere strike from his diminutive fists, find themselves utterly vanquished, unable to withstand his onslaught. Yet, what leaves Chun Mo speechless is the persistently abysmal drop rate for equipment, despite vanquishing numerous elite monsters. He has only managed to acquire a meager 2 items, even fewer than before. Chapter 18. Special Warning Player. Silent Level. 5 experience points. 11967. 16000. Although the 2 newly acquired pieces of equipment are distinct and can be donned immediately, the enhancements they offer, being of the black iron grade, are rather limited. It remains a daunting task to contend with the overwhelmingly powerful Raging Vine leader. At this juncture, Chun Mo is reluctant to meet an untimely demise. Without absolute certainty, he will not act recklessly. Compounding his dilemma is the matter of experience points. Previously, he fretted over slow progression, yet now he is anxious about advancing too swiftly. After all, possessing the extraordinary Ancient God's Curse talent, it is optimal to maximize gains at each level. Even now, he somewhat regrets his hasty ascension, as it squandered opportunities to repeatedly farm elite-level monsters at levels 3 and 4. Had he not rushed, the true damage potential of the Ancient God's Curse talent could have reached new heights. It is a source of deep regret. Currently, the enhancements from the newly acquired equipment have not met his expectations, and he surmises he must devise an alternative strategy. Estimating his experience, he plans to farm 33 level 5 elite monsters, which would allow him to stack the true damage of the Ancient Goddess curse to -219. He has contemplated utilizing the penalty mechanism that deducts 50 of experience upon death to manage his level, but ultimately discarded the notion. The Star Domain 3.0 New Player Guide explicitly warns, do not allow your game character to die frequently, as it may lead to unforeseen consequences for your talents. What consequences might arise? Currently, there are no concrete cases to reference, but Chun Mo dares not gamble. It is best to ensure his character remains unscathed. The guide's special warning is undoubtedly significant. Ignoring it could lead to self-inflicted troubles. This game lacks an online customer service to address grievances. Most critically, Chun Mo is exceedingly pleased with the Ancient Goddess curse talent and does not wish for any complications arising from his character's demise. Initially, he did not regard this matter with such gravity. In fact, he had previously considered using death as a shortcut to return to town. However, having now experienced the formidable power of the Ancient Goddess curse talent, he is unwilling to entertain even the slightest risk. What constitutes frequent death? There is currently no data to reference, and Chun Mo is disinclined to experiment. Numerous analysis posts regarding this special warning have circulated on the forums in recent days, one of which greatly unsettled him. Frequent death might lead to the deterioration or loss of a character's talents, much like the catastrophic loss of equipment upon death. Dying excessively could result in the irrevocable loss of talents. The mere thought is terrifying. Speculation, of course, lacks a basis, and there is no definitive reason to trust its accuracy. Yet, Chun Mo believes it, even to the point of fear. Should frequent deaths lead to the ruin or forfeiture of the Ancient Goddess curse talent, the despair would be unbearable. Is such a dreadful scenario possible? No one can say for certain. After all, the unforeseen consequences are the most uncontrollable and lethal threats. Furthermore, there are whispers circulating that a certain frenzied organization abroad has resorted to the abduction of a group of players, compelling them to engage in self-destructive behaviors to validate this hypothesis, including players of both bronze and silver ranks. Ultimately, they arrived at a chilling experimental conclusion. Frequent deaths among players would randomly inflict damage on their talent levels and attributes, regardless of their inherent quality. Whether this information holds any truth is something Chun Mo cannot verify. This rumor, however, quickly vanished from circulation, leading Chun Mo to suspect its veracity. The lack of widespread dissemination likely results from various factions deliberately suppressing it. Otherwise, once this information is substantiated, even the most expendable players would be challenging to recruit. Although the rumor does not confirm that the most severe consequence would obliterate one's talent, even the notion of random damage to talent levels and attributes is unacceptable to Chun Mo. Moreover, who can guarantee that an increase in death frequency wouldn't eventually lead to a complete loss of talent? Thus, adhering to the prudent principle of better to believe it than to disbelieve it, Chun Mo is fundamentally reluctant to let his game character face even a single death, thereby maximizing the chances of avoiding unforeseen repercussions. Consequently, he would rather be compelled to level up than exploit the death mechanism to accumulate talent. This is also the reason Chun Mo refrains from provoking the level 5 boss Raging Vine Overseer, not daring even to attempt it. Now, he values his life far more than when he first entered the game. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say he is more fearful of death. Of course, he has not abandoned the idea of confronting the level 5 boss. He has already formulated a rough plan, albeit one that must wait until 2 days hence when sufficient level 5 elite monsters respawn. The respawn time for elite monsters is somewhat prolonged. Based on the respawn intervals for level 3 and 4 elite monsters, it may require at least 48 hours. Thus, for the next 2 days, he cannot engage in monster hunting or leveling up, even if he could directly tackle level 6 elite monsters. It would clearly result in a substantial loss of opportunities for accumulating talent attributes, having already missed numerous chances to stack level 3 and 4 talents. This is something Chun Mo cannot accept. It is merely 2 days. Given the current pace of player advancement, it is likely they will not catch up to him. The Ancient God's curse of talent is his foundation. He cannot afford to suffer significant losses for trivial gains and must ensure that he maximizes every level of talent. Moreover, even though the system store has potions for sale, as levels increase, The attributes of monsters in Star Domain 3.0 become increasingly formidable, making battles more arduous. Therefore, Chun Mo is neither particularly anxious nor overly concerned that other players will easily surpass him. Having contemplated his short-term plans, he suddenly feels a sense of time abundance, allowing him to attend to some mundane matters in reality. The task bounty posts in Star Domain 3.0 require only 1 silver coin to publish, and the reward for accepting a task is determined by the issuer themselves. Unable to face death alone, one must seek the assistance of others. As the saying goes, a friend in death is better than a monk in poverty. Thus, before going offline, Chun Mo took the initiative to spend 1 silver coin to post a bounty task on the regional channel. The task he posted was clearly priced at 3 copper coins per participant. According to his strategic plan, approximately 800 brave players were required to partake in this endeavor. Therefore, Chun Mo additionally paid 24 silver coins as a security deposit, as money truly seems to vanish swiftly. Task title: Recruitment of the Brave Publisher. Silent 1 task requirements. Join the boss siege at 1600 hours 2 days hence. Follow directions. Coordinate movements. Serve as a barrier against the monsters and face death but once. Bounty amount: 3 copper coins per individual number of participants required. 800 task determination. Publisher. The bounty task posted by Chun Mo quickly caused a sensation within the Novice Village's Channel 1000191. Chapter 19. The game that alters destiny. Who is the enigmatic figure known as Silent? Does he truly dare to confront the boss? Could it be the mysterious merchant? Goodness. A deposit of 24 silver coins. This is an endeavor to recruit 800 individuals. What a grand undertaking. With a cost of 3 copper coins for each demise, one could easily acquire at least 60 Star Domain coins. Count me in. However, wait a moment. Did you not notice that the task's adjudicator is the issuer? If he were to deliberately declare the task a failure, would we not perish in vain? Precisely. Such a setup is the most treacherous. Moreover, this individual has even stipulated a deduction of 1 copper coin for abandoning the task. Let us not fall into his trap. Curse him, Silent. May I not encounter you. Alas, I too hastily accepted the task without considering the abandonment mechanism. Now, I find myself devoid of even a single copper coin. Oh, it cannot be that dire. If he can afford a deposit of 24 silver coins, surely he would not stoop to swindling us for a mere pittance. Perhaps those 24 silver coins were acquired through dubious means. Sigh, the internet is rife with contrarians. If one wishes to participate, they should, if not, abstain from involvement. Such disparaging remarks are nothing but malicious slander. What if this Silent merely seeks to recruit a band of brave souls? Indeed, I have signed up. At worst, I shall perish once, but I will have the opportunity to witness the boss's magnificence in Star Domain 3.0. Perish once. The Novice Guide specifically warns, please do not allow your game character to die frequently, as it may lead to unforeseen consequences regarding your talents. I assure you, this is undoubtedly a trap devised by incompetent planners. To be frank, the cost of 3 copper coins for a single demise, even without the loss of experience, is hardly justifiable. I concur, we must all exercise caution. The Novice Guide has issued a stern warning. Should any adverse effects arise, we would have no recourse for lamentation. What nonsense. Since the game's inception, I have died 5 times and have suffered no repercussions. What constitutes frequent death? 1 or 2 times certainly do not qualify. Why worry? Moreover, with my abysmal black iron level talent, I would not grieve even if it were completely lost. Indeed, the game's developers likely issued the warning out of concern that we might recklessly deplete the energy of the resurrection pool. Surely, 1 or 2 deaths are inconsequential. The gentleman above has perished 5 times without issue, so why should I fear? I shall register now to support the master in achieving the boss's first kill, and our novice village will gain renown. I too have signed up. What is there to fear? Perhaps our village's mysterious merchant is the one in question. I heard this morning that he possesses 8 pieces of equipment. Challenging a boss would not be surprising. I am 99 certain that Silent is indeed the mysterious merchant. It is quite plausible. The most likely candidate from our novice village to conquer the boss is indeed the mysterious merchant. If Silent is that individual, would we truly fear his inability to honor his word? To be candid, 24 silver coins are but a trifling sum to him. What baseless conjecture! Who informed you that Silent is the mysterious merchant? He himself has not proclaimed it, and yet you all fawn over him. Shin-Emo did not dwell on the matter. Nor did he intentionally leverage his reputation for guarantees. A task that cost merely 3 copper coins for a single death was undeniably a relatively easy and high-reward opportunity, attracting numerous eager participants. The loss of 50 of current experience upon death was trivial. Many players remained in the village, undertaking tasks with no experience to show, having yet to slay even a single monster. Shun-Emo sought precisely such expendable players. After all, no matter how high their levels, they could not withstand a boss's strike. As long as they could slightly hinder the boss's movements, it sufficed. To speak candidly, Shin-Emo intended to employ a ruthless strategy to the fullest. Unable to confront the boss through conventional means, he resorted to a strategy of overwhelming numbers, believing that even a minor delay in the boss's actions could yield possibilities. As for the special warning in the Novice Guide, please refrain from allowing game characters to die frequently to avoid unforeseen consequences on talents. Some players might heed it. Yet many were indifferent. Those burdened with poor talents, resigned to a lackluster fate, would seize any opportunity for profit. To put it bluntly, even if they lost their talents, it would hardly impact them. This task was evidently more accessible and rewarding than the cumbersome quests offered by NPCs in the village that yielded only a single copper coin. Thus, Shin-Emo never entertained the thought that no one would undertake this task. After logging off, Shin-Emo, exercising caution, withdrew only 90,000, falling short of 100,000, an amount that was not excessive but sufficient for his immediate needs. Even if the bank monitored his transactions, it would likely not draw undue scrutiny during this period. Due to the frenzy surrounding game currency and star domain coins, a withdrawal of 90,000 hardly seemed remarkable, as long as no one reported him. The bank would not embark on an extensive investigation for such a modest sum. Shin-Emo could easily assert that he had previously purchased star domain coins, which had now appreciated in value, perfectly reasonable. Moreover, with the banking system on the brink of collapse due to the star domain coins, who would concern themselves with his trifling amount? Gazing at the 90,000 balance in his bank account, he felt a profound sense of relief. The burdens of recent debts lifting from his shoulders. The game had the power to alter his destiny, heralding the dawn of a new chapter in his life. Shin-Emo had no intention of immediately settling all his overdue credit card debts. The time was not yet ripe. After all, they were already overdue. And a little more time mattered little. He would wait until the situation clarified, gradually withdrawing funds to resolve his debt step by step. Caution was paramount at this time. With money in his account, he felt at ease, convinced that all would gradually improve. Subsequently, Shin-Emo began by settling debts with several friends, additionally offering around 10 interest as a token of gratitude. These friends had lent him modest sums, but their bonds were strong, and he had owed them for quite some time. It was not that he was stingy or unwilling to offer more. Rather, they would not accept excessive amounts. Hence, Shin-Emo kept the interest around 10 as a gesture of appreciation. As for his parents, he chose not to transfer any funds for the time being, as they received retirement pensions and were not in immediate need of money. Shin-Emo symbolically transferred 2,000 to his younger sister as pocket money, which delighted her to no end. She even insisted that he keep it a secret from their parents, claiming it to be her private stash. In the afternoon, his ex-girlfriend, who he had just parted ways with a few days prior, inexplicably learned of his sudden financial windfall and called him, suggesting they go shopping and dine together. He chuckled. It was evident that this woman sought to exploit him once more. She had previously racked up several credit cards in his name without his knowledge. Fully aware that he was in the critical phase of starting his business and desperately needed funds, such a woman, who could only share in the joys but not the hardships, was someone he dared not entangle with again. After blocking her, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was the joy that only comes from financial security and composure. At this moment, Shin-Emo felt invigorated, utterly exhilarated, and remarkably unburdened, experiencing a sense of liberation he had never known before, without a hint of fatigue. Chapter 20. In the depths of the endless starry sky after settling several friends' debts, Chen Mo found himself with little more than 50,000 in his bank account. Although his gaming account boasted ample funds, sufficient to purchase a home, this was not the opportune moment to withdraw significant amounts from Star Domain 3.0. He wished to avoid drawing any suspicions and becoming a target of scrutiny by certain powerful organizations. Yet, he could hardly bear to remain in his dilapidated rental apartment for even a moment longer. With a hasty collection of clothes, he grabbed his suitcase and game helmet. Summoning a taxi that whisked him away to the city's most luxurious star-rated hotel, renowned as Asia's foremost 7-star establishment, Chen Mo's intentions were straightforward. Even if he dared not withdraw excessively, he would not compromise his own comfort. With only a meager 50,000 left, he could not afford a lavish residence or secure accommodation in a desirable neighborhood. So he opted for the finest hotel where attendants would regularly assist with garbage disposal and dining services were readily available. Crucially, as Asia's premier 7-star hotel, it had hosted countless foreign dignitaries, serving as an officially designated reception venue, ensuring unparalleled safety and privacy. Chen Mo had recently checked online. Due to the explosive popularity of Star Domain 3.0, the global tourism industry had suffered considerable setbacks, with the hotel sector bearing the brunt of the impact. Consequently, opulent executive suites, once priced at several thousands per night, complete with a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and a grand observation balcony, were now available for a mere 499 yuan. Without hesitation, Chen Mo made a reservation for 2 months, expending 50,000 on the spot, with the excess amount designated as a deposit for automatic deductions from his future dining expenses. He believed that spending 50,000 to enjoy a life of comfort and luxury was undoubtedly a more prudent and safer choice than purchasing a villa and hiring a housekeeper. After finalizing everything, Chen Mo luxuriated in the grand bathtub of his executive suite, seeking relaxation after a demanding day. In the depths of the infinite starry sky, intricate patterns spread across the cosmos as a colossal, enigmatic celestial body floated silently. Suddenly, urgent alerts began to reverberate through the air, bathing the entire space in a vivid red glow. Ding! The newly opened service area of the unknown star domain in Star Domain 3.0 is experiencing severe energy erosion, leading to critical data corruption. Please rectify immediately. Ding! The core data of the newly opened service area in the unknown star domain is undergoing large-scale tampering and is in reverse erosion. Please intercept promptly. Ding! Interception failed. Primary data has encountered forced tampering, triggering disaster-level self-defense mode. Ding! Self-defense counterattack failed. Primary data continues to suffer forced tampering, requesting activation of source code reset mechanism. Ding! Request denied, automatically triggering disaster-level defense mode. Ding! Disaster-level defense mode has been activated. Unknown energy continues to erode, unable to be eradicated, requesting activation of additional protective mechanisms. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Chen Mo woke to a sumptuous breakfast delivered punctually by the hotel. This was what life was meant to be. After savoring a delightful meal, he leisurely entered the game. Although it was clear that he could not enhance his attributes through the ancient god's curse today, he was determined not to squander a single moment. One may first venture into the level 6 monster zone to scout the distribution of creatures, ideally uncovering the hiding places of all level 6 elite monsters. After defeating the boss, one could seamlessly transition to farming for talents, which would constitute another form of perfect synergy. He is acutely aware that everything he has acquired thus far is a boon bestowed by the curse of the ancient gods. Hence, he must harness this talent to its fullest extent, ensuring the continuation of a splendid life in the future. Last night, while soaking in the bathtub, he contemplated everything and resolved not to squander any opportunity to accumulate even the slightest enhancement of talent attributes. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from slaying ordinary monsters, fearing that excessive experience accumulation might lead to the awkward situation of leveling up without sufficiently honing his talents. Of course, Chen Mo would not excessively suppress his level. Should there be an insufficient number of elite monsters at the same level, with lengthy respawn times, it would be more prudent to seek out higher-level elite monsters to vanquish. After all, it is hardly suitable to remain at level 10 while others advance to level 20, all in the name of talent cultivation. The beginner's guidebook has mentioned that certain dungeons impose level restrictions. Without adequate levels, one would not even qualify for entry. With his exceptionally high agility, as long as he avoids reckless behavior, Chen Mo can navigate the level 6 monster zone with ease. Within just one day, he nearly traversed the entirety of the level 6 monster zone. Fortunately, this zone also features 3 types of elite monsters that he could potentially dispatch with the use of potions. However, he refrained from engaging, reserving his efforts for after he dealt with the level 5 boss. After exploring the level 6 monster zone, he had no intention of delving into the level 7 monster zone, where one misstep could lead to tragedy. His stat allocation was somewhat extreme. While he was swift, he was not necessarily resilient. Who could say if the level 7 monsters could eliminate him in a single blow? Based on the attributes of the level 6 elite monsters, Chen Mo surmised that the level 7 creatures would indeed be formidable. Should he encounter a level 7 elite monster, it might very well send him back to town for free. To be frank, Chen Mo is currently quite apprehensive about the demise of his game character. The toxic content of a certain forum post has instilled a lasting psychological shadow, making him dread the prospect of dying and losing the curse of the ancient god's talent. He understands that the more one cherishes something, the more cautious one becomes. Yet, this is not something he can afford to disregard. The splendid life he enjoys now is a direct result of the ancient god's curse. Having endured the miseries of a life mired in debt, he is all the more fearful of loss. Thus, the uncertain venture into the level 7 monster zone is something he would have boldly undertaken at the game's inception, even daring to confront level 8 or 9 monsters. But now he thinks better of it. He cannot afford to die. He cannot dare to die. Having completed his reconnaissance of the level 6 monster zone, Chen Mo returned to the designated location to check on the respawn site of the level 5 elite monsters. Aside from the solitary and irate level 5 boss, Raging Vine Overlord, the other level 5 elite monsters had yet to respawn. Chen Mo, growing weary of waiting idly, decided to return to the village and address the matter of recruiting a death squad. The recruitment post for the suicide squad was completed in less than 10 minutes. The allure of 3 copper coins was undeniably tempting for many casual players. Upon returning, Chen Mo did not remove his equipment, adorned with a privacy mask. It was rather easy for others to guess his identity. At this moment, there were certainly many envious players eager to seize the opportunity to snatch his gear. Therefore, he wished to avoid being ambushed by opportunists. Consequently, when he appeared at the entrance of the novice village, clad in resplendent armor and queuing to enter, he immediately attracted a crowd. Wow, he has obtained 2 more pieces of equipment. How on earth did this guy manage that? Indeed, he has added 2 more items to his collection. Goodness, the total value of this gear must exceed 100 million dragon coins, right? Certainly. Each piece of equipment can fetch at least 4 gold coins. Just last night, another novice village sold a piece of black iron level gear for precisely 4 gold coins. Has the value depreciated that quickly? The black iron level equipment in our village previously sold for 5 gold coins, 38 silver coins, and 22 copper coins. The disparity is rather significant, I assenti it. In reality, there is not much difference. The price of game currency has simply risen. Moreover, with the shop now offering potions for sale, utilizing game currency to purchase potions may prove more advantageous. Naturally, possessing equipment is always preferable. Yes, I have seen the posts. The seller from the neighboring village only wishes to sell game currency. Otherwise, trading with dragon coins could at least enhance the price by 30%. Which major guild would exchange equipment for dragon coins? The sale of this gear is primarily due to the large guild's inability to procure game currency for potion purchases, prompting them to resort to trading. Otherwise, it would be utterly inconceivable. Chapter 21. A favorable face. As Chen Mo stood in line, he couldn't help but exclaim how. Despite the game having launched for several days, players still had to queue to enter and exit the village. The game, Star Domain 3.0, was indeed thriving. Were it not for the punitive measures against malicious player killings, he would have relished the opportunity to slice his way directly into the village. Each return to the village consumed an inordinate amount of time. However, the current popularity of the game was undeniable. The population of their novice village had reached its maximum capacity. He had just overheard that the auction price for a piece of black iron-grade equipment had plummeted to around 4 gold coins. The impact of potions on equipment was substantial. This was understandable, as for many large guilds, spending in-game currency on potions to level up was far more pragmatic than purchasing a piece of black iron gear. Both serve as temporary enhancements, but black iron equipment is merely transitional for novices, benefiting only individual players. In contrast, black iron potions can enhance an entire team. Thus, if one were to prioritize, investing in potions with in-game currency would indeed be more advantageous. The crux of the matter was that each novice village could only produce a limited amount of copper coins daily, while numerous guilds were eager to acquire copper coins. This meant that the distribution of copper coins would inevitably fall short. Therefore, if black iron equipment were exchanged for Dragon Kingdom currency, it could likely fetch an astonishing price. However, the prospects of converting it into a game currency remained uncertain. Shinemo had a premonition that, as players' levels increased and more equipment was dropped, the auction prices for black iron gear in game currency would likely continue to decline. Of course, it would not drop drastically, as the equipment drop rates in this game were notoriously low, unless there were significant changes or adjustments to the game. Many ordinary players might not experience the thrill of donning new gear for quite some time. Hey, buddy, are you the infamous Silent Master? The first seller of equipment in our novice village? Just as Shinemo was lost in thought while patiently waiting in line, a gaudy player with bright green hair shouted boisterously beside him. Shinemo glanced at the green-haired player, who bore an air of mischief and levity, unmistakably resembling a small-time delinquent in real life. It was only individuals of such disposition who dared to approach him so unabashedly. Other players merely pointed and whispered, avoiding direct conversation. Yet, such characters would persistently nag if ignored. Thus, Shinemo did not remain silent and replied, yes. Upon hearing Shinmo's affirmation, the green-haired player erupted with excitement. Hey everyone, this guy is indeed the Silent Master, our village's mysterious seller. Make way, everyone. Does our master still need to queue to enter the village? Really? The master has confirmed it? Of course. Just look at him. Does he even need to confirm? Huh. Why should I give way to him? I've been waiting in line for so long. If it weren't for this wretched game preventing any financial investment, I could easily take him down. Exactly. Why should we yield to him? Green-haired fool, if you want to be a sycophant, go ahead, but I shall not entertain you. Humph, precisely. After queuing for half an hour, who does he think he is to demand that I yield my spot? If it comes to it, he can just kill me. What a ridiculous hierarchy has emerged even in a game. Ugh. Shinemo was utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the sudden clamor around him. It wasn't he as if he wished to cut in line. Yet, most of the crowd was venting their ire at him. He began to suspect that the foolish green-haired player beside him was deliberately trying to incite hatred against him. However, seeing that dim-witted expression, as he was berated by other players to the point of existential doubt, made it evident that was not the case. The uproar persisted for several minutes. Observing that Shinemo remained unfazed, dutifully maintaining his place in line, the raucous players gradually quieted down. Many had hoped to stir up trouble, but with the protagonist adopting a calm demeanor, they could only relent in their attempts. The game world is not akin to reality. Public outrage can swiftly escalate into conflict. Yet, none were mindless fools. Even if they charged in to provoke a confrontation, it would likely lead to their own demise. The game's 30 pain sensitivity feature is no trifling matter. Who knows how it would feel to have such a massive blade strike one's body? Truth be told, had it not been for the fear of pain, numerous players would have seized the opportunity to instigate PK battles moments ago. Shinemo was well aware of this. Thus he chose to ignore the commotion, opting for a cool-headed approach, which was undoubtedly the best course of action. He too feared pain. Even if they couldn't kill him in a mob, it would surely hurt. In a sense, the 30 pain sensitivity feature curtails the fervor for player combat to a degree. It has its pros and cons, I suppose. Esteemed one, I didn't mean it. Are you still recruiting for the Daredevil squad? I missed out on the quest slot. Could you add me in? I'm not afraid of death. Just as the noise began to subside, the green-haired player doggedly approached again. No more recruitment. It would be best if you kept silent, lest I take it upon myself to make an example of you. Shinemo issued a direct warning this time. All right. The green-haired player immediately recoiled. Lips pursed in silence. He was merely bold, not foolish. Should he truly provoke this formidable figure, he might receive a fatal blow, leaving him with nowhere to weep. Following that, no players emerged to cause further mischief. However, upon entering the village, he found himself encircled by several individuals. A number of players bore one or two pieces of equipment, clearly representatives from various factions of the newbie village 1000191. Mr. Silent, I hail from Changming Industries. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mr. Silent, we represent the Peerless Guild. Let us get acquainted. Dear friend, I come from the royal family of Kyoto. I believe you have heard of us. Faced with such social overtures, Shin Mo was naturally exasperated. Yet, he understood that with his current prowess, he would inevitably attract such trivial entanglements. I appreciate your regard for me. However, I must reiterate that I absolutely will not join any faction. There is no need to waste time on that. I am not currently selling any equipment. Should I require other collaborations in the future, I will reach out proactively. I kindly ask everyone to step aside. After Shin Mo finished speaking, he offered a respectful gesture to everyone. He had preserved their dignity. Such a straightforward refusal was indeed the most effective approach. As for whether this might come across as overly arrogant, it mattered little. With his extraordinary talent and the ancient curse of the gods at his disposal, what was there to fear? His indifference to their insistence was already a significant concession. Well then, let's exchange contact information for future correspondence, one of them suggested. Indeed, my young friend, it would be prudent to share contact details. Everyone present here holds a prominent position within their respective organizations. They would not intrude lightly, merely facilitating potential collaborations. Yes, Mr. Buyu, should you have equipment to sell, you can directly reach out to any of us, and I assure you, the price will be to your satisfaction. The notion of not striking a hand that extends in goodwill resonated. These individuals were indeed adept at business persuasion. Ultimately, Shin Mo acquiesced, turning down this opportunity but recognizing that there would likely be future encounters. The individuals present were the leaders of various factions in this novice village, and their intention was not to harass him, which he deemed acceptable. In the future, it was entirely plausible that he would require dealings with these figures. Thus, he exchanged contact information with each faction leader, clearly stipulating that any harassment would result in immediate blacklisting. Upon receiving his contact details, the leaders demonstrated their understanding and quickly dispersed. However, Shin Mo could not shake the feeling that their gazes were peculiar, as if some sinister scheme awaited him. Chapter 22. A sudden awakening. Shin Mo shook his head, too disinterested to ponder further. With his current prowess, he felt no fear. His reluctance to return to the village stemmed from a desire to avoid trifling matters that would consume precious time. Having recently endured the frustrations of being besieged, he found himself disinclined to prematurely rally the players for the Death Squad mission, uncertain of what further complications might arise. Yet, in order to ensure a flawless strategy against the boss, Shin Mo felt compelled to brief the 800 members of the Death Squad in advance. At that moment, he realized he was lacking a capable assistant. Otherwise, he would not face such complications. Golden Flowing Years Guild, Feng Chong, Mr. Silent. Are you planning to return to the village to train those in the Death Squad? I strongly advise against it. Just as Shin Mo was about to convene the task force in the regional channel, a private message made him frown. Silent, why? Golden Flowing Years Guild, Feng Chong. You intend to use those in the Death Squad to besiege the boss, relying on sheer numbers to delay its pursuit, correct? Silent, indeed. Speak plainly. Golden Flowing Years Guild, Feng Chang. Have you considered that the players accepting the task may not cooperate? In fact, they might deliberately obstruct your path. Upon reading this response, Shin Mo was suddenly enlightened. He had been so focused on the players' monetary motivations that he had overlooked the fact that this was a game world, where abandoning a task to hinder him could be easily accomplished. While the demise of ordinary players mattered little, he was adorned with 10 pieces of equipment, and many would surely seek to eliminate him to loot his gear. Golden Flowing Years Guild, Feng Chang, Mr. Silent. To my knowledge, several players have already been bribed, intending to block your escape route when you confront the boss. Shin Mo felt utterly disheartened. He had indeed underestimated the situation. Golden Flowing Years Guild, Feng Chong. We guild leaders have convened and concluded that you are a solo player, lacking support in this novice village. Otherwise, you would not resort to recruiting a death squad through task postings. Shinemo wished to bury his face in his hands. Realizing that his well-intentioned strategy had likely become the subject of ridicule among these cunning individuals, his lips twitching in frustration. Just moments ago, those sly players had feigned friendliness, all the while plotting against him. It was no wonder he had sensed something amiss in their gazes. The truth was now clear, as anger welled within him. Shinemo reflected on how he had been duped without even engaging with them fully. It was no surprise that his previous entrepreneurial endeavors had faltered. The marketplace was filled with such treacherous beings, making failure almost inevitable. Had it not been for Feng Chang's warning, he would have remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger. He might have believed he was merely an inconsequential solo player rather than a target of calculated deceit. Silent. Thank you for sharing this information. I shall remember this favor. Golden Flowing Years Guild, Feng Chang. You are welcome. I merely wish to alert you. Perhaps you will discern the threat in time to abort this mission. Ah. This fellow possesses remarkable emotional intelligence and eloquence. I see, replied the silent one. That is a matter for another time. In the future, should I acquire an abundance of equipment, I shall certainly consider your guild first. Shinemo was keenly aware that Feng Chang's assistance stemmed from a desire for the equipment he possessed, and he had no qualms about repaying the favor. Feng Chang from Jinhua Yonian Guild. Then I extend my gratitude in advance, Mr. Silent. Do you still intend to strategize against the boss? Naturally, I do, replied the silent one, though I will need to devise a new plan. Shinemo did not feign ignorance. He was indeed aware of the schemes at play and was unbothered by the prospect of ridicule. Feng Chang from Jinhua Liunian Guild. That is agreeable, Mr. Silent. I believe our guild could offer assistance. Would you be willing to consider a collaboration? Oh, to speak candidly, how can I trust you? What if you intend to deceive me for your own benefit? Feng Chang from Jinhua Yonian Guild. Mr. Silent, I assure you, that is not our intention. In this novice village, who would dare to brazenly cheat you? Even if one were to do so, the maximum loss would be a piece or two of equipment. Once you retaliate, our guild, Jinhua Yonian, would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback, rendering such actions utterly futile. Feng Chang from Jinhua Yonian Guild. Our guild is not comprised of mere random players who could easily be exploited. Even if they were to betray you, the repercussions would be minimal, as you lack the resources to exact revenge on each individual. However, for an organized guild like ours, the consequences would be dire. Thus, we would never dare to offend you lightly. Shen Mo reflected on this and concurred. Collaborating with a disciplined guild would yield far superior results compared to working with random players. Most importantly, should they dare to betray him, he could retaliate effectively. Very well. But I will require at least 800 cannon fodder. I do not need your elite forces. Can you provide this? Feng Chang from Jinhua Yonian Guild. That is not an issue. Our guild has over 200 members in the novice village 1000191. Temporarily reallocating 800 for cannon fodder will pose no problem. All of them are contracted, full-time staff who would never dare to err lightly. Nor could they easily be swayed by other guilds. You can rest assured on this matter. Excellent. Your guild appears quite formidable. Why have I not heard of you before? Feng Chang from Jinhua Yonian Guild. We are a gaming guild under Jinhua Media, newly established, but our company ranks among the top 500 enterprises nationwide. We have invested 10 billion to create this studio, with branches in all novice villages within the Dragon Country region. It is rumored that further investments will follow. Should you be interested in joining, the terms are quite negotiable. Shinemo couldn't help but marvel at the grandiosity of such companies. This further affirmed the limitless potential of this game. Joining is out of the question. Let us discuss the compensation for this collaboration. Golden Flow Guild. Feng Chang. It is indeed a pity. I had hoped that you would lead our guild to glory. However, should you ever contemplate joining a guild in the future, please consider us first. Golden Flow Guild. Feng Chang. Regarding the remuneration for this collaboration, our general manager has stated that, as a gesture of goodwill, we will assist you free of charge this time. However, we kindly request that should any unwanted equipment drop from the boss, you might consider selling it to us first. Shinemo did not dwell on the matter. For these large corporations, even offering a single gold coin is trivial. Since they wish to extend their goodwill, let them demonstrate it. Buyu, very well, I accept. But you must bring at least 800 people, otherwise, I cannot guarantee the defeat of the boss. Golden Flow Guild, Feng Chong, no problem. Do you truly only require cannon fodder? Would you like our main forces to assist? Buyu, no need. Could you arrange for a practice session in the vacant area northwest of the novice village in half an hour? Golden Flow Guild, Feng Chong, certainly, Mr. Buyu. I will personally lead the team to ensure you are not disappointed. Buyu, excellent. Chapter 23. Red names and black names. In the northwestern corner of the novice village lay a vast training ground. Devoid of any purpose or NPCs from whom players could accept quests, rendering it an unappealing destination for most. However, half an hour later, an impressive assembly of exactly 1,000 players, all at level 1, began to gather. Greetings, Mr. Wuyu. I am Feng Chong. To be prepared for any eventuality, I have specially dispatched 1,000 players, and I hope this meets your approval. A rather mature-looking middle-aged man approached Chun Mo amidst the crowd. Excellent. The strategy of overwhelming numbers is indeed advantageous. Allow me to outline my requirements, and you may command them in practice, Chun Mo responded, genuinely pleased with Feng Chong's efficiency. Very well, Mr. Wuyu. Please proceed. The drill did not last long, the coordination proving surprisingly simple. Soon, Chun Mo departed, leaving Feng Chong somewhat bewildered. Supervisor Feng, isn't this strategy a bit rudimentary? One player remarked. Indeed, I find it puzzling. What kind of strategy is this? It resembles child's play. Another chimed in. Can this truly defeat a boss? I suspect he is deliberately leading us, the expendable players, to our doom. Could it be that if all players are overwhelmed by the boss, it triggers some kind of quest? Stop speculating. Just focus on executing your roles. The headquarters has just announced that if we successfully assist Mr. Wuyu in defeating the boss, in addition to a death compensation of 500, each of us will receive a bonus of 888. Anyone who dares to err and jeopardize the mission will face dire consequences from the company. Do you understand? Understood. Supervisor Feng. Though this strategy may be somewhat crude, practice for another half hour, ensuring flawless execution. Also, communicate the rewards and penalties to everyone, so they cooperate earnestly. I shall log off to report the situation. Chun Mo did not rush to leave the village. He needed to maintain his equipment at the blacksmith shop. It was only just before logging back in that he unexpectedly discovered the hidden attribute of wear and tear on his gear. This revelation came from a buyer who had purchased the giant snail heavy armor from him days prior, who had shared this information online. Frequent usage of equipment could lead to a state of deterioration. If the wear level fell below 5, the overall attributes of the equipment would drop by 50. And continued use could result in complete destruction. The game designers were indeed clever, clearly intending for players to continuously maintain their gear in the later stages. To avoid any mishaps, Chun Mo knew he must maintain his equipment before facing the boss. Otherwise, should any piece of gear unexpectedly reach a wear level of 5, it would be immensely frustrating. This was yet another reason for his timely return to the village. The game designers were cunning, the system rather harsh, and the NPC at the blacksmith shop was undoubtedly a shrewd merchant. In total, maintaining 10 pieces of equipment compelled Chun Mo to withdraw his recruitment notice for the Suicide Squad, reclaiming part of the deposit just to cover the maintenance costs. Ultimately, he spent 17 silver coins and 33 copper coins, without a hint of discount. A group of onlookers stood nearby, astonished and exclaiming at the extravagance of the great player, remarking that the cost of repairing a single piece of equipment amounted to over 30,000 star domain coins, equivalent to more than 300,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Chun Mo couldn't help but feel speechless. He had never experienced the pitfalls of maintaining luxury cars in reality, yet he had indulged in the extravagance of gaming equipment upkeep. Suddenly, Chun Mo rescinded the bounty task, and all players who had accepted the Daredevil missions received a notification, along with a compensation of 1 copper coin. This was the default punitive mechanism of the bounty task. When the issuer cancels the task, a corresponding penalty is imposed. The publication fee of 1 silver coin would not be refunded, and each participant would incur a deduction of 1 copper coin as a breach of contract compensation. Losing 8 silver coins at once was somewhat painful for Chun Mo, even for him. The multitude of players receiving a copper coin expressed their immense gratitude to the esteemed figure in the regional channel. To avert any speculation, Shin Mo deliberately issued a statement in the regional channel. Due to a lack of funds, he was unable to maintain his equipment and would temporarily cancel the plan to hunt the boss, thanking everyone for their enthusiastic participation. Whether anyone believed it was beyond his concern. The guild leaders he had previously contacted immediately inundated him with private messages, which Chun Mo could hardly be bothered to read. He truly did not wish to engage with these old schemers any further. Exiting the village consumed nearly half an hour, if it weren't necessary. Chun Mo genuinely preferred not to come and go from the village. The entrance to the novice village was a mere 5 meters wide, enclosed by a fence that seemed to impose some form of restriction, preventing players from scaling it. They could only choose to enter and exit through the village gate. While the game's popularity was a boon, such congestion greatly detracted from the gaming experience. In the early days of the server, several altercations had erupted due to queue jumping, with neither side gaining any advantage. Frankly speaking, in this game, who fears whom? However, the 30 pain sensitivity setting had been acutely felt on several occasions, leading to few players willing to engage in conflict lightly. Many guild factions had united to advocate that all players must queue when entering or exiting, and queue jumpers would be subjected to a manhunt by all guilds. Thus, players waited in line with an unspoken understanding. Players were exceedingly cooperative, after all. No one wished to be cut in line. Such orderly queuing allowed for smooth traffic flow at the village entrance. Moreover, a crucial point was that all players were essentially on the same starting line, with little disparity in strength, preventing any guild from wielding a crushing advantage. Shin Mo's strength was indeed sufficient to assert privilege, but he wished to avoid being besieged or marked as a criminal. In Star Domain 3.0, maliciously killing players resulted in a criminal status, during which the drop rate from monsters would decrease by 50 and the death rate would increase by 100. If one continued to maliciously kill players, the criminal status would escalate to that of a notorious outlaw, with monster drop rates plummeting by 90 and the death rate soaring by 1,000. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Shin Mo was reluctant to become a criminal, as it would hinder his pursuit of wealth and equipment. This was also a primary reason why the major guilds were so well behaved, refraining from instigating battles lightly. In summary, at this stage, engaging in unwarranted PK battles offered no tangible benefits. Upon departing from the novice village, Shin Mo promptly followed the designated route leading to the area where the level 5 elite monster would respawn. Based on his calculations, the level 5 elite Raging Vine Warrior was due to reappear shortly, and he decided to wait in anticipation. His conjecture proved accurate. The respawn time for elite creatures was indeed 48 hours. Upon arriving at the designated area, he fortuitously spotted a level 5 elite Raging Vine Warrior meandering about. Shin Mo felt no need for preparation. He did not even consume any potions. Instead, he stealthily maneuvered behind the creature, delivering a swift strike before making his escape. In truth, whether he wielded a knife or not made little difference, as his extreme attribute allocation rendered his attacks incapable of breaching even basic defenses. However, utilizing a knife did extend his attack range, allowing for a quicker retreat. Chapter 24. The conspiracy fails. The bright scheme emerges currently. The curse of the ancient deity inflicts a staggering minus 186 points of true damage per second. Although the health of the level 5 elite Raging Vine Warrior reaches an impressive 900, it cannot withstand the onslaught for long. Even before they could cover much ground, it collapsed lifelessly. A mere 5 seconds to eliminate an elite creature. Should other players witness this feat, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, at this stage, other players struggle not only to vanquish level 5 elite monsters, but even level 3 elite creatures pose a significant challenge. Yesterday, Shin Mo came across a post describing a large guild that organized 200 level 3 players, 300 level 2 players, and several expendable players, equipped with ample potions. After over half an hour of relentless effort, 157 level 3 players perished, 232 level 2 players fell, and countless expendable players met their demise, ultimately succeeding in slaying a single level 3 elite monster. only to be met with the disheartening news that nothing of value had dropped. The post depicted the struggle vividly. It was clear that the battle was fierce, yet the outcome was rather tragic. Upon reading the conclusion of the post, unfortunately, nothing dropped. He nearly choked on his red wine. Thus, if any player were to witness Chen Mo effortlessly and swiftly dispatching a level 5 elite monster with a health pool of 900, their morale would undoubtedly shatter. Ding! You have slain a level 5 elite Raging Vine warrior, gaining 120 experience points. Ding! By defeating an elite creature. You have successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the ancient deity's curse, increasing true damage by 1, now inflicting minus 202 points of true damage per second. After an hour of relentless effort, he finally vanquished all 16 level 5 elite Raging Vine warriors. This encounter allowed the true damage from the ancient deity's curse to surpass the ominous threshold of 200, reaching a terrifying minus 202 points of true damage per second. Only 17 more level 5 elite monsters needed to be defeated before his experience points would overflow, allowing him to challenge the boss. Concurrently, the attributes of the level 5 talent, the ancient deity's curse, had reached their zenith. Chen Mo came to a realization. One cannot force every circumstance. The ability to amass such true damage was already formidable. This serves as a hidden limitation of his talent. Without such a constraint, he would likely wish to remain in the novice village, eagerly awaiting the respawn of elite monsters. This arrangement was, in fact, beneficial, preventing him from succumbing to endless dilemmas of choice. Time passed swiftly, even more quickly than Chen Mo had anticipated. By just past 2 in the afternoon, he successfully defeated the 17 respawned level 5 elite monsters, causing the true damage of the ancient deity's curse to accumulate to minus 219 per second. For the sake of the boss, Chen Mo had already invested considerable time and promptly contacted Feng Chang. Chen Mo needed to position himself at the border between the level 4 and level 3 wild monster zones to await their arrival. This stretch of road was insurmountable for such a large group, hence, Chen Mo had to serve as their escort. Along the way, he effortlessly eradicated the level 4 wild monsters, earning a meager but guaranteed 1 experience point. Yet he dared to eliminate them nonetheless. However, when Chen Mo arrived beside Feng Chang, the scene was far from the mere 1,000 players. There were numerous high-level players adorned with 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Mr. Buyu, I apologize. You may have overlooked my private message. These individuals have come on their own accord, and we are powerless to prevent it. Upon seeing Chen Mo's arrival, Feng Chang hastily stepped forward to explain. Indeed, Chen Mo had not checked his private messages, as he had been preoccupied with his journey. Mr. Buyu, I ask for your understanding. We have come uninvited, primarily to pay homage to your prowess in defeating the boss. I assure you, we will not cause you any trouble. Additionally, our Overlord Guild will fully cooperate to maintain order and prevent any disruption from other players. Mr. Buyu, we at the Eastern Construction Group also guarantee that we will not interfere with your boss battle. We are merely spectators and will assist in maintaining the order of the event. Indeed, Mr. Buyu, rest assured that we are reputable guilds and will not act recklessly. We simply wish to learn from you and hope for your indulgence. The atmosphere was instantly filled with flattery, as it was evident that they intended to linger. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that such cunning individuals would not easily relinquish their chance to witness the boss's defeat. Yet he did not anticipate their direct approach. If he were to deny them, these individuals would likely continue to linger nearby. Perhaps this was for the best, as it would prevent them from engaging in covert schemes. Chen Mo also understood that the level 5 boss was not something they could conquer at present. It would likely remain beyond their grasp for quite some time. Otherwise, they would not be so accommodating. The attributes of the level 5 boss, Raging Vine Leader, had long been uncovered by players who risked their lives to seek them out. Raging Vine Leader level, 5 rank, boss health, 3200 physical damage, 128 physical defense, 76 magic defense, 82 agility, 65 skills. Vine Whip utilizes resilient vine tendrils to unleash frenzied lash attacks, dealing 300 physical damage to the target with an attack speed increase of 300 for 7 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Vine Piercing employs sharp vine appendages to swiftly penetrate the target, inflicting 30 points of ongoing bleeding damage per second for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Withered Vine Armor automatically activates when health drops below 20, enhancing defense by an additional 100 and restoring 1 health per second for 20 seconds. Not to mention the 3 formidable skills, even the basic attributes left all present players in despair. Thus, they were indeed eager to witness firsthand whether it was truly possible to overpower such a terrifying boss, while simultaneously seeking to gauge the strength of the enigmatic player. Boo. Frankly, they found it hard to fathom that any player at this stage could withstand the level 5 boss, Raging Vine Leader, whose attributes defied embellishment and were synonymous with terror. Well, let it be known that while observation is welcome, should any player among you disrupt my plans, even if it means incurring a notorious reputation, I shall ensure that both you and the organizations behind you will deeply regret it. Haha, no problem, rest assured, Mr. Silent. Hiki, thank you, esteemed Mr. Silent. We shall certainly maintain order at the scene, as we too wish to witness the first kill of the level 5 boss across the server. Indeed, it is a matter of pride that the first kill hails from our novice village with matters now at this juncture. Chin Mo refrained from further chatter, confident that these seasoned players would hesitate to employ underhanded tactics at this critical moment. Crucially, the methods Chin Mo intended to employ in slaying the boss would far exceed their expectations. By the time they contemplated any deceitful strategies, it would likely be too late. After briefing Feng Chong, Chin Mo led the group with great determination toward the location of the boss. Chapter 25, Saliva Swallowing the Level 5 Boss, the Frenzied Vine Leader, resides in the heart of the area occupied by the Level 5 elite Frenzied Vine Warriors, with the surrounding Level 5 monsters having been skillfully lured away by Chin Mo. He had already cleared the Level 4 wild beasts along his path, and their respawn was not imminent. Consequently, Feng Chong and his fellow players, despite their heightened tension, encountered no monsters, leaving them somewhat bewildered. However, being astute individuals, they understood that this was undoubtedly the result of their illustrious leader's prior preparations, and they refrained from inquiring further. The journey proceeded smoothly along the pre-planned route, devoid of monster attacks, and within merely half an hour, they reached their destination. All right. Everything is proceeding according to plan. We shall divide into 5 teams, each comprising 200 members. When I give the signal to commence, all shall charge towards the boss. It is imperative to maintain formation and leave an open pathway for movement, and then simply heed my commands and execute accordingly. Rest assured, Mr. Wii, after your departure, we practiced extensively and will not falter. Excellent. To the members of other guilds, I must reiterate, it would be prudent for you to keep your distance so as not to disrupt our positioning. Understood, esteemed Wu Yu. We shall maintain our distance. We would not dare to approach too closely, lest we inadvertently become collateral damage. Indeed, you need not worry. We shall not cause you any trouble. After receiving a multitude of reassurances, Chin Mo began to prepare for the strategy to tackle the boss. The level 5 boss Frenzied Vine Leader possesses a health pool of 3,200. With the talent Eldritch Curse inflicting real damage of -219 per second for a duration of 100 seconds. Its skill Withered Vine Armor activates automatically when health drops below 20, granting an additional 100 defense and restoring 1 health per second for 20 seconds. This skill, when confronted with the Eldritch Curse, becomes ineffective, as the curse nullifies any restorative effects during its duration. Thus, while this skill may pose a significant challenge to other teams, it becomes mere decoration in the context of the Eldritch Curse. In essence, a single application of the curse suffices to vanquish this formidable foe. Shinmo's greatest concern, however, lies with its Whiplash of Frenzied Vine skill, which unleashes frenzied whip strikes using resilient vine tendrils, inflicting 300 physical damage to the target, with an increased attack speed of 300 for a duration of 7 seconds and a cooldown of 60 seconds. The physical damage of the Frenzied Vine Leader reaches a staggering 128, and coupled with this skill, Chin Mo risks being obliterated without a chance to consume potions. With the attack speed augmented by 300, even a fortunate initial escape would likely lead to subsequent demise. This skill stands as an indomitable force at this stage. Thus, He must wait for the frenzied Vine leader to exhaust this skill before daring to approach and apply the Eldritch Curse. The necessity of having numerous expendable players is largely to absorb the brunt of such skills. In essence, endowed with the ancient curse of the gods, Chun Mo finds it relatively effortless to vanquish this formidable boss, merely requiring the accumulation of the ancient deity's curse, which is a matter of mere seconds. Conversely, the boss can similarly eliminate Chun Mo without difficulty. With its formidable skills and ultimate attacks, it takes but moments before it claims its place at the resurrection point. Thus, the greatest challenge lies in defeating the boss without sustaining any injuries, which is precisely why Chun Mo is willing to go to great lengths to recruit numerous cannon fodder. As Chun Mo prepares for the battle, players from other guilds lurking in the periphery engage in wagers. Han Xiao, I didn't expect to see you here as well. How about it? Just watching seems dull. I'll take the bets. Uft, is my presence really so surprising? After all, I was the first buyer in this silent auction. And why should you be the one to take bets? Do I lack the capability? Ha, sure luck. If I hadn't experienced lag, you'd be out of the picture. Ha ha. Claiming lag, how petty. This isn't some other online game. Don't be ridiculous, Zhang Xiao. Humph, if you have the guts. Let's see who emerges victorious in the upcoming guild war. I'll shatter your weapon. Who is afraid? Let's fight. Those who back down are cowards. Gentlemen, let us not let tempers flare. We are prominent figures in Hang City. There is no need for such disputes. Your elders have specifically instructed me to ensure you behave appropriately in the game. Fine, for the sake of Uncle Hu, Han Xiao. Let us plan to meet again when the opportunity arises. All right. Were it not for Uncle Hu's influence, you might end up facing your father's wrath. Now, little Han, refrain from further provocations. Allow me to take the bets. Everyone, come and place your wagers. Let us engage in a friendly contest. Hee, Uncle Hu. You truly know how to conduct business, seizing the opportunity to take over the bets from the younger generation. Oh, it's nothing. These two have always been at each other's throats since childhood. To avoid disputes, I'll set up a betting table in the regional channel. Everyone present can place their own bets. Uncle Hu, you really have some audacity. Killing the boss within 3 minutes pays 10 to 1. Within 10 minutes pays 5 to 1. Within 20 minutes pays 2 to 1. Within half an hour pays 1. 1 to 1. Within an hour pays 0. 5 to 1. And failure pays 3 to 1. TSK. Uncle Hu, you are quite calculating. But how do we determine the timing? From when the cannon fodder begins their assault, or from the first strike by the Silent One? Of course, it starts from the initial attack of the esteemed Silent One. Otherwise, the timing would be impossible to gauge. All right, let us commence timing from the first strike of Mr. Silence. Everyone, hurry and place your bets. The battle is about to commence. All the cannon fodder are arranged in formation, awaiting their orders. Charge. With Chun Mo's commanding shout and a wave of his hand, the entire legion of cannon fodder surges forward, racing towards the distant boss. The collective charge of 1,000 cannon fodder creates a tremendous commotion before even nearing the boss. It initiates its assault. The raging Vine commander lunges at the crowd like a tiger unleashed, and along its path, a series of crimson glimmers of death erupt, reminiscent of a dazzling fireworks display. Stay focused, do not panic. Death is inevitable, so do not shy away. Team 3, keep circling around it. Your role is to create distractions. Team 2, swiftly maneuver to its rear. Team 4, simply run. The other teams should follow suit at the appropriate moment, ensuring it does not escape your encirclement. The commanding voice of Feng Chang intertwined with the anguished cries of the expendable players, creating a relentless cacophony. At this moment, Chun Mo refrained from joining the fray, observing the raging Vine overlord wreaking havoc and feeling a sense of astonishment. It truly is ferocious. With its robust arms wielding a massive wooden club, it relentlessly reaped players while 6 writhing tendrils resembling venomous serpents pierced through hapless souls. A single charge could sweep away a multitude of players, and a sweeping motion could annihilate a swarm of expendables. Its towering frame, exceeding 4 meters in height, could easily crush 2 or 3 players underfoot, and a mere kick could send a player soaring into the air, though the corpses of slain players would automatically vanish. This refresh did not occur instantaneously. There remained a brief interval of 1 or 2 minutes before they disappeared. Consequently, the tree branches were adorned with the bodies of players. A truly spectacular sight. Were it not for the expendable players' prior acceptance of their fate, the horrific scene would likely have sent many fleeing in terror. Onlookers from other guilds, witnessing this spectacle from afar, were equally astounded, their incredulity palpable. This boss appeared invincible. Its assault methods were exceedingly devastating. Many players found themselves either crushed or obliterated, meeting their demise in the earth or disintegrating midair. Such an overwhelming display of power, could a boss of this caliber truly exist? Was the design team of Star Domain 3.0 overly optimistic about our capabilities as Earthlings? In merely over a minute, the death toll surpassed 200, and Shinmo's expression darkened. This boss was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. He felt a sense of relief for having recruited these expendables to lead the charge. Otherwise, even if he had successfully triggered the ancient god's curse, he would likely have been instantly obliterated. Chapter 26, Onslaught Charge. Let us rush forth and compel its skills to manifest. Feng Chang, inexplicably agitated, was further incensed by the brutal scene before him. Even if they were mere cannon fodder, they were still under his command. Witnessing their slaughter was intolerable. The thought of an unfinished mission only exacerbated his distress. At this moment, all the expendable players ignited with genuine fury. Despite being mere colleagues, they were comrades in arms, not to be dismissed lightly. As they helplessly observed their fellow warriors being mercilessly obliterated, their collective ire surged uncontrollably. Upon hearing Feng Chang's rallying cry, their fervor escalated, with some agile players seizing the opportunity to ascend the boss's back, snatching any vine leaves they could grasp, while others executed daring maneuvers aimed at its vulnerable underbelly. Chun Mo even witnessed a player fortuitously scaling its head, thrusting an entire arm into its cavernous ear. The spectacle was somewhat disconcerting, yet the outcome proved effective, inciting the raging vine leader to erupt in furious roars. Despite the formidable prowess of the raging vine leader, its lack of area of effect attacks limited its destructive capacity, rendering it increasingly vexed by such incessant harassment. After enduring over a minute of relentless assault, rather than driving these pests away, it found itself further provoked, its patience fraying. The raging vine leader suddenly succumbed to a renewed fury, its 6 trailing tendrils swelling dramatically, before lashing out violently in all directions. The tendrils whipped through the air like propellers, moving with such speed that they left ghostly afterimages. Run. Everyone, retreat. Distance yourselves from it. Feng Chang's heart swelled with elation. It was evident that the boss had taken the bait, and its anticipated skill had been drawn out. Vine Whip was a minor area attack, and given the current circumstances, the raging vine leader was naturally inclined to unleash it. Chinemo shared in this newfound joy. The Vine Whip lasted 7 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Once those 7 seconds elapsed, he intended to seize the opportunity to stack curses upon the beast. Though there was another skill, Vine Piercing, which utilized its sharp vine appendages to swiftly pierce targets, inflicting a continuous bleeding damage of 30 points per second for 15 seconds. With a cooldown of 30 seconds, truly fearsome in its own right, he felt reassured by the presence of a life recovery potion, believing he could withstand the onslaught. Shinmo's primary concern was that if he failed to provoke the vine-piercing skill during this interval, and the cooldown for Vine Whip elapsed, it would spell disaster. Feng Chang, execute Plan B. All right, everyone, the boss's skill is about to conclude. Return to your previous formation and move with precision to clear a path. Feng Chang's voice resonated, and Chen Mo prepared himself accordingly. The legion of expendable players, initially scattered in flight, abruptly halted and regrouped into the practiced formation. The scene still held over 500 players, and just moments ago, the boss unleashed a devastating 7-second skill, ruthlessly eliminating more than 200 players. Truly terrifying. The remaining players began to form teams, organizing themselves into groups of 20, with a gap of a body-length corridor between each formation, advancing to encircle the boss once more. This time, no players pressed too close to the boss. Instead, they deliberately maintained a safe distance to avoid provoking it again and triggering another skill. With strict adherence to orders, Chen Mo observed the ranks of these expendable players, silently commending Feng Chang's managerial prowess. This leader exhibited commendable command skills. Indeed, he was a talent. The group of expendable players proved dependable, truly worthy of being studio players who had signed contracts offline, dedicated and diligent in their efforts. The raging Vine Commander, having unleashed its fury for 7 seconds, seemed to tire slightly, faced with the swarm of ants encroaching once more. Its mighty swings with the enormous wooden club had noticeably slowed. Chin Mo seized upon this opportunity, maneuvering through a gap left by the expendable players. Once the raging Vine Commander completed its attack, he surged toward its rear. Swish! Yet again, he failed to breach its defenses, even with a long blade in hand. He remained ineffective. After delivering a strike, he swiftly retreated, only to see the raging Vine Commander go into a frenzy. A sharp spike struck him with astonishing speed, even as he had already distanced himself by several meters. -30, -30, -30 damn, I've been hit. A sharp pain in his back confirmed that he had endured the vine puncture skill. This skill was particularly irksome, akin to a long-range attack. Ultimately, he could not evade it. Fortunately, he had a life recovery potion at hand. Otherwise, with just 380 health points remaining, he would surely perish. Protect the commander. Seal the passage, engage with full force, and harass it closely. Feng Chang's voice immediately followed. What the hell? -219 damage, and it's continuous damage. Huh? What kind of attack is this? Has the big shot poisoned it? Is he cheating? Could this truly be how he would slay the boss? The expendable players watched in astonishment as numbers -219, -219, -219 emerged above the frenzied boss's head, unable to contain their exclamations. It was utterly unimaginable. This was a form of attack beyond their wildest expectations. Stop shouting, block the boss, and charge at once. Climb onto the boss and harass it with all your might. Victory is within reach, hold on. Though Feng Chang was equally astonished, his strong mental fortitude allowed him to rapidly regain composure and resume commanding. Hearing Feng Chang's furious roar, the previously distracted expendable players quickly regained their focus, becoming even more frenzied as they threw themselves at the boss. With one player leaping toward it like a monkey aiming to cling to its back, there was no room for hesitation. All players understood how this enigmatic figure would go about defeating such a formidable boss. Many had even doubted whether this mission was merely a test. However, the boss was losing health at a staggering rate of -219 per second, a clear indication that its demise was imminent. Consequently, the remaining expendable players were filled with exhilaration. Not only had they completed their task, but there was also an additional reward of 888 yuan awaiting them. Perhaps, if the esteemed player was in a generous mood, other rewards might follow. The boss, with its health steadily dwindling, had succumbed to a state of frenzy. It was perplexed by the situation, yet acutely aware that its vitality was rapidly depleting. If this continued, its end would be inevitable. The only solution it could conceive was to eliminate the player responsible for this predicament, perhaps offering a chance for salvation. Thus, the boss disregarded the other players rushing towards it, fixating instead on the one marked by its vine-piercing skill. Unfortunately, a multitude of expendable players obstructed its path, their relentless interference severely hampering its speed. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's velocity had soared to an impressive 50 points, bolstered by agility enhancement potion that added an extra 10 points, bringing his total to 60. While this still fell short of the Raging Vine Overlord's 65 points, the hindrance posed by the expendable players was sufficient. He merely needed to endure for 15 seconds to successfully claim victory over this formidable boss creature. Chapter 27, Global Announcement. The other guild players observing from a distance were equally astounded at that moment. A damage of -219 per second. Many of them possessed health points that did not even reach that number. In other words, if the player named Buyu were to strike them casually, they could be eliminated in an instant. They hoped this was merely a one-time item he had utilized. Otherwise, if he could consistently inflict such outrageous damage, what was the point of their continued play? Uncle Hu, a middle-aged man, was overwhelmed with mixed feelings, astonishment at the terrifying damage Buyu dealt to the boss, and joy at the prospect that the previously idle farm he had just opened might indeed yield a total victory. The betting table saw no players wagering on defeating the boss in under 3 minutes. Even those who bet on a 5-minute kill placed merely 10 silver coins. However, other wagers amassed over 13 gold coins. While this might simply equate to a few tens of millions of Dragon Country currency, in-game currency holds value in a scarce market, and acquiring over 13 gold coins without effort was a windfall. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Han Xiao and Zhang Xiao exchanged incredulous glances, each having lost a gold coin as their wager. Yet, they were less concerned about the loss than about how this player, Buyu, managed to inflict such damage. They were not ordinary wealthy youths. Their powerful families were well acquainted with the intricacies of the game and understood the immense potential it held. The mightier a game character, the greater the impact on reality, and Buyu now possessed a terrifying strength that surpassed all other players. How powerful could he become in the future? They also hoped that this outcome was merely a result of some one-time item utilized by Buyu. Otherwise, these affluent young masters might find themselves overshadowed by his formidable prowess. This notion was something they, accustomed to being superior, were unwilling to accept. Especially since such an event unfolded right before their eyes, it was simply unbearable. Global announcement. Ding. Player Bu from the Dragon Country has achieved the first kill of the level 5 boss Raging Vine Leader, earning a reward of 10 free attribute points, 100 gold coins, 1,000 reputation in the Dragon Country, and 200 global reputation. This sudden global announcement resonated in the minds of all players, echoing 3 times. Indeed, 3 times, global announcement X3. Furthermore, it appeared so abruptly in every player's consciousness that it was impossible to ignore. All players felt their heads spin, and some, engrossed in battle, nearly fell victim to sneak attacks from monsters. The game designers seemed utterly oblivious to the players' plight. Such a global announcement was already a source of envy, and to present it so ostentatiously was clearly an attempt to incite animosity toward the main character. As global players expressed their shock, they also unleashed a torrent of complaints, questioning the integrity of the game. This system is utterly flawed. It is nothing but malicious harassment, and I shall lodge a complaint. How could it be? How could the Dragon Country players be so powerful when we can hardly defeat even level 3 elite monsters? No, this is undoubtedly cheating. How could players from Longwa possibly be so far ahead of us? It must be a coincidence. They must have discovered some sort of loophole, indeed, a bug. This silent player from Longwa must disclose the game bug. Otherwise, he will be deemed the villain obstructing the rapid rise of global technology. Haha. It has just been confirmed that the esteemed silent player is none other than the mysterious seller from our Longwa server's Novice Village 1000191. And he is also the first player in the entire server to reach level 5. Hooray! The national server once again leads the world in this highly globalized game. How impressive. Breaking news. Breaking news. Fresh information just in. This time, the esteemed silent player merely gathered 1,000 fodder players to accomplish the first kill of the level 5 boss, with nearly all the damage inflicted by him alone. The latest update reveals that the esteemed silent player took only 15 seconds from the moment he struck until he successfully defeated the boss. It's simply extraordinary. The person above is shamelessly chasing clout, willing to say anything. It's truly ridiculous. This is no nonsense. I can also attest to this. I just witnessed it firsthand on site, and it terrified me so much that I immediately logged off to report to my superior. I cannot elaborate further. My boss is calling for me. It is absolutely astounding. Not only is the level 5 boss unimaginably terrifying, but the damage inflicted by the esteemed silent player is also somewhat excessive, with a continuous damage rate of -219 per second. The 3,200 health points of the boss lasted only 15 seconds, and even its healing abilities inexplicably failed, resulting in its merciless demise. The first kill reward, does no one care? It's a staggering 10 free attribute points, and even more astonishing is the reward of 100 gold coins. The system is surprisingly generous. Converted into Longwa currency, that's at least 200 million. Playing this game could truly lead one to riches. Damn, it's utterly heartbreaking. My jealousy is almost overwhelming. With more details about the boss-killing event being revealed, players worldwide are becoming increasingly agitated. Is this not a sign of cheating? How could such high damage be possible at this stage, especially sustained damage? Most critically, this was against a boss with high defenses. How could such terrifying damage occur? Of course, many players speculate that the esteemed silent player must have employed some sort of one-time high-damage item to achieve such results. This speculation has quickly gained widespread acceptance among players. Otherwise, it is hard to fathom that a novice player could inflict such horrifying damage. For a time, the gaming community was filled with both skepticism and astonishment. With red-hot jealousy beyond expression, the offline bounty for identifying the Longwall player known as Silent has surpassed 300 million miles yuan, with various factions actively seeking this mysterious player. If it was previously just luck that allowed the 1000191 mysterious seller to secure substantial equipment for sale, it may have merely attracted some attention from certain factions. Now, however, the value of the player Silent's character in the game has become incalculable. Thus, in the quest to uncover the true identity of the enigmatic player, all intelligence organizations have descended into utter madness. Amidst the cacophony of the outside world, Chen Mo remains oblivious, wholly absorbed in examining the bounty of his recent endeavors. In the final moments before the boss's demise, he is ever prepared to seize the coveted loot. The equipment that drops upon the monster's defeat is devoid of any collection restrictions, accessible to all. Consequently, at the very instant the boss falls, Chen Mo is unconcerned with the incessant notifications from the system. He dashes towards the fallen adversary, executing a swift sweep of the area. With an impressive agility rating of 60, his speed is nothing short of astonishing, surpassing the wildest imaginings of all the expendable players. These lesser players are under strict orders to refrain from claiming the boss's drops, yet even if permitted, they believe they stand no chance. In the blink of an eye, they witness several items from the boss's loot being claimed by the illustrious player, so swiftly that they barely have time to discern the shapes of the fallen treasures. It is undeniable that heightened agility confers a distinct advantage, allowing one to claim the spoils with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 28. Unbelievable. The alliance had only just been forged, and Chen Mo found it difficult to place his complete trust in Feng Chang and his companions. The value of the equipment at stake was immeasurable, especially considering it was the first kill of the boss, which assuredly held superior quality. If a mere cannon fodder player were to snatch it away, the loss would be substantial. Who could tell whether they would be willing to return it? Thus, Chen Mo felt an urgent need to rush back and secure the equipment. Fortunately, his calculations were precise. At the very moment the boss fell, he returned instantly and successfully collected all the items. Although the loot dropped by the boss was of great significance, what Chen Mo valued even more was the talent upgrade triggered by the boss's defeat. Ding! You have slain a level 5 boss monster, Raging Vine Overlord, granting you 1,000 experience points. Ding! You have successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the Ancient God's Curse upon defeating a boss-level monster, elevating your talent grade to Bronze. Ding! Level increased to 6. All attributes 1, and 5 free attribute points. Global announcement. Ding! Player Silent from the Dragon Nation has achieved the first kill of the level 5 boss monster Raging Vine Overlord, receiving 10 free attribute points, 100 gold coins, 1,000 reputation in the Dragon Nation, and 200 global reputation. Ding! Player Silent becomes the first to slay a boss-level monster, earning the esteemed recognition of the Supreme Existence, and is awarded the title Conqueror. Talent. Ancient Goddess Curse Grade. Bronze. Upgradable. Bestowed with the protection of the Ancient God. The damage dealt to hostile targets will additionally inflict 2 layers of the Ancient God's Curse. Base attributes. Inflicts minus 219 points of true damage per second for 100 seconds. During the curse, restorative skills are rendered ineffective, as are stealth skills. Hidden attribute. Killing elite-level monsters continuously increases true damage, while defeating boss-level monsters enhances talent grade. Powerful. Exceedingly powerful. Chen Mo could never have anticipated that the upgrade to the bronze-level Ancient God's Curse talent would manifest in such a transformative manner. The ability to stack 2 layers of the Ancient God's Curse at once equated to double the true damage, inflicting a staggering minus 438 points of life per second, a truly ominous figure. Moreover, an additional attribute rendering stealth skills ineffective was granted. This attribute was highly advantageous, as mages are particularly vulnerable to assassins. With this enhancement akin to a break in invisibility, any assassin encountering him would surely face dire consequences. In the future, should any assassin dare to ambush him, a swift application of the Ancient God's Curse would undoubtedly leave them powerless, unable to escape. This was merely the bronze level. The prospect of further elevation filled him with anticipation for the surprises yet to come. Conqueror title when defeating a boss-level monster. There is a certain chance to steal one of the boss's passive skills. This title is remarkably formidable. However, the exact probability of stealing remains uncertain. A boss's passive skill is bound to be exceptional. The most crucial aspect is that passive skills activate automatically, requiring no additional effort on his part. Should fortune smile upon him and he manages to steal an extraordinary passive skill, he would soar to unprecedented heights. This endeavor was indeed a resounding success. In addition to the reward of 10 free attribute points for the first kill, an additional 100 gold coins were generously bestowed upon the players. The system has truly shown remarkable generosity this time. This equates to at least 200,000 star domain coins, which is currently worth approximately 300 million Dragon Country coins. Undoubtedly the most rewarding in the history of the game. The prestige in both the Dragon Country region and globally will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. After reviewing the first kill rewards, it was time to examine the items dropped by the boss. Vine Cloak, Bronze level, Life 80, Energy 80, Physical Defense 10, Magical Defense 10, Agility 7, Required level, 5 Frenzied Vine Armor, Silver level, Life 180, Energy 120, Physical Defense 26, Magical Defense 23, Toxin Resistance 3. Additional attribute, Life Recovery Speed increased by 50 when health is below 50. Required level, 5 Vine Helm, Black Iron level, Life 30, Physical Defense 3, Magical Defense 3. Agility 1, Required level, None Basic Attribute Feedback Card, Black Iron level. Upon use, the player receives a 1 stacking increase to their character's basic attributes, automatically updated with each level up. The equipment dropped by the boss naturally boasts higher quality, and the first kill may have even granted an additional bonus, as it directly yielded a piece of silver-level equipment. Although the attributes of bronze-level gear are significantly superior to those of black iron level, the silver-level gear possesses additional properties that greatly enhance its efficacy. While the enhancement that increases life recovery speed by 50 when health drops below 50 may seem modest, it can prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments. Where others require 10 seconds to restore 100 health points, this additional property reduces the time to a mere 5 seconds. A mere 5 seconds can often be the decisive factor between victory and defeat. However, what truly astonished Chen Mo was the black iron level basic attribute feedback card. The item description left him questioning reality, as it seemed almost unbelievable. If he understood correctly, using this basic attribute feedback card would grant his physical body a 1 stacking increase to the game character's basic attributes. Was this an attempt to bring the game into reality? Though it merely represents a 1 increase if, in the later stages, the game character's basic attributes were to exceed hundreds or even thousands, the implications could be quite formidable. To be honest, Chen Mo was eager to experience firsthand the impact of a 1 increase on his own abilities. He wanted to verify immediately whether the card's description was accurate and how the stacking effect would manifest. Feng Chong, I have something to attend to and will log off for a bit. I am quite satisfied with this collaboration, and the Fierce Toad Demon Helm is the equipment I just replaced, which I shall sell to you. You may calculate the price among yourselves, and just transfer the funds to my game account. Additionally, please distribute an extra 1,000 yuan reward to all players who participated today, deducting it from my equipment funds. Although Feng Chong could not see Chen Mo's visage, he could perceive an inexplicable urgency in his tone. Feng Chong had initially hoped to leverage this successful collaboration to secure an opportunity with the boss, thereby fostering a closer relationship. Thank you, Mr. Silent, for your trust and generosity. I also extend my gratitude on behalf of all the employees for your reward. Please attend to your matters. We shall converse next time. After completing the transaction for the dreadful Toad Demon Helmet, Chen Mo promptly logged off. Typically, players are advised to seek a discreet and secure location before logging off to ensure their safety, as the place where they log back in is often the same as where they logged out. If other players with ill intentions were to discover this, it could lead to ambushes. However, at this moment, Chen Mo was far too preoccupied to consider relocating. With his exceptional skills and lavish equipment, he was unperturbed by the possibility of being betrayed by other players. Most importantly, He had recently fallen victim to the game's system, having just used the basic attribute feedback card. The system's prompt insisted that he find a suitable spot to log off within 100 seconds and switch his gaming helmet to sleep mode to receive feedback on his character's fundamental attributes. During this time, many players had also discovered that the helmet's sleep mode could effortlessly induce a deep sleep state, significantly enhancing their rest and recovery efficiency. Consequently, many players had gradually become accustomed to sleeping with their helmets on, and Chunemo was no exception. He had nearly grown used to this practice, unaware that it possessed such profound benefits. Chapter 29. The incredible Feng Chang gazed at the fierce toad demon helmet in his hand. An item worth no less than 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins, rendered momentarily speechless. Indeed, a big shot is a big shot. Even in the game, they exhibit such audacity. To log off so brazenly in a level 5 monster zone, without a care for anyone else. What sheer audacity! Turning to the crowd that had gathered around him, Feng Chang immediately proclaimed, "Thank you all for your hard work. Mr. Silence has some urgent matters to attend to and needs to log off." Before leaving, he emphasized his satisfaction with our collaboration and expressed his gratitude by rewarding each of you with 1,000 yuan. In an instant, the remaining over 200 expendable players erupted in cheers, lauding Mr. Silence for his generosity. Supervisor Feng, it seems you have gained quite a lot this time. Yes, Supervisor Feng. What sort of deal did Mr. Silence strike with you? Ahem, Supervisor Feng, we noticed that you acquired an additional piece of equipment. How many items did the boss drop? Did Silence mention it to you? Little Feng, our CEO Ma is my brother. There's no need for secrecy. We will all find out eventually. Indeed, Little Feng. There is no reason to hide it. This circle is quite small. It would be better to give us a heads up. Feng Chang felt quite helpless. Indeed, the circle was small, but his position was not significant. Without authorization from above, how could he dare to divulge even the slightest detail? Moreover, Mr. Silence had merely sold them a black iron-grade fierce toad demon helmet. He had not even had the chance to inquire about other information before abruptly logging off. Everyone, please do not put me in a difficult position. This is all commercial confidentiality. You may direct your inquiries to our higher-ups. I truly cannot speak further. And I hope for your understanding. As for how many pieces of equipment dropped, Mr. Silence had to log off due to pressing matters, and as you likely saw, I did not have the opportunity to ask him, so I am equally uninformed. Little Feng, you're being rather unreasonable. What commercial secrecy is this? We all witnessed it. Exactly, Supervisor Feng. Aside from the piece of equipment in your hand, what else did you sell? Yes, Little Feng, could you enlighten us about the attributes of that equipment? To be honest, Feng Chang also wished to log off right then and there. However, this was a level 5 monster zone, and he dared not do so. He was merely waiting for the Guild's level 3 elite team to come escort him before he could leave. Initially, he thought that with Mr. Silence providing cover, he wouldn't need to worry about returning to the village. But now, with over 200 expendable players, they couldn't perish in vain, could they? The level 4 monster zone might not refresh quickly, and taking the same route back was an option. However, without the escort of a level 3 elite team, traversing the swiftly respawning level 3 monster zone could prove perilous. Suddenly, he felt that Mr. Silence was somewhat of a liability, showing no concern for their safe return to the village. In truth, Chinemo had never considered whether Feng Chang and the others would face difficulties returning to the village. In his eyes, wasn't he returning merely a matter of having feet to walk? After the urgent shutdown transitioned into sleep mode, Chinemo had yet to mentally prepare himself when darkness enveloped him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Had there been surveillance in Shinmo's room, one would have observed a faint azure-violet glow emanating from the helmet, gradually enveloping his entire being until he was encased in a translucent oval-like cocoon. Time slipped away unnoticed, and in a moment, Shinemo awakened from his stupor, a surge of unprecedented power flooding his consciousness. Regaining his composure, Shinemo swiftly removed the helmet and began striking the air with rapid punches, acutely aware of a significant enhancement in his speed. Grabbing 3 or 4 pencils from the desk, he tossed them into the air and caught each one deftly before they hit the ground. He felt that his reflexes had improved the most. In Star Domain 3.0, the foundational attribute of a game character that increased the most was agility. His reflexes had undoubtedly seen a notable boost, albeit not overwhelmingly large, yet the change was still striking. In contrast, the enhancement in strength was less pronounced. He merely felt a slight increase in his physical power. The feedback regarding health and energy might relate to his vitality. But this was something he could not test at the moment. However, he distinctly sensed that many of his chronic ailments, such as back pain and fatigue, had improved considerably. And even his previously nearsighted vision seemed somewhat clearer. As for the feedback regarding defense, that was even less noticeable. Poking himself with a pencil still stung. Shin-Mo recognized that this was due to his extreme allocation of points, resulting in low attributes in all areas except agility. Despite this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It felt as though he was on the verge of becoming superhuman in the game. Once this news broke, the ramifications for Star Domain 3.0 would be monumental. A game that not only enhances player health but also bestows extraordinary power, akin to the superheroes depicted in films. Humanity worldwide would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Particularly, the ambitious factions and organizations would pose a significant threat. If someone were to acquire powers beyond the ordinary, could the world remain stable? Shin-Mo's thoughts spiraled further. He was merely utilizing the basic attribute feedback card. Were there skill attribute feedback cards, equipment attribute feedback cards, or even talent attribute feedback cards? If such cards existed that similarly affected the game's comprehensive combat capabilities, what transformation would the real world undergo? Historically, those who wielded martial prowess often disrupted the status quo. Many players, upon acquiring such extraordinary strength, would inevitably succumb to overwhelming ambition, nurturing thoughts they previously dared not entertain. While he refrained from dwelling on the specifics, Shin-Mo understood that the world was on the brink of chaos. The emergence of the basic attribute feedback card would necessitate a re-evaluation of many prior plans. This matter would undoubtedly have significant implications, potentially affecting his life and the safety of his family. Shin-Mo was not foolish enough to publicly disclose this secret. He intended to safeguard it to the utmost extent. He remained uncertain about the drop rate of the basic attribute feedback card, but he knew that it had dropped from the first kill of a level 5 boss monster. It is highly probable that the initial defeat of a boss will yield such exceptional cards. Therefore, one must seize the opportunity to conquer the next tier of boss-level monsters to prevent another such feedback card from surfacing before the public eye. Furthermore, any event capable of generating a global announcement should be diligently pursued to mitigate the emergence of such feedback cards, thereby safeguarding the currently stable situation. This also serves as a form of indirect protection for oneself and one's family. At present, he does not possess sufficient strength in this chaotic era. Even with a mere 1 enhancement to his gaming attributes, he remains as vulnerable as an ant in the face of advanced weaponry. Unless he can acquire more of these remarkable cards and fortify his character, he will remain unafraid of any challenge that reflects his strength in reality. What initially brought him joy and excitement has now morphed into a sea of worries and hesitation. He had intended to take advantage of the moment after defeating the boss to indulge in a brief respite, savoring the beauty of life as a reward. Yet now, this notion seems utterly unattainable. Even if he were to grant himself a holiday, his heart would be far from the pleasures of leisure. Chapter 30. Absurdity, however. Just as Chun-Mo was preparing to log in, his childhood friend Li Feng sent him a message, inviting him to return to their hometown to establish a studio and delve into the currently trending Star Domain 3.0. Li Feng was one of Shin-Mo's few true friends, and during Shin-Mo's most desperate financial straits, he had lent him 18,000 yuan, which he had painstakingly saved as a betrothal gift. The 3 years of masks had inevitably ended in tragedy, preventing Shin-Mo from repaying this crucial loan for a long time. The repercussions were severe, leading to Li Feng's girlfriend, with whom he had been in a relationship for 5 years, getting into another man's BMW. Shin-Mo had always felt immense guilt and knew he must find a way to repay his dear friend in due time. Although Li Feng had never genuinely blamed Shin-Mo, it was unexpected that he was now contemplating the idea of starting a studio. Shin-Mo wholeheartedly supported Li Feng's ambition, and the fact that Li Feng thought to include him in this venture demonstrated that he regarded Shin-Mo as a true brother. Yet, given Shin-Mo's sensitive current status, it was not appropriate for him to offer assistance or reveal any information about himself. he would have to wait for a more opportune moment in the future. Once Chen Mo logged back in, he found that the level 5 monster zone was devoid of other players. Everyone knew that Silent had attributes far superior to those of ordinary players. Even with a large ambush, they would struggle to gain any advantage. Furthermore, the level 5 monster zone was not an ideal place for ambushes. A careless encounter with a newly spawned level 5 monster could result in a total wipeout. A total wipeout was minor compared to the potential consequences of offending a powerful foe. Player: Silent level 6 experience 964,000. Click to view other attribute details. Chen Mo gazed at his attribute panel, feeling an overwhelming surge of confidence. His attributes had improved significantly compared to before, and he now felt capable of challenging level 7 elite monsters. The primary reason for this considerable transformation was the enhancement from the silver-grade Raging Vine battle armor. Equipped with silver-grade gear, his attributes had multiplied compared to black iron-grade equipment. Additionally, the newly acquired bronze-grade cloak and the 10 free attribute points from a first kill reward had greatly elevated his overall capabilities. Presently, his health reached 620. Agility stood at 74, and physical defense was 69. Even without consuming any potions, he dared to confront the level 5 boss monster, Raging Vine Leader. This clearly demonstrated that the issue was not with the equipment itself, but rather that low-level gear had inadequate attributes, which diminished the effect of potions at this stage. Chen Mo was confident that if he were to auction off this piece of equipment, it would be snatched up at a high price in no time. Of course, he would never consider sacrificing his future gains for immediate rewards. Moreover, he realized that the future would inevitably descend into chaos. The monetary system could not withstand the pressure and would eventually collapse, rendering any amount of money meaningless. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mo promptly contacted Feng Chang, eager to discover what they would offer him. Chen Mo refrained from bidding himself, allowing them to propose a price as a means to gauge their intentions. At the very least, this collaboration had proven to be quite pleasant. To speak candidly, Chen Mo had indeed overestimated his own capabilities while severely underestimating the formidable nature of the boss. Without the diversion provided by these expendable players, it would be absolutely impossible to defeat this boss at this stage. Therefore, if they were to offer a sincere price this time, Chen Mo would not mind acquiring a long-term cooperative partner in the future. Given the chaotic situation ahead, it would be advantageous to establish good relations with some powerful factions in advance. Mr. Wu Yu, you are online, he initiated. We are willing to purchase the Fierce Toad Demon Helmet for 15 million Dragon Country coins and Star Domain currency. Does that sound agreeable to you? Feng Chang promptly replied to Chen Mo's private message. Certainly, no problem. I also have a piece of black iron-grade armor. Would you be interested? I can send you its attributes, but I will only exchange it for game currency this time and can offer you a discount. Chen Mo was quite pleased with this price. A piece of black iron-grade equipment is somewhat more valuable in the early stages, and selling it for 15 million Dragon Country coins and Star Domain currency is indeed a remarkable price. Of course, this reflects the current market price for exchanging equipment for Dragon Country coins, which tends to be on the higher side. Hence, Chen Mo felt that Feng Chang and his associates were not foolish and were sufficiently sincere. Thus, he was willing to offer another piece of discarded Fierce Toad armor for trade. Perhaps listing the Fierce Toad armor on the platform could yield a higher auction price, but the difference would likely be negligible. After all, what he needed were game currencies. And the purchasing power in the entire novice village was limited, necessitating a balance between potions and equipment. It would be far more prudent to extend a favor to Feng Chang and his group, thereby supporting them and facilitating better cooperation in the future. Thank you, sir. We definitely need it. I will log off to discuss this with headquarters, and we'll get back to you shortly. Yes, a response by noon tomorrow will suffice. I plan to return to the village to purchase potions, or you could assist me in procuring the potions for the transaction instead. Chen Mo suddenly realized that entering and exiting the village now required queuing, which was quite a waste of time. It would be more efficient to have them buy the potions for the trade, saving both time and effort. Of course, sir, that is no problem. Just send me the potion order when the time comes. Excellent. Indeed, having someone assist with errands made a world of difference, lifting his spirits significantly. Time waits for no one. Chen Mo composed himself and promptly set off towards the level 6 monster zone. Ding. Killed level 6 elite bloodthirsty bull. Experience gained 250. Ding. Elite monster defeated, successfully triggering the hidden attribute of the ancient goddess curse. Real damage increased by 1. Currently dealing minus 321 points of real damage per second. Chen Mo gazed at his staggering minus 321 real damage per second, accumulating to an extraordinary minus 642 points of health deducted every second. It was utterly absurd. He almost felt inclined to report himself. It was simply too outrageous. Were this anyone else's talent, he would certainly berate them in the regional channel every 10 minutes. And if there were a complaint hotline, he wouldn't hesitate to call it. At this stage, any player encountering him would likely face instant annihilation. Currently, agility has reached an impressive 74 points, rendering him virtually fearless in the face of level 6 elite monsters, as long as he is not instantly annihilated. He can easily outpace them. The ancient curse talent, due to its layered enhancement, makes dispatching level 6 elite monsters a rather effortless endeavor. Within just half a day's time, Chen Mo successfully cleared the elite monsters from the level 6 wilderness zone. This was primarily hindered by the lengthy traversal time. Otherwise, the task could have been accomplished even more swiftly. Fortunately, after advancing to level 5, the experience required for each subsequent level increased significantly, soaring from a previous doubling to a quadrupling. Otherwise, even if he wished to grind for talents, his progress would have been limited. The drop rate from elite monsters is indeed higher, and after eliminating the level 6 elite monsters, he collected a total of 4 pieces of equipment. Although they are all of the black iron grade, the attributes of the gear dropped by level 6 elite monsters are marginally superior. Consequently, he has now replaced 4 pieces of equipment that can be sold. Chapter 31. An uproar in the evening. Feng Chang confirmed the trading price of the Fierce Toad armor with Chen Mo, settling on a final price of 4 gold coins. This price was also consistent with the market value, ensuring that neither party gained an unfair advantage. The Jinhua Yonian Guild managed this aspect well, much to Chen Mo's satisfaction. However, what weighed on Chen Mo was the realization that none of the elite team members, including Feng Chang, had the confidence to traverse the level 5 monster zone, let alone the level 4 area. Consequently, Chen Mo would have to wait until tomorrow to receive the potion valued at 4 gold coins. This predicament spurred Chen Mo to consider providing some support to Feng Chang and his team. After all, in this novice village, there was not a single player available to assist him with delivering potions. Of course, Chen Mo could not offer unconditional support. Moderation is key in all matters, and a gradual approach is essential for long-term success. Thus, he decided to handle the 4 pieces of discarded equipment in 2 different ways. 2 would be sold to Feng Chang in exchange for Dragon Country currency, while the other 2 would be put up for auction with a starting price of 4 gold coins and a fixed price of 5. To show consideration for Feng Chang, Chen Mo presented the 4 pieces of equipment for him to choose from first. Upon receiving the news that Chen Mo had 2 additional pieces of equipment for sale, Feng Chang was nearly overwhelmed, almost falling victim to a monster's counterattack. What an astonishing drop rate! He even questioned whether they were playing the same game. Despite his surprise, Feng Chang quickly regained his composure, and after careful deliberation, he selected the giant mantis bone blade and the fierce scorpion battle pants. It was evident that he intended to concentrate all the equipment on a single elite player, aiming to cultivate a standout character within the Jinhua Yonian Guild in the Novice Village 1000191. Indeed, if the transaction succeeded, this player would be fully equipped with 4 pieces of gear, including a weapon, battle armor, battle pants, and a helmet. This combination represented the best current synergy, balancing both defensive and offensive capabilities. Mr. Silent, do you have any special pricing requirements for these 2 pieces of equipment? No, let us stick to the previous arrangement. Please level up quickly, otherwise you won't even have the ability to deliver potions for me. Ultimately, Chen Mo could not help but express his frustration, leaving Feng Chang utterly flustered. Understood. Thank you for your generous support. I will log off now to apply for the transfer. Indeed, it was evident that they were not players from the same server, likely not even playing the same game. Without hesitation, Feng Chang agreed to the price. Aware that the higher-ups of the Jinhua Guild understood Mr. Silent was deliberately looking out for them. Otherwise, these pieces of equipment would fetch a much higher price if auctioned elsewhere. The most significant point was that this was an obvious gesture of support, intentionally arranging for the majority of the equipment to be concentrated among the players in their guild. Although accepting such support felt somewhat awkward, it was clear that it might offer their guild members a chance to assist him with potion deliveries. Even so, the Jinhua Guild was grateful for this favor. Had it not been for the lack of sufficient gold coins for transactions within the Jinhua Guild, he believed that Mr. Silence would have prioritized trading the other two pieces of equipment to him. The reason Chun Mo continued to collect real-world star domain coins was largely due to necessity. Initially, he had no plans to exchange too many star domain coins, but the sudden emergence of the basic attribute feedback card instilled in him a profound sense of urgency. The future was inevitably poised for chaos as the game bled into reality, ranging from personal conflicts to disputes among factions, and potentially escalating to national warfare, which could even lead to nuclear conflict. Therefore, to avoid being caught in the crossfire, Chun Mo knew he had to prepare in advance. Now that he had the capability, it was only natural to act on it. Chun Mo intended to secretly construct or purchase an underground, nuclear-proof private castle, ensuring that his family could survive safely within. Even in the event of nuclear war outside, this was his short-term plan in the real world. The funds required to build or acquire a fortress capable of withstanding a nuclear attack were substantial. Thus, Chun Mo decided to sell a portion of his equipment to extract real-world star domain coins. Naturally, he would not foolishly go about this openly. He also dared not use the character Silence to seek a team online for construction, as his true identity must remain confidential. Otherwise, even a nuclear-proof underground castle would not deter the various factions seeking him out. At that point, he would truly be caught in a trap, ensnared like a fish in a net. Hence, the construction of the nuclear-proof castle must remain a clandestine operation conducted solely by him offline. After finalizing the transaction with Feng Chong, Chun Mo promptly listed the discarded Fierce Chicken battle boots and Fierce Chicken pendant on the auction platform, setting a starting price of 4 gold coins and a buyout price of 5 gold coins. Instantly, the 1000191 Novice Village erupted once more. What a spectacle! Auctioning 2 pieces of equipment at once. Even more exhilarating was the fact that within 3 minutes, both black iron-grade items were snapped up at the buyout price of 5 gold coins, and by the same player no less. The successful bidder was none other than Uncle Hu, the original dealer, indicating that only he in the 1000019 village possessed such abundant gold coins. Wearing 1 piece of equipment versus 2 made a significant difference, and thus spending a total of 10 gold coins to acquire both pieces was undoubtedly a wise investment. With enhanced equipment attributes, a player's overall combat capability would naturally increase, indirectly conserving potion usage. Therefore, this transaction was certainly not a loss. Uncle Hu's audacious maneuver undoubtedly infuriated other capable players in the 1000191 Novice Village. Most crucially, the fact that Uncle Hu could effortlessly produce 10 gold coins to seize these 2 pieces was largely a result of their previous betting losses indirectly supporting him. The thought of it only added to their frustration. Shortly thereafter, further news emerged confirming that the esteemed Silence not only auctioned off 2 pieces of equipment today, but also privately sold 4 additional items to the Jinhua Guild. In the illustrious Jinhua Guild, an elite player adorned themselves with a formidable ensemble of 4 pieces of equipment, an optimal combination of battle armor, trousers, helmet, and blade, epitomizing both offense and defense. In that fleeting moment, the multitude of envious players grew exponentially, while some admired the prowess of the elite player from Jinhua Guild. A greater number seethed with jealousy towards the esteemed Buyu for their exceptional gold-generating capabilities. With a total of 6 pieces of equipment, the acquisition amounted to nearly 100 million Dragon Country coins, complemented by a reward of 100 gold coins for the global first kill of a boss just yesterday. Some players found their mental state on the verge of imbalance, their envy so intense that the veins in their necks threatened to burst. The channel of the Novice Village Area 1000191 was inundated with discussions regarding this event. Similarly, the major forums in the real world erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 32. Paranoia. I can no longer endure this. I must lodge a complaint. This is utterly unjust. Here I am, still languishing at level 2. While in our novice village, I have yet to even glimpse the shadow of any equipment. That player Silence is shamelessly flaunting their exploits. Damn it. You have already reached level 2, while I am still hovering around level 1 at a mere 20% experience. Our village is overrun by a group of lunatics who derive pleasure from mercilessly slaughtering players. I have been killed 3 times, and no one seems to intervene. Isn't it the same in Village 100-0281? This band of maniacs is absolutely inhumane, inflicting 30% pain. It's nearly traumatizing. I have reported them, but to no avail. Haha. You are quite the character, thinking that reporting will help. Even if the authorities uncover their offline identities, what then? I've never heard of anyone calling the police after being killed in a game. It's hilarious. The focus here is on denouncing that shameless player Silence. Let us eradicate such players, impose bans, and resolutely oppose any collaborations or transactions associated with Silence. Seriously, has the person above lost their mind? Which major faction doesn't he wish to partner with Silence? What good is your shouting? Indeed, it's foolishness. Haven't you noticed that the Jinhua Union Guild is soaring? That fortunate elite player is now equipped with 4 pieces of gear and can reportedly withstand level 3 elite monsters. This is a significant advantage. The Jinhua Union Guild is undoubtedly on the rise. Oh, how I wish for such fortune. I heard that the individual responsible for coordinating with Silence, Feng Chang, has been promoted by a level akin to a branch manager. The Jinhua Media Group generously rewarded him with a luxury car worth millions and a cash prize of 1 million. TSK, jealousy has transformed me. I scarcely dare to look in the mirror. Haha. I clicked on the avatar above, and honestly, please do not force a justification for your unattractiveness. Haha. This thread is filled with jesters. While there are many jesters online, offline, various factions are urgently convening meetings. The theme of these meetings is remarkably unified: how to uncover the true identity of the player Silence. All factions are anxious. They seek to identify the key to breaking the dominance of this leading player. It is crucial that if Silence, this enigmatic player, continues to distance themselves from the rest, who will be able to counterbalance them in the future? Such a scenario is something no capital or faction wishes to witness. All factions can accept a gradual development, but they cannot tolerate an uncontrollable player pulling far ahead. Whether governmental or private, neither can endure this. Consequently, the global bounty for discovering the true identity of player Silence has skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 1 billion meters. Just as Feng Chang transferred the star domain coins, Chen Mo, who had just logged off, was left speechless by the flood of notifications on his phone. Who would have thought that one day he would be worth such a fortune? The pace of the world has become astonishingly rapid. Just a few days ago, he was in a frenzy over debts amounting to hundreds of thousands, yet now, his true identity alone is worth a staggering 1 billion euros. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo resumed his search for a company capable of constructing a nuclear-proof underground castle. He has meticulously planned that the ancient cursed talent must be elevated to its utmost potential at each level. He cannot afford to abandon it simply due to the prolonged respawn time of elite monsters. Everything that has transpired is fundamentally attributed to the formidable power of the ancient cursed talent, which serves as the cornerstone of his future endeavors. Thus, he would prefer to progress slowly rather than compromise the accumulation of his talent attributes. It is estimated that elite-level monsters will take approximately 48 hours to respawn. So he intends to engage in offline activities over the next couple of days, prioritizing this matter. Ever since he vividly sensed the extraordinary efficacy of the basic attribute feedback card, a strong sense of crisis has enveloped Chen Mo, perhaps even inducing an irrational paranoia about persecution. The chaotic situation could arise at any moment. The sooner it is resolved, the greater peace of mind he will attain. Otherwise, even within the confines of this highly secure 7-star hotel, playing games would be fraught with anxiety. One need not mention nuclear weapons. Even a misfired missile could obliterate him to mere ashes. After spending 2 or 3 hours, Chen Mo finally discovered a reliable construction company. This Golden Shield Doomsday Security Company specializes in the creation of apocalyptic shelters, catering to numerous affluent individuals with doomsday fantasies, and boasts several successful construction cases. Overall, Chinemo felt quite satisfied. Upon confirming the company, the most troublesome aspect now lies in the transaction. Fortunately, the exclusive Star Domain wallet app automatically conceals transfer address information. Even those, like Feng Chang, who are aware of his Star Domain wallet address, would not recognize it even if he transferred funds to them. This feature is certainly more dependable than those cryptocurrency trading platforms, offering greater privacy. To construct a nuclear-grade underground castle, the deposit will undoubtedly be substantial. Exercising utmost caution, Chinemo first placed an order online for several genuine leather masks, complete with head and neck coverage. While waiting, he also made some casual modifications to his clothes and hats, transforming them into something nearly unrecognizable. Local logistics are remarkably swift, albeit at exorbitant costs, nearly equating to the price of several genuine leather masks. Once Chinemo packed the leather masks, hats, and a few modified garments into his hiking backpack, he set out. He navigated through winding paths, deliberately avoiding various surveillance cameras, until he reached a secluded alley. There, he donned the leather mask and hat, layering on the modified clothing. Thankfully, it is winter. Otherwise, his actions would be even more conspicuous. He also covered his hiking backpack with a cloth bag, carefully reorganized its contents, and cautiously returned to the street. Having lived in this city for many years, Chinemo has encountered a myriad of people from all walks of life. Thus, he is well aware of the location of the underground black market. In the underground black market, as long as one possesses wealth, there is no problem that cannot be resolved. With money paving the way, Chinemo procured 3 anonymous SIM cards and a nameless bank card in a mere half hour. He inserted the unregistered SIM card into a new phone and activated the voice changer to establish contact with the Golden Shield Doomsday Security Construction Company. Chinemo articulated his requirements clearly: a subterranean nuclear-proof fortress sufficient for a family of 4, with a total cost of 300 million Dragon Kingdom coins. It was not that the Golden Shield Company had set their price excessively high. Rather, it was Chinemo's demands that were rather ambitious. This was still under the condition that Chinemo did not require an overly large building, as a larger area would inevitably lead to a higher price under similar circumstances. Chinemo was also reluctant to squander too much time. Money was a trivial matter, as long as the security level met the standards. What pleased Chinemo even more was that the Golden Shield Doomsday Security Construction Company had already constructed a model underground nuclear-proof fortress. However, a 50 deposit was required before they would take him to view the sample room. They claimed this was to ensure the privacy and security of the clients, maintaining that the geographical coordinates of such fortresses would not be easily disclosed to third parties. Chinemo chuckled inwardly, unless they silenced all the builders. It was merely a formality. He was confident that at the very least, they would need to register with the relevant national departments. After a cautious and circuitous journey, he finally returned to the hotel, having restored his true appearance in an exceedingly secluded location. Chapter 33. The times have truly changed upon returning to the hotel. Chinemo did not hasten to secure the underground nuclear shelter model room, despite their claims that only this one remained, and it was exceedingly scarce. He had no intention of believing their assertions. Even if their stock ran dry, other options would undoubtedly still exist. Primarily, he sought to comprehend the specifics of such architectural constructs in the prevailing market conditions. With sufficient wealth, Chinemo was convinced that no acquisition would be unattainable. Although he could easily raise the requisite 50 deposit by selling a few items, such an action would be tantamount to courting disaster. Even if he successfully procured the underground nuclear fortress, he was certain that moving in at this juncture would render him vulnerable and caught like a fish in a barrel. After all, suddenly possessing the means to acquire such a high-caliber underground shelter would arouse suspicion. Who would believe it without a stroke of luck? The most significant stroke of fortune would likely stem from the current trend of rapid wealth accumulation in Star Domain 3.0. Chinemo was confident that it would not be long before he found himself besieged by a formidable armed faction, intent on uncovering his identity within the game. Thus, while the notion of the underground nuclear shelter was appealing, it seemed excessively naive in today's society. Consequently, Chinemo had no choice but to temporarily suppress these thoughts. Regarding safety in the real world, he could only pin his hopes on the game. As long as his character advanced swiftly, his security in reality would receive a more substantial guarantee, thus everything hinged upon the game. Chinmo's caution was undoubtedly justified. As someone who had long hovered around the poverty line, the moment he withdrew 90,000 Dragon Country coins from the game, he had been recorded in the files of those with ulterior motives. They even tracked his recent sudden relocation to a 7-star hotel for indulgence. However, most dismissed it, as the game indeed offered countless opportunities, and bizarre occurrences were entirely possible. It was merely 90,000 yuan. Selling a few coins could easily yield that amount. Some openly mocked him, asserting that a lowly individual was destined to serve them. Others were instructed to maintain vigilant surveillance, reporting any further anomalies promptly. Having completed all necessary tasks, Chinemo felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, despite the journey having only just begun. The timing was impeccable. Donning his gaming helmet, he logged in immediately. A player, radiant in shimmering silver light, suddenly appeared in the level 6 monster zone, illuminating the previously dim woods surrounding him. Frankly, Chinemo found the effects of the silver-grade frenzied vine armor rather absurd. It was ostentatiously flamboyant. Such a design did not align with his understated demeanor and style at all. Once he procured other silver-grade armors in the future, he would undoubtedly replace it at the first opportunity. Drawing from the combat experiences of recent days, Chinemo traversed the terrain with impressive speed, clearing the elite monsters of the level 6 zone in just over 4 hours. Ding! You have slain a level 6 elite bloodthirsty wild boar, earning 250 experience points. Ding! You have defeated an elite monster, successfully triggering the hidden attribute of the ancient god's curse, increasing true damage by 1. Currently dealing minus 407 points of true damage per second. With a chilling realization, the true damage per second has surpassed minus 407, and with 2 layers of the ancient god's curse stacked, it reaches a staggering minus 814. This terrifying damage leads Chinemo to believe that his character is on the brink of becoming extraordinary. He even wonders if the developers of Star Domain 3.0 have encountered a bug, as it seems implausible to design such an imbalanced and monstrous talent otherwise. Given the current state of global player development, Star Domain 3.0 undeniably stands as a game of exceptional difficulty, where each level's monsters possess the strength to utterly overwhelm players of the same rank, making the quest for experience points a formidable challenge beyond imagination. Moreover, the attributes of each level's monsters are enhanced with meticulous data, making it exceedingly difficult for players to exploit any loopholes. Coupled with an alarmingly low equipment drop rate, the game's strategy becomes significantly more challenging. Were it not for the plethora of mysteries and opportunities awaiting discovery in Star Domain 3.0, many players would likely have long given up. Yet, in the face of the ancient god's cursed talent, this game, widely regarded as exceedingly difficult, appears almost comical. Chinemo glanced at his experience points, 47,970 64,000. Calculating based on the 250 experience points awarded by each level 6 elite monster, he realized he could still defeat 64 more. This meant he would have to wait another 48 hours for them to respawn. Alas, this is the one drawback of the game, significantly hindering his rapid progression. However, as players advance to higher levels, the difficulty of leveling up increases exponentially. Currently, the highest level in the world has yet to break level 5. The only area channel that has been unlocked globally is the Novice Village 100,0191. Thus, Chinemo is not in a hurry. He merely reflects on the situation. Naturally, he does not remain idle. During this interlude, he takes the opportunity to thoroughly explore the monster distribution in the level 7 wild monster zone. His current attributes enable him to traverse the level 7 wild monster zone with ease. He has even ventured into the level 8 wild monster zone without encountering significant issues, primarily due to the substantial boost from his silver-grade armor and the 10 attribute points awarded for his first kill. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so audacious. Though Chinemo has been occupied in the wild monster zones these past few days, discussions about him have never ceased. The last time he cleared the level 6 elite monsters, he only obtained 2 pieces of equipment, both of which were somewhat redundant. True to form, he sold one piece for cash to Feng Chang and listed the other in the auction house, where it was swiftly purchased for a flat price of 5 gold coins. The reason he sold it to Feng Chang and Company was due to his desire to cultivate a reliable aide to assist him in acquiring potions. His intentions are refreshingly simple. Just a few days prior, a level 3 elite player from the Jinhua Yonian Guild, clad in 4 pieces of equipment, nearly met their demise in the level 4 Wild Monster Zone, had it not been for Chen Mo's timely arrival. He would have likely lost a significant portion of potions worth 10 gold coins from his inventory. Therefore, to alleviate his future travels, Chen Mo is keen on supporting Feng Chang and his companions. As a result, speculations regarding the player Silent achieving extraordinary efficiency in obtaining equipment have proliferated across various forums, with numerous factions both envious and begrudgingly admiring him. The only entity maintaining a harmonious and silent collaboration with the players, Jinhua Media Group, has witnessed its stock soar to unprecedented heights, marking multiple consecutive days of trading at its upper limit, emerging as the most surprising contender in the currently desolate stock market. It is noteworthy that Jinhua Media Group itself is a colossal corporation with a market capitalization exceeding 1 trillion. Now, it has astonishingly managed to achieve this remarkable feat of consecutive gains. Simultaneously, any company with a significant presence in the 100,0191 Novice Village, where a large number of members congregate, has also experienced a collective rise in stock prices. This phenomenon clearly illustrates the immense impact that Star Domain 3.0 has on reality. Everyone is compelled to marvel at how drastically the times have changed. Even the collaborative dynamics of a single gamer can induce such profound transformations in the stock market. Chapter 34. A surge of inspiration in the days that followed. Chen Mo found himself ensconced in a relentless cycle of repetition, diligently vanquishing elite-level monsters at level 6 until he ascended to level 7. Whereupon he continued to engage with 7-level elite creatures, subsequently progressing to 8, and now, level 9. Throughout this journey, he consistently exchanged newly acquired gear for gold to procure potions, each time enlisting Feng Chang to arrange for delivery. Remarkably, Chen Mo sold a total of 12 pieces of equipment to Feng Chang and his associates, effectively outfitting an elite player in full regalia. Consequently, the potion courier was able to successfully deliver supplies to the level 6 monster zone, alleviating many of Chen Mo's burdens. The Jinhua Yonian Guild thus emerged as the preeminent guild in the 100,0191 Novice Village, advancing their exploration efforts into the realm of level 5 monsters. As long as a player in the team could withstand the onslaught, the monsters of Star Domain 3.0 were still conquerable. Hence, the rise of a team necessitates the cultivation of a leading player, for only then can the collective experience rapid growth. Although the Jinhua Yonian Guild had already penetrated the level 6 monster zone, the majority of players worldwide remained stalled in the level 5 area. The leap from level 5 to level 6 represented a significant challenge. Without a complete set of equipment, level 5 players would find themselves ill-equipped to confront level 6 monsters. The swiftness of the Jinhua Yonian Guild was largely attributed to Chen Mo's guidance. Their leading players, while donning black iron-grade gear, wielded equipment obtained from higher-level monsters, boasting attributes far superior to those dropped by level 4 and 5 creatures. Other factions within the 100,0191 Novice Village that managed to acquire items occasionally discarded by Chen Mo on the auction platform were also propelled forward by his influence, facing little adversity in the realm of level 5 monsters. Consequently, any corporate entity affiliated with the 100,0191 Guild experienced a bullish trend in the stock market, with shares of the Jinhua Media Group occasionally hitting their upper limits. Over the past month, the market capitalization of the trillion-scale Jinhua Media Group had doubled, leaving many financial economists questioning their own judgments. A few days prior, the level 5 boss monster Raging Vine leader respawned, and the now level 9 Chen Mo effortlessly dispatched it. The game developers truly seemed to disregard player satisfaction. After defeating a boss-level creature, no equipment dropped. Only a meager 1 point of guaranteed experience. Naturally, no upgrades to his talents were possible either. Chen Mo had come to understand the unique mechanisms of Star Domain 3.0 0, which precluded any player from exploiting lower-level adversaries for passive development. In this game, levels represented a critical metric, far beyond mere numerical value as seen in other games. In Star Domain 3.0, even a single level could signify a substantial disparity. Each upgrade granted a full attribute increase of 1, along with 5 discretionary attribute points, resulting in a total variance of 12 attribute values. Without considerable equipment enhancements, this difference was undeniably pronounced. In the realm of Star Domain 3.0, the exceedingly low drop rates have inevitably created a significant disparity among the majority of players. Within this universe, equipment has ascended to the status of a pinnacle luxury, predominantly owned by a select few elite factions. The scarcity of such items surpasses even that of rare supercars and opulent mansions in reality. Certain possessions are reserved exclusively for those at the zenith of the hierarchy. After 29 days since launch, the number of players worldwide who can assemble the complete set of dual rings, dual bracers, helmets, necklaces, emblems, capes, battle armor, trousers, and blades is alarmingly scarce. This stark reality underscores the appalling drop rates of equipment in Star Domain 3.0. However, players around the globe have gradually come to accept this design, recognizing that this game deviates from the traditional pay-to-win model where equipment and items can proliferate uncontrollably. Whether one acquires enhancements or not, diligent monster farming will yield gradual progress. Inspired by player silence and the collaborative strategies employed by auxiliary players to vanquish bosses, the global community has unlocked a myriad of approaches to monster slaying. This iteration of Star Domain 3.0 emphasizes tactical synergy more than any other game, allowing for an unrestricted range of actions. Effective tactical collaboration can play a decisive role. Previously, frontline warriors absorbed damage and drew aggro while others took advantage to unleash their attacks. Yet, the scenario has shifted against certain monsters, especially humanoid ones. Some auxiliary players have adopted a strategy dubbed the leg-hugging tactic, where they engage in close proximity to hinder the adversaries. Remarkably, this approach has proven highly effective against many moderately sized creatures, significantly enhancing the efficiency of monster elimination. The ingenuity of players has led to an array of unconventional methods for dispatching foes, with some particularly bizarre tactics emerging, such as the coin toss technique. In this game, only items sanctioned by the system can be held, prompting a team of strategists to devise this innovative method. Hundreds of auxiliary players, each armed with a quantity of copper coins, position themselves behind the main attacking team, relentlessly hurling coins at the monsters, specifically targeting their eyes and mouths. This audacious tactic has left many adversaries bewildered. Although the system renders these attacks ineffective, the sheer disruption they cause is palpable. Were it not for the game's restrictions against altering the native environment, players would undoubtedly resort to digging traps to eliminate monsters. Consequently, many teams, even without substantial equipment, manage to keep pace with their objectives, further affirming the high playability and freedom inherent in Star Domain 3.0. This has led numerous studios to recruit a plethora of auxiliary players, who often leverage such disruptive strategies to achieve unexpectedly favorable outcomes. Nevertheless, this has also resulted in a notable shortage of labor in offline sectors, causing delays in the supply of various production and living materials. After all, who would prefer to toil in factories tightening screws when being an auxiliary player is neither arduous nor taxing, yet offers handsome remuneration? Certainly, as long as the remuneration is sufficient, individuals will endure hardship and toil. However, this has resulted in an incessant escalation of labor costs, accompanied by a rise in the prices of essential commodities, thereby compelling many expendable workers to demand higher wages, seemingly creating a vicious cycle. Yet, this predicament is widely acknowledged, yet remains insurmountable. Even though governments across the globe endeavor to sustain production, their efforts often prove futile. Moreover, the situation appears to be exacerbating, as the significance of gaming has surged dramatically following a recent update. Ding! The number of registered players has surpassed 5 billion, and the health index feature for players has been activated. Please check it at your convenience. Chapter 35, the frantic health index having just vanquished the last level 9 elite monster. I was about to take a moment to revel in my astonishing attributes when an unexpected system notification interrupted my thoughts. With a click, I opened the newly added feature on my attributes panel. Health Index, 92. Main description, mild myopia, mild muscle strain, mild liver cirrhosis, mild kidney deficiency repair required. My expression darkened. What nonsense! Kidney deficiency? Curse your entire lineage. Though I grumbled, a frown creased my brow. This newly emerged feature seemed ominously connected to the real world. Having experienced the basic attribute feedback card, I hesitated little before selecting yes. Please choose a repair package 25, 50, 75, 100 to attain the optimal effect. I naturally opted for 100. 100 repair package successfully booked. Would you like to proceed with payment? 8 gold coins for a single repair? A health index costing 1 gold coin? This was indeed steep. Nevertheless, I was willing to invest the 8 coins for a trial. Payment successful. Players must log out within 100 seconds and set the game terminal to sleep mode. I anticipated this. I could imagine other players cursing in frustration. The scenario mirrored my earlier experience with the basic attribute feedback card perfectly. I grumbled as I logged off, quickly setting my terminal to sleep mode. Sure enough, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness once more. Many players mirrored my actions. Compelled to log off promptly, who knew what unforeseen consequences might ensue? All those opting for repair, upon switching their helmets to sleep mode, were similarly plunged into darkness, soon surrounded by a strange purple-blue glow. The sudden unlocking of a new feature in Star Domain 3.0 naturally sparked a frenzy worldwide. Many players lacking sufficient gold coins lost the desire to play, instead logging off to engage in lively discussions online. Everyone awaited the results from the first brave souls daring to attempt the repair function. Would it be a farce or a marvel? Ha ha ha, it actually works. My erectile dysfunction has significantly improved. I can feel the difference. Star Domain 3.0 is extraordinary. A miracle. My hypertension has notably lessened, but alas, I lack gold coins. Otherwise, it would be even more exhilarating. Hee, my mammary gland hyperplasia has resolved, no more nodules. Any gallant gentleman willing to assist with an examination? What a relief. The world suddenly seems brighter. My severe myopia is cured. I can once again retreat under the covers and watch in the dark. Hey, my premature ejaculation has improved slightly. Just a 25 repair package has extended my endurance by 10 seconds. Tonight, I shall engage in a glorious battle. Laughter filled the air as I discovered movement once more. The sensations in my 3 legs, which had been paralyzed for 3 long years, were returning. Hope had finally emerged. Without further ado, I resolved to log in and earn some gold. I have wonderful news to share. My cancer cells have diminished, and astonishingly, this phenomenon proves effective against cancer as well. As more and more individuals shared their experiences online, the global populace was immediately swept into a frenzy. This was no mere game. It was a miraculous gift of life. A divine boon bestowed upon humanity by extraterrestrial civilization. The atmosphere was charged with exhilaration throughout society, with the notable exception of major hospitals. The medical sector plummeted dramatically, akin to a waterfall, with stocks crashing in mere moments. Many nations couldn't even activate their circuit breaker mechanisms in time. The scene was a frightful shade of green. Concurrently, companies that had early on invested in the game and developed studios saw their stocks soar to unprecedented heights. Star Realm 3.0 once again profoundly demonstrated its monumental impact on contemporary society. Awakened, I felt an overwhelming sense of rejuvenation. As if reborn, the world around me was crystal clear. No more aches in my back, no pain in my liver, my eyesight was sharp, and my entire being brimmed with vitality. The game had transformed the world. And Star Realm 3.0 had achieved this. Without even needing to glance at my phone, I could sense the collective madness of humanity. Indeed, as I had anticipated, the online platforms were flooded with astonished praises for Star Realm 3.0. This was merely the beginning. If they were to learn about the forthcoming basic attribute feedback cards, true chaos would ensue. The allure of a robust and extraordinary ability, far beyond mere health, would undoubtedly entice countless ambitious souls. I perceive this emergence of health indices as a mere precursor, a prelude to the arrival of the extraordinary basic attribute feedback cards. Nevertheless, Star Realm 3.0 had surged in popularity once more. Players who had previously abandoned the game due to the enforced 30 pain sensitivity were now eagerly returning. Those who had protested the game as perceived injustices due to randomly generated low talents were shamefully disbanding their organizations and returning to the game in earnest. The ability to influence health so directly had entwined every individual, ensuring that no player would ever again resist Star Realm 3.0. They would undoubtedly become its most devoted enthusiasts. This was the power of traffic, a sweeping force in the global economy. In the real world, all the consortiums yet to immerse themselves in the game were swiftly mobilizing their resources, pouring funds into Star Realm 3.0 for expansion. The entire gaming realm witnessed a rapid influx of new players in the novice villages. With my spirits lifted, I promptly returned to the world of the game. Before logging off, he had successfully vanquished all 9 elite monsters spawned during this refresh, marking the last elite creature he could defeat at level 9. At this moment, he found himself a mere 250 experience points away from ascending to level 10. He had no intention of waiting another 48 hours for a respawn. His current prowess was indeed sufficient to confront level 10 elite monsters, rendering the marginal increase in true damage from 1 or 2 talent points insignificant. His equipment, aside from the silver-grade armor and bronze-grade cloak, had been entirely replaced, boasting drops from level 8 and 9 elite monsters, although still categorized as black iron grade. The attributes of his new gear far surpassed those of his previous black iron equipment. More fearsome, however, was the talent of the ancient goddess curse, which inflicted a staggering minus 831 true damage per second at a single layer. When stacked to 2 layers, this damage escalated to an astounding minus 1,662 per second. Shinemo found this utterly absurd. Should he encounter the level 5 boss monster, Raging Vine Leader, with only 3,200 health points, it would take merely 2 seconds, akin to an instant kill. Even the current level 9 elite monsters, with 28,000 health points, could hardly withstand such onslaught for long. Recently, Shinemo had come to profoundly realize how terrifying the ancient goddess curse talent became in the later stages. It was a genuine embodiment of horror. Chapter 36, The Pioneer. Gazing upon his attributes panel, which far surpassed those of other players, Shinemo felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his recent steady progress. His next objective was to swiftly ascend to level 10 and then venture to the town for a class change, seeking out more elite monsters and bosses. Ding. Defeated the level 10 elite Doombear, earning 31,550 experience points. Ding. By vanquishing an elite monster, he successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the ancient god's curse, increasing true damage by 1, currently inflicting minus 832 points of true damage per second. Ding. His level has risen to 10, enhancing all attributes by 1 and granting 5 free attribute points. Global announcement. Ding. Player Silent from Longwood District has become the first to reach level 10, rewarded with 10 free attribute points, 100 gold, 1,000 Longwood District reputation, and 500 global reputation. Ding. Player Silent is the first to attain level 10, earning the recognition of the supreme existence, and is awarded the title, the Pioneer. Hehe. Although Shinemo anticipated that the first player to reach level 10 would receive a reward, he never expected it to be so bountiful. Besides the 10 free attribute points, 100 gold, and reputation, the title reward brought him the greatest joy. The Pioneer title permanently increases skill casting speed by 30. This reward, while players had yet to undergo a class change or learn professional skills, did not yet reveal its full value. However, after class change, if 2 players with the same agility were to engage in combat, the one endowed with the Pioneer title, benefiting from the permanent 30 increase in skill casting speed, would invariably cast their skills first, making the outcome of the battle all too predictable. In Star Domain 3.0, it was finally confirmed that the titles, the Pioneer and the Conqueror, could coexist and take effect simultaneously. Unlike some games that inundate players with a plethora of titles yet only permit the wearing of a single one, utterly frustrating. Ding. A player in the Novice Village, ID 1000191, has reached level 10, triggering the Novice Village promotion quest. Still reveling in his rewards, Shinmo was suddenly taken aback by a new system notification. A novice village promotion quest? Was it not, as other players speculated, to venture to a higher-level town? Meanwhile, chaos reigned both within and outside the game. While players recognized the prowess of Silent, they were astonished that he had ascended to level 10 without a sound. It was noteworthy that among the world's elite players, only a select few had even reached level 6, with the majority languishing at level 5. In fact, over 95% of players were below level 4. The difficulty of leveling up later in the game was evident, yet Silent stood out remarkably, truly dazzling the global community. I quit. I had hundreds of people assisting me just to level up from 3 to 4. How could he advance so swiftly? Indeed, people are incomparable, even in gaming. The disparity is vast. Report. I want to file a complaint. This is utterly pointless. The disparity is simply unimaginable. Our team of over 1,000 cannot even defeat a level 5 elite monster, yet he has already ascended to level 10. This game must be riddled with bugs. The combined bounty from the world's top 10 consortiums for the true identity of Silence has reached a staggering $10 billion, and still, no one has been able to uncover it? This individual is remarkably elusive. Haha, I managed to bypass the firewall to check the foreign forums. And players abroad are already consumed with envy, lodging complaints, and even staging hunger strikes. What a bunch of fools. Hiki, that's how it is overseas. Regardless of whether it's effective or not, they love to protest and create chaos. Honestly, in my opinion, no matter how high the bounty climbs, it's futile. These individuals are simply foolish, and their antics only serve to make Silence hide even deeper. Indeed, a bunch of dimwits. What a farcical bounty. Outside the game, there is a clamor, yet within the game, the regional channel of the beginner village 1000191 is utterly electrified. Silence is truly formidable. Being the first in the world to reach level 10, greatly enhancing our nation's prestige. Hiki, it seems we might be carried to new heights by the great Silence. Many NPCs in the village have unlocked promotion quests for us to undertake. The rewards for these tasks are quite generous. Indeed. I just accepted a tree-cutting quest and received an axe. I'm currently en route to chop some wood. I just took on a brick-moving task. It seems we are to build a city ourselves. I'm a construction worker in reality. And I didn't expect to return to my old profession upon entering the game. Hiki. I've taken on a rope-making task and am currently crafting ropes in the large square at the northwest corner of the beginner village alongside hundreds of players. Surprisingly, the game feels so authentic. I believe the rope-making techniques I learned from the NPCs could be applied in real life. No matter how marvelous this game becomes, I am not astonished. Who knows, one day we might acquire skills from the game that we could utilize in reality. How is that even possible? What are you thinking? If that were the case, it wouldn't be a magical world. It wouldn't be scientific at all. What is impossible? This is simply science. Just a more advanced form of it. With such miraculous functions realized, enhancing our strength is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yes, we should not perceive things solely from an earthling's perspective. Perhaps before extraterrestrial civilizations, all of this is merely trivial. That makes sense, but everyone, let us not just chat. Let us get to work on our tasks. The great Silence has spoken. He will handle the energy core of the level 10 boss. But the collection of resources such as wood and minerals, and the construction will require our concerted efforts. Indeed, everyone, let us hurry. Promoting the beginner village to a town will undoubtedly bring benefits. Right. I never anticipated that we would be upgrading the beginner village instead of relocating to another town. This is splendid for us. I was under the impression that the great Silence would abandon us to play in the high-level maps. How delightful this is. We are undoubtedly soaring ahead, while other novice village players remain oblivious to when they might reach level 10. Our village must swiftly complete its promotion, allowing us to gain a significant lead. I no longer envy the esteemed Silent Master. Rather, I wish for him to continue devouring resources, so we may benefit from the broth. The other novice players are practically drooling with envy. Just now, I logged off to check, and the forums are ablaze with indignation, as countless voices decry the unfairness of it all. Many can no longer remain idle. Previously, only the Silent Master soared. But now it is evident that he intends to elevate our entire village. Indeed, I also logged off, and it was quite exhilarating. It is said that the signing bonuses for players belonging to our novice village are continually on the rise. Even I, with my humble black iron-level talent, am being courted with offers of a million-year salary from studios simply because I hail from the 1000191 novice village. Goodness gracious, my ambitions seemed modest. Yet I have been pursued with an offer of 3 million per year. I am the sole fortunate one from our studio to have randomly landed in the 1000191 novice village, inciting envy among my former colleagues. Haha, with my bronze-level talent, I am already being sought after by consortiums with offers in the tens of millions. My debts from 3 years of masks could be resolved in an instant. I must express gratitude to the Silent Master. Without him, our novice village would be insignificant, and we would not be so fervently sought after by all these companies and consortiums. We owe our thanks to Silent Master. X999. At this moment, Chin Mo is also observing, gazing at the flurry of gratitude flooding the regional channel, feeling quite dazed. To be frank, he never anticipated that merely due to his influence, the players from the 1000191 novice village would become the coveted prize of major consortiums. Chin Mo cannot help but marvel at the sharp-eyed individuals within these capital groups, possessing an exceptionally keen commercial instinct. They are acutely aware that once the 1000191 novice village successfully promotes, all players will reap the benefits. Given the current challenges of leveling up, it is foreseeable that players from the 1000191 novice village will enjoy access to advanced resources for a considerable time. A step ahead leads to continuous advancement. Hence, every fortunate player randomly assigned to the 1000191 novice village will have their inherent commercial value perpetually on the rise. Chapter 37. Siege and Annihilation. Chin Mo remained in the village, well aware of the specifics of the novice village promotion task through Feng Chang. The promotion task is divided into 2 phases. The first phase involves gathering construction materials for the new town and collaborating with NPCs to expand from the novice village, creating a new settlement. This phase requires the active cooperation of all players in the village. Once the new town is completed, the second phase commences, where a level 10 boss monster, the War Beast puppet, will launch an assault. Only by defeating the invading ancient War Beast and obtaining its core to place upon the promotion altar can one receive the blessings of the supreme existence, thus fully elevating the novice village to a town status and unlocking additional game features. Should the War Beast puppet breach the defenses and the destruction rate of the newly constructed town exceed 80, the promotion task will fail. Even if the ancient War Beast is subsequently defeated, it would be of no avail. A 3-month waiting period would ensue before the novice village promotion task could be attempted again. Consequently, many players felt a sense of trepidation, suggesting that the first phase of the novice village promotion task be postponed until everyone's levels have increased sufficiently to tackle the War Beast puppet together. However, such dissenting opinions were in the minority. Currently, all players in the 1000191 novice village understood that advancing the promotion of the novice village earlier would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for everyone. Since the esteemed player Silent had spoken, it indicated a genuine confidence in overcoming the level 10 boss War Beast puppet, so they chose to trust him. Moreover, even in the event of failure, the only consequence would be a mere 3-month delay before another attempt. What harm could that possibly bring? Thus, the majority of players in the 1000191 novice village exhibited exceptional enthusiasm, with various guilds eagerly responding, directing their studio players to participate actively while also offering additional task bonuses. The rewards for the novice village promotion tasks from the NPC were already higher than those of ordinary tasks, and with offline studios providing extra incentives, many players who had not randomly been assigned to the 1000191 novice village were left envious. While engaging in the same game and investing the same amount of time, the disparity in rewards was stark. Brothers, let us go. We still need more hands for wall construction. It takes about half an hour to move 1,000 bricks. Earning a copper coin from the old mason, it's definitely a lucrative deal. Sisters, let us get to beautifying the wall. It's easy work with generous rewards. Far more comfortable than moving bricks. We are in dire need of quarry workers. Don't just relax and do as you please. Without sufficient stone, you can't beautify anything. We also need more people to transport wood. Don't all rush to chop trees. You need to carry as well. Chen Mo gazed at the chaotic shouts within the regional channel, feeling a sense of exasperation. The developers of Star Domain 3.0 had truly outdone themselves. The novice village promotion required players to build it themselves, effectively transforming them into construction workers, shifting the game's dynamics to resemble a territory-building simulation. Nevertheless, setting aside other matters, due to the promotion tasks in the novice village, players can undertake significantly more quests compared to other novice villages, resulting in a daily harvest of copper coins that is several times greater than before. It can be said that players in the 1000191 novice village are undoubtedly among the wealthiest in terms of in-game currency globally. While many elite teams from various guilds are still grinding monsters for experience, the majority of players in the 1000191 novice village are primarily engaged in town development tasks. Thus, the progress of the first phase of the promotion tasks is surging daily, and at the current pace, it could be entirely completed within a week at the latest. Frankly speaking, Chen Mo cannot guarantee whether they can defeat the level 10 boss, the War Beast Puppet. After all, he has never encountered the War Beast Puppet and is unaware of its specific attributes. However, given the formidable damage of his ancient god's curse talent, it should not pose much difficulty. After all, even level 10 elite monsters do not withstand long against him. No matter how powerful a level 10 boss monster may be, it cannot exceed certain limits. Thus, Chen Mo remains confident in his ability to overcome this boss. Consequently, he encourages everyone in the regional channel to actively collaborate in completing the first phase of the construction tasks. With a week remaining, Chen Mo continues to farm level 10 elite monsters, maximizing the true damage of his ancient god's curse talent in preparation for the boss siege. Mr. Chen, thank you for your support during this time, but the offer from the other party is truly overwhelming, a 5 million annual salary. They have also promised at least a 30% increase if the novice village promotion is successful. My wife insists I consider it, otherwise, I might not be able to return home. All right, Xiao Wang, our studio indeed cannot compete with them. I wish you a bright future. Just don't forget to lend a hand to your old friend. Absolutely. After all, this is my first job after graduating from university, and I get along very well with my colleagues. Wow, Zhang Ming, you've managed to gather 12 copper coins today. You're incredibly fortunate. We consider ourselves lucky to collect 4 in a day. I truly envy you players who randomly landed in the 1000191 novice village. Indeed, Zhang Ming, treat us. Your commissions must be in the thousands this month. How come I'm not that lucky? Zhang Ming, you must be flying high. Zhang Ming, let me whisper something to you. I heard the company is planning to raise your salary, but you'll have to sign a new contract. Be cautious. Many contracts now come with exorbitant breach penalties, so don't be swayed by greed. Okay, Li Gu, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. If it's too outrageous, I can always switch studios. As a player from the 1000191 novice village, there are plenty willing to help cover breach fees. Good, just be aware. Mr. Wang, please don't go too far. Ming Chaqing has already agreed to us. What do you mean by intervening like this? How absurd. Has he signed a contract with you? I recall that he promised us last year. Cease your idle chatter. It is his prerogative to choose his path for development. If you lack the prowess, refrain from obstructing others from achieving prosperity. Wang Sanmao, remember this. It is merely the backing of Hungli Group that empowers you. I, too, shall seek a conglomerate to affiliate with, specifically to poach talent from your studio. Go ahead. Who fears whom? I have contended with you for over a decade and am well aware of your limited capabilities. Even with a powerful ally, you shall remain unable to surpass me. As the advancement tasks of the 1000191 novice village progress seamlessly and swiftly, the competition among various studios to recruit talent has intensified. Employees are resigning. Studios are poaching from one another, and conglomerates are investing substantial sums for acquisitions. The fierce battle for talent shows no signs of abating. Ding! The first phase of the 1000191 novice village advancement task is complete, and the second phase is about to commence. All players of the 0191 Novice Village. Prepare yourselves for the countdown. 11:59, 59. Chapter 38. Shock time swiftly passed, and at this moment, Shin Mo had yet to sufficiently defeat the level 10 elite monsters. The talent Ancient Goddess Curse had only increased his true damage by 72 points, officially surpassing the monumental threshold of 900, reaching minus 904. According to the current experience estimate, Shin Mo could still vanquish over 60 level 10 elite monsters. However, with the boss Warbeast puppet poised to attack the city, he had no choice but to return to the village. The level 10 monster region he inhabited was quite distant from the novice village. Merely traversing the map would require 3 to 4 hours, even when measured against his extraordinarily high agility. For other players, even without monsters obstructing their path, the journey would consume at least several times that duration. The reason Shin Mo needed to return early was to make some preparations. Feng Chong had already negotiated on his behalf with numerous guilds from the 100-0191 Novice Village, pledging their full cooperation in tackling the boss. The strategy to defeat the boss remained as simple and brutal as it had been with the previous level 5 boss. It merely required some expendable players to provoke and lure out its powerful skills. Of course, a significant role was also to prevent the boss from pursuing. After more than 3 hours of relentless travel, upon Chun Mo's return to the novice village, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The recording feature of Star Domain 3.0 had not yet been activated, and the descriptions of the newly constructed town were confined to exaggerated accounts by others. Though he had seen grand descriptions of the 100-0191 Novice Village's new town in posts during his offline time, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Not to mention the imposing pressure emanating from the towering walls, which stood over 20 meters high. The intricate patterns between the stone bricks were evidently crafted with great care, purportedly under the direct supervision of NPCs. During the town's construction, players primarily acted as laborers, simply transporting certain materials to designated locations, while the core construction was executed by NPCs themselves. According to players' own measurements, the area of the newly established town was at least 10 times that of the original novice village, suggesting it could accommodate a minimum of 5 million players. Within the town, numerous functional buildings awaited designation, likely to become exclusive shops. The most extravagant of all was the Lord's Mansion. According to some players who participated in the construction, its opulence rivaled that of many top-tier luxury establishments in reality. The collective effort of many players made it hard to fathom how such a vast project had been completed in merely a few days. However, it is understood that a game, by its nature, can progress rapidly. Yet, Shin Mo pondered further, according to the task hints. If the newly constructed town suffered a destruction rate exceeding 80, the promotion task for the novice village would fail. If such a grand town could sustain over 80 destruction, how formidable must the destructive power of the Warbeast puppet be? It seemed that this level 10 boss would not be easily overcome. Shin Mo had just returned to the novice village, and his exquisitely splendid equipment immediately attracted a throng of onlookers. It must be said that Shin Mo, clad in his shimmering silver armor, resembled a walking sun amidst the crowd, evoking envy from many players who had never before witnessed the effects of silver-grade equipment. In truth, while many players were unfamiliar with Silence, the extravagant effects of his gear were ample proof of his extraordinary status. Naturally, numerous guild leaders who had long awaited by the city gate approached him without hesitation. Mr. Silence, it is a pleasure to meet you again. I am he from Sanjing Industry, and this time I bring 3,000 players to assist you in defeating the boss. They are all members of studios with signed offline agreements. Haha, Mr. Silence, your equipment is truly magnificent, surpassing all our expectations. I am Longting A. Yong from Dragon Rising Guild, and I have long admired your reputation. Undoubtedly, Mr. Silence, the silver gleam of your equipment effects signifies its silver-grade status. You are indeed formidable. I, Ping Huai Min from Fingdu Mining, personally lead 2,000 players to support you. All are miners under our signed agreements, providing absolute safety and reliability. Mr. Silence, I am Zhang Xiaoming from Black Spider Footwear, leading 1,000 veteran employees to assist you, ready to follow your commands. Mr. Silence, Auspicious Energy is sending 2,000 players to support you. composed of trusted colleagues from our nationwide operations. Chen Mo had previously asked Feng Chang to communicate his hope that all participants in the siege against the boss warlord Beast Puppet would be members with offline agreements signed with various major factions and would adhere strictly to the commands given. Most importantly, he wished to avoid the risk of having items dropped from the boss being surreptitiously taken by some unknown player. While Chen Mo was confident in his ability to defeat the boss, his extreme allocation of points dictated that he could not afford to approach the boss too closely. He would still have to rely on a kiting strategy to gradually wear it down. Thus, he could not guarantee that he would seize all the dropped items as he had done previously. If other items were snatched away, it might be possible to retrieve them. However, should a unique item, such as a basic attribute feedback card, be picked up by another player, even if it were returned later, the crucial secret it held would inevitably be exposed. This was precisely why Chen Mo had specifically requested that the guild members participating in the battle were to be those who had signed offline agreements and could faithfully follow orders. Everyone, I would like to express my gratitude for your support and cooperation. You are all aware of my requirements. But I must reiterate, the employees you bring to assist must be entirely trustworthy and must obey orders without exception. It is strictly forbidden for anyone to pick up any items dropped by the boss, even if they are willing to return them later. I will issue a bounty for their elimination both in-game and offline. I am not joking. As Chen Mo's stern words echoed, a chorus of agreement immediately arose around him. Rest assured, Mr. Silent, given the gravity of your statement, how could we dare to take any risks? We would never offend you over a mere handful of boss loot. Our company cannot afford such folly. Indeed, Mr. Silent, in today's gaming world, who would dare provoke you? No company would risk such an act unless they were utterly foolish. Absolutely, you need not worry. We shall keep a vigilant watch over one another. Anyone who dares to cheat or act deceitfully will find it exceedingly difficult to escape the consequences from our prosperous group. While the current stage equipment holds immense value, particularly the gear dropped by level 10 bosses, we are all backed by major enterprises and would never jeopardize our standing by seeking immediate gains at your expense. Very well. I hope everyone can adhere to this. Remember, not even the act of picking up items is permissible, even if we wish to return them later. I do not want my future equipment attributes to be exposed. Chen Mo deliberately elaborated on his reasoning to avert any further suspicion. Such an explanation was easily persuasive. After all, no one wished for their equipment attributes to be readily known by other players, especially someone of his elite caliber, who required utmost confidentiality. Thus, everyone understood his exceedingly stringent demands. Of course, it was Chen Mo's unparalleled strength that compelled all factions to treat him with the utmost caution. Chapter 39. Stern warning: all factions are acutely aware that after the novice village levels up for an extended period, Silent will undeniably reign as the undisputed king of this new town, a force to be reckoned with. Thus, various factions have discreetly chosen to cooperate. It is unnecessary to antagonize Silent over trivial equipment dropped by mere level 10 bosses. It is crucial to maintain a long-term perspective, especially for these large organizations, which are particularly attuned to future implications. Consequently, with repeated assurances from the leaders, Chen Mo felt considerably reassured, now merely awaiting the arrival of the level 10 boss. The War Beast Puppet. Ahem, the equipment effects on that prominent figure are truly dazzling. The ostentation is overwhelming. It is not merely an act. This is his standard mode of entrance. It has been confirmed that Scoundrel's armor, shimmering with a silvery glow, is indeed silver-grade equipment. How infuriating. I do not even possess black iron-grade gear, yet he flaunts silver-grade equipment. No wonder he surpasses us by leaps and bounds. I am dying to know the attributes of that silver-grade gear. Just how extraordinary is it to elevate him above us? What a naive thought from above. How could such information possibly be disclosed? That data is vital to him. Have you not noticed that all factions were compelled to acquiesce to his stringent conditions? We, the independent players, are even prohibited from leaving the town to confront the boss for fear that we might seize the equipment. We are not even allowed to know the attributes of the gear. Indeed, this is excessively tyrannical. I still wish to venture out and slay the boss. On what grounds does he monopolize the battle? How outrageous. Other guilds actually agreed to this. What nonsense. Ha ha. He possesses the audacity to be so domineering. Currently, he is the only one capable of defeating the boss. How could the other factions and the novice villages not cooperate to gain an advantage? Is it wrong for him to be assertive? Would you prefer to labor for equipment only to have it snatched away by others? Would you want the attributes of your gear to be known by competitors? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Indeed, our advantage over other towns is entirely thanks to the efforts of Silent. Some individuals are merely ungrateful and wish to drag others down in their disdain for Silent. Such treachery is despicable. Supporting Silent should indeed be this authoritative. Ding. The second phase of the 100-0191 Novice Village Promotion Task has commenced. Ding. Attention, players of the 100-0191 Novice Village. The level 10 boss War Beast Puppet is imminent. All players are urged to participate actively. Failure to complete the task will result in a permanent deduction of 10 free attribute points for all players of the 100-0191 Novice Village. Ugh, cursed scheming planners. They did not mention any penalties for failure beforehand. A deduction of 10 free attribute points is utterly terrifying. Indeed, this punishment is excessively harsh. Why fear? We are all in the same boat. Those elite guild members care far more than I do. You are quite mistaken. This is indeed a benefit. Where there are penalties, there must also be rewards, contingent upon our completion of the tasks. How whimsical the individual above is. Does one truly believe that the system would be so generous? It has not been stated, so how can you be certain of any rewards? No, I must venture outside the city to engage in battle. I do not wish to lose 10 freedom attribute points. Indeed, even if I am unable to prevail, I must still make an effort. You lot, cease your baseless uproar. The esteemed Silent has spoken, and he is confident. Everyone should cooperate wholeheartedly. Just because he claims to have confidence does not guarantee success. The boss has yet to make an appearance, so how can he make such assertions? Truly, it is laughable to indulge in grandiose expectations at this juncture. Can he truly contend with the foe? Yes, I have come to realize that this fellow is merely boasting, without encountering the boss. How can he audaciously claim he can handle it? I had overlooked this until now, only to recognize that he is indeed spinning grand illusions. Oh dear, does this mean we are doomed? If we genuinely lose 10 freedom attribute points, we shall undoubtedly become the most pathetic novice village in the entire game. Players are ever so fickle. A mere whisper of uncertainty sends ripples of panic throughout the 100-0191 novice village. Silent, the entire novice village is in disarray. Would you care to address us again? Indeed, Silent, the chaos is palpable, and many are contemplating joining the fray themselves. We are barely holding it together, these foolish, unruly players seeking to join the battle. What good can come from their meddling? Precisely. The quest has yet to commence. What is there to panic about? It is utterly absurd. They merely wish to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to loot equipment. How naive. We dare not hope for such things, yet they possess the audacity. Silent? Might you offer another word of guidance? Otherwise, when the boss appears, the situation may spiral out of control. Mo is equally exasperated, indeed. Solo players prove to be of little use, stirring commotion even before the battle begins. Such folly. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware that numerous players or factions are eager to exert pressure through public opinion, hoping to lay claim to the boss's drops. They understand that despite their antics, Silent will still confront the boss, as the permanent loss of 10 freedom attribute points would also affect him. Thus, many players are envious of the equipment dropped by the boss and yearn to snatch it amidst the turmoil. This explains the overwhelming number of players clamoring to venture outside the city, although it is somewhat disheartening. Mo nonetheless issues 3 stern warnings in the regional channel. I advise all foolish players wishing to join the battle, unless invited by major guilds, to refrain from leaving the city. You have 5 minutes to return to town. Failure to comply will result in my abandonment of this mission, for I am not particularly concerned about these 10 freedom attribute points. I stand by my word and will not go back on it. As Mo's warning echoed, the various guilds were left utterly stunned. If they truly abandoned this mission, they would bear the brunt of the consequences. A permanent deduction of 10 free attribute points could translate to nearly 2 levels of disparity in attributes, rendering them akin to the most ineffectual novices in the village. Most critically, they were acutely aware that Buyu was entirely capable of executing such a threat, having already enjoyed the benefits of 2 global announcements. He possessed an additional 20 attribute points compared to other players. Even in the event of failure, he would only incur a loss of 10 points. However, they could not afford such a loss. Consequently, all factions within the novice village of 100-0191 were thrown into disarray, urgently calling back the rogue players who had just stirred up trouble outside the city. Failure to comply would result in a relentless pursuit and bounty on their heads, both online and offline, from all factions. Many players, who initially sought to exploit the chaos for personal gain, found themselves in a frenzy. Realizing that this unscrupulous individual was devoid of any sense of fair play, he would rather inflict harm upon himself than allow others to seize even the slightest advantage. It was ruthless and resolute. Chinemo was not merely attempting to intimidate, he was fully capable of following through. He would prefer to fail the mission than allow the boss's loot to be snatched away by others. In today's tumultuous society, it could hardly withstand the provocation of something akin to a basic attribute feedback card. Uncertainty loomed over whether the level 10 boss, or beast puppet, would drop such special cards, but he could not afford to take that risk. Perhaps he had developed a certain degree of self-preservation. Yet safeguarding his parents and sister remained a distant aspiration, at the very least, until he amassed sufficient strength to protect his entire family. He was unwilling to let society descend into greater turmoil. Hence, his recent warning was far from a mere threat. It was a sincere and solemn admonition, one he was resolutely determined to uphold. Chapter 40. Drawing a deep breath. Under the uncompromising posture of silence, all factions dared not gamble their fortunes. Many scattered players, recently caught in a fervor, could only retreat to the city in dejection. Those who sought to stir trouble were swiftly met with retribution from other players, united against them. In this critical moment, none dared to wager on whether Silent would follow through on his promises. The hope of all players now rested on his ability to slay the boss. Otherwise, the novice village 100-0191 would plummet from grace into despair. Mr. Silent. All players have returned to the city, and various guilds have stationed thousands of elite teams at the city gates and walls to prevent further unrest, reported Feng Chang, acting as the liaison between the factions. And Chun Mo. Very well. Let us proceed outside the city, Chun Mo declared, striding towards the exit. The leaders of the various factions stood atop the towering walls, observing the throngs below, now diminished to mere specks. Mr. Wang, do you think this young man can defeat the boss? One inquired. It's hard to say, but I believe he can, came the confident reply. I concur. His repeated assurances indicate he possesses unwavering confidence. Alas, it is intriguing how vast the disparity is in our gaming prowess. I can't help but wonder what attributes he possesses to be so far ahead of us. Indeed, who isn't curious? Yet, it matters little. No matter how formidable one might be, teamwork is often essential, just as it is now. True, and it seems he is reluctant to reveal his identity, which poses a challenge for team cohesion. His future development will ultimately be limited. Exactly, he may currently enjoy an advantage, but our equipment levels have yet to increase sufficiently to pose a threat. In the later stages, we will surely demonstrate what it means for an ant to consume an elephant. Even a dragon must yield to us. Haha. Many of our powerful talents can only manifest after class transitions. Otherwise, he would have been subdued long ago. Indeed, even with his early lead, we can compensate through sheer numbers. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. I refuse to believe he can continue to dominate alone. Enough of your idle chatter. To be blunt, you are all ungrateful. If it weren't for his early lead, our novice village wouldn't be so exceptional. Who among you hasn't benefited from this? Hee. Brother Young, you speak the truth. I have long found their hypocrisy irksome. Without Silent's tremendous impact, would you executives enjoy such generous treatment? Truly a bunch of ingrates. You. Miss Chun, don't think that being the second daughter of the Shiha group gives you the right to insult us. Beware, we may unite against you. Hee, you're anxious now, aren't you? I've struck a chord deep within you, especially you, Wang Yofu. You were merely a small manager in a county-level branch of the Wang Group. Had you not been fortuitously assigned to the Novice Village 1000191, your monthly salary would likely not have exceeded 10,000, would it? And now? Surely, it surpasses 100,000 at the very least. Ask yourself honestly, could there be no indirect reasons for your silence? Foolish creature, utterly oblivious. Ha ha ha, well said. Even if one were to concoct tales about the Silent One, only we, the true scions of the family, hold the right to do so. What gives you, mere workers, the audacity to speak so presumptuously, as if you were the genuine decision-makers of various powerful factions? A bunch of worthless individuals unable to see their own standings. The offspring of esteemed families possess their own pride. They are entitled to weave tales about the Silent One, but the employees below do not share that privilege. Undeniably, the sudden emergence of the lone wolf player, the Silent One, has dealt a significant blow to the faces of numerous factions. Yet they cannot help but admire the astounding achievements of the Silent One. Thus, within their circles, they may fabricate all sorts of tales about the Silent One. But these workers have clearly reaped numerous benefits from the Silent One, and yet they continue to babble, to the point where even they can no longer tolerate it. Ungrateful dogs, the very servants despised by those lofty family heirs. At this moment, many heads of conglomerates are indeed being chastised by a few young heirs. Their faces flushed and unable to retort. Ding. The second phase of the promotion task for Novice Village 1000191 has commenced. All players in Novice Village 1000191, prepare yourselves. The level 10 boss, the War Beast Puppet, has descended, standing atop the city walls. The elite players responsible for guarding the gates immediately witnessed a colossal beam of light descending from the heavens, revealing a gigantic mechanical monstrosity towering over 10 meters high, appearing abruptly not far from the city gates. Its eyes glowed with a terrifying red light, and its metallic tusks resembled two enormous curved blades. The silver-white mechanical skeleton was intricately intertwined, and most fearsome of all was its long, massive mechanical trunk, which would occasionally crackle with explosive sounds in the air. With a thunderous roar echoing throughout the land, every player felt a reduction in health points. War Beast Puppet level, 10 grade. Boss health, 100. 000 physical damage, 219 physical defense, 106 magical defense, 112 agility, 88 skills. War Charge instantly unleashes tremendous brute force, causing irresistible collision damage to targets in front, dealing 400 physical damage. During the charge, the target cannot move for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. War Strangle utilizes its massive trunk to perform a spinning attack, inflicting 150 physical damage to all targets within a 10 meter by 10 meter area, lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. War's Tread. The front hooves trample with such force that all targets within a 5 meter radius are rendered dizzy for a duration of 3 seconds, inflicting 70 physical damage, with a cooldown period of 180 seconds. War's Fury. When health falls below 30, all attributes are enhanced by 30, and skill cooldowns are reduced by 30, lasting for 30 seconds. War's Bastion. When health dwindles to 5, the entity automatically transforms into a bastion form, augmenting defensive capabilities by 100 and restoring 1 health per second for a duration of 30 seconds. The players capable of discerning the precise attributes of the War Beast Puppet collectively gasped in astonishment. It is undeniably terrifying, aside from its exceedingly high base attributes. The 5 formidable skills tailored for warfare are sufficient to instill despair in any team. Such monsters, born solely for battle, are the most dreaded by teams, as players can be effortlessly harvested like wheat during combat. Observing this boss's grotesque attributes further illuminated for many leaders of various factions present that their current progress far surpasses that of other novice villages. Were their own teams to attempt this challenge, it would require the majority of players to reach at least level 10 and equip numerous items that enhance physical damage to have any chance of contending with this boss. Thus, a coalition of hundreds of thousands of players from all factions would be necessary to mount a collective assault. Ultimately, only with such an overwhelming force might they hope to whittle down this boss, and even then, they might face numerous defeats along the way. This exemplifies the sheer terror of the final boss in the late stages of the Novice Village, an entity that demands the full commitment of all players to conquer. Fortunately, Their elite team need not engage directly, for the only outcome would be utter annihilation. Chapter 41. Invincible Forces. Chin Mo gazed upon the grotesque attributes of the war beast puppet, swallowing hard. Indeed, it was quite formidable. Yet, he soon broke into a smile. This boss, designed for warfare and siege, was undoubtedly an overwhelming presence, boasting considerable health, high defense, and a plethora of skills. It seemed almost born for battle. However, for Chun Mo, it represented his favored type of monster, as its agility was a mere pitiful 88 points. Player, silent level, 10 experience points. 1, 699, 203, 200. 000. Click to view other attributes. For other players, the agility of the war beast puppet might well be the pinnacle of the novice village, yet for Chin Mo, whose agility soared to an impressive 105, it was a complete rout. Were it not for a few exceedingly bizarre skills of the boss that could potentially eliminate him in an instant, he would dare to confront it alone. Nevertheless, adhering to a cautious approach, with thousands of expendable minions to lure it, this boss could be effortlessly subdued. To prevent any ensuing chaos and to placate all factions, Chin Mo promptly spent a silver coin to issue a pinned notice in the regional channel. Attention all participating players, with proper coordination. I am 100% confident in defeating this boss. Non-participating players, please refrain from entering the battlefield, or I may withdraw at any moment. The announcement Chin Mo made naturally sparked a commotion both inside and outside the city. Outside the city walls, all expendable players were instantly exhilarated. For if the task were truly accomplished, every participating player would receive a reward of 100,000 dragon coins. Although, due to their presence in the novice village 100,0191, even expendable players had seen their worth increase significantly compared to before. The prospect of an additional reward of 100,000 dragon coins for participation was remarkably enticing. Thus, all expendable players were quite eager to cooperate, undeterred by the looming threat of being crushed by the terrifying war beast nearby. As all players readied themselves, Plan A was set into motion. Attack! The rallying cries echoed loudly beyond the city walls, spreading swiftly in all directions. A total of 30,000 expendable players, drawn from various factions, were prepared to execute all commands with precision. Hence, even the transmission of orders relied on vocal relays to ensure flawless execution. Although Chin Mo had never experienced war in reality, the grand scale of the impending battle left him profoundly awestruck. Standing atop the towering city walls, the leaders of all factions felt their blood surge with excitement as they beheld the throng of 30,000 expendable players surging towards the war beast puppet like a swarm of ants. These expendable players did not merely charge, many collaborated to carry massive wooden pillars collectively. Others armed themselves with stones, hurling them with vigor as they approached the attack range. These items, sanctioned by the system's rules, were acquired by players through novice village quests, such as mining stones and gathering timber. Thus, it was deliberately brought to the battlefield for use, although it could not inflict even the slightest harm upon the boss. It served a distinctly disruptive purpose. Particularly, players wielding wooden pillars several meters in length were especially annoying, persistently targeting the mouth of the war behemoth puppet. Some players circled behind the war behemoth puppet with their wooden pillars, incessantly poking at its vulnerable points. Even though the war behemoth puppet was a mechanical entity, it was excessively provoked, expressing its fury. Coupled with the relentless bombardment of stones striking its face, it was thoroughly enraged. Skills were unleashed one after another without regard for cooldown times, as its massive mechanical nose whirled like a propeller, clearing the area in waves. After dispatching its initial targets, the war behemoth puppet executed war charge, plowing through hundreds of players in a straight line, leaving behind a cloud of blood and corpses. In its final surge, it collided with the city wall, nearly breaching the 12-meter-thick structure. Many elite players from various guilds, who were spectating from atop the wall, were violently shaken and flung off, meeting their demise upon impact. What a terrifying spectacle! The war behemoth puppet continued its rampage back into the crowd, leaping high before crashing down, causing players who had not yet escaped to faint, while those with insufficient health were outright killed. Indeed, it was born for war. Unstoppable in its path, Chin Mo, witnessing the release of 3 skills, seized the opportunity to dash through the gap left by the players and struck the war behemoth puppet with a swift blow. The sound of metal clashing echoed, triggering a hostile state and applying 2 layers of the ancient god's curse. -1808, -1808, -1808. A series of alarming damage figures suddenly appeared above the war behemoth puppet. With an inexplicable attack, the war behemoth puppet was instantly enraged, redirecting its wrath towards the now distant Shinemo. As it charged, its lethality was equally formidable, trampling any players that dared to obstruct its path into mere remnants. Spread out, and be ready for Plan B. The command rang across the battlefield, prompting all the expendable players to flee in all directions, distancing themselves from the boss. Once they had sufficiently retreated, the players began to process what had just occurred. Had the boss truly displayed damage of -1808? Almost instantaneously, disbelief washed over them. What on earth did I just witness? -1808? Is this real? My grandmother's reading glasses must be malfunctioning. No, you're not mistaken. The game's algorithm has gone awry. There is surely a data error. What nonsense is this? Such a disparity could never be reconciled, even in the later stages. I'm at a loss for words. I truly feel as if we are not playing the same game. Damn it, that wretched individual must be cheating. All the onlooking players felt as though a million wild steeds were galloping within their hearts, many even doubting whether they were experiencing an illusion. Even in the realm of gaming, they questioned the very authenticity of what they witnessed. Not even those with talents rated gold or above could inflict such terrifying damage. Even after a clash transition, this sheer magnitude of destruction left all spectators with a singular impression. It was utterly surreal. Chapter 42. Bloodstained Cruelty Yet. The reality is astonishingly palpable, as all players continued to gaze at the distant boss, relentlessly pursuing the enigmatic Silent One. Ominous damage figures of -1808, -1808, -1808 hovered above its head. Surely, even cheating should have its limits. The previous encounter with a level 5 boss, inflicting a mere -219 damage per second, was already outrageous. Now, witnessing a staggering -1808 per second seemed excessively egregious. Even the most accustomed to being mere cannon fodder found this utterly unjust and intolerable. Let alone those perched upon the city walls, who fancied themselves superior beings. At this moment, their spirits were utterly shattered. Previously, they had speculated that such a mechanism for continuous damage might stem from a one-time item. However, this latest boss battle unequivocally suggested that it might indeed be a unique method employed by the Silent One, rather than some disposable contraption. Moreover, the damage dealt per second had multiplied several times since the last encounter, reaching the horrifying figure of -1808, indicating that it could potentially increase further in the future. If this information were to be substantiated, who could possibly hope to contend with him in the game? Even with the augmentation of formidable talents post-class change, it would be exceedingly challenging to withstand such terrifying continuous damage. The leaders of all factions upon the walls were furrowed in deep thought, and the younger members of their families were engulfed in profound self-doubt. Must all players in the 100-0191 Novice Village truly live perpetually under the shadow of the Silent One? While many leaders and scions found it difficult to accept the unfolding events, the brutality of the situation was undeniably stark. Those present possessed discerning eyes and could foresee the implications. It was almost predictable that the player known as Silent One might genuinely ascend to become the uncrowned king of 100-0191 Novice Village, with few rivals throughout the entire game. Perhaps it was premature to make such conjectures, but barring any significant upheaval, extrapolating from the data gathered thus far, it seemed highly plausible. In this moment, even the hope of witnessing the boss's demise and the impending ascension of the Novice Village lost its luster and became inexplicably bland. The most disheartening aspect was the comparison to others. The disparity was so vast that it appeared utterly insurmountable. The boss reappeared, Plan B was initiated, and all players surged forward. Feng Chang's command echoed across the battlefield. The boss's health was nearing a critical threshold of 30, and the War Frenzy skill would soon be triggered. Chun Imo promptly maneuvered the boss back into the fray, at which point the cannon fodder players would need to absorb the skill. Fortunately, these players, bound by agreements with various companies, consistently adhered to guild commands and cooperated with fervor. Even when confronted with the merciless war beast puppet, they faced it with unwavering courage. As the boss's health dipped below 30, the War Frenzy skill automatically activated, resulting in a sudden 30 enhancement of all attributes. After the boss entered a frenzied state, even Shin Mo found it impossible to withstand its fury, rendering him incapable of fleeing unilaterally. Thus, he was compelled to allow the expendable players to absorb the aggro. The boss, empowered by the War Frenzy skill, became utterly unhinged, trampling down countless players with ease, with an impressive 30 increase across all attributes. The might of the War Charge skill escalated dramatically, resulting in a blood-soaked battlefield where players fell by the thousands, even breaching the sturdy city walls. Coupled with a 30 reduction in cooldown time, the War Strangle skill seamlessly followed, effortlessly sweeping away wave after wave of valiant players rushing forward. In a mere span of seconds during its frenzy, well over 10,000 expendable players met their demise, illustrating the sheer devastation wielded by this boss. Fortunately, the valiant efforts of numerous players provided a critical barrier. Otherwise, it is conceivable that a boss with a 30 agility boost could have easily claimed Shin Mo's life in an instant. There was no need for the boss to pursue him relentlessly. Once within a certain proximity, a single use of War Charge, War Strangle, or War Tread could have potentially obliterated Shin Mo from a distance. The boss's final skill, War Fortress, was equally vexing. Any team encountering it would undoubtedly curse its existence. However, for those endowed with the ancient goddess curse talent, it proved to be a perfect counter. The instantaneous defensive boost and the 1 health regeneration per second were rendered utterly ineffective against the debilitating effects of the ancient goddess curse. Thus, despite the arduous journey and the significant number of expendable players who fell in battle, they ultimately succeeded in exhausting this terrifying boss. The demise of the boss known as War Behemoth Puppet was indeed somewhat pitiful, had it not been for the harrowing true damage inflicted by the ancient goddess curse. The boss would not have had its last 30 health drained, leaving it without the opportunity to sustain its frenzy for even 30 seconds longer. It is likely that very few expendable players would have remained standing. Crucially, without the brave resistance of these players, Shin Mo might not have escaped the relentless pursuit of the boss in its frenzied state. Therefore, while the battle appeared brief and straightforward, it was fraught with peril. Ding! You have slain a level 10 boss monster War Behemoth Puppet, earning 120,000 experience points. Ding! You have successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the ancient goddess curse upon defeating a boss monster. Your talent tier is now upgrading. Global announcement. Ding! Player Silence from the Dragon Country region has achieved the first kill of the level 10 boss monster War Behemoth Puppet, receiving a reward of 10 free attribute points, 100 gold coins, 1,000 reputation points in the Dragon Country region, and 500 global reputation points. As they gazed upon the colossal boss's fallen form and heard the ringing of the global announcement, the expressions of all the family members standing on the city walls were far from cheerful. The actual combat prowess of Player Silence exceeded their wildest expectations, completely eluding their control. Even though the novice village promotion task had been completed, their spirits remained heavy. In contrast, the leaders of various factions within the 100,0191 novice village were positively beaming with joy, though they were displeased with the dominance of Silent, even feeling overshadowed by it. They could not deny that the completion of the novice village advancement task was an extraordinary opportunity for them as workers. Once the new town's functions surpassed those of other novice villages, all players from the 100,0191 novice village would undoubtedly be the first to reap the benefits. Their worth consequently soaring. Moreover, those responsible for the construction of their guild in the 100,0191 novice village would also experience a rise in status. Indeed, they had no right to criticize the player Silent, for without his remarkable lead, they would not enjoy their current exceptional treatment. As for Silent's seemingly unreasonable and terrifying continuous damage, what did it matter? After all, they were merely workers. The more formidable Silent became, the more advantageous it was for these laborers in the short term. At the moment the boss fell, Shin Mo appeared beside its corpse, promptly collecting an inconspicuous card. Subsequently, he quickly gathered the other dropped items. Shin Mo felt gratified that after the boss's demise, The players not far from its body refrained from rushing in to seize the loot. Clearly, his prior stern warning had proven effective. At this moment, his greatest desire was to immediately inspect his spoils. Chapter 43, Mysterious Blessing. Chen Mo was somewhat disheartened. His title Conqueror had a certain probability of stealing a passive skill from a boss-level monster upon its defeat, yet this time it did not activate. To be candid, he was quite envious of the boss's passive skill War Frenzy, which allowed one to automatically enter a berserk state when health dropped below 30, enhancing all attributes by 30 and reducing skill cooldowns by 30. Even in the later stages, such a passive ability remained extraordinarily potent. Disappointment aside, Chen Mo's primary concern was the grade of the Ancient God's Curse talent. He wondered if it could be upgraded this time. Regrettably, it could not. However, the notation regarding the grade attribute of the Ancient God's Curse changed from can grow to upgrading. It was evident that merely defeating a level 10 boss was insufficient to elevate the Ancient God's Curse talent from bronze to silver grade. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the arduous nature of talent grade advancement, he still felt a tinge of disappointment. The card newly dropped by the boss was not the anticipated basic attribute feedback card, but rather a different kind of special card. Equipment Manifestation Card, Black Iron Grade. Upon use, the player can specify the manifestation of a piece of black iron grade equipment. While it bore some resemblance to the previously hypothesized equipment attribute feedback card, the effects were significantly divergent. The basic attribute feedback card provided long-term benefits from a single use, whereas the equipment manifestation card was a one-time item with a clear grade classification. A black iron grade equipment manifestation card could only manifest black iron grade equipment. It was not without merit, but it fell far short of expectations, and its value was incomparable. Most critically, if one aspired to manifest higher grade equipment in the future, it would undoubtedly necessitate the use of higher grade equipment manifestation cards, which would likely skyrocket in price. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. There was currently no black iron grade equipment worthy of utilization. Even if manifested, it would not significantly enhance his combat prowess. So he decided to hold on to it for the time being. Although this black iron grade special card seemed somewhat superfluous, manifesting only low attribute black iron grade equipment, its rarity was undeniable. Moreover, it was perhaps unwise for it to appear too early in the public eye, lest it fuel the imaginations of those with ulterior motives, leading to ominous speculations that could incite societal unrest. Warlord's Medallion, Silver Grade. Health 280, Energy 170, Physical Damage 20, Magic Damage 18, Physical Defense 26, Magic Defense 23, Agility 12. Additional attribute. Increases the damage range of area of effect skills by an additional 30. Wearing requirement. Level 10 this time. The boss also dropped a piece of silver grade equipment, which boasted attributes far superior to those of the silver grade Raging Vine armor. Truly, such equipment dropped by the war beast puppet, capable of conquering cities, was fitting for warfare, as its capacity to expand damage range was indeed ideal for battle. One must concede that silver-grade equipment suitable for level 10 was considerably better than that designed for level 5. This equipment, classified as a waist badge, represents a novel type of gear that activates simply by being worn at the waist. Notably, it bestows a comprehensive enhancement to all 7 dimensions of attributes, which is undeniably significant. Most importantly, silver-grade equipment typically comes with additional attributes. And this particular waist badge offers a supplementary effect, an extra 30 increase in the damage radius when casting area of effect skills. For Chen Mo, who is on the verge of transitioning to the mage profession, this is perfectly aligned with his aspirations, as he is particularly drawn to the expansive effects of mage skills. Thus, the attributes of this waist badge have certainly improved Chen Mo's spirits. Otherwise, with his talent level yet to advance, the Conqueror title's attributes untriggered, and the black iron grade equipment manifestation card proving rather lackluster, he might have begun to doubt whether the system was intentionally hindering him. Of course, he is well aware that even the most extraordinary attributes of the Conqueror title rely on chance. If it were to trigger on the first attempt, he would find it utterly astonishing. After all, he is not the favored child of the system. The War Beast Puppet Core is a quest item containing potent mystical energies, deemed the finest offering to the gods. Aside from this quest item, the other two pieces are also black iron grade equipment, hardly differing from his existing level 10 black iron gear. Overall, this haul is acceptable, yet it falls short of complete satisfaction. Perhaps his previous aspirations were too grand, and there remains a discrepancy between expectation and reality. Were others to learn of his substantial gains, they would be green with envy. Humans, it seems, are perpetually insatiable. With a casual motion, he affixed the silver-grade waist badge, intensifying the silvery glow surrounding him. The surrounding low-tier players immediately felt as though their eyes were being dazzled. Chun Mo couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The system's design of equipment effects is excessively ostentatious. Most critically, there is no option available to disable these effects. Consequently, the inherently low-key Chun Mo finds himself unable to remain inconspicuous. However, this is of little consequence. While he may need to bide his time outside the game, he has no reason to hold back within it, and he might as well revel in his newfound power. Otherwise, he would feel unworthy of his exceptional equipment and extraordinary attributes. Regaining his composure, Chun Mo then returned to the town under the escort of Feng Chang and the others, proceeding to the altar for the final phase of his novice village promotion quest. At this moment, not only were numerous players gathered around the altar, but all the NPCs from the 100-0191 novice village had also assembled there. Each NPC stood solemnly at various points around the altar, their expressions unusually grave. Esteemed player Silence, please personally place the war beast puppet core upon the central stone platform of the altar. Called out the elderly NPC village chief as Chun Mo approached. It seemed that the village chief had automatically detected the presence of the war beast puppet core on Chun Mo, and he felt no need to ponder further. If the village chief is requesting it directly, surely there is no ill intent involved. Chun Mo, holding the core of the war beast puppet, approached the center of the altar step by step. As he placed the core of the war beast puppet upon the stone platform at the altar's heart, an extraordinarily brilliant light surged into the heavens in an instant. The dazzling radiance compelled Chun Mo to close his eyes, nearly blinding his enchanting gaze, while internally he couldn't help but scold the system for its excessive visual effects. Ding! Player Silent from Novice Village 100-0191 has dedicated the core of the war beast puppet. The supreme existence is filled with delight and bestows the mysterious blessing of life bond. Ding! The promotion task for Novice Village 100-0191 has been successfully completed, and a comprehensive upgrade is about to commence. All players in Novice Village 100-0191 are requested to log off promptly. The upgrade will take 12 hours. 3, 2, 1. Damn the system! A cacophony of curses erupted around the altar as yet again they were subjected to a sudden onslaught, forcing them offline in a mere 3 seconds. What difference was there from a forced log-off? Chun Mo barely had time to examine the newly acquired life bond before darkness engulfed him, and he was unceremoniously logged off. Little did he expect that personally placing the core of the war beast puppet into the altar would yield additional rewards. Fortunately, his cautious nature had prevailed, and he had not dismissed the task as a nuisance. Otherwise, had he been lazy and entrusted the task item to Feng Chang and the others, he would have missed the mysterious reward entirely. The system truly lays traps at every turn. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, he found himself genuinely curious about the mysterious blessing of life bond bestowed by the supreme existence. Would it bring forth a grand surprise? The system, too, was rather inconsiderate. Could it not wait until he had perused the attributes before logging him off? It was exceedingly tantalizing. Chapter 44. The Great Recruitment. As the players of the Novice Village 100-0191 logged off en masse, the world outside the game erupted in fervor. Dude, I am utterly envious of you all. You'll soon enjoy far greater benefits. Indeed. A level 10 boss like the War Beast Puppet is likely to take at least 6 months to defeat based on our current progress in the Novice Village. And it might take even longer. Damn it. This wretched game doesn't even offer an option to transfer villages. What a disgrace. That scoundrel Silent must be using hacks. How could one possibly inflict such terrifying damage? It's simply unplayable. Yes, that's right. Minus 1808 damage per second with a duration of up to 100 seconds translates to a staggering total of minus 180,800 damage from just one attack. Who could possibly withstand that? Absolutely. There's no point in comparison. Even with potions, one could be driven to bankruptcy. Potions, unless they can restore thousands of health points per second, would be utterly ineffective. Have you considered that minus 1808 damage per second could instantly eliminate many players? When would there even be a chance to consume a potion? Fool. I'm talking about the late game. Who can withstand it now? The fool above is the real idiot. I have some unfortunate news. Silent dealt only minus 219 damage per second while battling a level 5 boss. And now, in such a short span, the damage has escalated to minus 1808. So, do you really think your version of the late game is the same as his? The late game will likely see his damage become even more terrifying. Hiss, what is the point of playing? The top player in the entire server is practically predetermined. What is the use? Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that this game is truly remarkable and has even alleviated my back pain, I would have quit by now. Haha. You're all just a bunch of blowhards. This game has no shortage of players. Feel free to leave if you want. But don't try to pressure others to quit while you're secretly enjoying the game yourselves. You old geezers are quite devious. The online uproar mirrored the chaos offline. Whether it was state organizations or other factions, they were all openly engaged in aggressive recruitment. Some players from Novice Village 100-0191 who had yet to join any faction were even directly recruited by relevant authorities. Although termed as recruitment, it bore a striking resemblance to coercion, an alternative form of abduction. Of course, many players affiliated with studios from Novice Village 100-0191 also became prime targets for various factions and authorities. The audacious recruitment attempts unfolded even in broad daylight, prompting numerous factions to engage in large-scale brawls. Ultimately, a significant military presence was deployed to quell the unrest. Any organization with influence recognized that this was the opportune moment to seize Novice Village 100-0191 players, and no one was willing to easily compromise or concede. Once the Novice Village of 100-0191 has completed its ascension, it is inevitable that more advanced benefits will be unveiled, and the competition will intensify. This is a result of various factions striving to maintain control. Otherwise, the situation would spiral into further chaos. Small studios are utterly incapable of retaining players from the 100-0191 Novice Village. Consequently, all players from 100-0191 are either recruited by larger faction organizations or directly summoned by relevant authorities. Even within the studios of these larger factions, security measures have been significantly heightened to prevent poaching by rival organizations. To safeguard the families of players from 100-0191, numerous factions go to great lengths to ensure their protection as well. Within mere hours, it appears that all factions have tacitly arranged similar protective measures. No organization dares to allow 100-0191 players to venture outside, fearing they might be snatched away by others. While players from 100-0191 receive lucrative salaries, they simultaneously find themselves stripped of personal freedom, a state that is likely to persist for an extended period. Shin-mo, nestled in his hotel room, anxiously peruses reports across various online platforms, alongside sensational revelations from netizens. The treatment of even the ordinary players from 100-0191 fills him with unease. Society seems perilously close to complete disarray. Despite the promise of high salaries, 100-0191 players have effectively become mere laborers for the dominant factions, deprived of their autonomy. Alarmingly, the authorities have begun to directly intervene in the recruitment, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Due to the game's capability to cure ailments, his parents and younger sister have enthusiastically engaged with it. However, to mitigate risks, Shin-mo has insisted they resign from their jobs and remain safely at home, enjoying the game. As for his sister, he hesitates to demand she drop out of school. Instead, he advises her to stay on campus and avoid unnecessary outings. Fortunately, the 100-0191 Novice Village is already at capacity, making it impossible for new players to randomly enter. Otherwise, it would pose a significant complication. The authorities have long contemplated conducting a population census regarding the game, yet both factions and players have vehemently opposed it, particularly concerning the confidentiality of gaming talent, with many players unwilling to compromise. Thus, The authorities have had no choice but to abandon the initiative. Many players from the 100,0191 Novice Village inadvertently exposed their real identities due to their earlier arrogance, leading to the attention of both the authorities and major factions. Otherwise, given the absence of video recording features within the game, identifying a player's true identity would have proven challenging. Unbeknownst to him, 12 hours have swiftly passed. After reconciling the meal delivery arrangements with the hotel, Chen Mo props a massive solid wood sofa against the door before finally feeling secure enough to log online. Chen Mo had to exercise caution. One could never know if some faction might whimsically decide to scrutinize his gaming character. He had logged in precisely on time. Still situated at the altar, while players continued to stream in simultaneously. There seemed to be no changes. Could it be that the promotions were not yet completed? Indeed. Observe the ground. Certain luminous patterns appear to be manifesting. Yes, it resembles an electrified surface, subtly glowing. I see it too. Look over there. Even the city walls are inexplicably radiating light, truly reminiscent of being electrified. TSK, TSK, TSK. During our absence, it appears these NPCs have indeed orchestrated some significant developments. Could it be that the upgrades have yet to succeed? The system's forced logout time is strictly enforced. Why then has the upgrade duration been prolonged? Haha. The right to explanation lies entirely with the system. Within this game, we possess no rights whatsoever, not even a channel for complaints. Even if the upgrades are not completed until tomorrow, what can you do? As players continued to log in, the vicinity of the altar erupted into a cacophony. A relentless din observing the ground that still faintly shimmered with light. Chen Mo felt no urgency. Perhaps the upgrades were genuinely incomplete? For now, it was imperative to delve into the newly acquired life bond. Chapter 45, Jealousy Ignited Life Bond allows the life attribute to be bound with any other attribute, granting an equivalent enhancement in basic attribute points. Chen Mo gazed at the description, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be as he had imagined? Would you like to bind attributes? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo immediately chose to bind agility. Ding! The life bond was activated, successfully binding the life attribute to agility, resulting in a permanent enhancement of life attributes equivalent to agility. As the system notification chimed, Chen Mo watched in amazement as his life attribute surged dramatically. Player, silent level, 10 experience, 1, 819, 203, 200, 000 life, 1. 620,840,780 free attribute points 10, energy, 650,190,460 free attribute points 10, agility, 8443 physical defense, 1994 magical defense, 1978 physical damage, 1963 magical damage, 1918 poison resistance, 8 free attribute points, 0 what a relief. His life value skyrocketed by 650 points, instantly providing a profound sense of security. Originally, he had planned to transition into a fragile mage, necessitating an increase in life points. Mages possess long-range attack capabilities, thus it was no longer essential to allocate all points into agility as before. Instead, he intended to adopt a balanced distribution of 2 for life and 3 for agility. However, he never anticipated such a remarkable reward. With the ancient god's curse talent, he naturally inflicted terrifying true damage, rendering many mages who focus solely on magical damage pale in comparison. Therefore, magical damage was of little concern to Chen Mo. He had never intended to enhance it. Agility, on the other hand, had always been Chen Mo's primary focus, as it not only influenced movement speed but also affected casting speed. For a mage, the ability to escape danger and the frequency of output were crucial. Thus, agility was indispensable. Now that both magical damage and life attributes were no longer a concern, fully investing in agility was undoubtedly the optimal choice for Chen Mo's future. He was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. He was even more grateful that he had not been lazy, opting to complete the final task segment himself. Otherwise, he would likely have found no solace for his tears. With Life Bond, the fatal weakness of a mage's low health would cease to exist. This was precisely the type of mage Chen Mo aspired to be, a mage not only robust in health, but also swift in movement, with damage that was astonishingly high. Any player encountering him in the future would likely feel a sense of revulsion, perhaps even slipping into deep self-doubt. Global announcement ding. The Dragon Nation Area 1000191 Novice Village has completed its upgrade, now named Origin, becoming the world's first town-level sanctuary. All players in Origin Town are rewarded with 5 free attribute points, a permanent 10 increase in drop rates within Origin Town, and a permanent 10 discount on all goods in Origin Town. Once again, the 3 resounding global announcements echoed in the minds of all online players worldwide, prompting a wave of intense envy and frustration, igniting a fire of jealousy. The dogma of the system is to render humanity unrecognizable, igniting envy among global players. The 3 rewards, each of which could drive current players into a frenzy. Most crucially, all players are acutely aware that these rewards are essentially gifts bestowed upon the novice players of the 1000191 starter village. Now, one cannot help but feel an intense envy. Why does their novice village lack a towering figure like Silence? They yearn to experience the exhilarating thrill of being carried to success. The player known as Silence, with sheer personal prowess, has elevated the collective strength of the 500,000 players in the novice village to unprecedented heights. Hilariously, the acquisition of 5 free attribute points feels like a gift. Long live the esteemed Silence. I would gladly bear your offspring. It's exhilarating. With these 5 free attribute points, I can finally take on the Green Caterpillar solo. Origin Town, what a splendid name. A permanent 10 drop rate. May fortune smile upon me and grant me a piece of equipment. Let us hasten to see what changes the upgraded town has undergone. Look. Many shops now bear names. Weapon shop, clothing store, jewelry shop, apothecary, general goods store. Quite a refined division indeed. By the heavens, it truly is the Class Change Hall. My guess was spot on. Such a magnificent structure could only be the Class Change Hall. I should have wagered with Su Sampow back then. I lost 3 copper coins. Chun Mo bid farewell to Feng Chong and the others, who wished to continue escorting him, intending to explore the new town alone amidst the throng. However, he soon began to regret this decision. Adorned in flashy gear, he drew attention wherever he went, with players eager to engage him in conversation. Fortunately, his exceptional attribute bonuses endowed him with overwhelming strength, making it nearly impossible for any player to obstruct his path. Some players, undeterred, were rudely shoved aside as he barreled through, leaving them in disarray. Others, evidently intent on testing their luck, shamelessly launched sneak attacks amidst the chaos. Chun Mo did not indulge them. Upon entering a defensive counter state, he swiftly unleashed a devastating strike. Dealing minus 1808 in true damage, no player could withstand even a second of such ferocity. Ruthlessly dispatching several waves of audacious players, the onlookers finally hesitated to approach him carelessly. Naturally, various factions received the outcome they dreaded most. Silence could effortlessly inflict a grotesque minus 1808 damage. Chun Mo, without entering any other shops, was swept along with the crowd into the Class Change Hall he had longed for. The Class Change Hall was magnificently constructed, with opulent floor tiles and extravagant ceiling decorations, intricately engraved with countless patterns, exuding an air of profound mystery. 6 towering statues of vocational mentors, each over 10 meters high, loomed in the center of the hall, imposing an inexplicable pressure on any players standing beneath them. The hall was bustling with players eager to mingle, and Chun Mo had no choice but to employ brute force to push his way through. Even those who recognized his identity were unable to create space. The vast expanse of the Class Change Hall was indeed overcrowded, making movement nearly impossible. To speak candidly, at such a moment, Chun Mo yearned for a sweeping skill that could obliterate the chaos. A complete clearance was indeed the optimal solution. Armed with overwhelming brute strength, he spent several minutes laboriously maneuvering his way to the statue of the mage job change miner. The instant he touched the statue, a prompt immediately appeared before him. You have reached level 10 and meet the requirements for job change. Do you wish to become a mage? Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo chose yes. Subsequently, a fissure suddenly appeared at the center of the statue's forehead, from which an eerie blue light shot forth, enveloping Chun Mo in an instant. In that moment, he felt as if he had entered a realm of enigmatic profundity, inexplicably grasping the true essence of the mage profession, effortlessly perceiving the arcane factors swirling around him. Global announcement. Ding. Player Silence from the Dragon Country region has successfully changed jobs, becoming the world's first professional mage, and is awarded the unique skill favor of the mage god. Once again, the global players were inundated with notifications akin to spam, leaving them utterly exasperated. Is this amusing? Should all the benefits be hoarded by him alone? Chapter 46. The favor of the god of law. How utterly maddening. This accursed system, devoid of any moral compass. I refuse to listen. I have no desire to heed it. What relevance does it hold for me? Must I endure such personal global notifications again? It feels like a curse. Merely hearing it ignites my ire and induces mouth ulcers. Alas, the game is spiraling into chaos, and while the wretched system turns a blind eye, it exacerbates the turmoil. Indeed, monopolizing the game is hardly entertaining. Will it devolve into a solitary experience? This insufferable silence continues to flaunt their prowess. And it is but a matter of time before divine retribution strikes. What an affront! I too am nauseated, and this silence shows no restraint. Hoarding all the advantages, do they possess no conscience? Whether they do or not is inconsequential to me. I have already resorted to curses and maledictions against them. The audacity of that player above me is astonishing. I shall draw circles of curses upon their departure. This detestable system. How I loathe the very sound of global notification. This marks the second time today that I have perished at the hands of monsters due to its interference. Indeed, this system is truly odious, whatever one attempts. These incessant notifications leave one's head spinning, devoid of any semblance of rights. With no avenue for complaint, let us unite in cursing the source of this torment. Silence. Welcome to the Curse of Silence Legion. Today, countless players across the globe have been repulsed by the dual six-fold global notifications, leading many to momentarily lose interest in the game, venting their frustrations in the Rookie Village channels. Yet, Chin Mo perceives this global notification as a melodious symphony, a celestial sound. Today is undoubtedly his fortuitous day, filled with delightful surprises. He is the first player globally to transition to a new class and is rewarded accordingly. Having regained clarity, Chin Mo promptly examines the unique skill exclusive to the mage class. Blessing of the God of Law, exclusive skill. Sealed, bestowed with the grace of the Supreme God of Law. It dispels all negative statuses for a duration of 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Remarkable, undeniably a rare and potent skill. It is not merely advantageous for mages, but is exceedingly valuable for any class. With the skill, Chin Mo's survivability will surely be significantly enhanced once more. Moreover, the presence of the suffix, sealed, suggests that this unique skill may attain greater strength. Alas, there are no hints as to how to unlock it. Clearly, completing certain tasks or fulfilling specific conditions is requisite for its release. Why must this system be so obscure? Even so, this skill is akin to divine magic for Chin Mo at present. It remedies a substantial flaw in his arsenal, although he has acquired Life Bond, which mitigates the mage's inherently low health, should he face a team of adversaries wielding overwhelming crowd control. Even the most formidable health or ancient curses would not save him from doom. However, with the formidable skill divine favor, such a fatal flaw ceases to exist. If one cannot prevail, at the very least, one can escape. When it comes to survival capabilities, divine favor can be even more crucial than Life Bond at times. Chin Mo could not help but commend the system, as products from Global Announcement are always of premium quality, devoid of any superfluous elements. Aside from a slightly lower defense, there are virtually no significant shortcomings in life protection now. After reviewing the Divine Favor skill, Chin Mo could also learn a skill from the Mage Class Transition Minor statue, a benefit for all novice mages. Of course, the system remains unyielding. Each skill requires the expenditure of 1 gold coin, a price that is decidedly not cheap. Currently, 1 gold coin is equivalent to several million Dragon Kingdom coins and is highly valued yet scarce. It is easy to imagine that even if one successfully transitions, not every player will qualify to acquire the skill. The reason is simple. The cost is prohibitive. Given the current booming trend, the value of gold coins is bound to continue escalating. To put it bluntly, the exchange regulations jointly formulated by various governments have almost become a farce. However, it cannot be said that they are entirely useless. At the very least, these governments wield their authority, utilizing them as legal grounds to accomplish various tasks. Fireball Black Iron Level conjures fire elements to form a searing fireball that inflicts 150 spell damage upon impact and causes ongoing burn damage. With a maximum attack speed of 10 meters per second and a maximum range of 5 meters. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Wind Blade Black Iron Level conjures wind elements to create an invisible spinning blade of wind that inflicts 120 spell damage upon impact and causes minor tearing damage. With a maximum attack speed of 20 meters per second and a maximum range of 10 meters. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Ice Arrow Black Iron Level conjures ice elements to form a sharp, frozen long arrow that inflicts 130 spell damage upon impact and causes minor freezing damage. With a maximum attack speed of 13 meters per second and a maximum range of 8 meters. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Earth Wall Black Iron Level conjures earth elements to construct a massive, sturdy wall that converts 50 of spell damage into a comprehensive defensive effect, lasting a maximum of 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. The Mage Class Transition Mentor statue offers 4 Black Iron Level spells to choose from, each possessing distinct advantages and disadvantages. Fireball delivers high damage, but has a slow attack speed and short range, inflicting continuous burn damage. Wind Blade inflicts lower damage, but has a rapid attack speed and long range, causing minor tearing effects. Ice Arrow provides moderate damage with balanced speed and range, possessing certain control capabilities. Earth Wall offers average defense without notable highlights. Ultimately, Shinemo eliminated Fireball and Earth Wall, ultimately opting for Wind Blade. He was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. After all, his spell damage was not high, and the freezing effect of Ice Arrow was certainly related to spell damage. He does not intend to add any additional spell damage in the later stages. Instead, he aspires to control others and monsters through the Ice Arrow technique, which seems unlikely to succeed. It would be far more beneficial for him to continue leveraging his strengths by extending his attack range and increasing his attack speed, thereby maximizing the potency of the Ancient God's Curse talent. Thus, he remains exceedingly satisfied with the overall efficacy of the Windblade technique. The only slight disappointment is that the initial skills from the Class Change Mentor statue do not include area of effect attack skills. Moreover, Shun Mo discovered a peculiar phenomenon. None of these skills specified the exact energy consumption required. Subsequently, he sought answers from the Class Change Mentor statue. It became clear that the release of each skill would vary according to the player's level and attributes, influenced by equipment enhancements, and could even differ based on the circumstances encountered. For instance, similar to Divine Favor, the effects would change depending on the strength and number of the negative status effects stacked upon him. The more severe the negative states encountered, the greater the energy required for purification to achieve the desired effect. Similarly, as the spell damage attribute increases, the power of the Wind Blade technique would also intensify, necessitating greater energy expenditure. Consequently, it is challenging to specify the precise energy consumption for each skill, as this value remains perpetually uncertain. Nonetheless, Shinemo finds this arrangement acceptable. Given his current equipment, even without adding energy points, he has ample energy to cast the Wind Blade technique, even in the later stages. With access to large-scale area attack spells, his equipment would undoubtedly improve, and he believes the energy would suffice to support his endeavors. After all, with the Ancient God's Curse talent, this unconventional mage does not need to adopt a stationary cannon-style approach. He merely needs to elegantly cast a few spells occasionally, and his targets would be reduced to ashes. Having completed his skill acquisition, he was naturally eager to venture out and explore. However, he had yet to familiarize himself with the various new features of the town, so he decided to temper his excitement and explore methodically. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for having been so decisive in his earlier actions, which had led to a situation where no players dared to provoke him lightly. Considering the red name mechanism, Shinemo ultimately set aside his tempting desire to experiment with the Windblade technique. Upon exiting the bustling Class Change Hall, he found that the streets outside were no longer so congested. Origin Town, after all, was significantly larger than the previous novice village. And apart from the areas surrounding various functional buildings, there were still places where one could navigate reasonably well. Shin-Emo refrained from wandering aimlessly. Instead, he stood by the roadside refreshing the regional channel. Rather than engaging in aimless exploration, he deemed it more efficient to observe the players' discussions within the regional channel. The enthusiastic players in the regional channel did not disappoint him after refreshing for only a brief period. He gained a comprehensive understanding of the many new features the town had to offer. Frankly, he was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of delights, and it seemed that the players from other novice villages would soon be in for a tumultuous time. Chapter 47. The game is truly engaging upon the promotion of the novice village to Origin Town. A plethora of diverse shops emerged within the town, including weapon shops, jewelry stores, clothing boutiques, general goods shops, and potion dispensaries, among others. Each establishment offered a corresponding array of items for sale, with the weapon, jewelry, and clothing shops of utmost interest to players, also featuring equipment for sale, albeit all categorized as black iron grade. Naturally, the prices were not insignificant. A single piece of black iron equipment commanded a cost of 5 gold coins. Observing this familiar pricing, Shin-Emo couldn't help but feel that the system had conducted some market research. As several pieces of black iron equipment he had attempted to sell on the platform had also settled at a fixed price of 5 gold coins. The drop rate in Star Domain 3.0 is notoriously low, with many large guilds still struggling to assemble a few sets of equipment. It wasn't a matter of affordability. There simply was nothing available to purchase. Of course, it was entirely plausible to acquire pieces for more than 5 gold coins. But the effectiveness of such purchases was often overshadowed by the practicality of buying large quantities of black iron potions. Yet, here in Origin Town, the presence of black iron equipment for sale in various shops was a source of astonishment for all factions. The most significant aspect was that, with sufficient gold coins, one could procure an entire set in one go. While a single piece of black iron equipment offered minimal enhancement, the impact of acquiring a full set was entirely different. Such an upgrade was undoubtedly more economical than spending lavishly on potions, especially for many organizational factions, as a complete set of black iron gear could be mutually utilized, thus eliminating concerns of obsolescence in the short term and greatly enhancing the overall strength of the team. Shin-Emo felt a twinge of displeasure. The system was clearly encroaching upon his business. Fortunately, with the set price of 5 gold coins, even at a discounted rate of 10 for players in Origin Town, one would still require 5 gold coins. If he could price his offerings slightly below that, there should still be a viable market for him. Admittedly, the black iron equipment sold in these shops was somewhat irksome to him, yet the introduction of bronze-grade potions in the potion shop caught his attention. Life Recovery Potion, bronze grade, price 880 copper coins, restores 20 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Agility Enhancement Potion, bronze grade, price 880 copper coins, increases agility by an additional 20 points for a duration of 10 seconds. These 7 potions were tailored for the 7-dimensional attributes, but their quality had been elevated to bronze grade, resulting in effects that were markedly superior. Although the data suggested that the bronze-grade potions offered only double the efficacy compared to their black iron counterparts, their price had skyrocketed to more than 3 times that of the black iron potions. However, one cannot simply calculate the value based on total recovery. Particularly, one must not assess it by total healing output. For instance, the bronze-grade Life Recovery Potion restores 20 health points per second, while the black iron variant only restores 10 health points per second. In the heat of battle, monsters and foes do not afford one the luxury of a leisurely recovery. Thus, when it comes to survival capabilities, the effectiveness of black iron recovery potions pales in comparison to that of the bronze-grade alternatives. Consequently, the most prudent strategy for utilizing these 2 types of potions is to employ the more efficient bronze-grade potions during combat, as their higher cost is justified by their superior performance. After the battle concludes, one can effortlessly recover using black iron potions, which proves to be more economical. The primary distinction between bronze and black iron potions lies in the enhancement potions. The single attribute boost escalates from an instantaneous increase of 10 points to 20 points, representing a qualitative leap. Many players, even without relying on equipment, can begin to single-handedly challenge monsters of equal rank after consuming various bronze potions, provided one possesses sufficient gold. The efficiency of upgrades will undoubtedly soar. Chinemo harbors grave suspicions that the system is deliberately designed to elevate the attributes of all monsters while simultaneously diminishing the drop rates, compelling players to consume potions and purchase equipment to effectively vanquish monsters. This maneuver by the system creates a flawless gaming cycle, showcasing an impressive level of sophistication. In addition to the delightful surprise from the potions, the 2 items available at the general store also greatly satisfy Chinemo, as they fulfill urgent necessities. Return City Scroll. Price: 1 gold coin when used in a non-combat state. It creates a temporary personal space channel, allowing immediate return to Origin Town. Random Teleportation Scroll. Price: 1 silver coin when used in a non-combat state. It instantaneously tears through space, randomly appearing at any location on the current map. Although the prices are somewhat unappealing, both items are immensely practical, saving considerable travel time. This is especially crucial for Chinemo, who frequently ventures far from towns. Having experienced the arduous journey of over 3 hours to return, he would rather spend 1 gold coin than squander time in such a manner. With that time, he could potentially acquire more equipment, making him feel as though he has suffered a loss of several gold coins. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Chinemo promptly stocked up on 5 Return City Scrolls. Now financially buoyant, he also intends to utilize the Random Teleportation Scrolls for travel. So he purchased 200 of them in one go. With these scrolls, he need no longer worry about congestion at the city gates. Using one allows for a direct exit from the city. Of course, employing a random teleportation scroll carries certain risks. There was an instance where a player, in a moment of excitement, randomly teleported into a level 10 monster zone. Upon recovering from the teleportation disorientation, he was immediately crushed by a level 10 monster. The brutality of the encounter left him in tears upon recollection. However, Chinemo need not fret about such occurrences, as Origin Town currently only features monster zones ranging from levels 1 to 10. Therefore, he can use the random teleportation scrolls at will. Should he land in a level 10 monster zone, it would indeed be exhilarating. Furthermore, he need not worry about the absence of higher-level monsters beyond level 10. For another delightful surprise in Origin Town is the presence of teleportation arrays leading to 3 new maps in the teleportation square. Starfall Dream Forest, teleportation fee. 1 gold coin Blood Moon Demon Nest, teleportation fee. 5 gold coins Sunlight Believers Holy City, teleportation fee. 9 gold coins Clearly. The varying teleportation costs provide a reasonable indication of the difficulty levels associated with these maps. Chinemo did not hastily enter the exploration of these new maps, as time was not of the essence. Feng Chang and his faction had already allied in their investigations, likely gaining some understanding of the basic characteristics of the monsters within. Players could view the attributes of monsters that were no more than 10 levels above their own. Any player who had reached level 5 could examine the attributes of monsters up to level 15. For Chinemo, this information was already sufficient. The town offered various other functions that were immensely beneficial to many ordinary players. For instance, the quest hall was filled with an endless array of basic tasks, eliminating the need to scramble around NPCs for quests as before. This outcome was also highly advantageous for many factions, as the production of copper coins would significantly increase, providing ample currency to purchase equipment and potions, thus ensuring a swift enhancement of overall strength. After replenishing his stock of bronze-level potions and scanning the regional channel for any intriguing new features, Chinemo resolved to use a random teleportation scroll to leave the town. With just a little more to go before reaching level 11, he could still hunt a few elite monsters at level 10. Most importantly, Chinemo was eager to experience the wonders of ranged combat he had long anticipated. However, before he could utilize the random teleportation scroll, the alarm connected to his game helmet unexpectedly blared. Chapter 48, Premature Manifestation in the Real World. Chinemo, ever vigilant, immediately logged off upon hearing the alarm. However, as he swiftly removed his helmet, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The automatic fire sprinklers installed in the room were fervently spraying water. drenching the entire space. Outside, the shrill sound of the fire alarm resonated, accompanied by urgent shouts from the security personnel. With a moment's reflection, Chun Mo's expression darkened instantaneously. The hotel staff and security outside mistakenly believed he was hiding in his room, engaging in self-immolation, which triggered the fire alarm. Most crucially, they were unable to enter the room, evidently impeded by a heavy object barricading the door, leading to a myriad of ominous speculations. Chun Mo, perplexed, was about to rise and move the solid wooden sofa he had intentionally placed against the door when he suddenly sensed an unusual change within his body. How to describe it? It was akin to the mysterious sensation experienced when one transitions to a mage in the game. With a mere thought, a faint stream of energy began to swirl in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a diminished version of the spell skill Windblade. With a flick of his wrist, the swirling airstream shot forth, splattering against the soaked carpet, creating a series of tiny water droplets. Its power was lamentably weak, failing to even sever the carpet fibers, yet it unmistakably represented the wind blade from the game. In an instant, Chun Mo's countenance shifted dramatically. The game's class transition had inexplicably allowed his abilities to manifest in the real world. The potential power he could wield was likely correlated with his real-world attributes, which explained the underwhelming performance of the recently cast Windblade. Nevertheless, the implications of this development were incalculable. Unbeknownst to him, while he endeavored to control the premature manifestation of the basic feedback card and the equipment materialization card, he had unwittingly been betrayed by the dog system. Mr. Chen, please do not act impulsively. Do not despair. Indeed, Mr. Chen, kindly open the door. Have you encountered difficulties? We are more than willing to assist you. Young man, are you all right? Hurry and open the door. Mr. Chen, I am Yi Ming, the hotel manager, who previously delivered wine to you. We had a delightful conversation. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to share. I will do my utmost to assist you, and if it is beyond my ability, I will find a way to help. Please, do not act rashly. The increasingly urgent calls from outside abruptly interrupted Chun Mo's contemplation. Well, this was not the time for such musings. He hastily moved the solid wooden sofa away from the door, and a swarm of security personnel surged into the room. Upon seeing the drenched and visibly furious Chun Mo, Manager He Ming's wide eyes reflected boundless confusion. Manager He, before you speak, I must lodge a complaint. Look at that outlet and contemplate how to resolve it. In a hotel of such high caliber, how can there be such a severe risk of electrical leakage and fire? In an instant, Chun Mo grasped the unfolding situation. It seemed that a nefarious individual had preemptively lodged a complaint to stabilize the circumstances. Perhaps, following his character's class transition in the game, the helmet had gradually begun to modify his physical form through electrical energy, resulting in an overload that inadvertently ignited a fire alarm by burning out the socket. Chun Mo secretly felt fortunate that the incident occurred in a hotel equipped with an automatic fire suppression system. Otherwise, had it transpired in his dilapidated, cramped rental, he would likely have been reduced to ashes by now. Manager He was equally bewildered, discovering that the incident was not a case of self-harm, but rather a flaw in the hotel's electrical circuitry. Should this information leak, the already dismal business would undoubtedly suffer further misfortune. Manager He had no time to inquire why Chun Mo had barricaded the door with a solid wood sofa. Having encountered countless eccentric clients in his extensive tenure in the hospitality industry, such clients, particularly those exhibiting a profound lack of security, were not uncommon. Ultimately, Chun Mo chose not to lodge a complaint with the relevant authorities and instead received the hotel's generous compensation. His room was upgraded to the hotel's most luxurious presidential suite, with an automatic extension of his stay for an additional year. For Manager He, this was a trivial expense, given the current market. Presidential suites were often vacant, and it was more advantageous to use one as a means of appeasement. However, for Chun Mo, it was an unexpected boon. Most importantly, it spared him from the hotel seeking compensation from him, as he was now reluctant to withdraw funds carelessly. The progression of reality gaming was approaching more rapidly than anticipated, especially for players in Origin Town. Once they reached level 10, the secrets of physical transformation post-class transition would inevitably be revealed. Time was of the essence. Calming his frayed nerves, Shin-emo donned his helmet and logged back into the game. His only chance of survival lay in swiftly enhancing his abilities. Upon entering the game, he dismissed the regional channel and tore apart a random teleportation scroll, departing from the town. Although the 3 new maps in Origin Town boasted high-level monsters, the level 10 wilderness area was rife with readily available level 10 elite monsters. Thus, Shin-emo resolved to first maximize his Ancient God-esque curse talent in the level 10 wilderness zone. Simultaneously, he intended to afford Feng Chong and the others ample time to explore the new maps. With an abundance of random teleportation scrolls at his disposal, Shin-emo boldly eschewed the notion of traversing on foot, tearing through 38 scrolls in succession before fortuitously landing in the level 9 wilderness area. This was the closest teleportation to the level 10 wilderness zone he had achieved, and he decided against further attempts. While he was not lacking in silver coins, he feared the possibility of being teleported to a location even further from the level 10 wilderness zone. This distance had significantly reduced his travel time, and he had to admit that random teleportation scrolls were exceedingly useful, deserving of a 5-star rating. To assess the specific efficacy of the bronze-level potion, Shin-emo generously consumed a bronze-level agility enhancement potion. The sudden surge of agility by 20 points instantly elevated Shin-emo's movement speed to new heights. If he dared to let his mind wander while running, he could easily lose control and collide with the lush trees around him. It must be said, however, that this exhilarating sensation of enhanced attributes was truly liberating. Within just a few brief minutes, Shin-emo charged from the level 9 monster zone into the level 10 territory, leaving some ordinary level 9 creatures bewildered as he swiftly darted past them. His subsequent monster hunting journey fully immersed him in the delightful experience of playing a ranged class. Shin-emo conjured a swirling blade of wind and casually hurled it at a level 10 elite creature from a distance of 8 to 9 meters, resulting in a barrage of damage notifications, -1808, -1808, -1808. A tad embarrassing, as his meager spell damage failed to inflict any harm on the level 10 elite Doomwolf. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The terrifying true damage from the Ancient Goddess curse was more than sufficient. Most importantly, he no longer needed to retreat in a frantic manner as he had before. The 8 to 9 meters of distance allowed him to move with leisurely grace, patiently awaiting the monster's gradual demise. This sense of composure and nonchalance epitomized the true essence of a mage. Furthermore, it reaffirmed that choosing to transition into the mage class was undoubtedly his finest decision. Chapter 49. Directional Attribute Points. With the enhancement of spells, Shin-emo can effortlessly slay elite-level monsters of level 10 from a distance, further elevating his efficiency in extermination. Were it not for the necessity of waiting for the monsters to perish and drop their equipment, this efficiency would undoubtedly soar even higher. The newly acquired skill, Windblade Technique, is being continuously mastered, resulting in an ongoing improvement in its accuracy. During this period, Shin-emo conducted experiments, discovering that the concentration and release speed of Windblade Technique is intrinsically linked to his agility attribute, now requiring approximately 3 seconds. Conversely, should he remove all agility-enhancing equipment, the release time extends to about 5 seconds. In simpler terms, this means the skill's preparation time becomes significantly longer. Previously, in real-life tests, the complete concentration and release of Windblade Technique took an astonishing 10 seconds or more, though the exact duration has slipped from his memory. Indeed, agility is a critical factor influencing the speed of skill release. The spell damage of Windblade Technique is closely tied to his own spell damage. And since Chun-mo's equipment consists mainly of novice-level gear below level 10, there is little enhancement to his spell damage. Consequently, this results in the rather embarrassing situation where the Windblade Technique proves to be minimally lethal, failing to breach even the monster's defenses. Star Domain 3. Zero is a game characterized by its high degree of freedom, where many actions require players to adjust and adapt on their own. The ability of a spell to slay adversaries hinges not only on spell damage and release speed, but also significantly on accuracy. If a skill cannot hit the target, it is naturally incapable of inflicting damage. Furthermore, striking different areas of a monster yields varying effects. Therefore, while utilizing Windblade Technique, Chun Mo continuously hones his precision in attacking. Simultaneously, his experience in leveling up gradually increases as he practices using Wind Blade technique to vanquish monsters. Ding. Slain a level 10 elite Doom Wolf. Experience points 31, 550. Ding. Successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the Ancient Goddess curse upon defeating an elite monster. Real damage increased by 1, currently inflicting minus 948 points of real damage per second. Ding. Level increased to 11, all attributes 1, free attribute points 5. Ding. Level up. Additionally, gaining 5 directional attribute points for the mage class. The leveling up was anticipated. And the talent of the Ancient Goddess curse has successfully accumulated to its maximum potential for the current level. However, the additional 5 directional attribute points for the mage class upon leveling up caught Chun Mo by surprise. He promptly opened his attribute panel, where a new line indicating the additional attribute points was clearly marked. Directional attribute points. 5. The annotation for this new attribute entry elucidated how to utilize these 5 directional points. The mage class directional attribute points can only be allocated to 5 attributes primarily relevant to the mage profession: health, energy, agility, spell damage, and spell defense. These attributes represent the core aspects of the mage class and are pivotal for future development and character enhancement. Focusing on vitality can significantly enhance one's survival capabilities. Emphasizing energy transforms one into a formidable artillery, unleashing spells with abandon. Prioritizing agility allows for graceful evasion, essential for kiting and escape. Concentrating on spell damage results in overwhelming offensive power, specializing in high damage output, while investing in spell defense ensures exceptional protection, serving as a robust support role. Naturally, one may also choose a balanced allocation across these 5 attributes, evolving into a versatile mage. The advantages and disadvantages hinge entirely on the player's future development strategy. The directional attribute points of the other 5 professions undoubtedly vary, yet Chun Mo remains unaware and indifferent to these intricacies. At this moment, he is simply astonished by this unexpected delight. It appears that the differences between pre- and post-class change extend beyond merely acquiring relevant professional skills. This is likely a pivotal turning point where the divergent paths of various professions begin to manifest. For other players, it may merely translate to an additional 5 attribute points. However, for Chun Mo, blessed with the life bond, it equates to a substantial 10 points. Consequently, without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo allocates these 5 career-focused attribute points to agility, thereby enhancing his vitality accordingly. In a word, delightful. Chun Mo relishes such sudden surprises and eagerly anticipates more. With his level raised and talents maximized, there is no longer a need to linger in the level 10 monster zone. Thus, in high spirits, Chun Mo promptly shatters a return scroll, instantly conjuring a shimmering blue portal to his private space. Stepping through, the journey that would have taken over 3 hours is condensed into mere seconds of teleportation, returning him to the origin town's teleportation square. This is the essence of gaming: time-efficient, convenient, and effective. Upon his return to town, Feng Chang promptly approached him. It was not that Feng Chang's network of spies was particularly adept. Rather, Chun Mo's flamboyant equipment effects made him exceedingly conspicuous. Consequently, the moment he arrived, news of his return flooded the regional channel. Chun Mo had been awaiting updates from Feng Chang and his companions, knowing that to progress to level 11, he must venture into higher-level maps to battle foes. Mr. Silent, we have gathered some information about 3 maps, though the exploration areas are rather limited. Especially in the latter 2, where the dangers exceed what we low-level players can easily navigate. Understood. Please elaborate, Chun Mo replied, fully aware that he had no expectations of acquiring substantial exploration data. Firstly, regarding the Star-Shattered Dream Forest, we have generally discerned the distribution of monsters on the periphery, comprising plant-type creatures ranging from levels 11 to 13. Aside from their high damage output, many possess exceedingly troublesome control capabilities, capable of ensnaring players with ease. The forest depths are shrouded in a mysterious, toxic mist. Upon entry, players inexplicably succumb to poisoning, unable to withstand even the bronze-level life restoration potions. Thus, Our players have restricted their exploration to the outskirts, unable to delve deeper. Upon hearing this, Chun Imo immediately interrupted with a question. What is the extent of damage inflicted after being poisoned? We conducted a brief assessment, revealing that the minimum damage is a staggering 30 points per second, while the maximum can reach 80 points per second. We did not quantify the duration of this damage, as no player has managed to endure for more than a few seconds. Indeed, the toxin damage is rather substantial. Please continue. To be honest, even Chun Imo felt that the damage was excessively high, indicating that the new map, Shattered Star Dream Forest, is indeed formidable. Very well. I shall compile all the attributes and distribution of the monsters encountered in Shattered Star Dream Forest and send them to you privately shortly. Excellent. If I happen to acquire superior equipment within, I shall prioritize selling it to you. Although we have established a tacit understanding, Chun Imo still felt it necessary to utter these pleasantries to encourage greater effort from the other party. In advance, thank you. As for the Blood Moon Demon Nest, we scarcely explored the periphery before being swiftly eliminated by the powerful monsters inside. Only a few fortunate players managed to glean bits of information about one or two monsters before meeting their demise, all of which were formidable level 15 creatures with astonishing attributes. This information will also be forwarded to you. Regarding the Sunlight Faithful Holy City, the situation is even more awkward. Our players have nearly uncovered no useful information. It is a vast city, yet its gates remain perpetually closed. Not only is entry impossible, but merely approaching it leads to inexplicable combustion. With the system warning bestowed by the Holy City of Sunlight, you suffer minus 300 points of purification damage per second. Indeed, these two new maps, which require a greater expenditure of gold coins, are undeniably more perilous. However, there is some solace in the fact that the Blood Moon Demon Nest should still be worth investigating. I wonder, though, will the monsters in the new map drop skill books? A mage with merely one spell is rather lacking. After all, Chapter 50, will this game not be ruined by him? Nowadays, the town shops have begun to sell black iron-grade equipment, and thus, Chun Imo found it unnecessary to auction off his surplus gear. Instead, he sold 6 excess pieces of black iron equipment to Feng Chang and his companions for a mere 4 gold coins. This price was undoubtedly the lowest on the market and served as a subtle form of support for Feng Chang and his group. Initially, Chun Imo had intended to withhold the equipment to prevent them from hastening their progress, yet the capricious actions of the system frequently led to unexpected developments. Everyone had anticipated that the game's exceedingly low drop rates would inevitably result in a scarcity of equipment, making even the gathering of novice gear a daunting task. To their surprise, the system had directly opened up equipment sales, with a selling limit of 999 pieces for each type. This ceiling, while not excessively high or low, may not allow every player to possess a full set, but for a town with only 500,000 players, it was generally sufficient. After all, only a minority of players could afford to purchase the equipment. While the equipment was indeed valuable, larger factions allocated much of their funds towards purchasing potions, as the enhancement provided by potions was indispensable for accelerating their progress. Consequently, nearly all players in Origin Town, who were tasked with completing basic quests to earn in-game currency, found themselves working tirelessly. Many elite players from capable teams were not only able to assemble the essential 9-piece set of weapons, armor, pants, helmets, necklaces, wristbands, and rings, but also maintained a steady supply of bronze and black iron potions. As a result, many teams in Origin Town had already ventured into the territory of level 7 monsters, significantly outpacing the progress of other novice villages. Such an advancement was something Chun Imo had not foreseen. It could be attributed to the whims of the system, or perhaps to Chun Imo's own excessive enhancements. Originally, the sale of equipment and the availability of bronze-grade potions were intended as benefits for weaker players, to be introduced once the majority had surpassed level 10, conquered the level 10 boss, and advanced the town. However, the current situation in Origin Town had transformed into a rhythm where one person's success elevated the fortunes of many. Nevertheless, if Chun Imo were given another chance, he would still make the same choices, for the only path to true strength was rapid self-improvement. Were it not for the need to consider the cumulative effects of the ancient god's cursed talent, Chen Imo would hasten his leveling speed even further. Eager to gain the strength necessary to confront the impending chaos, Feng Chang ultimately transacted a total of 14 gold coins, with an additional 10 coins on credit. Chen Imo did not mind, recognizing that even these factions were currently strapped for gold. For safety's sake, he procured a large quantity of bronze-grade potions, life, energy, agility, physical defense, and magical defense, 500 of each. Even after a 10 discount, this expenditure amounted to 191.25 gold coins. Were it not for the 100 gold coin reward from 2 first kills of bosses, such a considerable outlay would have been difficult to bear. Before long, Chen Imo received the newly organized monster data for the map from Feng Chang and his group. After a brief glance, Chen Imo found himself at a loss for words. Although the attributes of the new map's monsters are formidable, they pale in comparison to the level 13 monsters, which are significantly weaker than the level 10 boss. The War Beast Puppet. Among them, the most agile monster, the star-shattering Sawgrass Demon, barely surpasses an agility score of 90, failing to reach the elusive 100. Its only noteworthy skill is the control-based Sawtooth Ground Spike, which, upon release, inflicts damage within a 10-meter by 10-meter radius and immobilizes enemies for 3 seconds. Chen Imo once again examined his extraordinary attributes, realizing he truly faced no challenge. Player, Silent Class, Mage Level, 11 Experience, 7,401-28,00000. Click to view other attribute details, gazing at his impressive health of 1730 and agility of 138. A smile crept across Chen Mo's face. The life bond truly proved its worth. With such astonishing health, even if he were to encounter the dense miasma of poison, he would likely survive for a considerable time. Without further hesitation, he paid 1 gold coin and vanished from the star-shattering Dream Forest teleportation array. The news of player Silent venturing into the new map, Star-Shattering Dream Forest, naturally sparked fresh discussions both within and outside the game. The general populace expressed envy and resentment toward the promotion of the 100,0191 Novice Village to Origin Town, continuously decrying the game's inherent unfairness. Particularly, many players, confined to developing in other novice villages, lamented their lack of sufficient gear and the absence of terrifying bronze-grade potions, which only widened the gap between them and their more fortunate counterparts. Some extreme players even rallied to advocate for the banning of all Origin Town players until other novice villages could ascend to town status. Clearly, this was yet another laughable proposal from thoughtless gamers. Ironically, such suggestions found resonance among various foreign factions and even national governments. These entities persistently exerted pressure at the state level, demanding that the Dragon Kingdom intervene, threatening collective sanctions if their demands were ignored. With the backing of foreign forces, not only did many players abroad respond, but a considerable number of domestic players also joined in the folly. The Dragon Kingdom, fortified by its nuclear deterrent, remained unperturbed by foreign provocations, and no nation dared to instigate war against it at this juncture. Hence, the authorities of the Dragon Kingdom had no inclination to concern themselves with the situation. The various sanctions from the real world were increasingly inconsequential. Only by achieving breakthroughs within the game could they secure advantages for the future. The Dragon Kingdom had also recruited numerous players in Origin Town, making them significant beneficiaries of the situation. Consequently, those in reality who dared to call for the banning of Origin Town players faced administrative penalties, and some were even marked as suspected foreign spies, with the most severe cases potentially charged with treason and imprisoned. The Dragon Kingdom's resolute measures garnered substantial support from various factions benefiting from Origin Town. Many thoughtless instigators in the domestic sphere only realized their folly when armed authorities came knocking, while foreign factions and governments were left utterly speechless. Particularly, numerous nations have painstakingly cultivated spies within the Dragon Kingdom over many years, only to suffer unforeseen calamities as a result. They could never have anticipated the Dragon Kingdom's regime would exhibit such unwavering resolve. Seizing the opportunity to purge the spies embedded within its borders, an act of unparalleled cunning and brazen audacity. Amidst the tumultuous external affairs, Chen Imo remains blissfully unaware, as he is currently wreaking havoc in the shattered Star Dream Forest. This new map is even more suited to him than he had envisioned. seemingly tailor-made to enhance his ancient god curse talent. To Chun Mo's astonishment, after enduring prolonged suppression from the system, it unexpectedly grants him a reprieve, offering him such special treatment. Frankly, as the ancient god curse continues to accumulate and elevate without respite, Chun Mo cannot help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Could this game truly be played to such an extent that it becomes unmanageable? Chapter 51. The dog system is quite remarkable. The expanse of the Shattered Star Dream Forest greatly surpasses that of the Level 10 Monster Zone, though the full extent remains undiscovered by Chun Mo. At present, he finds himself traversing regions populated by Level 11 creatures. The map is more extensive, teeming with monsters, and elite-level foes are abundant. However, some 11-level elite monsters yield less experience than their 10-level counterparts in the Level 10 Monster Zone. Chun Mo surmises that this map is not primarily designed for leveling up, but rather for the purpose of dropping a variety of equipment and items for different professions, which explains the generally low experience points awarded by the monsters. Nonetheless, the drop rate remains lamentably scant. Despite having vanquished over 300 11-level elite monsters, he has only acquired 7 pieces of exclusive equipment for various professions and a single skill book. These pieces of equipment are profession-restricted, meaning only the corresponding class can equip them, and the attributes they provide are distinctly tailored to each profession, starkly contrasting with the beginner gear of level 10 and below. Currently, Chun Mo wields a weapon that is exclusively for the mage profession, the Shattered Star Orchid Staff. Black Iron Tier Energy 80 spell damage, 35 additional attributes, all mage skill effects 15. Hit rate 5 equip requirement. Mage with an energy boost of 80 and spell damage of 35, this Black Iron Tier weapon boasts considerable enhancements in specific attributes, directly influencing the frequency of skill cast and damage output, clearly crafted for mages. While the high spell damage may not significantly benefit Chun Mo, the additional attributes, enhancing all mage skills by 15 and hit rate by 5, are exceedingly advantageous. The Wind Blade technique condenses wind elements to form an invisible rotating blade that inflicts 120 spell damage upon striking its target, alongside minor tearing damage. The maximum attack speed reaches 20 meters per second, with a maximum range of 10 meters and a cooldown of 15 seconds. After equipping the Shattered Star Orchid Staff, the cooldown remains at 15 seconds. However, the maximum attack speed escalates to 23 meters per second, and the maximum range extends to 11.5 meters. While Chun Mo has yet to quantify the increase in spell damage, he estimates it has also risen by 15. The compatibility of the profession-specific equipment is evidently superior, prompting Chun Mo to promptly replace his previous weapon with the Shattered Star Orchid Staff. Other profession-specific gear similarly offers distinct enhancements, indicating that the dog system is indeed making strides in diversifying bonuses across different classes. The Shattered Star Dream Forest does indeed drop skill books. Yet Chun Mo feels a tinge of disappointment as the sole skill book obtained is designated for the priest profession. Nevertheless, the mere availability of drops instills hope. It is only a matter of time before he encounters a skill book for the mage profession. While the drops of profession-specific equipment and skill books are secondary, Chun Mo's most significant gain from this venture lies in the substantial enhancement of the true damage inflicted by his talent, the Ancient Goddess Curse. The current true damage of the Ancient Goddess Curse has surged to a staggering minus 1,257 per second, culminating in a total depletion of minus 2,514 health points, with 2 layers stacked. Yet the experience points required for his own upgrade barely exceeded half. This implies that he could still vanquish over 300 elite-level monsters of level 11, allowing the true damage inflicted by the Ancient God's Curse to stack an additional 300 or more. Chun Mo felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety, as even he perceived the damage from the Ancient God's Curse to be exceedingly overwhelming. He estimated that a typical player who had transitioned into a warrior class, even with maximum enhancements to physical damage, would only achieve a mere 75 points of base physical damage at level 11, comprising 10 points of raw physical damage, an automatic increase of 10 points per level, 50 points from free attributes, and 5 points from class-specific attributes. Based on the several pieces of black iron-grade equipment specific to the warrior class currently in his possession, the maximum bonus would be around 100. Even when factoring in class skills and the amplification from a certain post showcasing a staggering golden grade talent, it would be arduous to surpass 300 in damage output. Should he encounter high defense monsters, the actual damage dealt would be even less. Yet, Chen Mo was capable of inflicting a staggering minus 2,514 health points of true damage per second, lasting for a full 100 seconds, totaling an astonishing minus 251,400 in damage. Furthermore, this was not even his limit, with just a few more elite monsters defeated. The true damage would increase once more. Without comparison, there could be no measure of damage, and now there was utterly no basis for comparison. Chen Mo even began to suspect whether the system had encountered a bug, resulting in such an outrageous talent. Were it not for his reluctance to engage in battles against monsters of higher levels, many high-tier monsters would merely be trivial challenges for him, easily dispatched. If this stacking continued, he would genuinely become invincible. The reason for Chen Mo's inexplicable unease was rooted in his fear that the system might regard his performance as excessively irregular and, without warning, suspend his account, which would be catastrophic. Even if his account were not suspended, having his talent revoked would be equally distressing. Thus, while he relished the thrill of grinding, his heart was fraught with trepidation. Despite the conflicting emotions within him, Chen Mo's pace of monster hunting did not wane. After all, anxiety was merely a figment of his imagination, and he could not forsake the enhancement of his talent out of worry. The reason why the Shattered Star Dream Forest was particularly suitable for Chen Mo was not only due to the abundance of elite monsters, but also because these plant-based creatures emphasized control-oriented skills. Other players or teams would likely find themselves in considerable distress, yet for Chen Mo, endowed with the exclusive skill Divine Favor of the Mage, it was a breeze. Divine Favor of the Mage is a unique skill that grants the recipient the blessings of the Supreme Mage, removing all negative statuses for a duration of 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. In the unfortunate event of being ensnared by the control skills of an elite level 11 monster, a single application of Divine Favor of the Mage would resolve all issues. Whether it be the vines ensnaring him or the wooden prison surrounding him, they would automatically unravel. And for the next 15 seconds, such skills would not be able to approach him. To be honest, at this stage, very few monsters could endure even 15 seconds under the true damage of the ancient god's curse. Thus, Chen Mo found himself nearly invincible on the outskirts of the Shattered Star Dream Forest, effortlessly dispatching level 11 elite monsters with virtually no risk. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Player Wuyin had accumulated over 500 kills of the same level elite monsters, reaching the personal kill limit and severely disrupting game balance, thereby triggering the anti-imbalance mechanism. Another notification followed, stating that due to triggering the anti-imbalance mechanism, any effective kills of the same level elite monsters were capped at 500. Exceeding this number would lead to a downgrade penalty, granting a fixed minimum experience point. A final notification indicated that player Wuyin had been subjected to the checks of the anti-imbalance mechanism, prompting the system to automatically initiate a compensation calculation, rewarding him with a talent enhancement card. Caught up in his exhilarating killing spree, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback by the series of system alerts. The game system, it seemed, had indeed prepared a countermeasure. Chen Mo had never anticipated that it was not merely his extraordinary talent that triggered the anti-imbalance mechanism, but rather his excessive slaughter of elite monsters. Nevertheless, he soon found himself relieved. The activation of the anti-imbalance mechanism, as its name suggested, meant that kills exceeding 500 would be treated as if he were defeating monsters of a lower level, effectively limiting his talent enhancement significantly. Yet, the system's automatic compensation, providing an additional talent enhancement card, was a pleasant surprise. One could not help but commend the system for its consideration. Moreover, this scenario strongly suggested that the system would neither eliminate his talent outright nor diminish its potential. With the previously lingering anxiety finally dissipated, Chen Mo hoped earnestly that the compensated talent enhancement card would not disappoint him, lest it become a significant loss. Chapter 52, Profound Gains. The notifications from the dog system were evidently not tailored to his extraordinary talent, but rather a consequence of his surpassing the personal limit on the number of elite monsters slain. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Mo grasped the underlying reason. His extensive extermination of elite-level creatures indeed impacted other players' monster farming, particularly the drop rates of equipment and items. In the wilds of the novice village, he had discerned a hidden rule. The drop rate upon a monster's first kill was the highest, while the drop rate significantly diminished upon its subsequent respawns. If unrestricted, should Chun Mo single-handedly eliminate all elite monsters of a certain level, it would undoubtedly disrupt the balance of the entire game, though constrained by a cap of 500, which somewhat limited the stacking of his Ancient God's Curse talent. It also afforded Chun Mo the liberty to unleash his full potential in combat, no longer needing to hesitate even against ordinary monsters. As long as he ensured that the elite creatures he dispatched remained within the 500 effective range, he was free to act. Thus, rather than feeling angered by the dog system's limitations, Chun Mo felt an unexpected sense of relief. Moreover, the system had graciously compensated him with a talent enhancement card, and given that the compensation mechanism had activated automatically, he anticipated a favorable outcome. Emerging from the combat state, he sought refuge in a relatively secure hollow of a tree, planning to utilize the talent enhancement card without delay. Ding! Player Silence has used the talent enhancement card. The Ancient God's Curse talent has been influenced by mysterious forces, receiving a special enhancement. Ding! Enhancement of the Ancient God's Curse talent is complete. Players may review the results. The enhancement process unfolded more swiftly than anticipated, without any unforeseen occurrences. Chun Mo eagerly opened his attribute panel for a detailed examination. Talent: Ancient Goddess Curse, Enhanced 1, Grade, Bronze Level, Upgrading, bestowed by the Supreme Ancient Goddess Protection. Hostile targets struck by the player's attacks will receive an additional 2 layers of the Ancient Goddess Curse. Base attributes: inflicts minus 1,448 points of true damage per second, lasting for 100 seconds. During the curse, restorative skills, stealth skills, and purification skills are rendered ineffective. Hidden attributes: slaying elite-level monsters or higher grants random increments of 1 to 10 points of true damage enhancement. Defeating boss-level creatures can continuously elevate the talent level. Gazing at the enhanced Ancient God's Curse talent, Chun Mo exclaimed inwardly, "What a remarkable boon!" The compensation was utterly delightful. This was not merely an enhancement. It was a transformation, escalating to an even more formidable state. Firstly, the base attributes revealed an extraordinary characteristic. Purification skills would be rendered ineffective during the curse. With this trait, any purification skills wielded by monsters or players would be nullified once afflicted by his Ancient Goddess Curse. They would be forced to endure the true damage for a full 100 seconds. The Ancient God's Curse had evolved into an indelible negative buff. Those who could withstand it might cling to hope for survival, while those who could not would face inevitable demise. With this singular aspect, the compensation was indeed a colossal gain. Otherwise, should the Ancient Goddess Curse talent encounter monsters or players with purification skills, any amassed true damage would be rendered meaningless as it could be instantly cleansed away. With this perverse characteristic, the greatest flaw and hidden danger of the Ancient God's Curse has been utterly eradicated. Thus, Chun Mo felt that this dog system was not merely a counterbalance to him, but rather a veiled support. The hidden attributes have also experienced tremendous enhancement. Slaying elite-level monsters or above now grants a random increase of 1 to 10 points in true damage. A significant improvement compared to the previous mere 1 point gained from defeating elite monsters. Although there is an element of randomness, the potential for enhancement from the Ancient God's Curse is likely to be even greater than before. In theory, the cap for true damage enhancement from slaying 500 elite-level monsters of the same rank could only accumulate to 500 points. But now the ceiling has soared to an astounding 5,000. Previously, even if he recklessly annihilated elite monsters of the same level, he might have reached the cap for enhancement due to overflowing experience points, which was unlikely to reach 5,000, right? Of course, it is improbable that every instance would yield a 10, but the upper limit for cumulative enhancement has certainly been vastly increased. Originally concerned that this might impose certain restrictions on the enhancement of the Ancient God's Curse talent was utterly unnecessary. In light of this wave of compensatory strengthening, Chun Mo felt that he had hit the jackpot. In high spirits, he wasted no time and immediately set off towards the area of level 12 elite monsters in the star-shattered Dream Forest. He had already reached the effective kill limit of 500 for level 11 elite monsters, yet he still required more experience to advance to level 12. Moreover, the experience required for each level has been exponentially increasing. However, with only 500 elite monsters available for effective kills at each level, it is nearly impossible to meet the vast experience requirements for leveling up. In fact, moving forward, he would need to find ways to slay more ordinary monsters to expedite his leveling process. Therefore, Chunemo felt that it was far less taxing than before, where careful calculation of experience points was essential, as now he could simply focus on slaying monsters freely. There was no longer any anxiety about experience points overflowing prematurely. He could just unleash his fury upon the monsters to level up. It was a liberating sensation, akin to breaking free from some kind of shackles. Given that ordinary monsters yield far less experience than elite ones, Chunemo, now fully unleashed, went on a killing spree. Every monster encountered along the way met their demise in a swift gust of wind, each marked by the rapid decline of their health as they perished under -2,896, -2,896, -2,896. These ordinary monsters, with only 2,000 to 3,000 health points, took merely a few fleeting seconds from the moment they were struck by the wind blade to their untimely end. Chunemo roamed the star-shattered Dream Forest like a grim reaper, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. Although the drop rate for ordinary monsters is lower than that of elite ones, they still possess the potential to yield equipment and items, prompting Chunemo to linger for a moment after each kill to check for drops before departing. Otherwise, his speed in traversing the landscape would have been even swifter. This is the essence of the game, an opportunity to rampage without restraint. Moreover, only by increasing the number of monsters slain can one enhance the probability of obtaining equipment and skill books. Otherwise, akin to the previous trepidation of only engaging elite monsters, one must not only await their respawn but also contend with their limited numbers, rendering the experience less than enjoyable. Moreover, the drop rate for elite monsters upon their respawn would plummet significantly. Thus, Chunemo once again reveled in the exhilaration of vanquishing monsters, to the extent that he continued his endeavors until the early hours, reluctant to log off. After several hours of intense hunting, he finally achieved the prestigious level 12. Gazing at the dauntingly vast experience points required to progress from level 12 to 13, Chunemo felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. It appeared that, devoid of the constraints imposed by talent-based experience accumulation, his future concerns would revolve around the challenges of leveling up. Truly, the cycle of fate is remarkable. Despite slaying countless monsters, he still did not acquire the coveted spellbook for the mage class. Instead, he received a skill book for another profession, leaving Chunemo with a tumult of emotions. Having nearly exhausted his enthusiasm for the Windblade technique, he now felt an insatiable desire to obtain a spellbook specifically for the mage class. Chapter 53. Everyone is bewildered. This evening, Chunemo, fueled by his stubborn temperament, was destined to spend the night awake. However, perhaps due to the recent bounty he had reaped, having vanquished numerous monsters, yet still failing to acquire the coveted skill book, he felt a tinge of melancholy. Frankly, even if the skill books that dropped were of little merit, they would at least provide some consolation. It cannot be said that his endeavors were unfruitful. Rather, he simply had not obtained the desired skill book for the mage profession. There was an undeniable sadness in laboring for so long without achieving the ideal rewards. Since he was already awake, it seemed reasonable to make the most of his enhanced physical condition and endure the night. Yet, perhaps due to a misstep in direction, the surrounding area, though inhabited by level 12 monsters, yielded very few encounters. After wandering for a considerable time, he had only come across one, let alone any elite-level monsters. The absence of ordinary and elite monsters of level 13 was even more pronounced. He had not seen a single one. This scarcity diminished his eagerness to experience the exhilarating sensation of the random damage increase bestowed by his talent enhancement. Thus, he resolved to venture deep into the star-shattered Dream Forest. Setting aside the compounded ancient curse talent, elite-level monsters were undoubtedly his first choice, as their drop rates far surpassed those of ordinary monsters. Ascending a towering tree for a better view, He confirmed that the depths of the star-shattered dream forest were shrouded in a veil of miasma. However, this miasma did not entirely envelop the forest's interior. It acted as a barrier, intentionally deterring players from advancing further. The miasma in the star-shattered dream forest varied in density. Through persistent experimentation, Chun Mo finally discovered a relatively thin area where the toxic mist inflicted a mere -13 health points per second. With sufficient potions at hand, he deemed it bearable. Resolute in his intent to penetrate the heart of the star-shattered dream forest, he consumed his potions and sprinted for 3 to 4 minutes, ultimately succeeding in traversing the poisonous haze, arriving at an entirely different realm. One must concede that the 99 realistic virtual technology of Star Domain 3.0 is truly impressive. Almost indistinguishable from reality, synchronizing all sensory perceptions and even impacting the nervous system and psyche. Upon breaching the toxic mist, he found himself enveloped in thick fog, silent and directionless, apprehensive of lurking monsters. The sensation of inexplicable tension and anxiety was decidedly unpleasant. In this map of the star-shattered dream forest, there appeared to be no distinction between day and night. Countless celestial bodies perpetually illuminated the sky with an enigmatic glow. Consequently, the forest felt stiflingly warm. Although it was merely a game, it seemed intent on simulating every aspect of the real world. Prolonged exposure to such an environment could evoke a sense of irritability in players. After traversing the toxic haze for approximately half an hour without encountering a single monster, Chun Mo found himself perplexed. This was not in line with his expectations. Nevertheless, having entered this realm, he felt compelled to continue exploring. Otherwise, the potions he had consumed for 3 to 4 minutes would be in vain. Cautiously advancing for another 10 minutes, he was taken aback to find that the dense trees had given way to an expanse of wetland, teeming with reed-like plants, most of which were submerged in the swamp. The expanse of the wetland was vast, stretching out before him as a sea of reeds, unimpeded by towering trees that might obscure the view. A mere glance upward revealed a sky adorned with countless twinkling stars, a refreshing contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the forest he had just traversed. A gentle breeze brushed against Chun Mo's face, imparting a sense of clarity and liberation. After a moment of admiration, however, Chun Mo refrained from approaching the wetland directly. The silence here was unsettling. It was an eerie kind of quiet. As he cautiously observed, sounds began to emanate from the reeds, suggesting that something was forcefully pushing its way through them. Judging by the swaying of the reeds, it must have been of considerable size, drawing nearer with each passing moment. The corners of Chun Mo's mouth twitched in disbelief. How had a simple game transformed into an adventure in the wilderness? As the reeds parted, seemingly on the verge of revealing whatever lurked within, an uncanny silence fell over the scene. Chun Mo took several steps back to prepare for battle. Yet no creature emerged from the vegetation, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He dared not act rashly or advance too hastily. Just then, an eruption of bubbles surged forth from the water, indicating that the creature could no longer contain itself. Chun Mo's pupils dilated in shock as a colossal beast, over 20 meters in length, suddenly breached the surface of the water. Its body was adorned with dark purple and black ringed patterns, its triangular head flicking out its tongue while its icy gaze fixated on Chun Mo. This creature was thicker than the tires of a large truck. Was the system truly malfunctioning? Could this be a monster that players were meant to defeat? Star-Shattered Dream Python King level, 15 rank, boss health, 388. 000 physical damage, 328 physical defense, 226 magical defense, 242 agility, 211 skills. Deathbind. Instantly ensnares the target with its massive body, inflicting a continuous squeeze damage of -120 health per second for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Tail sweep. The python's tail sweeps back and forth, dealing 250 physical damage to all targets within a 10m×10m area for 8 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Venomous Fangs. Inflicts continuous poisoning damage of 150 health per second to the target for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Python Calamity. Releases a kingly roar, summoning all Python-type monsters within a 1,000-meter radius to join the fight, granting them a 30 bonus to overall attack power for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 500 seconds. Python Goddess Guardian, when attacked, receives the protection of the ancient Python god, activating a divine shield that reduces overall damage by 30, with health regeneration of 1 per second. Wrath of the Python King, when health drops below 10, automatically enters a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 50 and resetting the cooldown of all active skills. After swiftly reviewing the attributes of this formidable monster, Chen-Mo stood in stunned disbelief. Was it truly possible to encounter a boss here? The new map was rather treacherous, devoid of any consideration for territorial divisions among monsters. Had he truly taken too much from the system previously? Revenge was swiftly set in motion. Is this system's pettiness truly so pronounced? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen-Mo raised his hand and consumed a bronze-level agility-enhancing elixir, then took off at full speed. With an agility of 211, even the effects of the potion could scarcely compete. Moreover, such serpentine creatures possess heightened agility in the jungle, enhancing their advantage. Frankly speaking, aside from the exceptionally high agility that instills fear, the boss's other abilities were not particularly daunting. Given his current health, he could withstand any of its skills, though not indefinitely. Presently, the true damage of the ancient goddess curse reached a staggering -2,896, yet the boss boasted a health pool of 388,000, necessitating over 130 seconds to vanquish. Within those 130 seconds, anything could transpire. Even a series of basic attacks could lead to his untimely demise. Most critically, it had a life-saving skill known as Wrath of the Python King, which, once unleashed, would spell certain doom. While there appeared to be hope of using the ancient goddess curse to secure a kill, in reality, there was not a shred of opportunity. Escape was imperative. This boss was far beyond his current capabilities. Since it had already emerged, how could the boss easily relinquish its prey? Before Chen-Mo could dart far, a tremendous splash resounded behind him as the boss erupted from the water like a taut bowstring. Chen-Mo did not need to glance back to know the boss was in hot pursuit, and deep within, he felt as if a million llamas were sent to the insufferable system. Is this truly how one plays a game? Chapter 54. Will I become a pile of excrement? In a desperate fight for survival, Chen-Mo stood no chance against the formidable jungle king, the colossal python. The most critical factor was that this boss boasted an agility rating of a staggering 211. Even after consuming a bronze-level agility enhancement potion, Chen-Mo's agility barely reached 158. Within mere seconds of the chase, he was struck by the boss's fierce attack, sent flying like a mere sandbag. A monumental damage of -194 appeared above his head, and as he fell, he suffered an additional -87 from the impact. Before he could even collect himself, a putrid stench engulfed his senses, and the terrifying maw of the beast seemed poised to swallow him whole, soil and all. Chen-Mo dared not hesitate, enduring excruciating pain. He executed a roll to narrowly evade the attack. However, with the boss's overwhelming agility, there was no respite. The creature's massive tail lashed out, propelling Chen-Mo like an arrow until he crashed into several trees, collapsing to the ground. A relentless barrage of collision damage appeared above him. -194, -88, -103, -101, -122, -93, -152, -133, -142. The pain was unimaginable. This was the first time in his gaming experience that he truly grasped the horror of a 30 pain sensation. Previously, he had bulldozed through adversaries unchallenged. Even when confronted with attacks, they were always within tolerable limits. He had never encountered such a crushing onslaught. Now, he felt the terrifying reality of the 30 pain setting. Despite still having health points, his condition was utterly dire. The pain was so intense that he lacked the strength to flee. Escape was impossible. The boss's speed utterly overwhelmed him. Moreover, this was merely the creature's basic attacks. It hadn't even unleashed any skills yet, leaving Chen-Mo questioning the meaning of life. Were it not for his life bond advantage, which provided him with relatively high health, he would likely have perished during the series of tree collisions. To perish before even achieving success in his mission was a grim prospect. It seemed inevitable that he would meet his end here, a virgin sacrifice in the game. Indeed. Star Domain 3. Zero was far from a simplistic data-driven game. Numerous factors influenced the outcome of battles. Just as now, it resembled reality when subjected to such brutal force. Even if one did not perish outright, the pain could easily become unbearable, potentially causing one to faint from agony. At this moment, Shinemo had relinquished any hope of escape. Instead, he fixated on a singular thought. He must find a way to enhance his defense in the future. It was rumored that increased defense would mitigate pain to some extent. Although he had previously complained about how easy and tedious the game felt while annihilating monsters, this sudden surge of intensity was rather excessive. Shinemo was at his wit's end. The star fragment Dream Python King surveyed him with cold, mocking eyes, circling above, scrutinizing the feeble player from an imposing height. Shinemo was on the verge of tears from the pain. Upon witnessing the boss regard him with such disdain, a surge of indignation ignited within Shinemo. Refusing to succumb to humiliation, he defiantly raised his middle finger at the boss and unleashed a swift wind blade technique directed at his adversary. Damn it, even in death, he was determined to extract a toll. The boss, though aware of the feeble creature's counterattack, deemed it beneath contempt, offering neither evasion nor concern. Yet, in the next moment, it became acutely aware of its vitality dwindling at an alarming rate. How could this be? The star-shattering Dream Python King was in dire straits. Observing the incessant damage indicators of -2,896, -2,896, -2,896. Shinmo's spirits soared. The boss was now in a frenzy, its immense life force rapidly depleting, instilling in it an overwhelming sense of dread. It emitted piercing roars directed at the diminutive human before it, though the reasons eluded its understanding. It was evidently clear that this was all the result of the recent attack. Ha ha ha, you vile insect, if you wish for my demise, you shall not emerge unscathed. Savor the gifts I have prepared for you. Foolish creature, once I grow stronger, I shall return and use you for my broth. Damn it, what are you roaring for? Do you think I fear you? In mere moments, I shall rise again, and I shall return to torment you 100-fold. I won't even kill you directly. I shall summon 1,000 players to ensure your demise. Shinemo, with scornful derision, hurled insults at the enraged boss glaring down at him, fully aware that escape was futile. If he could not win, he would at least have his verbal jabs. Little did he realize that this boss possessed a surprising degree of intelligence, choosing not to eliminate him at once, instead opting to roar in fury. Did it truly expect him to lift its curse? What a laugh. The boss seemed genuinely agitated, demonstrating an unexpectedly high intellect, as it unleashed a series of ferocious tail whips that obliterated the surrounding area. Then, with a fierce gaze, it fixed its blood-red eyes upon Shinemo, as if warning him that should he not resolve this matter promptly, he too would be reduced to mere fragments. Observing the boss's health nearly halved, Shinmo's lips twitched. The system was quite the trickster. If all monsters in this game were this astute, the future would indeed be fraught with challenges. Though his health was nearly restored, he had no inclination to flee again. He did not wish to endure such a brutal strike once more. He held no expectation of relying on the ancient god's curse to vanquish this boss, although it was gravely weakened. It was evident that this boss was no fool and would surely crush him before succumbing. Rather than face another bout of brutality, he found solace in hurling more insults. Hee, you towering oaf, enjoy the sensation of your vitality waning. Even if you do not perish, you shall be left half destroyed. The next time we meet, it shall be your end. Ha! I have indeed made history, most likely as the very first player in the game to brazenly curse at a boss. Come, allow me to bestow upon you another splendid gift. Just as I was preparing to mock the boss with an impudent gesture, darkness suddenly enveloped me. The overwhelming stench of blood and decay filled the air, and in that instant, Shinemo comprehended that he had been swallowed whole, mud and all, by the colossal python. Well, Shinemo was understandably furious. The enraged boss had likely deemed him, the instigator, as the sole solution to its plight. How frustrating it is to die in such a humiliating manner. Perhaps, after death, I might even transform into a mere pile of refuse. If I were to reveal this, I would surely be the subject of ridicule. Chapter 55. A fortuitous opportunity. A sharp, searing pain surged through Shinemo, causing him to grimace and curse under his breath. The system's alert chimed, and suddenly, corrosion damage of minus 56 points per second due to severe gastric acid. In that moment of excruciating agony, Chinmo's mind instantly cleared. What? The boss's gastric acid is unable to digest him instantaneously? Why is the corrosion damage so minimal? A realization struck him. His physical defense had reached an impressive 114, boosted to 134 after consuming a bronze-level physical defense enhancement potion, thus mitigating a substantial portion of the corrosive damage, leading to a mere minus 46 points of corrosion damage now. For other players, such a corrosion rate might spell despair, as the boss's stomach walls undoubtedly possess formidable resilience, making its defenses formidable. Otherwise, it would not dare to consume living beings so readily. Thus, attempting to break free from within seemed nearly impossible. The only alternatives would be to inflict sufficient pain to compel the creature to regurgitate him or wait for the boss's demise, allowing ample time to escape. However, Chinmo was eager to remain within its gastric chamber, as this might present a rare opportunity for survival. The silver-level Frenzied Vine's battle armor boasted an additional attribute. When health drops below 50, health regeneration speed increases by 50. This effect had just proven invaluable, and with the boss hesitating in its threats before fully ingesting him, his precarious health was nearly restored. The bronze-level health restoration potion healed 20 health points per second, equating to a net loss of merely minus 26 health points per second. Though his health had not fully recovered, even at the current level of 1620, he could endure for an additional 62 seconds. The boss's health appeared to have diminished significantly as well. He still possessed the exclusive skill favor of the arcane deity, capable of dispelling all negative statuses for 15 seconds. If he utilized this skill once his health fell below 50, he would gain another 15 seconds of safety, during which he could quickly restore 300 to 400 health points, allowing him to endure for several more seconds. The outcome of who would perish first, him or the boss, was now uncertain. What a remarkable turn of fate. Had he not been swallowed, he would never have encountered such a serendipitous opportunity. Outside, the boss's ordinary attacks would have left him utterly devastated, a complete annihilation. Yet now, he had no cause for concern regarding additional attacks, nor did he need to worry about the boss's other damaging abilities. Surely, the creature would not harm itself. The only source of Chinmo's frustration was the fact that being cramped within the Python King's stomach not only subjected him to the corrosive effects but also to a tumultuous, roller coaster-like jostling. It was evident that the Star-Shatter Dream Python King had gone completely berserk in the jungle, even after consuming the root cause of its distress. Its health continued to plummet uncontrollably. At this rate, it would not be long before it met an inexplicable demise. Thus, how could the Shattered Star Dream Python King not drive one to madness? However, this truly puts Chinmo in a dire predicament. The violent rolling and shaking render him exceedingly uncomfortable. One might even call it motion sickness from the python. Chinmo dares not succumb to unconsciousness, enduring the corrosive agony as he relentlessly assaults the walls of his stomach, striving to trigger a hostile state of attack at all times. Theoretically, he must also stack the ancient curse once more to ultimately vanquish the boss, unable to see the remaining health of the boss. This is the only way for him to ensure a seamless continuation once the previous ancient curse concludes. Fortunately, he has purchased an ample supply of bronze-level potions. Otherwise, he would find himself in a dire situation without the means to sustain himself. As his health plummeted to 300 once more, Chinmo immediately activated Divine Favor, causing the negative state of receiving minus 46 points of corrosive damage per second to miraculously vanish. Simultaneously, a warm golden light enveloped his entire being, banishing even the pain of corrosion. Indeed, it is the unique divine skill exclusive to his profession. The effect is truly remarkable. Chinmo, not daring to linger, promptly consumed another bronze-level life restoration potion. Although bronze-level and black iron-level potions can be used simultaneously, only the effects of the bronze-level potion manifest, as the effects of the black iron-level potion are entirely overridden. Similarly, 2 bronze-level restoration potions can be used in succession, merely extending the duration of effects without enhancing the healing benefits. Therefore, Chinmo fears that if the duration of the restoration potion expires without a follow-up, he would waste such a rare moment of invincibility. At this juncture, every second is immensely precious. Thus, Shin-Emo diligently consumes potions to sustain his life while simultaneously attacking the walls of his stomach, all the while enduring the excruciating corrosive pain with a numbing persistence. Ding! He has achieved a remarkable victory over the level 15 boss Shattered Star Dream Python King, earning 750,000 experience points. Ding! By defeating the boss, he successfully triggered the hidden attribute of the Ancient Curse, elevating his talent level to Silver Grade. Ding! Upon defeating the boss, he activated the attributes of the Conqueror title, successfully acquiring the boss's passive skill Python God's Protection. Global announcement. Ding! Dragon Country player Silent has achieved the first kill of the level 15 boss Shattered Star Dream Python King, receiving a reward of 15 free attribute points, 150 gold coins, 1,500 reputation in Dragon Country, and 800 global reputation. Feeling somewhat dazed from the pain, Shin-Emo was suddenly roused by the cacophony of system notifications. He then sensed that the world had finally come to a standstill. Ding! Under corrosive attack, Python God's Protection automatically activates. In an instant, the pain from gastric acid corrosion vanished entirely. Clearly, the effect of Python God's Protection, which reduces comprehensive damage by 30, has taken effect, making it exceedingly difficult for gastric acid to penetrate his defenses. Moreover, his health regeneration accelerated in an instant. 17, 20, 17, 20, 17. With an additional restoration of 1 health per second, this recovery effect is nothing short of perfection. Yet another remarkable feat. It truly seems that thoughts manifest into reality. This passive skill that enhances defense is undoubtedly invaluable. It is akin to effortlessly claiming the first kill of a boss. Shin-Emo never anticipated that he would be able to vanquish this level 15 boss at this moment. Given the monstrous attributes of the star-shattering Dream Python King, he had prepared himself for a prolonged endeavor, even planning to wait until other players reached level 10 to tackle it together. After all, merely navigating through the toxic miasma surrounding the boss's lair would challenge the average player. Most critically, he would not be able to amass enough gold in a short span to invite other players to join him in this endeavor. Thus, this first kill was truly a stroke of luck, an unexpected delight. It cannot merely be described as fortuitous. It is a perfect embodiment of the adage that those who survive great peril are destined for fortune. Although he was no longer fearful of the corrosive effects of stomach acid, the sensation of being ensconced in slime was far from pleasant. He immediately unleashed the Wind Blade technique against the stomach wall. Beyond its magical damage, the Wind Blade technique also possesses a ripping effect, making it particularly suitable for slicing through the stomach wall at this juncture. After the boss's demise, the once impenetrable stomach wall seemed to lose much of its vitality, with both resilience and defense plummeting. Even so, the foul-smelling Shin-Emo struggled for nearly 10 minutes to finally emerge from the boss's belly. Chapter 56. A qualitative leap. After achieving success, Shin-Emo could not help but feel a pang of fear. He had previously overlooked a crucial piece of information. After the boss's demise, he could not immediately escape from the gastric pouch, as he would still be subjected to the relentless corrosion of gastric acid. Even if the life restoration potion were sufficient, his vitality could not endure such prolonged suffering, ultimately leading to a tragic fate of mutual destruction. Thus, this fortunate escape was solely thanks to the title of Conqueror, which allowed him to fortuitously acquire the Python God's Protection. Without it, he would surely have met his end, although he could return to retrieve his equipment after revival. Avoiding death would undoubtedly represent the ideal outcome. Of course, if he had lacked the blessing of the Arcane God, which removes all negative statuses for 15 seconds, his situation would have been dire as well. Basic Attribute Feedback Card, Bronze Level. Upon use, players can gain a 5 increase in their game's character's basic attributes, with automatic updates upon each level advancement. Star-Shattering Dream Python Robe, Gold Level. Health 1, 80 Energy 2, 30 Physical Defense 38 Magical Defense 98 Magical Damage 114 Agility 13 Poison Resistance 12 Additional Attributes. Comprehensive Skill Attribute, increase of 15 for all mage professions. Recovery Speed increases by 60 when health is below 30. Recovery Speed increases by 60 when energy is below 30. Usage requirement. Mage profession. Star-shattering storm skill book. Bronze level. Concentrating the elements of earth and wind, it creates a star-shattering storm with a radius of 12 meters by 12 meters. Inflicting 250 magical damage to all targets and inducing a certain penetrating bleeding effect for a duration of 3 seconds, with an attack range of 15 meters. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Usage requirement. Mage profession. The rewards for the first kill of the level 15 boss exceeded all expectations. In addition to the 3 items he could utilize, 5 other pieces of black iron level equipment for different professions also dropped. It could be deemed a resounding success. Both the gold level star-shattering Dream Python robe and the bronze level star-shattering storm skill book were urgently needed by the mage profession, providing substantial enhancements to his capabilities. Particularly, the bronze level skill star-shattering storm, being an area of effect attack, was akin to a boon, making monster hunting an absolute delight. His overnight efforts had not been in vain. Indeed, he had acquired a skill book for the mage profession. Not merely of bronze quality, but also precisely the area of effect attack skill he had longed for. Naturally, Shin-Mo understood that such a high drop rate was only achievable through both a level up and a first kill of the boss. Otherwise, his endeavors that night could have proven fruitless. The gold level star-shattering Dream Python robe was equally remarkable, beyond its impressive attribute enhancements. The 4 additional attributes were nothing short of miraculous, each exceedingly rare. Befitting its gold classification, it was undeniably formidable. The only aspect that vexed Shin-Mo was the ostentatious effect of the equipment, which bore an enormous engraving of a python, almost exaggeratedly covering the majority of the robe, with a fierce serpent's head dominating the entire front. As he walked, a faint golden python serpent flickered around Shin-Mo, perpetually swirling by his side. One could only conclude that the system was perhaps an ostentatious fanatic. Yet, with such a flamboyant appearance amidst the crowd, he undoubtedly stood out as the most striking figure in the entire town. The basic attribute feedback card he had acquired was of bronze grade, and upon utilization, it would enhance his game character's foundational attributes by an impressive 5. This brought immense joy to Shin-Mo, as it was undoubtedly the most precious item among the spoils of this encounter. Should his strength prove sufficient, he would genuinely contemplate challenging a higher-level boss for a first kill reward, which would yield even more bountiful treasures. This moment served as concrete evidence of that. When it came to first killing a boss, the rewards from defeating one at a higher level were indeed on an entirely different scale. In comparison, the loot dropped by the level 10 boss, the War Beast puppet, was utterly unimpressive. If other players were to learn of his disdainful thoughts, they would surely be unable to restrain their exclamations of disbelief. Just moments before, while he struggled to break through the gastric wall of the boss, Shin-Mo had eagerly examined the grotesque attributes of his newly acquired silver-grade Ancient Goddess Curse talent. He could only exclaim one word: astounding. Talent. Ancient Goddess Curse. Enhancement 1. Grade. Silver. Upgradable. Bestowed by the protection of the Supreme Ancient God. Any hostile target struck by the player's attacks would receive an additional 3 layers of the Ancient Goddess Curse. Basic attributes. Inflicts minus 1,448 points of true damage per second, lasting for 100 seconds. During the curse, recovery-enhancing skills, stealth skills, and purification skills are rendered ineffective, inducing a minor weakening state. Hidden attribute. Killing elite-level monsters may randomly yield an increase of 1 to 10 points in true damage. Defeating boss-level monsters can continuously elevate the talent level. With the silver-grade Ancient Goddess Curse now capable of stacking 3 layers of true damage, it meant that he could inflict a staggering minus 4,344 damage per second. Shin-Mo pondered whether other players, upon witnessing his damage output, might lose their motivation to continue playing. He himself found it to be extraordinarily overpowered. Were it not for his somewhat limited survival capabilities, he would have sought out a level 20 boss to test his mettle. Judging solely by damage output, it was unlikely any boss could withstand his assault. Moreover, an additional foundational attribute had emerged from his talent, a buff effect inducing a minor weakening state. Though the precise efficacy of this minor weakening state remained unknown, it further illuminated for Shin-Mo the boundless potential of this talent's enhancement. Not only could it amplify true damage, but it could also restrict the target's skill usage, and now it could also bestow a special buff state. If this trajectory of enhancement continued, it would inevitably evolve into a talent most despised by players and even the boss monsters. Undoubtedly, Chen Mo was exceedingly satisfied, especially as he had come to ascertain that the system was unlikely to alter player talents lightly. This only fueled his eagerness to rapidly augment his own talent. For only in doing so could he expeditiously grow more formidable in reality. If the ancient god's curse were not sufficiently potent, the boss would not have been so easily vanquished. Thus, the ancient god's curse remains Chun Mo's most crucial trump card. Overall, this inaugural defeat of the boss yielded remarkable rewards, far exceeding expectations. In Chun Mo's own words, whether in reality or within the game, his strength has undergone a qualitative leap. After an entire night of gaming, he found himself still able to endure. Yet the recent torment inflicted by the boss and the corrosive effects of gastric acid, coupled with the intense 30 pain sensation, left him feeling somewhat rattled and mentally fatigued. Therefore, Chun Mo decided to take a brief respite before continuing his exploration. Naturally, before logging off, he utilized the newly acquired bronze-level basic attribute feedback card. Upon receiving the familiar notification sound, he promptly logged off, skillfully adjusting his gaming helmet to sleep mode. Darkness enveloped him in an instant as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The purplish-blue luminescence from the gaming helmet spread like a wave until it enveloped Chun Mo entirely. While he peacefully drifted into slumber, chaos reigned both in and out of the game, as the global announcement of the first defeat of the level 15 boss sent shockwaves through the entire player community. Chapter 57. A dire situation in light of the grave circumstances. High-ranking officials from various nations convened an urgent joint meeting, disregarding even the challenges posed by time zone differences. Remarkably, the Dragon Kingdom also chose to participate. To be candid, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom were taken aback by their own player, Silence. While the true strength of a level 15 boss remained uncertain, those who had encountered the attributes of a level 10 boss could readily deduce the vast chasm between bosses and ordinary monsters. Most crucially, the attributes of the level 11 to 13 common monsters in the new map, Shattered Star Dream Forest, were already disheartening, leading one to imagine the grotesque power of a level 15 boss. Yet, player Silence managed to vanquish it without any assistance from others, showcasing yet again their remarkable growth and increasingly formidable prowess. The discontent among global leaders stemmed from the unsettling strength of player Silence, which had instilled fear within their ranks. The significance of Star Domain 3.0 had deeply resonated within the populace during this period, aptly characterized as a second world. The allocation of resources and benefits became increasingly paramount, with the primary determinant of such distribution being the combat strength of the players. The promotion event from Novice Village 1000191 to Town illustrated that only through the enhancement of player strength could additional game functionalities be unlocked, subsequently creating more avenues for acquiring in-game currency. Given the global partitioning, regional conflicts would likely erupt later on, and with the overwhelming strength of Silence in the Dragon Kingdom, players from other regions would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Thus, the global leaders could no longer remain passive without imposing restrictions. Player Silence would undoubtedly transcend all bounds of control. Most alarmingly, none had anticipated that upon Silence's class change, they would become even more formidable. Initially, there were speculations that perhaps Silence had merely acquired a terrifying early game talent, and post-class change, they might not be so overwhelmingly powerful. However, the reality proved otherwise. Silence remained a force of sheer terror, perhaps even more so than before. How long had it been since defeating a level 10 boss? Now, they were effortlessly overpowering a level 15 boss, exhibiting an almost supernatural strength. Even the Dragon Kingdom's leadership found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. Although Silence was a native player of the Dragon Kingdom, they were utterly beyond the realm of control. Such an extraordinary existence had exceeded the tolerance threshold of many. The meeting persisted for an extended duration, ultimately concluding with the Dragon Kingdom's steadfast refusal to acquiesce to various unreasonable demands. It was not that the leadership was unwilling to cooperate, but rather that the stipulations proposed by other nations were excessively burdensome, severely jeopardizing the Dragon Kingdom's own interests. Naturally, the global leaders were incensed, and that very evening, a joint sanction against the Dragon Kingdom was drafted, igniting chaos in the real world. Various factions and organizations were equally restless. Even those who had benefited from the origins of the town felt deeply unsettled. While player silence had propelled the entire player base of the origin town to new heights, they found it challenging to accept a singular entity that eclipsed them entirely. Meanwhile, the ordinary populace was left utterly silenced. As fellow players, sharing the same expenditure of 999 yuan on a helmet. What justifies the extraordinary prowess of the player known as Silent? They seem to have encountered a game so devoid of fairness. The disparity is glaringly beyond the bounds of acceptable violations. Yet, the system remains utterly unresponsive, nonchalantly observing Silent maintain their insurmountable lead. Were it not for the irresistible allure of the health index feature, many discontented players might have already shattered their helmets in frustration. Brothers, it's the dead of night, and my anger is keeping me awake. I can barely handle level 5 common monsters, while they effortlessly take on level 15 bosses. This ludicrous game has become unplayable. Indeed, our guild of over 1,000 players struggled mightily to vanquish a level 7 elite monster, only to receive nothing in return, nearly causing our guild leader to explode with rage. Meanwhile, this individual single-handedly obliterates level 15 bosses, undoubtedly reaping bountiful rewards. Alas, it seems the developers are utterly unreliable. Such glaring bugs exist without any after-sales service. If negative reviews were possible, I would certainly rate it below 0. I mean, is it truly necessary? If someone excels, they simply excel. If you lack the skill, why blame others for being a bug? True men only admire the strong and do not resort to malicious jealousy or harm. Your actions are those of petty souls. Ha ha ha, the sentiments expressed above are indeed valid, and moreover, Silent is one of our players in the Dragon Kingdom region, which should be a point of national pride. What nonsense! Have you not seen the recent sanctions issued by various countries? Our nation's economy is bound to suffer a severe blow, all due to Silent. What era are we in? There are still those who are weak-kneed. Foreign nations are simply envious of our lead in gaming and are now attempting to unite in resistance, urging us to slow our game progress. Do you truly wish for that? Foolish beings? Ha ha ha. Indeed, they are all foolish. I just checked the official website, and it appears that high-ranking officials from various nations are demanding a month-long ban on our players from using the game. Claiming our progress severely disrupts the global gaming balance? Are they out of their minds? That said, this method might actually prove effective. Should the nation decree a month-long suspension of the game and temporarily confiscate all players' helmets, it could genuinely slow Silent down. Has the individual above been shampooing for too long or gotten their head caught in a door? If such a command were issued, I would be the first to protest. I am in the late stages of lung cancer, lacking sufficient in-game currency. Would that not threaten my very life? Unless the government mobilizes a vast military force for nationwide control. How could such a ban be enforced? There is no tangible benefit. Why should our nation cooperate with those fools abroad? What a ridiculous notion. Is this game something that can be restricted by the state? Star Domain 3.0 is an independent network, reportedly covering the entire globe. A helmet can traverse the world, connecting as long as there is power. Just think, how could they impose a ban? If necessary, I could bring along 100 power banks and hide in the remote mountains and forests. Wouldn't I still be able to enjoy my freedom? Perhaps you are overthinking this. The nation is simply incapable of compromise. Do we truly believe that our status as a nuclear power is merely for show? It is a gathering of individuals, frivolously concerned about matters that do not pertain to them. Such sentiments cannot be expressed lightly, for these issues have begun to encroach upon our daily lives. Should nations around the globe impose sanctions upon us, the prices of commodities would undoubtedly soar. Alas, this turmoil is instigated by the reckless actions of an individual, whose rapid escalation and insatiable pursuit of first kills invite such foreign animosity. I implore you, my feeble compatriots, have you become so accustomed to kneeling that you have lost your resolve? We have been subjected to such indignities by foreign powers. Yet you lack the courage to denounce their shamelessness, instead directing your ire towards the aforementioned individual. I stand in solidarity with the sentiments expressed above. These foreign entities are nothing but contemptible, unable to play their own games fairly. they resort to underhanded tactics. Is this truly just? The online discourse rages on. And at the national level, actions are being taken, culminating in the announcement of a nationwide state of Level 3 combat readiness. The most grievous impact is felt in the economic sphere. As the stock market in our beloved Dragon Nation opens to devastating losses, a decline that can only be described as catastrophic. The only companies maintaining their strength are those actively engaged in the development of Origin Town, though how long they can endure under such pressure remains uncertain. No one could have anticipated that a mere game would precipitate such a dire international crisis, just as the stockholders of the Dragon Nation lament their fortunes. A sudden and explosive announcement within the game shifts the focus of all attention once more. Chapter 58. The launch of the Universal Live streaming module waking up at noon. Shin-Emo felt invigorated, especially with the additional 5 enhancement to his character's fundamental attributes, which made him feel extraordinarily powerful. The increase in agility was particularly pronounced, granting him a reaction speed so swift that he almost entertained the fanciful notion of dodging bullets. With his newfound strength, he contemplated the possibility of retrieving his gold bricks from the private warehouse of Jader, confident he could evade any pursuers. However, after a moment of reckless enthusiasm, he regained his composure. It would be wiser to wait until his power reached an even greater height for added security. Upon opening his phone, the notifications from various platforms left Shin-Emo momentarily stunned. 3 hours prior, the game had issued a system announcement. Ding. The number of registered players has surpassed 8 billion. The Universal Live streaming module is now automatically loaded. Players may check it at their convenience. Indeed, the game now featured a live streaming capability. Any player could activate this function, broadcasting the entirety of their gameplay from a godlike perspective. Other players wishing to view the stream could submit requests. The decision to charge for access was entirely at the discretion of the streamer, who could also receive in-game currency as tips. Though the system would take a 30% cut from both viewership and tips to maintain the stability of the streaming environment. What drove all factions into a frenzy was that this streaming function imposed no restrictions based on novice village boundaries or national borders. It was truly global in reach, achieving a groundbreaking milestone in borderless streaming. Within mere hours, numerous factions had devised strategic plans to leverage this feature for rapid advancement. One of the simplest yet most effective strategies involved establishing a primary live streaming room to gather idle funds from various branches and novice villages, significantly addressing the issue of insufficient in-game currency production. Consequently, many large factions would experience accelerated growth. The effects of concentrated development versus dispersed growth would yield entirely different outcomes. This would undoubtedly incite a fresh wave of territorial competition within the game. Shin-Emo was both amused and astonished. The system had truly outdone itself. Previously, the game lacked even a basic recording function, and now it had launched an expansive live streaming capability. It is noteworthy that the game's characters were a flawless one replication of the players, with every detail, including hairlines, perfectly mirrored. Were it not for the basic protective clothing worn by characters, certain audacious streamers might even dare to perform provocative acts live. It was evident that many real-world streaming platforms were likely to face significant challenges ahead. The most critical aspect was that the in-game streaming was global, devoid of regional protections, thus attracting a far larger audience. This highlighted the profound impact that the introduction of live streaming within the game would have on real-world streaming platforms. Large factions could indeed capitalize on the revenue generated from live streams and tips, consolidating funds from other novice villages for accelerated growth. Yet, rather than feeling alarmed, Shin-Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Given his current popularity, if he were to establish a paid live streaming channel, even with a nominal fee of just 1 copper coin, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of viewers, resulting in substantial profits. After all, donning a privacy mask alleviates any concerns regarding identity exposure. As for his myriad of hidden cards, even if some were to be uncovered by the audience, it would matter little. It could even serve to intimidate certain unscrupulous individuals. With a wealth of resources, his ascension to power would only accelerate. Moreover, his hidden cards are not static. They will continue to proliferate and strengthen. Shin-Emo stumbled upon news reports regarding his slaying of a level 15 boss. He was utterly taken aback that such an event could so effortlessly instigate a stock market crash in the Dragon Kingdom and usher the entire nation into a state of level 3 combat readiness. One can only surmise that the foreign naysayers are envious, forever seeking trouble. Unable to advance themselves, they cannot tolerate the rapid progress of others. This has been the case across various industries in the past, and now it has seeped into the realm of gaming as well. Were it not for the sudden activation of the gaming live streaming module, the uproar could have escalated even further. However, given the current circumstances, it seems that nations are too preoccupied to engage in feudal antics in the real world. Nevertheless, Shin Mo has taken note of this account. When the time comes for national warfare, the first to face the reckoning will be these scoundrels. Yet, he need not wait for the future. He intends to reap some immediate benefits within the game. After enjoying a timely lunch delivered from the hotel, Shin Mo promptly re-entered the game. The remains of the boss, the star-shattering Dream Python King, had vanished, and the numerous traces left on the ground indicated that it had been dragged away by other creatures. Cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure no lurking monsters were present, he activated the live streaming feature to delve deeper into his research. The functionalities of the live streaming module bear a striking resemblance to those of real-world streaming platforms, albeit with the unique perspective of a godlike view. Allowing the audience to observe as if they were watching a film, viewers must engage from a relatively secure environment, with their visuals temporarily transitioning into the live stream, enabling them to communicate, offer tips, and record content, albeit limited to a game dissemination. Naturally, the streaming player can interact with the audience when communication is desired. A 28-inch virtual screen appears before their game character, displaying real-time commentary from viewers. This exclusive virtual screen for the streamer is cleverly designed to shield the audience's messages from view. Furthermore, the streamer can configure connection capabilities, allowing interactions with players from any corner of the globe, even showcasing talents and engaging in competitions for virtual coins, much like in the real world. However, the live streaming platform eschews the insidious beauty enhancement features and ambiguous voice modulation services, emphasizing authenticity instead. Of course, players can still utilize the privacy mask to safeguard their personal information. It can be asserted that the functionalities typical of real-world streaming platforms are largely mirrored within the game's live streaming environment. Shin Mo could not resist a quiet chuckle at the cleverness of the system. Following the prompts, he set the main title of his live stream to Global #1 Player, Silent, with the subtitle reading, Incompetent Rage of Western Trash. Come at me if you dare. Indeed, Shin Mo is determined to directly confront those foreign detractors, while simultaneously generating some buzz to augment his income. To avoid the pitfalls of impersonating others for traffic, the system graciously enabled an official verification feature. Shin Mo had no choice but to grit his teeth and spend a gold coin to authenticate his nickname, transforming the words not speaking in the live stream's main title into a resplendent gold. Subsequently, he set the viewing fee for the Dragon Kingdom region to 1 copper coin, while imposing a fee of 3 copper coins for the international audience. Were it not for the concern that foreign players might be too impoverished to afford the viewing cost, Shin Mo would certainly have raised the fees for the international sector. Most importantly, Shin Mo aims to attract a larger audience. Pricing too high would inevitably alienate many ordinary foreign players. Once all preparations were in place, Shin Mo commenced his inaugural live streaming debut within the game. Chapter 59. The lush green chives. Once the live stream commenced, my sensory experience remained largely unchanged. However, with a mere thought, the exclusive virtual panel for the broadcaster materialized before me. It prominently displayed fundamental information such as viewer count, popularity ratings, donation values, and audience comments. The gaming live stream room featured a communal plaza, sharing a global pool of traffic. Viewers could opt to watch either local broadcasts or global streams. When encountering a paid live stream, they could temporarily enjoy a 1-minute free preview. Upon its conclusion, the system would prompt, payment is required to continue enjoying viewing services. With each viewing session measured by the broadcaster's closure of the stream, paid viewers could freely enter and exit the paid live stream within 1 hour. Exceeding this time necessitated another payment. Officially certified live streams possessed a certain priority recommendation status. Before long, A player stumbled upon Chin MO's debut livestream. Wow, this person must be the legendary Mute Master. Just look at those astonishing equipment effects. Of course, the name is officially certified in gold. Could it be fake? I worship this master. Oh my goodness, I am witnessing a living legend. It's blinding my titanium eyes. The majestic aura of that golden python is overwhelming. Master, please take me along. Hey, Master, do you have a girlfriend? I'm versatile and delightful, available anytime for a date. Where is this master? Is it in the new map? Oh, the 1-minute preview is about to end. Wait, you actually charge for this? Master, your approach is rather unappealing. Utilizing a paid live stream is quite surprising. Hey, foolish person above. The master is already very approachable. Can't you even afford a copper coin? If you're too lazy to complete tasks, do you even deserve to watch this stream? You're not welcome here, you impoverished slacker. Exactly. I support the master, and in our Dragon Kingdom region, it's only 1 copper coin to pay. While abroad, they charge 3. A conscientious broadcaster. Mute Master, I want to have your child. Only a fool would pay. What conscientiousness? They just want to harvest our chives. Disdainful. Leave if you don't want to watch. I must tip the Mute Master to express gratitude for guiding us to the rise of Origin Town. Huh. I thought I encountered a wealthy patron of Origin Town, yet you only tip the cheapest balloon worth 1 copper coin? Can you even compete? Watch me launch a rocket worth 1 silver coin. Wow, a true wealthy patron, 1 silver coin. Just like that, tipping is the way to go. This is truly extravagant. Cut it out, that's just a single rocket. What is there to brag about? A diehard fan of Mute Master from Origin Town is here to support you with 10 rockets. Wow, now that's a real tycoon. Players from Origin Town are indeed impressive. My pockets are cleaner than my face. 666. Master, please speak. I long to hear your voice. Which wealthy patron will grace us with a 1 gold coin spaceship as a tip to remind the broadcaster that we are watching? The rewards effects visible to the broadcaster are confined to a dedicated virtual screen, allowing the host to maintain their regular operations without distraction. In contrast, the audience witnesses a spectacle that envelopes the entire streaming room. At that moment, magnificent rockets ascend thunderously beside the host, while countless balloons fill the space. Within mere minutes of starting the broadcast, Chin Mo, still familiarizing himself with some fundamental features, observes a steady influx of viewers. The barrage of messages scrolling so rapidly that it becomes an overwhelming blur, and his popularity skyrocketing, with countless reward effects adorning the screen. Although he realizes the high level of engagement, he is taken aback by the sheer intensity of the situation. The upper right corner of the screen indicates that the number of paying viewers has surpassed 100,000, signifying an impressive revenue of 100,000 copper coins at this moment. How effortless it seems to earn such money. Is live streaming truly this lucrative? While prominent internet celebrities in reality may also rake in such income with a single broadcast, sums that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to accumulate, this game amplifies the experience to an even more vivid extent. Nevertheless, he understands that other players do not share his level of popularity. However, those who are already well-known in reality, especially celebrities, undoubtedly possess a legion of devoted fans, making it easy for them to reap similar rewards. Whether in reality or in the game, traffic remains paramount. The live stream offers a god's eye view, allowing viewers to either focus on the broadcaster or adjust their perspective at will, even to gaze upward at the host. With such immense fortune at his fingertips, Chin Mo still feels the need to greet his audience, recognizing them as the eager novices. He lowers his voice, adopting a different tone. Hello everyone. I am Buyu, and I am delighted to meet you all in the streaming room. His simple greeting instantly triggers another wave of rewards, with messages flooding in so densely that Chin Mo hardly bothers to read them, as they are indecipherable. He expresses gratitude for the contributions and requests that viewers spread the word in the international streaming circles, encouraging them to mock those foolish players who resort to underhanded tactics. His ultimate desire is to reap the rewards from them, demonstrating what an insurmountable chasm truly looks like. Now, I will adjust the parameters in the streaming backend. Once the viewer count surpasses 5 million, Buyu will lead you into the depths of the Shattered Star Dream Forest, the very place where I defeated the boss yesterday. Other players will find it nearly impossible to enter now, and I assure you, You will not be disappointed. After delivering this announcement, Chun Mo disregards the increasingly frenzied barrage of messages and reward effects. There are numerous settings within the streaming room that players can adjust, such as the option to conceal or share their attribute panel and inventory. The attributes of dropped equipment can also be shared or hidden. This allows players to avoid exposing too many of their cards, as the audience can only make estimations about their damage and defense, with many specific values remaining indeterminate. Chun Mo discovered that the attributes of the monsters could either be concealed or shared. In a bid to attract an audience, he resolved to set the information to shared, believing that this alone would justify the viewer's investment. Naturally, in the future, should he decide to tackle certain unique dungeons, he could easily establish a higher fee for accessing such information. It must be said that the streaming platform constructed by the system is rather comprehensive in its functionalities. While Chun Mo meticulously configured the back-end services of the streaming room, numerous foreign streams erupted in chaos. Players from the Dragon Kingdom unleashed a torrent of mockery, referring to the foreign streams as mere foreign trash. They challenged anyone dissatisfied to venture into the stream of the esteemed No Words in the Dragon Kingdom and witness firsthand what an insurmountable disparity truly looks like. Moreover, many players from the Dragon Kingdom casually entered the streams of foreign players, only to unleash a barrage of insults, accusing them of lacking decorum, being unable to compete, and resorting to underhanded tactics. They urged the foreign players to visit the No Words stream to experience the crushing superiority and the vast chasm of skill firsthand. The streaming room boasted an exceptionally advanced translation system, far surpassing many AI translation software in the real world, allowing the taunts from Dragon Kingdom players to spread across the globe without barriers. As a multitude of frustrated foreign players flooded into the No Words stream, they were immediately disarmed by the stream's subtitles, which were undeniably audacious. To add insult to injury, the exorbitant viewing fee of 3 copper coins further fueled their ire. Clearly, this seemed like an invitation to be exploited. However, the thought of not watching left them seething with curiosity about the extraordinary prowess of the world's top player. Chapter 60. No time for laughter. The global traffic is beyond what Chun Mo could have ever imagined. The system notification indicates that there are already 8 billion registered players. And according to incomplete statistics, the world population is approximately 12 billion. Regardless of disabilities or age, as long as conditions permit, people have entered the game. The remaining players are mostly children under 12 and some impoverished individuals who cannot even afford a gaming helmet. Star Domain 3.0 imposes no upper age limit. Yet there is a lower age limit of 12. Currently, major factions are sponsoring these impoverished individuals to access the game through labor agreements, and it is likely that the number of registered players will soon exceed 10 billion. The primary factor affecting player registration lies in the production of helmets. With most individuals opting to play games, workers manufacturing helmets are in dire shortage. After Chun Mo completed all relevant data settings in the live broadcast backend, he glanced up to find that the number of paying viewers in the live room had already surpassed 70 million. Moreover, international players are required to pay 3 copper coins, making it evident how terrifying the earnings from this live broadcast would be. Even Chun Mo himself couldn't help but be astonished. The immense fortune had come so effortlessly. He had initially aimed for merely 5 million viewers, yet it had exceeded that figure by more than tenfold. Chun Mo had underestimated the curiosity of global players towards him. He had contemplated exploiting these players, but had not anticipated it would be so gratifying. The screen was filled with heated disputes, with domestic and international players arguing fervently. The game's live broadcast rooms lack moderators, resulting in a plethora of crude and offensive comments. After observing for a while, Chun Mo decided to ignore it. After all, he was merely leveraging the live broadcast to reap benefits. As for fan maintenance, it was unnecessary. Chun Mo did not intend to treat the audience who spent money on him as patrons. He was not reliant on live streaming for his livelihood. Conversely, these viewers could gain early insights into advanced monsters through his broadcast, truly a win-win situation. To safeguard his rights, Chun Mo also disabled the screen recording function for viewers. This means that in the future, players wishing to stay updated on his latest developments would have to watch the live broadcasts or listen to others gossip. Oh, the foreign rascals have been quite boisterous these past few days. but it has put me in a rather unpleasant mood. Although the affairs of Long Country do not significantly affect me, it is still my homeland, and your actions have crossed the line. In short, the more ruckus you create in reality, the more I shall torment you in the game. Do not expect to restrict me in the real world. I have already hidden in the deep mountains since the moment you sought to bring me down, where I have prepared my base, capable of sustaining me for decades without issue. Without further ado, I shall soon demonstrate just how powerful I have become. You would do well to pray that when the national war commences, you do not encounter me. Otherwise, you will come to no despair. After Chun Mo finished speaking, the live stream was once again filled with a flurry of reward effects. He expressed his gratitude briefly before shutting down the virtual screen and embarking on today's monster hunting journey. Naturally, Chun Mo allocated the 15 free attribute points awarded for the first kill of the level 15 boss to agility. In addition to the enhancement provided by the newly acquired Golden Grade Star Fragment Dream Python King Rope. Consequently, his attributes experienced a significant boost. Player, Silent Class, Mage Level, 12 Experience, 227, for 125, 600, 000. Click to view other attribute details, with a staggering 130 health points and 166 agility. Bolstered further by the passive skill Python Goddess Protection, he felt invincible even in this new map. Even when confronted with a boss like the Star Fragment Dream Python King, Chun Mo felt he could withstand the challenge. As he examined his attributes while searching for monsters, he realized that this area was previously the boss's territory, leaving no other monsters in sight. He had to venture elsewhere. Given that the Star Fragment Dream Forest was a new map, Chun Mo hesitated to use the random teleportation scroll directly. It was far more prudent to explore step by step. The most critical factor was that he was currently live streaming. If he inadvertently teleported into the jaws of another boss, his luck might not hold out. A disastrous debut on the live stream would leave an indelible stain on his reputation. After the boss's demise, the menacing aura surrounding the area seemed to dissipate. Chun Mo hadn't walked far when he spotted other creatures ahead. Star Fragment Dream Ivy Python Level, 13 Rank, Common Health, 40. 000 Physical Damage, 158 Physical Defense, 136 Magical Defense, 122 Agility, 131 Skills. Ultimate Bind. Instantly ensnares the target with its massive body, inflicting a continuous squeeze damage of -50 health points per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Ferocious Sweep. Swings its tail back and forth, dealing 150 physical damage to all targets within a 6 meter by 6 meter area for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Venomous Fangs. Inflicts continuous poison damage of 70 points per second on the target for 20 seconds upon being bitten. Cooldown, 30 seconds. As Chun Mo inspected the monster's attributes, the data of the Star Fragment Dream Ivy Python naturally appeared before all the viewers in the live stream. The audience collectively gasped in astonishment, with exclamations of disbelief echoing throughout the chat, particularly from international players who expressed their astonishment profusely. This was merely a level 13 common monster, yet its attributes were extraordinarily formidable. It was unimaginable how terrifying the level 15 boss Star Fragment Dream Python King must be. While the viewers were still marveling at the creature's terrifying attributes, Chun Mo made his move. They witnessed silent, standing approximately 10 meters away from the monster, casually unleashing a translucent gust of air that struck the creature like a whirling blade. The 10-meter-long fragmented star Dreaming Ivy Python appeared largely unscathed, bearing only a slender scratch upon its tire-like girth, inflicting a mere -72 points of damage, in comparison to its formidable life force of 40,000. This minor injury was hardly a blemish. Initially, the fragmented star Dreaming Ivy Python exhibited an expression of disdain and confusion, prompting the audience to stifle their laughter. However, before they could indulge in amusement, the creature abruptly transitioned from bewilderment to a state of rage, its once clear eyes now a vivid crimson, nearly causing some players, who were intently observing the beast, to disconnect in fright. Subsequently, terrifying damage figures began to erupt above the creature's head. -4,344, -4,344, -4,344. In an instant, the entire live stream seemed to freeze, with comments and tips coming to an abrupt halt, as if an invisible hand had pressed the pause button. Chapter 61. The players were thoroughly shattered. A moment that felt frozen in silence was swiftly filled with an overwhelming barrage of comments flooding the live stream. What on earth is this damage? Oh my god, has a bug appeared? Damn, this guy must be cheating. Is this even damage a player can inflict? Let us disperse, everyone. This individual is playing on a private server. It's not the same game we're engaged in. Well, it's possible. He might be playing version 4.0 of Star Realm, a level above us. What nonsense. Here I am with a full set of black iron gear. And my physical damage just barely exceeds 100. It's utterly impossible to compete. Haha. It's not just foreign players who feel despair. We domestic players are equally despondent. Truly, an insurmountable chasm exists. Such a vast disparity cannot be bridged merely by levels or gear. May the divine intervene. May punishment befall this heretic who undoubtedly cheats. Players from the Dragon Kingdom only know how to cheat. Is this even enjoyable? Ha ha ha. Our silent master from the Dragon Kingdom is indeed formidable. What can you do about it? Despair. Silent Smith is likely one of those from our neighboring country. He probably thinks the Dragon Kingdom market is lucrative, but he will return eventually. Haha. Have the Koreans lost their minds? Everything belongs to you. Baka. The people of the Dragon Kingdom deserve to perish. They have always been a threat. And such instability should not exist. Damn, don't get too cocky. For the sake of democracy, our Pentagon will not allow such violations to persist. All viewers felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, their minds buzzing. How could such damage exist? Not to mention sustained damage. Even a single blow of minus 4,344 is beyond what current players can fathom. This extraordinarily exaggerated damage left all players utterly shattered. In the chaos of the live stream, Shin-Mo was indifferent and uninterested. He understood that when the ancient god's curse displayed a damage output of minus 4,344 before the audience, it would undoubtedly incite a wave of unbearable jealousy. This was, in fact, the effect he desired. In reality, he could bide his time, but in the game, he had no need for restraint. He could act wildly without concern. Furthermore, he intended to cultivate an exceedingly arrogant persona, contrasting sharply with his humble demeanor in reality. This, too, could be viewed as a form of camouflage, while the audience may not discern the specific state of the monster. Shun-Mo distinctly sensed that the furious shattered star dreaming vine python was behaving oddly, staggering as it charged toward him. Clearly, the additional slight debilitation from the ancient goddess curse had taken effect. Moreover, this minor debilitation seemed to significantly impact the monster's combat capabilities. If the boss were to be afflicted with such a state, the effects would likely be even more pronounced. TSK. The ancient goddess curse is indeed becoming increasingly formidable. In approximately 10 seconds, a level 13 monster with a staggering health of 40,000 met its demise a mere few meters away from Shin-Mo, without having launched a single effective attack. This spectacle left all viewers and players utterly speechless. Reflecting on their own arduous experiences battling monsters, they instantly felt that this game had become unplayable. Alas, as you can see, it is not that I refrain from showcasing other tactics, but this creature is simply inept. Let us continue our search for other formidable foes. Otherwise, such lackluster encounters do not honor the fees you have paid to watch this stream, rendering it too tedious. Shin-Mo's sardonic remarks naturally silenced all players in the broadcast room. Was he indulging in a display of arrogance, or merely trying to provoke? Was there any sense in his words? In Shin-Mo's live stream, high-ranking officials from various countries were virtually logging into the game to witness firsthand the prowess of this globally renowned player. It was not that they were neglecting their duties, but rather that Shun-Mo had disabled the screen recording function for viewers, compelling them to enter the stream themselves to observe. No matter how accurately his subordinates described the situation, nothing could replace the clarity gained from personal observation. Yet, the vast chasm of disparity left all these officials feeling despondent. At their level, with the support of the nation's most elite think tanks, they were acutely aware of the terrifying magnitude of this gap. Indeed, as player Silent remarked, Shin-Mo had already established an overwhelming lead in the game, creating a chasm that was nearly insurmountable. To impose any constraints upon him within the game seemed virtually impossible. Even in the realm of reality, it was likely that the same would hold true. As he suggested, he might very well be hidden away in some remote mountain forest. In the short term, any attempt to suppress him appeared unrealistic. The countenances of these high-ranking officials were grim, with their elevated intellect. They seemed to foresee the emergence of a unique entity that would overshadow all other players. Many leaders of various factions similarly carved out time from their busy schedules to observe, only to find the results unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, neither the national officials nor the heads of powerful organizations had completely lost faith. After all, it was still a game, and no matter how high the attack damage, there would inevitably be vulnerabilities. At the very least, his defense was currently the most significant weakness identified. Otherwise, he would not have needed to enlist so many expendable players to assist in defeating a level 10 boss, all due to insufficient defense. Moreover, he had transitioned into a mage class, which inherently lacked robust defensive capabilities, thereby solidifying his shortcomings that would likely become more pronounced in the future. While immediate constraints might be unattainable, the future held uncertainties. Once everyone successfully transitioned to their new classes, with interconnected novice villages and a concentration of elite players, he would surely experience the ramifications of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Whether from national organizations or private factions, players were plentiful. If 10,000 were insufficient, then 100,000 would suffice, and if that fell short, 1,000,000 could be amassed. Surely, he could not remain invincible forever, could he? However, it is now imperative to contemplate how to interact with him in order to reap the greatest benefits. The monsters within the Shattered Star Dream Forest are indeed plentiful. Previously, I had merely stumbled into the territory of a boss, and before long, Chinimo encountered a second monster, once again a Shattered Star Dream Vines python. Without hesitation, he unleashed another wind blade technique and leisurely watched as the creature succumbed to the ground, ultimately approaching to ascertain if any loot had dropped. Subsequently, he encountered a succession of over a dozen monsters, all of which were Shattered Star Dream Vines pythons, executing nearly identical maneuvers with almost the same time to defeat them. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, unvarying and almost mechanical, which could be described as graceful, yet resembled a production line operation. The audience in the live stream had long since grown desensitized, finding solace in the thought that perhaps they were not engaging in the same game. Just as they began to feel a tinge of boredom, a strikingly bold and massive donation message suddenly floated across the live stream. Upon reading the shocking content, everyone was left utterly aghast. Chapter 62. The money-burning quest. The immense rewards, akin to the effects of a cosmic battleship, surged forth from the depths of the interstellar battlefield, enveloped in a fierce aura of war. Accompanying these grand rewards was a message forcefully inscribed. I must reveal a more terrifying truth. The damage of -4,344 may indeed be genuine. The bold red text struck a chord within the hearts of all players. Genuine damage, as any gamer knows, is the kind that disregards all forms of defense. It is no wonder that every strike against a creature results in a constant damage of -4,344. It is a blatant disregard for defense. How could this be possible? It seemed almost factual, for how else could the damage dealt to each creature remain identical? Although Star Domain 3.0 is a data-driven game, the damage inflicted varies depending on the targeted part of a monster. The inconsistency in the ordinary damage dealt with each spell cast serves as proof, yet the subsequent -4,344 remains unwaveringly the same. While the nature of this peculiar attack remains a mystery, the consistent damage value unequivocally indicates that only genuine damage could yield such a constant outcome. A damage of -4,344 per second is formidable, but if it is indeed genuine damage, its terrifying potential is incalculable. When -4,344 ordinary damage meets a defense of 4,000, the damage is reduced to merely -344. In the later stages of the game, achieving such a feat is entirely plausible. However, if -4,344 represents genuine damage, then even against a defense of 40,000, it would still inflict a constant and unwavering -4,344. Most alarmingly, this strange attack appears capable of continuous enhancement. Who, then, could withstand it in the later stages? The audience fell silent. They realized they should not have ventured into this live stream. They were merely seeking torment. As fellow players, why should he possess such extraordinary prowess? The leaders of various nations and organizations, far from being novices, understood the distinction between genuine damage and ordinary damage, especially when confronting high-level bosses, where genuine damage proved overwhelmingly advantageous. This individual was akin to a human nuclear bomb within the game. Many players felt disheartened, reluctant to continue watching, fearing the loss of their enjoyment in gaming. While he could effortlessly defeat high-level monsters, they struggled to band together, consuming resources just to take down ordinary creatures. This experience was utterly dismal. At this moment, Shinemo was beginning to feel a sense of ennui. The monsters in this area were far too scattered. He longed to experience the thrill of the star-shattering storm, and the monotony of slaying ordinary monsters held little appeal. Gazing at the sprawling, dense forest, he ultimately resolved to abandon the search for creatures nearby, as it was likely populated solely by level 13 ordinary star-shattering dreaming vine pythons, which promised to be rather unexciting to engage. Currently, my agility has reached an impressive 166, and with a bronze-level agility enhancement potion, it could soar to 188. The 15-level boss, Star-Shatter Dream Python King, possesses an agility of merely 211. Thus, I need not be overly concerned about my agility. In terms of defense, I now have the formidable skill Python Goddess Protection, which brings me considerable reassurance. I refuse to believe that I would encounter an even more terrifying creature again. If that were to happen, I might truly face the wrath of the system. After consuming potions for life, agility, and dual defenses, I felt secure enough to use the random teleportation scroll. As I utilized the random teleportation scroll, the audience's perspective shifted accordingly. Oh no, the streamer has used the random teleportation scroll again. What a wasteful spender. To which I retort, what nonsense. Just by witnessing this live stream, the streamer has likely garnered nearly 10,000 gold coins in revenue, at a mere 1 silver coin per random teleportation scroll. The streamer could easily purchase 1 million of them in one go. I'm not being a fool here. I'm struggling myself while supporting the streamer's extravagance. Wrong. You are not foolish, but rather sycophantic, spending money to flatter the streamer. Wow, the silent expert is truly impressive, daring to teleport haphazardly in the new map. It would be delightful to encounter a boss again. I chuckled, wishing for the streamer to randomly teleport right into the jaws of a boss, ideally to be swallowed whole, saving us from his arrogance. Haha, wouldn't it be splendid if he flew directly into the boss's mouth, preventing any chance of escape? All of you are so envious. Since the silent expert dares to teleport randomly, he must possess substantial confidence. I am eager to see his other attributes. I wonder if his health and defense are equally extraordinary? How could that be? Do you think he is a hexagonal mage, so ridiculously overpowered? What kind of game would that be? What is impossible? Even if he is not overpowered, he surely wouldn't be lacking. Otherwise, the monsters here inflict considerable damage. A careless touch could be catastrophic. If his defense or health were inadequate, wouldn't that be disastrous? Indeed. I also believe the silent expert's health and defense must be considerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless. Perhaps he simply enjoys living on the edge? Don't focus solely on his health and defense. His agility is truly terrifying. I'm genuinely curious about how high his agility might be. I have to slow down the playback just to catch a glimpse of his casting movements. His agility is undoubtedly beyond imagination. Hey, I hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it. He runs at an extraordinary speed. Even the 131 agility Star-Shatter Dream Ivy Python can touch his clothing him. So how high must his agility be? Damn, his damage is already high, and now his agility is also absurdly elevated. I'm done. I'm logging off to release some pent-up frustration at a club. Which club? Count me in. After using 3 random teleportation scrolls, I stumbled upon a new type of monster. However, it was not a level 13 creature, but rather a level 14 elite monster. The attributes of the monster are indeed far more splendid than those of the level 13 star-shattering dreaming vine python, yet Shinemo can effortlessly deal with it. However, rather than opting for a kill, he merely marked the coordinates before soaring away. The reason is simple. He is currently live streaming and wishes to keep his talent for increasing damage through the slaughter of elite monsters a secret, although this revelation is not of paramount importance. Maintaining an air of mystery enhances his intimidation factor. Most crucially, he has yet to defeat 500 level 13 elite monsters, and he can afford to wait for the level 14 elite monsters to appear later on. Chun Mo's decision to flee upon encountering a level 14 elite monster naturally incited a wave of skepticism and speculation within the live streaming room. The expanse of the star-shattering dream forest is undeniably larger than one might envision. Chun Mo suspects that this new map might serve as a shared realm for all future towns. Consequently, the variety of monsters within is abundant, which explains why he triggered the imbalance prevention mechanism while farming level 11 elite monsters. What he yearns to encounter most are two types, the level 13 elite monsters and the gregarious ordinary monsters. Regardless of which type it is, Chun Mo is prepared to halt his flight and engage in combat, disregarding the myriad doubts expressed in the live chat. He will utilize a random teleportation scroll again if he does not encounter suitable monsters. According to incomplete statistics, he has already employed over 100 random teleportation scrolls, leaving the audience in disbelief at his extravagant spending habits as if he is recklessly squandering wealth. Chun Mo's exceptionally high agility attributes further bemuse the viewers, as he consistently escapes from monsters just as their attacks are about to land. Even when faced with the terrifying level 15 elite monster up close, he remains unscathed. Just as Chun Mo was on the brink of boredom, he suddenly found himself randomly teleported before a vast, pitch-black cavern. Could this be the legendary map within a map? Chapter 63. The Gathering at the Abyss. The cavernous entrance loomed at a height of 7 or 8 meters, shrouded in thick vines, an ominous abyss of profound darkness. Chun Mo hesitated to venture inside, cautiously casting several gusts of wind blade technique into the void, yet met with no response. Brothers, do you think I should dare to explore? To be candid, Chun Mo felt a pang of uncertainty. There was not a glimmer of light within, and he possessed no means to illuminate his path. Who could fathom the monstrous entities that might be lurking in the shadows? Charge forth, Silent Master. What is there to fear? Just summon the courage, and I shall reward you immediately. Come on, Master, we've come this far. Can you truly rest easy without investigating? Indeed, Master. We've accompanied you through a tedious half-hour of random teleportation. Discovering this intriguing location should not be squandered. If you back down now, the backlash post-broadcast would be unbearable. Exactly. Your reputation as a coward would be cemented. Do not falter now. Perhaps there lies a quest or even treasure within. Master, go for it. It's but a single death. This is not reality. What is there to dread? Quickly now, I have prepared gifts. Just charge in, and I shall reward you instantly. Most were urging him to embrace the peril, likely wishing for him to encounter some dreadful fate within the abyss, ultimately perishing therein. Very well. If you wish me to proceed, I shall only dive in upon receiving a bounty of over 10 million. It's all about the profit, after all. Is not the purpose of live streaming to amass wealth? If not now, then when? Moreover, he certainly intended to explore, as the audience aptly noted. Now that he was here, the itch to discover was irresistible. Brothers, the Master has spoken. Let us donate generously. Those with means contribute. If you wish to witness the Master's demise within that darkness, now is the time to act. Consider it a token of camaraderie. Ha! My brother is indeed clever. I shall contribute as well. How absurd. Even at this juncture, one seeks to exploit others. It's nauseating to witness. Nonsense. Why should Silent Master risk himself without cause? If we wish to ascertain the conditions within the cave, pooling some funds for exploration is entirely reasonable. Precisely. Our current viewership exceeds 80 million. Is it truly so difficult to surpass 1 million in donations? I must ask, after streaming for so long, why have we only reached 2 million in contributions? Is this fair to our Silent Master, who has labored so diligently? To the fool above, I have already paid. Why should I donate again? I shall simply observe whether he dares to enter. If you lack the means to contribute, cease your negativity. Many wish to see the Master embrace his demise. Count me in for the camaraderie. Everyone, contribute a copper coin. In moments, we shall witness the Master's downfall. If you wish Silent to meet his end, act swiftly. especially those foreign interlopers. Are you waiting for a free meal? Indeed, I have contributed. I await the feast. Foreign interlopers, do not bring shame upon yourselves. Desiring a spectacle of death while refusing to contribute is truly vile. As Chun Mo surveyed the barrage of messages urging contributions, his expression darkened. These fellows truly are something else. Can't they just graciously offer their rewards? Must they express such reluctance? The audience indeed harbors considerable resentment. After enduring tedious and random teleportations for so long, to finally encounter something intriguing, yet still be required to pay extra for viewing, is enough to ignite their grievances. The crux of the matter lies in the overwhelming jealousy among all players, with a staggering 80 million paying viewers, a revenue that is terrifyingly enviable. Yet, they are not satisfied. They demand further donations, even striving to surpass 10 million. Is that difficult? With over 80 million viewers, it should be quite feasible. But is it proper? Chun Mo undoubtedly thinks it is. Watching the donation figures soar on the leaderboard, he could hardly contain his delight beneath the anti-peeping mask. Indeed, live streaming is a remarkably swift way to make money. This is far easier than toiling away selling equipment. Chun Mo believes that after this live broadcast, his wealth in gaming currency will undoubtedly soar above the rest. Even many large organizations gathering all the currency from novice villages would find it challenging to match his magnitude. It must be said, this debut has been quite successful. Though not particularly professional, and with little interaction with the audience, the outcome has been surprisingly favorable. Moreover, Chun Mo genuinely enjoys this sensation. With his formidable prowess, he is unwilling to team up with others, thus his future is destined for solo play. However, being perpetually solo can be rather dull, with no one around to cheer him on. Therefore, opening a live stream allows him to chat with everyone and earn some extra cash. What could be more delightful? The key point is, it also serves to irritate those envious individuals who wish to see him fail, yet are powerless to do so. Clearly, many wish to witness Chun Mo's demise, as the donations have not ceased, skyrocketing to 10 million in less than 10 minutes. TSK, 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 after deducting the 30 maintenance fee for the live stream. That's another 700 gold coins received, quite gratifying. Chun Mo, a man of his word, consumes a potion to maximize his state and then advances toward the cave entrance. As he approaches, still feeling uneasy, he promptly casts an area spell, Star-Shattering Storm, inside. Instantly, the cave reverberates with the sounds of whirling sand and stone. After waiting a moment and confirming there is no other response, he no longer hesitates and cautiously ventures further inside. Just as he explores over 10 meters inward, a flash of white light suddenly engulfs him, and he vanishes from sight. Ding! The player has discovered the ordinary level dungeon Star-Shattering Dream Skeleton Cave. The audience in the live stream similarly perceives a flash of light, revealing the host player's silent appearing in a vast cavern hewn from rock. The cave is not excessively wide, measuring about 4 to 5 meters, yet it towers at a height of over 10 meters, adorned with glimmering stones that emit a soft glow. At least the interior is now visible, vastly preferable to being engulfed in darkness. Hey, brothers. The system has announced this is an ordinary level dungeon Star-Shattering Dream Skeleton Cave. Watch me conquer it first. Laughter erupted as it seemed highly probable that I would soon receive yet another global announcement, reward. The audience in the live broadcast room was left in a state of dismay upon hearing Chun Mo's exuberant words, their anticipation of a delightful feast swiftly diminishing. What fortunate events always seemed to befall him. The game instance was undoubtedly a treasure trove of benefits, particularly as it was a first completion. Without a doubt, those players who envied him were likely seething with rage. Chun Mo joyfully closed the virtual screen and cautiously resumed his exploration of the cave. After advancing less than 10 meters, he stumbled upon a pale, skeletal figure half-reclining not far ahead. It bore a remarkable resemblance to a human, albeit larger in stature. Perhaps disturbed by his presence, ghostly blue flames flickered within the eye sockets of the skeleton, which then shakily rose from the ground amidst the eerie sounds of clattering bones. Upon viewing the monster's attribute data, Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback. This creature was distinctly different from the wild monsters he had encountered. Chapter 64. Is this not a game of torment? Star-Shattering Dream Skeleton Swordsman Health. 38. 000 physical damage, 168 physical defense, 146 magical defense, 132 agility, 124 skills, Mountain Cleave, a powerful downward slash with the great sword, inflicting 200 physical damage on the target. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Crescent Moon Blade, a sweeping spin with the sword, dealing 150 physical damage to all targets within a 4m×4m area for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Chun Mo was momentarily stunned, for this creature lacked both level and rank. How would experience be calculated? Did this imply the absence of elite monsters and bosses? Not only was Chun Mo perplexed, but the viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered, realizing that dungeon creatures differed from those found in the wild. Before Chun Mo could ponder further, a towering skeleton, approximately 2 meters tall, brandished its great sword and charged forward. Despite its fearsome appearance, its attributes were rather unimpressive, with a few agile maneuvers. Chun Mo swiftly distanced himself and unleashed a wind blade technique. In less than 10 seconds, the charging skeleton collapsed into a heap of bones. However, Chun Mo was once again left in a state of confusion. Why was there no experience gained? This was indeed embarrassing. Uncertain of the experience value of each monster, he feared that recklessly eliminating them might lead to an unfortunate overflow of experience. To make matters worse, there was no option to exit. Even the return scroll was unusable. Was this not a cruel jest? Attempting to log off yielded a prompt indicating that he was unable to do so while in a dungeon. Chun Mo's mind was in turmoil. Clearly, there were only 2 ways to escape, either perish or clear the dungeon. Though he remained live-streaming, Chun Mo refrained from divulging the insidious tricks of the system. If he was to suffer, he would allow other players to experience the same frustration in due course. For now, he could only endure and hope that the experience gained upon clearing the dungeon would not be excessive. In a foul mood, Chun Mo found himself disinclined to engage with the audience in the live stream. After all, it was this group of misfortunate souls that had contributed to his plight. Not long after, another star-shattering dream skeleton swordsman appeared at the roadside. Chun Mo denied it the chance to rise, swiftly executing a wind blade technique as he raced past. Within 10 seconds, it would succumb to the ancient curse and perish. As for equipment, Chun Mo decided to postpone that discussion. His current needs were minimal, and he was not in want of gold. Most importantly, ordinary monsters were unlikely to drop anything of value. With remarkable speed, even in the skeleton cavern, Chun Mo pushed forward relentlessly. The ground was littered with shattered bones in his wake. Along the way, he encountered various skeletons wielding guns, hammers, swords, and shields, yet their attributes remained largely similar, posing no threat to him whatsoever. The only troublesome adversaries were the skeletons armed with bows, whose bone arrows consistently struck their mark. Despite Chun Mo's agility far surpassing that of the bow-wielding skeletons, the arrows they released were evidently swifter, leaving him with little room to evade. Fortunately, the damage inflicted is not substantial. A single arrow can only inflict approximately -37 damage upon him. The frequency of the monster's attacks is also minimal, often releasing merely 2 arrows within a span of 10 seconds. However, this has allowed Chun Mo's previously reckless disposition to temper somewhat. His defensive capabilities are not sufficiently robust. Should he encounter a larger group of these skeletal archers, he might indeed find himself in grave peril. Alas, yet another vulnerability has been laid bare. He possesses significant shortcomings in the face of ranged assaults. It is imperative that he devise a means to swiftly bolster his defenses. Otherwise, when other players catch up, a barrage of arrows could very well overwhelm him. Given the opportunity, Chun Mo is convinced that many of the lofty and powerful factions would seize the chance to suppress him in such a manner. The current discourse in the live stream revolves predominantly around strategies for his demise, with the most fervent suggestion being the concentrated fire of ranged attack classes to eliminate him in an instant. Previously, they awaited their turn at the banquet. Now, they are deliberating on how to take his life. This is a first for live streams. Never has there been such a blatant discussion about how to eliminate the host. It is rather disrespectful, is it not? Yet, he remains unfazed. They are merely naive players, unwittingly foolish, perhaps envious, if not for the anti-peeping mask obscuring his visage. the audience would surely witness the depth of Chun Mo's vexation. The cavern is vast, populated by numerous monsters, and Chun Mo has been advancing with ease, encountering no significant challenges until he came upon a most unusual skeleton. This particular creature, a towering black skeleton wielding a massive staff, stands nearly twice the height of a regular skeletal soldier, exceeding 4 meters. Star-shattering dream skeleton great sorcerer health, 488. 000 physical damage, 122 magical damage, 338 physical defense, 246 magical defense, 232 agility, 182 skills. Undead Bone Spike. Summons a trident-shaped bone spike, inflicting 250 magical damage on the target, with a maximum attack range of 12 meters and a speed of 18 meters per second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Undead Resurrection. Revives all skeletons slain by players within the dungeon to fight for it, with all revived skeletons receiving a 30 boost to all attributes. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Rain of Bone. Calls forth a toxic rain of bones from the depths of hell, causing all targets within a 12-meter radius centered on itself to suffer -50 poison damage over a duration of 25 seconds. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Gaze of the Underworld King. When health drops below 20, receives the Blessing of the Underworld King, resetting all skill cooldowns, enhancing all skill attributes by 20, and instantly restoring 20 health for a duration of 20 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Chun Mo's mouth twitched in exasperation. Cursed be the wretched system, allowing players to wreak havoc upon mere skeletal soldiers, only to throw them into the jaws of a terrifying boss. The question remains, how does one combat such a formidable foe? This time, it seems he has truly dug his own grave, with a bone spike every 10 seconds inflicting a staggering 250 magical damage. The resultant spell damage soars to an astonishing 845. Even with the protective embrace of the Python God, which mitigates 30 of all damage, counteracts his own spell defense of 194 and the consumption of potions, he can still inflict a staggering -377 final spell damage in a single blow. This skill perfectly encapsulates the terrifying potential of spellcasting, and the 10-second cooldown on its frequency of attack is what truly terrifies Chun Mo. To vanquish the Shattered Star Dream Skeleton Sorcerer, utilizing the Ancient God's Curse requires 113 seconds, meaning Chun Mo must stack the curse an additional 2 times while enduring 11 instances of Undead Bone Spike attacks. With a total life force of 2,130, even the Bronze Tier Life Recovery Potion barely sustains him. Furthermore, the Deathbone Rain inflicts a relentless poison damage of -50 each second, rendering this foe nearly impossible to defeat. Moreover, there exists an Undead Resurrection skill that can revive all skeletons slain by players within the dungeon. How many skeletons had Chun Mo dispatched? No fewer than 300 or 400, if not 500. Had he known, he would have refrained from slaying so many. This skill is indeed infuriating. He has yet to experiment with a strategy involving overwhelming numbers, yet this dungeon is set to demonstrate the might of a skeleton horde. Additionally, the King of the Underworld's Gaze, which automatically activates when health drops below 20, is undeniably more formidable than the enraged skill of the level 15 boss. Shattered Star Dream Python King. Chun Mo genuinely feels he cannot prevail against the Shattered Star Dream Skeleton Sorcerer. Observers in the live stream, upon witnessing the attributes of the Shattered Star Dream Skeleton Sorcerer, were suddenly filled with amusement. Although they were astonished by the sorcerer's terrifying capabilities, they were equally exhilarated. The chat was flooded with messages. Congratulations, great one. We eagerly await the feast. Chun Mo could only manage a wry smile. Was he truly destined for such tragedy? Surely, he could not be so unfortunate. To falter on his live debut would be an utter embarrassment. Chapter 65. This fellow is utterly shameless. At this moment, the Shattered Star Dreaming Skeleton Sorcerer was seated cross-legged upon a vast stone platform, intricately engraved with countless complex magical patterns, exuding an air of profound mystery and enigma. The platform rose 5 meters above the ground, its perimeter adorned with sharp bone spikes, with only a 2-meter wide stone staircase providing access. The platform, measuring 30 meters in diameter, appeared to be meticulously prepared for the purpose of combat. Once one ascended the platform, The only means of retreat lay along the staircase. Chen Mo gazed at the shattered star-dreaming skeleton sorcerer from a distance, contemplating all potential contingencies. To remain idle was not an option. He must attempt the challenge. Although the odds of victory were slim, there remained a glimmer of hope. The sole uncertainty was the effect of the undead resurrection skill. From where would the revived skeletons emerge? Would they rise directly from the platform? Or would they swarm in from other passages within the cavern? The presence of these skeletons could significantly impede his escape. Both scenarios were plausible, and they might even occur simultaneously, necessitating a different strategy for each. The audience in the live stream noticed Chen Mo's prolonged inaction and immediately began to mock him collectively. Hey, dog streamer, are you really that scared? We're all waiting for the feast, and we're starving. Yeah, don't be a coward. You flaunt your prowess against weaklings. But now that you're faced with a formidable foe, you seem to wilt. Perhaps you should change your name from silent to lifeless, as you can't muster any strength. Come on. We've nearly died of boredom watching you slay minor foes. It's about time you faced a challenge. You're not thinking of fleeing, are you? That would be a disservice to our contributions. Big shot, don't listen to them. If you're uncertain, it may be wiser to exit the dungeon. There's no shame in that. You can always return for another attempt. Right? Big shot, there's no rush. No one is going to snatch the first clear from you anytime soon. Level up a bit more before you return. The dungeon monsters seem to have no level restrictions. We support you, but please don't perish. Losing your gear would be a significant loss, and the items from within the dungeon may not be recoverable once outside. Support? Nonsense. If you don't want to feast, then scram. I'm waiting for the banquet. If you dare exit the dungeon, I guarantee you'll be branded a coward globally. Indeed, at the very least, challenge yourself. Better to die than to surrender. Otherwise, wouldn't he that invites scorn from the outsiders? Exactly. This live stream is being watched by so many foreigners. If you give up like this, it would be far more humiliating than death. Chen Mo chuckled at the absurd comments of the audience on the virtual screen. The notion of refunds amused him. Refund? What nonsense! Am I collecting fees for a feast? Regardless, since a battle is inevitable, it would be rather inappropriate not to receive a wave of gifts at this juncture. Wouldn't you agree? After all, when he observes others streaming in reality, he behaves similarly, seeking rewards at every turn. Ahem, greetings, everyone. As you can see, the attributes of this monster are indeed quite formidable. And even I cannot guarantee a victory. Therefore, would you consider raising the standards for our rewards? The moment Chen Mo uttered these words, the live stream chat erupted in chaos. Is this fellow once again soliciting donations? Indeed, this risk is excessively high. If the total donations do not exceed 20 million within the next 10 minutes, I shall conclude today's stream. After all, it would be safer to return once I level up a few more times. And please refrain from moral coercion. It simply does not exist. I am wearing a mask, and if I cannot defeat it, so be it. There is no shame in that. Moreover, my streaming debut has already been a resounding success, with an income exceeding 10,000 gold coins. What say you to that? Ha ha ha. Are you feeling frustrated? Do not be upset. If you wish to witness me face danger or unveil more of my capabilities, please retaliate by donating. Of course, if you find yourself short on funds, I will not press you. However, I cannot guarantee that I will live stream the next encounter with this boss. After all, strategies for defeating an ultimate boss can be sold for profit, and this occasion is solely a benefit for my streaming debut. The entire chat room was indeed furious. Is this not an overt threat? I have never seen someone so brazenly demand donations. He even dares to mock the audience? Surely, you all wish to see him battle the boss. Otherwise, you would not be so patiently waiting. Yet, at such a crucial moment, this scoundrel is causing a ruckus, incensing all viewers and players alike. Even many silent fans are grinding their teeth in frustration. This fellow has truly lost all shame. It is becoming increasingly evident that this global #1 player possesses a rather brazen demeanor. While they are understandably upset, donations in the live stream swiftly poured in like a torrential storm, whether out of a desire to witness his folly or to glean more information about his attributes. They were compelled to donate. Given this scoundrel's past behavior of seeking stability through cunning, it is quite possible he may genuinely opt to forego this encounter. As he stated, he may not stream the next battle against this boss. This is a dungeon. The more knowledge they acquire, the better prepared they will be for future strategies. Who knows, this greedy scoundrel might even consider recording additional strategy videos for sale. Rather than that, it would be wise to capitalize on the current fervor of the crowd and make this happen. Ha ha ha, it seems everyone is eager to indulge in this feast. Splendid. We are already at 15 million. Let us keep pushing. There are still 7 minutes left. Hurry now, once time is up. I shall perform an exit from the game for you all. The entire livestream audience was absolutely livid. This fellow is indeed despicable. And to think he is the global #1 player. Let us not refer to him as a master any longer. Henceforth, he shall simply be known as the scoundrel. Fortunately, I refrained from carelessly revealing that the dungeon cannot be exited or that the return scroll is unusable. Otherwise, I would likely be the subject of ridicule and mockery at this very moment. The discomfort inflicted by the flawed system has almost entirely been redirected onto the other players in the live stream. If players in the future were to discover these restrictions within the dungeon space and reflect upon my actions today, they would surely be infuriated. The live stream is now a cacophony of insults and gifts, creating quite a lively atmosphere. This is even with Chen Mo deliberately silencing players outside of the Dragon Kingdom region. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be even more chaotic. The foreign players are predominantly hurling insults at me, and since there is no shortage of attention now, there is simply no need to grant them a platform to voice their grievances. Thus, the most frustrated individuals in the live stream are likely those foreign players who, while compelled to contribute monetarily, are unable to express their disdain. One cannot help but feel a tinge of sympathy for them. There remains a substantial audience eager to witness the spectacle. Strength lies in numbers, and within just 7 or 8 minutes, the total contribution surpassed 20 million. Even if I were to face the unfortunate fate of dying once, I would find some solace in that. After exchanging a few insipid pleasantries that were equally exasperating, I closed the virtual screen. The audience began to quiet down, observing as this insufferable individual cautiously approached the steps after consuming 4 different potions, as if engaging in some furtive act. All viewers could not help but comment on this sleazy demeanor. How could such behavior befit the title of the world's #1 player? Chapter 66. Can it be played this way? The audience players in the live stream possessed a godlike perspective, and they were quicker than Chen Mo to notice that the Shattered Star Dream Skeleton Sorcerer had risen ominously as he stepped onto the stone staircase. Clad in a blood-red skeletal frame, it began to frantically wave its staff before Chen Mo could even ascend the stone platform. To his astonishment, the bizarre magical patterns etched upon the platform suddenly turned crimson. As Chen Mo stepped onto the platform and exchanged a fleeting glance with the Shattered Star Dream Skeleton Sorcerer, a thunderous rumble erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The viewers in the live stream witnessed the stone platform fracturing into 3 segments, centered around the Shattered Star Dream Skeleton Sorcerer, resembling a cake sliced into equal parts. Following this, a resounding crash echoed as the staircase behind him abruptly flipped, sealing off the soul exit. Chen Mo's expression turned a shade of green. Could it truly be played this way? The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Was this not akin to a trap beast struggle? Before Chen Mo could even contemplate his next move, grotesque skeletons began to crawl out from the 3 fissures in the platform, each more agile and robust than those he had previously vanquished. It was evident that the necromantic resurrection had endowed these skeletons with a 30 boost to all attributes. Oh no, it was all over. Chen Mo was utterly exasperated. How could such a treacherous design exist? If another team were unprepared, it was likely that some members would be felled before even stepping onto the platform, their health decimated by the sudden upheaval of the staircase. As he observed the increasing number of skeletons emerging from the cracks, Chen Mo's eyelids twitched. Could a 30-meter diameter platform truly accommodate them all? The newly resurrected skeletons did not immediately charge at Chen Mo. They seemed to await commands from the Shattered Star Dream Skeleton Sorcerer. It appeared that the sorcerer was in no rush, likely intending to summon all its skeletal minions before unleashing an assault on Chen Mo, who dared to provoke it. After all, being a ranged class, it required numerous skeletal allies for protection to unleash a steady stream of attacks. The audience in the live stream marveled at the dense swarm of skeletons, lamenting the repulsiveness of the boss's necromantic resurrection skill. In such a confined space, not only would they have to contend with the relentless onslaught of skeletons, but they would also face the constant threat of the boss's skill attacks, making the challenge truly extraordinary. Any team encountering such a scenario would surely feel a shiver run down their spines. In this predicament, the only option was to push forward, whether melee or ranged. Within such a cramped space and amidst a sea of skeletons, there was no room for strategy. Ha ha ha, I can hardly wait to feast. This is the essence of a boss encounter. Alas, it is a pity that this villain is masked. I can only imagine how green with rage their face must be at this moment. Ah, what a relief. The instant the staircase flipped and sealed the only exit, my heart found solace. Hiki, the Silent One, is in for a reckoning. I am eager to see what equipment he might drop upon his demise. Alas, the live stream would close at the moment of a player's death. What a shame. The banquet is about to commence. Everyone hurry out to enjoy some sunflower seeds. For the time to conclude is fast approaching. This arrogant individual has encountered such a disadvantageous setup. I am eager to see how he will navigate this predicament. Haha. He is undoubtedly doomed. Apart from his high damage output, agility is his greatest asset, yet in this environment, even the most agile must falter. Haha, it is utterly fitting. This setting is precisely a trap tailored for him. We can also draw inspiration from this, luring him into a confined space from which he cannot escape, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to obliterate him. Alas, this is his live stream. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly reward him at this moment, as it is incredibly satisfying. The star-shattering dream skeleton sorcerer understands us. The atmosphere in the live stream is jubilant, and as the skeletal figures multiply, Shinmo's lips involuntarily curl into a smile beneath his anti-peeping mask. The actions of the star-shattering dream skeleton sorcerer are indeed safeguarding himself to the utmost extent. For other teams, as more skeletons revive on the platform, the danger escalates, and the challenge of approaching the boss intensifies. Yet, for Chunmo, is this not an opportunity? The star-shattering dream skeleton sorcerer desires to resurrect all the skeletons before launching an attack, and Chunmo is more than eager to fill the entire platform with them. The skeletal minions are certainly more manageable than the star-shattering dream skeleton sorcerer, even if he faces a swarm. It is far better than enduring continuous assaults from the sorcerer. To evade the sorcerer's attacks, one must naturally exit its striking range. If the skeletons that shield it are utilized wisely, they may very well become the key to overcoming it. Even with a total attribute enhancement of 30, these skeletal minions are unlikely to inflict fatal damage upon Chunmo. He possesses the defensive skill Python Goddess Guardian, which mitigates 30 of comprehensive damage and restores his health by 1 per second. In essence, he primarily endures the skeleton's original attack damage, with a physical defense of 115. And after consuming the physical defense enhancement potion, a single skeleton can inflict a maximum of around 30 to 50 points of damage. Of course, this pertains to standard attacks. Each second, he automatically regains 1 of his health, amounting to 21 points, combined with the bronze-level health recovery potion, providing an additional 20 points per second, just sufficient to withstand the persistent damage from a single skeleton. However, this calculation is somewhat simplistic. The skeletons do not strike with rapid frequency, often attacking only every few seconds. Given the skeleton's large size, a maximum of 5 can surround Chunmo at once, while any additional ones must wait in line on the periphery. Even accounting for the occasional skills they may unleash, he could likely endure the assault. Therefore, the damage inflicted in a short period should be manageable. As for the skeleton archers, Chunmo will prioritize eliminating them, as their damage output is not particularly significant. This situation appears to hold promise. Chunmo cannot help but chuckle. Why do the bosses crafted by this dogged system design always seem to leave themselves vulnerable? The Shattered Star Dreaming Python King devoured him outright, granting him an opportunity for a counterattack. Similarly, the encirclement tactic employed by the Shattered Star Dreaming Skeleton Sorcerer also afforded Chunmo a chance. The cooperation of the Shattered Star Dreaming Skeleton Sorcerer was simply remarkable. It was as if it aimed to resurrect all skeletons to cover the entire platform. At this moment, he found himself cornered by the revived skeletons. Chunmo refrained from acting impulsively, aware that any approach or attack would instantly provoke a counterstrike from the Shattered Star Dreaming Skeleton Sorcerer. Remarkably, the resurrected skeletons exhibited an unusual obedience, refraining from attacking even when they were merely a few meters away. The success of the plan ultimately hinged on whether he could withstand the combined assault of 4 or 5 skeleton warriors at his side. If he could endure, then everything remained possible. If not, the situation would be dire. Shin Mo patiently awaited the opportune moment to strike, while the audience in the live stream could hardly contain their anticipation. Chapter 67. As if aiding from heaven. Has that foolish streamer become cowardly or simply paralyzed with fear? If he does not strike now, when will he? Once the boss resurrects all the skeletons, hope will be utterly lost. Who can say? Perhaps he is ready to concede defeat. Even if that wretched individual possesses area of effect spells, it would be a Herculean task to eliminate so many skeletons. Let us merely await our feast. Why rush? This star-shattered dream skeleton sorcerer is taking its sweet time. Why can it not be swifter? Other teams would have already charged ahead. Well, it is quite fast enough. There are at least over 200 skeletons on the platform now. It has only been a short while, and the sheer density of them is triggering my claustrophobia. Has anyone tracked how many skeleton soldiers that dog of a streamer has slain? Who would be so dull as to keep tabs? However, did someone not make a rough estimate earlier? At least 300 or 400, possibly even 500. I believe that sounds about right. TSK. If there are 500, and they all resurrect, the entire platform be crammed full? That is entirely plausible. These skeletons are clearly more massive than our human frames. One skeleton occupies nearly 2 square meters, and with the platform's diameter being around 30 meters, it would be practically overflowing. Then we can be certain of our feast. How delightful. To the little fairy upstairs, be gone. You shall simply await our Silence Lord to strike. Indeed, perhaps our Silence Lord will unleash a sweeping skill to vanquish all the monsters. Let us capture a couple of sycophants and stew them together for our feast. Braised, boiled. That wretched soul should not have fans. Those who dare to be his sycophants shall meet a grim fate. To the foolish one above, I am indeed a fan of silence, so what? If you have the courage, come confront me offline. The live streaming room was in uproar, yet Shin Mo grew increasingly exhilarated. The star-shattered dream skeleton sorcerer truly intended to fill the entire platform in one fell swoop, as if implying that as long as Chun Mo refrained from intervening, it would continue to resurrect and summon. Chun Mo had retreated to a corner, his back against the stone steps that had recently blocked the exit, with 3 skeletons encircling him. The eerie blue flames flickered violently in their hollow eye sockets, clearly eager to strike at the nearby Chun Mo. They were practically upon him, and the surroundings were nearly filled. Shin Mo decided not to wait for the star-shattered dream skeleton sorcerer to issue commands. He would take the initiative. Instead of employing Windblade, he opted to strike a nearby skeleton with his staff. The ancient curse activated instantly, dealing minus 4,344 damage that erupted from the skeleton's head. Simultaneously, the star-shattered dream skeleton sorcerer raised its staff, angrily pointing at Chun Mo, emitting a cacophony of screeches. The skeletons across the platform seemed to awaken, producing an unending series of bone-crunching sounds. The once eerie blue flames in their eye sockets transformed to a fiery red as they collectively raised their weapons towards Chun Mo, yearning to charge only to be obstructed by their comrades. The closer the skeletal foes drew to Chun Mo, the more frenzied they became. As if they could vividly recall the moment he had vanquished them before, their hatred reaching a fever pitch. The 3 skeletons encircling him immediately unleashed a barrage of blades, swords, and bullets upon him. Damage values of minus 32, minus 38, and minus 42 appeared above his head in an instant. Following this, a flurry of arrows rained down from above, launched by the nearby skeletal archers, who, lacking a direct line of sight, could only resort to loose shots. However, apart from a slight sting, these attacks inflicted no real harm. Chun Mo quickly grasped the reason behind this unexpected boon. Clearly, the damage from loose shots was considerably lower than that of direct fire, and at present, they could not even breach his defenses. Though Star Domain 3.0 is merely a game, it still adheres to principles of line of sight and the presence of obstacles and ranged attacks. For instance, Shin Mo's wine blade technique could strike the nearby skeletons through the gaps in their ranks, yet it would be exceedingly difficult to reach those further away. Similarly, the more distant skeletal archers were unable to fire directly at him, which was a fortunate circumstance, as it alleviated the need to prioritize their elimination. Were it not for the digitized nature of his game avatar, he would surely have sustained grievous injuries from such weaponry. The bow and arrows shot by the archers disintegrated into dust upon piercing him. Otherwise, even if they dealt no damage, he would soon resemble a porcupine. This illustrates the stark contrast between the game and reality. However, the sensation of pain remained palpable, albeit significantly dulled by the protective effect of the serpent goddess embrace. Approximately 3 seconds later, a second wave of attacks ensued, this time yielding only 2 damage values, -34 and -40. Almost a second later, a third strike landed, inflicting -17 damage. Shin Mo was momentarily perplexed. Was there a deliberate softening of the blows? Observing a skeleton that continued to inflict a staggering -4,344 damage, he quickly deduced that this must be the result of the ancient god's curse, compounded by a slight weakening effect. A wave of laughter escaped him. It felt as though divine providence was at play. This was his first encounter with the effects of a monster's attack under the influence of a slight weakening state, and he had not anticipated such a pronounced outcome. He realized he had previously been overly cautious of pain, often fleeing at the first sign of danger, thus missing the opportunity to witness this effect. The slight weakening state evidently serves as an all-around debuff, reducing attributes by a modest margin, approximately 10 based on the observed damage values. Yet, at this moment, such a reduction was of utmost significance. The ancient god's cursed talent proved to be exceedingly reliable. With the support of this slight weakening buff, even the skeleton skill attacks would inflict considerably less damage. Now, there was true potential for victory. Without hesitation, Shin Mo immediately cast the ancient god's curse on the other 2 skeletons. Moments later, another wave of nearly identical attacks descended upon him. One of the skeletal warriors unleashed its most potent single-target skill, Mountain Splitter, inflicting a staggering 200 physical damage. The figures -15, -18, -143 flashed across the screen. Fortunately, the ancient god's curse had been applied, inducing a slight state of weakness, even with the skill activated. It only dealt 143 points of damage to Shin Mo. The ordinary attacks, occurring every few seconds, were now virtually negligible. It was only the skills that could inflict significant damage, yet he could withstand them. This situation was far more favorable than he had anticipated. Moreover, he possessed a trump card, the Golden Grade Star Shatter Dream Python King Robe, which boasted an additional attribute. When health fell below 30, the recovery rate increased by 60. With merely these skeletal minions attacking him, it was nearly impossible for them to claim his life. His originally cautious strategy could be adjusted. He could afford to be reckless. Shin Mo deemed it unnecessary to continue his previous attempts and promptly prepared to initiate his next move. The audience, witnessing the host being besieged and immobilized, filled the live stream with laughter and cheer. Through the damage inflicted by the skeletons, they had begun to approximate the extent of Shin Mo's defenses. Although they were once again deeply astonished, they found themselves at a loss for words. Nevertheless, this was no longer significant. As long as these skeletons could deal damage exceeding that of a health recovery potion, he would inevitably succumb to exhaustion amidst this sea of skeletal foes. Just as they readied themselves for the countdown to witness his downfall, they were taken aback to see the seemingly beleaguered host begin to move. Chapter 68, Triumph or Defeat in the Skeleton Sea. This wretched individual has not yet surrendered. Commendable courage indeed. Of course, even in the face of death, one must dare to probe the star-shattering dream skeleton sorcerer. I had momentarily thought he had given up. Indeed, this is the spirit that a streamer ought to embody. Otherwise, our waiting would have been in vain. Just now, I witnessed him hesitating, believing he had abandoned the endeavor. Yet thankfully, he did not disappoint us. Were it not for the fact that this vile character is so insufferable, I might have considered offering him a reward. Many viewers in the live stream were delighted to see Shin Mo persisting, as monsters continued to approach the star-shattering dream skeleton sorcerer. After all, we are all here for the feast, and if he could merely gauge the terrifying prowess of the star-shattering dream skeleton sorcerer, this live broadcast would be rendered even more splendid. Chun Imo struck down a nearby skeleton with a single blow, stacking the ancient god's curse before enduring various damages for 8 or 9 seconds. The moment the skeleton before him perished, he advanced a step towards the boss. Behind him, other skeletons filled the void, forcing him to confront the onslaught of 4 skeletons simultaneously, slightly amplifying the damage sustained. Nevertheless, with the mild debilitation from the ancient god's curse, he still managed to hold his ground. 8 or 9 seconds is indeed a fleeting span of time, short enough that each skeleton could only unleash one skill before entering a cooldown phase. Thus, the healing provided by the life recovery potion and Serpent God's protection managed to maintain a relative equilibrium with the damage inflicted. Have you not noticed? This insufferable wretch possesses not only extraordinarily high defense but seemingly robust health as well. After all this time, he has yet to be vanquished. To be fair, we had not considered it until you mentioned it. Even with the bronze-level life recovery potion, it is insufficient to withstand such attrition. He must possess equipment that facilitates rapid health regeneration. Truly, this rascal is fortunate. Even so, just moments ago, 3 skeletons nearly simultaneously unleashed their skills, totaling 521 points of damage, yet he remained unscathed. This implies that his health must exceed 500. Can this truly be deemed a fragile mage? I had assumed he was a full agility mage, yet it appears his health and defense attributes are equally formidable. By heaven, the more I observe, the more infuriated I become. This individual must be streaming solely to vex us. Goodness, he has the audacity to attack the boss. How can his range be so extensive? What? The boss's skills cannot reach the streamer? Goodness, is he truly defying the odds? How astonishing that the streamer is employing strategy, with the surrounding skeletons effectively obstructing the boss. Surely, we are not to be deprived of our feast, are we? Must we truly witness this wretched individual succeed? Alas, the streamer has completely outmaneuvered us. Did you observe? The boss's Deathbone Rain skill was so close to striking him, just a hair's breadth away. Alas, it appears this wretched individual had meticulously calculated everything in advance. Chunmo's Wind Blade technique boasts an attack range of 10 meters. Yet with the enhancement of the Star-Shattered Dreaming Python King Robe, which grants a 15 increase to all magical attributes, the maximum attack distance extends to precisely 11.5 meters. Conversely, the Star-Shattered Dreaming Skeleton Sorcerer possesses a maximum attack range of 12 meters, whether for single target or area attacks. The Undead Bone Spike conjures a trident-like bone spike, inflicting 250 magical damage to the target, with a maximum range of 12 meters and an attack speed of 18 meters per second. The cooldown period is 10 seconds. Deathbone Rain summons a toxic downpour of bones from the depths of hell, dealing -50 poison damage to all targets within a 12-meter radius centered on the caster, lasting for 25 seconds. The cooldown period is 90 seconds, although the difference is a mere 0.5 meters, as Chun Mo prepared to assault the boss. The skeletons surrounding him were on the verge of demise within a second. He skillfully exploited this critical time gap before the boss could fully execute its skill. His ancient god's curse had already been stacked upon it. Immediately thereafter, he retreated from the 12-meter range, finding the path ahead once again congested by skeletal minions. Witnessing the boss's skill detonate just half a meter from the streamer, the viewers in the live chat erupted in astonishment. Such a breathtaking display of precision left even Chun Mo himself feeling utterly satisfied. Damn, this loathsome character has truly outshone him. It's entirely possible he might secure the first clear. Why, oh why, is this boss so foolish? Can it not simply command the skeletons to yield? It was commanded. Yet they could not give way. Did they not see the skeletons were packed too tightly to even stand? The critical issue lies in the boss's immense size. It simply cannot maneuver. Could it not eliminate the skeletons in front of itself? My friend, this is merely a game. Where exists a monster that would slay its own allies? If that were the case, one Deathbone Rain skill would obliterate countless skeletons. Alas, does this not exemplify the adage, victory lies with the skeletons, and defeat also with the skeletons? Oh dear, the feast is over. And now we must witness this wretched individual flaunting his prowess. Fear not, there is still drama to unfold. The boss possesses a terrifying skill known as Stygian Gaze, which resets all skill cooldowns. enhances skill attributes by 20, and instantly restores 20 of its health. It will be intriguing to see how he navigates that. The audience undoubtedly recalled the Stygian Gaze skill. How could Shin Mo have overlooked it? When the boss's health dips below 20, the Stygian Gaze skill activates automatically, allowing its health to surge back to 40. However, Shin Mo's Ancient Goddess Curse possesses a unique characteristic. It renders any restorative enhancement skills ineffective during the curse's duration. Thus, even if the boss's health falls below 20, it will not regain its vitality to 40. Therefore, it remains feasible to stack the Ancient Goddess Curse at least one more time. While there is no immediate concern regarding a sudden restoration of 20 health, the reset of all skill cooldowns and the 20 boost to skill attributes are still very much in play. At this moment, Shin Mo was already a good 15 meters away from the boss. Even if the boss's skills and attributes were enhanced by 20, its maximum attack range would merely be 14 meters. Consequently, all the spectators watched as the boss raged impotently, its terrifying undead bone spike still exploding and failing less than a meter from Shin Mo. They also witnessed the streamer haughtily giving the boss the middle finger. It was no wonder that the star-crushing dream skeleton sorcerer was jumping in fury. Even the onlookers felt an urge to crush the streamer. The audacity of this scoundrel was truly infuriating. Haha, the peculiar method of attack employed by Silence seemed to last only 100 seconds. Look, the boss is no longer losing health. Finally, the limits have been tested. This live stream was not in vain. A staggering 100 seconds equates to a total damage of 434. 400, and it is all genuine damage. If it weren't for the boss's staggering health of 488,000, it would have been annihilated in one blow. Goodness. This is utterly unplayable. With such high damage, who could possibly withstand it? At this rate, even the boss is nearing its breaking point. Damn. This rogue is remaining absolutely still. Is it waiting for the gaze of the underworld to expire in 20 seconds before continuing its assault? How calculated this scoundrel is. Stop watching. This impudent player will undoubtedly slay the boss. Wait, what is happening? Has the boss's skill failed? Why has it regained 20 of its health? Ah, indeed. Isn't the gaze of the underworld supposed to instantaneously restore 20 of health? Where has that 20 health gone? Did it get devoured by a dog? This shouldn't be the case. The boss's other skills are clearly enhanced, yet its health remains unchanged. What a trap. Ah, I see now. That scoundrel Silence must have employed some even more insidious skill to restrict the boss's health recovery. This is utterly absurd. How can such a formidable skill of the boss be so severely undermined? What kind of abhorrent skill does this rogue command? Indeed. If we encounter such a situation in the future, will we also become targets? Aha, target my foot. Can you withstand such terrifying real damage? Is there a need for other means? Ah, it appears there is truly no way out now. Damn that dog of a streamer, allowing him to reap the benefits. The audience players calculated quite accurately in theory, yet they were unaware of the peculiar nature of the Ancient Goddess Curse. The boss's final skill was unable to recover even 20 of its health, sealing its fate. To be cautious, Shin Mo once again approached the boss at the optimal distance, slightly wasting some preparation time, but it mattered not. When Shin Mo applied the Ancient Goddess Curse to the boss for the second time in the same manner, the star-crushing dream skeleton sorcerer, on the brink of death, could only collapse in utter frustration, its bones shattering into a myriad of fragments. A series of force system notifications followed, instantly buzzing in the minds of players worldwide. The viewers in the live stream are experiencing a tumultuous mix of emotions. Their feelings of jealousy, envy, and resentment rendering them utterly dissatisfied in this moment. Chapter 69, SSS Level Ultra Perfect Completion Rating Ding. Player Silence has successfully defeated the final Guardian boss Star Shatter Dream Skeleton Sorcerer, completing the ordinary level dungeon Star Shatter Dream Skeleton Cave. Ding. Player Silence has individually cleared the ordinary level Star Shatter Dream Skeleton Cave dungeon in a remarkable time of 2 hours, 27 minutes, and 52 seconds. Breaking the record for solo completion of an ordinary level dungeon. As a result, they have received an SSS level ultra perfect completion rating, leading to a substantial enhancement in completion rewards. Please await the final tally patiently. Global announcement. Ding. Player Silence from the Dragon Kingdom region becomes the first player to complete an ordinary level dungeon, receiving a reward of 10 free attribute points, 100 gold coins, 1,000 reputation in the Dragon Kingdom region, and 500 global reputation. Ding! Player Silence is the first to attain an SSS level completion rating, garnering the admiration of an exalted presence and the title Dungeon King. Ding! Player Silence has received the following SSS level ultra perfect completion rewards: 20 free attribute points, 1 piece of dark gold grade equipment for their class, 1 dark gold grade skill book, 1 dark gold grade special item, 100 ordinary level experience orbs, and 1 SSS level ultra perfect completion treasure chest. At the moment of the Star Shatter Dream Skeleton Sorcerer demise, Chin-Mo was enveloped in a flash of white light, instantly returning to the Star Shatter Dream Forest. The system notifications continued to echo in his mind, leaving him in a daze. The system's incessant prompts were one of its few flaws, as it compelled all players to heed its notifications without any option to mute them. Initially, he had some grievances, feeling deprived of the opportunity to experience the thrill of a Star Shatter storm due to being abruptly ejected from the dungeon amidst the multitude of skeletons. However, upon hearing the completion rewards, the corners of Chin-Mo's mouth nearly reached his ears. The rewards were incredibly generous, truly befitting of the SSS level ultra perfect completion rating. The bounty was astonishingly rich. Star Shatter Dream Skeleton Staff, Dark Gold Grade Life, 480 Energy, 530 Spell Damage, 314 Agility, 23 additional attributes. Comprehensive skill attributes for all wizard professions increased by 25. Release speed for all wizard profession skills increased by 25. Life recovery rate increased by 30. Energy recovery rate increased by 30. Additional skill, Skeleton Rebirth, revives a skeletal servant from a corpse, inheriting 70 of the corpse's attributes and randomly acquiring 1 skill from the corpse's life. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Usage requirement, Wizard Profession Spatial Leap Skill Book, Dark Gold Grade Concentrates Spatial Magical Elements, allowing for instantaneous spatial teleportation within a radius of 5 meters centered on the player. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. Usage requirement, Wizard Profession Basic Attribute Feedback Card, Dark Gold Grade. Upon use, the player receives a 20 stacking increase in their game character's basic attributes, automatically updating with each level gained. Dungeon King. Title, permanent increase of 30 to completion rewards. With 3 dark gold grade rewards, Chin-Mo was undoubtedly elated. Upon reaching the dark gold level, not only did the basic attributes experience an astonishing enhancement, but the additional attributes also surged significantly. Most importantly, it granted an extra skill, which proved to be exceedingly beneficial for Chin-Mo, the solitary rogue. In situations like today, having a skeletal servant to share the burden of damage would render things considerably easier. Furthermore, the potential of this skill is immense. It resurrects skeletons based on the attributes of their former selves. If he could resurrect a wild boss, even with merely 70 of its prior attributes, it would undoubtedly dominate the battlefield, particularly for someone like Chin-Mo, who can effortlessly defeat bosses above his level. This skill promises to unleash a terror beyond imagination. Although he is most urgently in need of a defensive spell, the Dark Gold level Spatial Leap spell is also a skill that Chin-Mo ardently desires. In fact, when compared to defensive spells, the Spatial Leap spell aligns even more aptly with his current combat style. While he remains fragile, the acquisition of the Spatial Leap skill significantly enhances both his survivability and defensive capabilities. For instance, when facing the Skeletal Tide earlier, as long as he could endure, he could easily stack the boss with the talent curse through Spatial Leap, thereby saving considerable time. Of course, that hinges on his ability to withstand the onslaught. Consequently, after obtaining the Spatial Leap spell, Chin-Mo is now even more eager for a spell that could bolster his defenses. The Dark Gold level basic attribute feedback card is self-evident. Chin-Mo believes that with an additional 20 feedback on his game character's basic attributes, he would practically be a small Superman in reality. His sense of security surged instantaneously, proving that greater risks yield higher rewards. This time, the dog system finally executed a commendable action, opting not to directly dispense experience but rather to settle the completion rewards with ordinary experience orbs. Ordinary experience orb contains 1 million experience points, usable at any time. The first transaction incurs no loss, while subsequent exchanges beyond 2 incur a 30 automatic loss. And after 3 transactions, a 50 loss is automatically deducted. Otherwise, should he accumulate the total of 100 orbs, amounting to a staggering 1 billion experience points, it would propel him up a level, causing him to miss out on at least 500 points of the Ancient God Curse's true damage stacking, which would indeed be a significant loss. Nonetheless, the System S operation is reasonable. Completion rewards ultimately require the team to distribute them, and awarding experience orbs is undoubtedly the best approach. However, this item can be traded, making it a coveted commodity. It is expected that many large factions will likely engage in mass acquisitions to cultivate elite players within their ranks. Regrettably, this dungeon can only be completed once. Otherwise, Chen Mo would have undoubtedly farmed it endlessly. With an SSS level perfect score upon completion, he earned the title of Completion King, a permanent 30 increase in completion rewards. This title holds boundless potential, as it will enhance the rewards of every subsequent dungeon run by 30. While it may seem unremarkable, it conceals profound intricacies. If this completion reward is accompanied by this title, the accrued freedom attribute points would amount to 26, and the ordinary experience orbs would total 130. Concerning the individual rewards, each item or tool is either a rare gem within its category or may possess additional features or variations. Particularly, what Chen Mo values most at this moment is the basic attribute feedback card. While it may not elevate from dark gold grade to legendary grade, it could potentially yield an extra black iron grade basic attribute feedback card. Therefore, in the grand scheme of things, the value and potential of the Completion King title may indeed represent the greatest gain from this endeavor. The final reward left to collect is the last SSS grade superlative completion treasure chest. Although Chen Mo is eager to see what it contains, he is currently live streaming and does not intend to unveil it before the audience. The viewers have already created quite a stir in the chat, clamoring for the host to promptly share the loot from the dungeon. Chapter 70, Leave Everything to Fate, quickly announced the completion rewards. We have paid for this. We have the right to know the details. The fervor in the live stream was palpable. Dog streamer, stop dawdling. What exactly are the rewards? Breaking the record for the fastest completion of a normal dungeon and achieving an SSS level perfect score must yield extraordinary rewards. Not speaking, it would suffice if you could at least share the gear's grade and type. Hurry up, streamer, if you dare to keep it a secret. I will stream daily to rally a team to criticize you. Alas, if the streamer continues on this incredible streak, when will we have our chance to shine? It seems all first completions and kills will be monopolized by him, leaving us to linger in his shadow. The live chat was indeed in an uproar, filled with the incessant sounds of global announcement and the system's notification of achieving an SSS level perfect score. However, the specifics of individual rewards remained a closely guarded secret, not fully disclosed by the system. Although Chen Mo ignored the unreasonable demands of the crowd, he immediately equipped the star-shattering Dream Skeleton Staff, standing at approximately 1.7 meters. The staff was nearly as tall as Chen Mo himself. The staff was crafted from a slender vertebra, topped with a skull resembling that of an infant, glowing with 2 flickering blue ghostly flames, exuding a dark golden radiance. Upon closer inspection, faint cries of the damned could be heard emanating from it. Coupled with the star-shattering Dream Python King robe, with its golden serpent shadows, Chen Mo felt like a formidable villain. The staff's visual effects were astounding. This staff looks absolutely fierce, he exclaimed. Once again, I am astounded by its design. How could it be so incongruent? Why not? If I had this set, I'd gladly give it to my neighbor. Have you noticed? This staff radiates dark golden light. Could it possibly be dark gold tier gear? Surely. After all, achieving an SSS level perfect score could not yield anything less. How disheartening. Aside from the not-speaking individual, the highest grade gear in the hands of global players is merely bronze level. Indeed, even abroad, the highest is only bronze. Not to mention those bargain hunting players in Origin Town who have only managed to acquire bronze gear. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Watching this stream should bring joy, Yet witnessing this individual's success only stirs frustration within me. I can't bear to watch any longer. Why be angry? They haven't stolen from you. If you had the skill, you could be just as exceptional. Exactly. Did you not see how perilous it was just now? A single miscalculation could lead to utter defeat. This person is gaining followers by the minute. And there are always individuals ready to whitewash his reputation. Followers? Merely a bunch of sycophants. Have you not noticed how he treats them all the same? Offering no special favors? They are all equally exploited. With a sense of exasperation, Chun Mo observed the ever-changing dynamics of the live stream. Bemused by the idle chatter of the spectators, why must I endure the disdain of those who, out of jealousy, criticize the success of others? How petty, he mused. At this moment, he concluded his live streaming debut with heartfelt gratitude towards his viewers for their generous support and engagement. He announced his intention to embark on various challenging explorations in future broadcasts, encouraging his audience to remain connected for upcoming adventures. Suddenly, he produced a mysterious treasure chest, towering at 1/2 meter, and reached out to open it. I nearly forgot. The live stream hasn't concluded yet. I am yet to uncover the wonders within this SSS grade, supremely perfect treasure chest. Instantly, viewers were notified that the live stream had ended, and the black screen provoked a torrent of curses from the frustrated audience. After the broadcast ceased, they could linger in the void for the next 10 minutes, leaving comments or sending donations. This scoundrel has intentionally offended us. How dare he conclude the stream so callously? They lamented, their anger boiling over. I must uncover his true identity. Such insolence cannot go unpunished. I should have anticipated this betrayal. My time has been wasted, and I have missed opportunities for leveling up. Indeed, Chun Mo had acted with purpose. After enduring their incessant insults, he found it only fitting to provoke them further. Ding! The SSS grade, supremely perfect treasure chest opened, revealing a special item, Skill Enhancement Potion. Skill Enhancement Potion can enhance any skill, with a shelf life of 24 hours. Having previously experienced the effects of a talent enhancement card, Chun Mo recognized the value of this potion, though he limited its time limit. If only he could use it in the future with potentially superior skills, the enhancement would surely be more impactful. With only 24 hours to utilize it, he pondered which skill to enhance. He quickly dismissed the Black Iron grade Wind Blade technique and the Bronze grade Star Shattering Storm, recognizing that their inherent low quality rendered any enhancement negligible. The choice lay among 3 skills: Divine Favor, a unique skill that grants the blessing of the Supreme Deity, removing all negative effects for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Serpent Goddess Protection, a passive skill that, when attacked, invokes the ancient serpent god's grace, automatically activating a protective aura that reduces overall damage by 30 and restores 1 health per second. Spatial Leap, a dark gold grade skill that condenses spatial magical elements, allowing for instantaneous teleportation within a 5-meter radius centered on the player, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Each of these skills presented a compelling case for enhancement. But if one were to consider the strongest, Divine Favor certainly stood out, though its capabilities were already formidable. Yet, no one seems to care whether the skills would become more potent, thus Chun Mo remains in a state of indecision. One option enhances defense while the other augments evasion, both of which are crucial for survival. In the short term, Chun Mo's most significant weakness lies in his defense, making it quite suitable to reinforce the Python Goddess protection. However, should he miss this opportunity, it remains uncertain whether he will encounter such a unique item again in the future. The dark gold level Spatial Leap is only adequate for the present. With a mere range of 5 meters by 5 meters, by later stages, it is likely that even a few leaps would not suffice to evade the boss's attacks. This uncertainty further adds to Chun Mo's hesitation. He laments the scarcity of skill enhancement potions. If only there were a couple more, he would not be so troubled. Everything shall be left to fate. Chun Mo retrieves 3 potions and casts them into the air with all his might, each representing one of the skills, and whichever potion lands first shall dictate his choice. Chapter 71. Fear of Chaos. Alas, too much force. Chun Mo tilted his head and waited for a good 10 seconds before 3 potions descended one after another. The first to land was the Physical Defense Enhancement Potion, a choice bestowed by fate. Chun Mo, weary of hesitation, promptly utilize the skill enhancement potion. Ding! The player Silent has used the skill enhancement potion, selecting the passive skill Python Goddess Protection for enhancement. Ding! The passive skill Python Goddess Protection has been successfully enhanced. Players are advised to check it themselves. Python Goddess Protection, enhanced one when attacked, receive the protection of the ancient Python god, automatically activating the protective divine light, permanently increasing maximum health by 30, reducing comprehensive damage by 30, and restoring health by 2 per second. To be honest, this enhancement was somewhat disappointing, as the most desired defensive boost did not materialize. Yet, it cannot be deemed a failure. A 30 increase in maximum health is indeed a rare boon, making him increasingly resemble a formidable blood tank mage. Moreover, this attribute is particularly valuable in the later stages of the game, becoming increasingly impressive as time progresses, especially with the support of Life Bond. The characteristic of permanently boosting maximum health by 30 can be fully realized. The health restoration of 2 per second is also a significant attribute, restoring health at a speed that surpasses the existing bronze tier health recovery potion. Overall, this can be considered a roundabout enhancement of defense. In any case, it has been yet another remarkably profitable day. Shin Mo currently possesses 100 ordinary experience beads, equating to a total experience of 100 million, sufficient for an immediate level up. Naturally, Shin Mo would not use them lightly. Utilizing such a resource for personal gain would be the least advantageous course of action. If he were to use them, it would be more prudent to reserve them for the future. Of course, trading them is also an option. But he is not in dire need of money at the moment. Unless another player offers something intriguing in exchange, he sees no reason to part with them. Shin Mo had just reviewed the earnings from his latest live stream. After deducting 30 for the system, he had netted 289 gold coins, 30 silver coins, and 12 copper coins. In just half a day, he had become extraordinarily wealthy. As long as the live stream function remains active, he can periodically reap profits, ensuring he won't have to worry about gold for a considerable time to come. Unavoidably, Shin Mo felt a twinge of discomfort. He had reached a point where money seemed merely a string of digits. In a fleeting moment, he experienced a sense of loss, as if he had lost a certain ambition. Just over a month ago, he had yearned for wealth, yet this goal had been effortlessly achieved. Far exceeding his expectations, how could it feel so unreal? Fortunately, the ever-looming crises of reality prevented him from becoming complacent. Otherwise, he would likely be the top player in the world's premier establishments by now. Indeed, whether in the realms of gaming or reality, those who wield influence over traffic become the arbiters of wealth distribution. To speak bluntly, no matter how formidable Shin Mo's monster-slaying abilities may be, the efficiency of obtaining equipment through plummeting prices is undoubtedly among the highest in the entire server. Even if he were to sell all the gold acquired from such endeavors, it might still be difficult to achieve a level of immense wealth. A great person once remarked that strength lies in numbers, emphasizing the terrifying impact that a substantial base can create. Global announcement: rewards of 10 free attribute points are granted, while the SSS Super Perfect Clearance rewards 20 attribute points, which Shin Mo naturally allocates entirely to agility. Although he possesses the skill Spatial Leap, agility remains paramount as it influences both casting speed and regular movement speed. Moreover, with the attribute Life Bond, enhancing agility is always the most cost-effective choice. Even with his current low defensive attributes, Shin Mo has no intention of wasting points on defense. Player, Silent class, Mage level, 12 experience, 4, 217, 425, 600, 000. Click to view other attribute details. Once again, he admired his attribute panel, which was nothing short of splendid. His health had soared to 3,783, and agility reached an impressive 216, allowing him to traverse the shattered Star Dream Forest with ease. Such dazzling attributes beckoned him to indulge. He casually tore a random teleportation scroll, instantly setting off to seek out level 13 elite monsters. He had previously encountered level 14 and 15 elite monsters during random exploration and had marked their locations, leaving only the level 13 elite monsters to find. In the following days, Shin Mo wandered through the shattered Star Dream Forest, focusing on defeating elite monsters to accumulate attribute talents and thus refrained from live streaming. Even though he was aware that he could continue to reap substantial rewards from other players, it was prudent to exercise restraint in order to keep his talents concealed. The value of gold had not diminished. In fact, it had appreciated once more due to the global opening of the live streaming space. Though Chinemo did not stream, discussions about him persisted in the Star Domain 3.0 live streaming space. Any stream related to him consistently attracted significant viewership. Many players seized the opportunity to profit, particularly those who specialized in vehemently criticizing Silent, occasionally receiving donations. Various governmental organizations and major factions capitalized on the convenience of converting global funds through the live streaming platform, continuously building their elite teams. Many factions had gained a reputation for being foolish within the game, while real-world conflicts persisted unabated. Ding! The number of registered players has surpassed 888, activating the nationwide treasure hunt event with a countdown of 0:59 initiated. Ding! Nationwide treasure hunt event. Level 2 monster zones will randomly refresh event treasure chests, which, when opened, can yield any item. All players may participate in the scramble, but the chests cannot be stored in inventory. They must be opened outside the level 2 monster zone, and there is a 100% chance of dropping upon death. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the game. Was this a benevolent act from the system? All players battling monsters and leveling up hurried back, while those still engaged in quests in the village rushed towards the level 2 monster zone. Why is it designated as a secondary monster zone? Upon receiving the system's notification, Shun-Mo speculated that the primary monster zone in Origin Town had been automatically deactivated due to the expansion of the city, compelling the system to mechanically project the activity space to the nearest secondary monster zone. The activity treasure chest has the potential to yield any item or tool, likely leading to significant outcomes. Shun-Mo could even foresee that equipment manifestation cards and basic attribute feedback cards might be among the rewards. Consequently, Shin-Mo's expression was far from pleasant. This is hardly a benefit, it is a calamity. The system seems to thrive on chaos. Chapter 72. The Frenzied Nationwide Treasure Hunt event. Despite harboring considerable resentment towards the reckless antics of the system, Shun-Mo felt compelled to participate. The expanse of the secondary wild monster zone was vast enough to accommodate 500,000 players without issue. Scattered throughout the area were both solitary players and guilds, dispersed in various corners, all unaware of where the treasure chest might suddenly reappear. Upon Shin-Mo's arrival, he simply chose a random spot to await developments. Numerous players were live streaming, seemingly eager to flaunt their treasures upon acquiring them. Shin-Mo, however, opted against broadcasting, as the contents of the chest were not something he wished to share at any moment. Ding! The nationwide treasure hunt event has commenced, lasting for 8 hours. Each secondary wild monster zone will intermittently refresh 888 event treasure chests, with no penalties for player versus player combat during the event. Damn, the system is deliberately inciting conflict. This rule seems tailored for large guilds. Even if we solitary players manage to seize a treasure chest, we might not be able to escape the secondary wild monster zone. Damn it, I don't even possess a treasure chest. Why are they attacking me? The Phantom Guild is killing in the arena. Unite to resist. Kill them all. We won't be flagged as criminals. It's high time these solitary players were purged. As the event unfolded, the realization of no penalties for player versus player combat sent chaos through every secondary wild monster zone worldwide, igniting madness among the players. Shin-Mo was taken aback. Was the system truly playing this recklessly? Well, he wouldn't hold back either. The area he occupied was already largely vacated by players who recognized that even if they managed to nab a treasure chest, retaining it would likely prove impossible. When the event notification sounded, Shin-Mo noticed some players who had been secretly streaming hastily fleeing from the scene. Casting a glance around, he observed that no treasure chests had materialized nearby, prompting him to venture toward another area. Before long, he spotted a group of players relentlessly pursuing an individual. The pursued player clutched a treasure chest in his right hand, desperately trying to escape. The chest, not particularly large, was about the size of a basketball, making it easier to carry under his arm while running. Damn, how is this guy so agile? Stay on him, don't lose the trail. We need to cut him off from the side. If only I had invested more in agility back then. Don't let him get away. Pursue him relentlessly. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, Chen Mo was determined not to let it slip by. There was no need for any sense of morality in this moment. In mere seconds, he was upon the group, and without hesitation, he unleashed a star-shattering storm. A massive swirling vortex of sand and debris materialized above the heads of the fleeing crowd. -9,804, -9,804, -9,804, -9,804, -9,804. With several pieces of equipment amplifying his skill attributes, the coverage of star-shattering storm had far exceeded the mere 12 meters by 12 meters. The throng of several hundred players, who had been fervently pursuing, suddenly came to an abrupt halt. In a mere instant, the players within a 20-meter radius before them collapsed in a cacophony of defeat. The ominous -9,804 damage that hovered above each fallen adversary's head rendered them momentarily speechless. A resplendent golden chest floated beside the lifeless bodies, yet none dared to rush forward to claim it. At this moment, the true damage inflicted by the ancient god's curse talent reached an astounding -3,268 per second. When stacked thrice, it resulted in a staggering -9,804, nearing a catastrophic threshold. Furthermore, this was merely from vanquishing 500 level 12, 13, and 14 elite monsters. They had yet to fully defeat the level 15 elite creatures. Were it not for the sudden initiation of the nationwide treasure hunt event, they would still be in pursuit of the level 15 elite monsters to enhance their talents. However, the augmented properties of the ancient god's curse proved unexpectedly formidable. Numerous eliminations of elite monsters had randomly increased damage by 3 to 4 points, with instances of 8 or 9 points occurring several times. Thus, within a brief span, such terrifying damage had been wrought. Frankly, even he felt that this talent had become increasingly outrageous. At this juncture, Chen Mo had no time to attend to the bewildered players. He swiftly darted forward to seize the chest and made his way towards the nearest level 3 monster zone. Naturally, he also collected several pieces of black iron-grade equipment that had dropped from the defeated players. Although he was no longer in need of funds, these items could still be exchanged for other goods. Following this event, many players would undoubtedly hope to procure valuable treasures. Chen Mo's rapid pace was not driven by fear of being robbed, but rather by the urgency of time. The chest was exceedingly large, allowing only one to be claimed at a time. He would need to return after opening the first to seize the second. Of course, if he encountered any along the way, it would be truly fortuitous. After Chen Mo departed, the stunned group of players erupted in vehement curses. How dare that scoundrel Silence act so brazenly? Damn it, we were so close to claiming the chest. That wretch is far too powerful to snatch from us. Does he have no shame? Just a few days in, and his damage has skyrocketed. It's utterly terrifying. How can anyone withstand a -9,804 blow? What manner of skill is this? With such an expansive attack range? It must be at least 20 by 20 meters. Indeed, just moments ago, our guild, with nearly 200 members, was obliterated in an instant. We are utterly at a loss. Damn it, that rogue even made off with all the dropped equipment. We suffered a tremendous loss. Our leader is bound to be furious. Is that fiend deranged? With such overwhelming power, why must he prey upon us, the novices? Every hour, 888 event chest respawn, which is no small number. Even before Chen Mo reached the level 3 monster zone, he spotted a group of players rallying around another individual carrying a chest, all heading towards the same destination. This group, of course, noticed the flamboyant equipment effects surrounding Chen Mo, particularly the conspicuous chest he held. However, before they could utter a word, Chen Mo immediately unleashed another star-shattering storm, causing this group of players to perish in a flurry of curses and indignation. Those fortunate enough to be positioned at a safer distance were momentarily stunned. It was the first time they had witnessed such an expansive area of effect skill in this game. Even the boss's attack range paled in comparison. Most astonishingly, the staggering damage of -9,804, nearly 10,000 points, left them questioning their own reality. Chen Mo, indifferent to the plight of these fortunate survivors, collected the dropped equipment and treasure chests, and continued to sprint towards the level 3 monster zone. Ding. Obtained 3 bronze potions, 1 black iron equipment, and 27 copper coins. Ding. Acquired 1 bronze equipment, 3 silver coins, and 1 reputation scroll. Chun Mo grimaced at the paltry rewards, lamenting the meager quality of the items. Reputation scroll grants 100 reputation in the current area upon use. Indeed, various items exist, though most may prove futile, yet possibilities abound. Without further contemplation, he abandoned the 2 open chests and turned back towards the level 2 monster zone. Not having run far, he soon spotted a throng of players rushing about. However, upon catching up, he realized they bore no treasure. These individuals were similarly in pursuit of chests. Frustration welled up within him, and he felt inclined to send them back to the novice village. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Why should he allow them to accompany him? Would it not be more gratifying to seek treasure alone? The greater the number of players, the lesser his chances of success. With this thought, he directed another star-shattering storm at the crowd ahead, swiftly eliminating a considerable number of players. Hey, big shot, are you insane? We don't have any treasure. Why are you attacking us? Big shot, I'm your fan. Please don't kill us. Exactly, big shot, I'm also your fan. We'll leave right now. Please don't use your skills. After casting star-shattering storm, he couldn't be bothered to pursue the few remaining players. With 8 hours of activity ahead, the event had only just begun. Such a method of elimination seemed rather ineffective. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mo suddenly conceived a more advantageous strategy, one that could potentially limit the number of participants in the event to a greater extent. Chapter 73: Frenzied Killing in a Race Against Time. Chun Mo utilized a return scroll to swiftly return to Origin Town, and then quickly entered the Shattered Star Dream Forest. Having previously marked the coordinates, he spared no expense in using a random teleportation scroll. Within less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the lair of the level 14 elite monster, the Shattered Star Dream Frenzied Giant Bear. Although the effective kill count had already surpassed the limit of 500. This did not hinder Chun Mo from employing the Skeleton Resurrection skill attached to the Shattered Star Dream Skeleton Staff. Skeleton Resurrection revives a skeletal servant from a corpse, inheriting 70 of the corpse's attributes and randomly acquiring 1 skill from its life. Shattered Star Dream Frenzied Giant Bear, Skeleton Resurrection Form. Level 14 rank, Elite Health 26. 600 Physical Damage, 178 Physical Defense, 196 Magical Defense, 142 Agility, 111 Skills. Frenzied Combo. Rapidly strikes the target with 5 palm strikes in succession, each dealing 120 physical damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Upon observing the freshly revived skeletal servant before him, Chun Mo felt a tinge of disappointment, having failed to randomly acquire its area attack skill. However, even with just 70 of the Shattered Star Dream Frenzy Giant Bear's attributes, it was still formidable enough. The reason Chun Mo sought out the level 14 elite monster Shattered Star Dream Frenzy Giant Bear, rather than a stronger level 15 elite, was simple: its colossal size. Only a few days prior, after employing the Skeleton Resurrection skill, he had come to fully appreciate the terrifying potential of this auxiliary skill. The greatest advantage of a skeletal servant lies not merely in possessing 70 of the attributes and 1 random skill from its former life, but in its near-perfect inheritance of the monster's size. Even if many monsters were reduced to mere skeletons, they remained impressively large. In Star Domain 3.0, having a massive size can sometimes confer a unique advantage. This unexpected boon, stemming from the hidden characteristics of the skill, ensured that Chun Mo would not easily part with the Shattered Star Dream Skeleton Staff for the foreseeable future. Though this Shattered Star Dream Frenzied Giant Bear, Skeleton Resurrection Form, was reduced to a mere skeletal frame, it still loomed like a heavy truck, standing at an impressive height of over 10 meters. In its presence, human players appeared as fragile as blades of grass. Even without the area attack skill, a single strike from its massive paw, measuring 2 to 3 meters wide, could instantaneously obliterate several players. This exemplifies the intangible advantage of its immense stature. Furthermore, Star Domain 3.0 possesses a special hidden attribute, The larger the monster, the greater its weight, leading to an increase in its impact force. Once a monster's physical damage surpasses a player's physical defense, it often inflicts additional impact damage. In simpler terms, the higher the physical defense, the greater the ability to withstand the force of impact. This was akin to Shenmuo's previous experience of being ruthlessly battered by the level 15 boss, the Shattered Star Dream Python King, which not only breached his physical defenses but also sent him flying, resulting in further impact damage from colliding with trees. As Shenmuo stood at the gates of Origin Town, accompanied by the colossal Shattered Star Dreaming Rampaging Bear, skeleton resurrection form, an uproar erupted among the players. With no penalties for killing during the event, Shenmuo wasted no time in unleashing chaos upon his return to the city, slaughtering his way to the gates, where he left the Shattered Star Dreaming Rampaging Bear, skeleton resurrection form, to block the entrance. Its immense size effectively obstructed the gate, making it nearly impossible for any player to pass through. The skeletal minion, devoid of independent intelligence, executed Shenmuo's simple commands without fail. While it could not perform complex tasks, it was instructed to remain at the gates and eliminate any player who approached. Consequently, many players, upon resurrecting and venting their frustrations, found themselves further thwarted by the formidable presence of the Shattered Star Dreaming Rampaging Bear, skeleton resurrection form, at the gate. All players swiftly recognized this as the summoned creature of the notorious Silent, whose intentions were painfully clear: to block the entrance and prevent others from claiming the event's treasure chests. The situation grew dire as players examined the attributes of the Shattered Star Dreaming Rampaging Bear, skeleton resurrection form, and despaired. It was simply unbeatable. With defenses that many could hardly penetrate and an astonishingly high health pool, anxious to engage in the treasure-seeking event in the secondary monster area, players grew increasingly frantic. Groups of players recklessly charged at the Shattered Star Dreaming Rampaging Bear, skeleton resurrection form. But the outcome was invariably grim. They were either obliterated in an instant or trampled underfoot. While the throng at the gates swelled, the number of those willing to brave the assault dwindled, leaving many merely to stare helplessly. "Silent, you wretched fiend. What right do you have to impede our participation in this event?" they lamented. "I was finally on the verge of rising up, only for this scoundrel to pull such a stunt." Meanwhile, players in other villages are streaming their treasure chests, and some have even acquired silver-grade equipment. "This villain is thwarting our fortune." Frustration mounted as they recognized that guilds with wealth could easily escape the blockade with a random teleportation scroll, leaving the impoverished solo players to suffer the most. "Silent, you shall forever be my nemesis. Why target us, the lone players, instead of the guilds? Just moments ago, I encountered that wretch in the secondary monster area, and before I could utter a word, I was sent back. I should have known he was lying in wait. He has snatched away my treasure chests and now denies me another chance to participate in the event. How tyrannical. This cannot stand. We must devise a plan. If this continues, we shall truly miss out on this grand opportunity." What a vexing situation. This wretched individual is clearly intent on diminishing the number of players competing for the treasure chests. It is improbable that this formidable skeleton will depart. We are doomed, and it seems we shall become the laughingstock of the other novice villages. Indeed, it is laughable. The novice players from other villages are already aware of this predicament and are mocking us in the streaming channels, questioning the promised assistance from the so-called experts. When there are benefits, they wish to hoard them all for themselves. How infuriating. At this moment, Shenmuo is wreaking havoc in the level 2 monster zone, launching relentless attacks without cooldowns. Every player he encounters is swiftly dispatched back to the novice village, since this is merely a matter of convenience for him. It does not impede his quest for treasure chests. Although unintentional, Shenmuo's efficiency in eliminating players remains astonishingly high. The direct consequence of his actions is that an increasing number of players in Origin Town have met their demise at his hands, while others have fallen victim to rival players in the scramble for treasure. However, upon their return to the village, they are horrified to discover that they cannot exit. In fact, the only means of leaving the city is through the exorbitantly priced random teleportation scroll, which costs 1 silver coin. Such a steep price is unbearable even for many guilds. Moreover, who can predict where they might end up? It is akin to wagering one's life. The most critical point is that, should they find themselves back in the level 2 monster zone. Encountering the unscrupulous Silent would almost certainly spell doom. At this juncture, Shinmo's exceptional agility attributes manifest their terrifying potential, leaving no player capable of evading his pursuit. When he encounters players with high agility, he even resorts to using spatial leap to relentlessly chase them down. Clearly, this is a deliberate tactic on Shinmo's part, designed to instill fear in all players, making them hesitant to engage in activities even if they possess the means to purchase random teleportation scrolls. The penalties for player death still entail a deduction of 50 of current experience. If they fail to locate treasure chests and die in vain, the loss would be substantial. Indeed, events have demonstrated the efficacy of Shinmo's strategy, as the number of players he encounters along the way dwindles, occasionally allowing him to stumble upon randomly refreshed treasure chests. Previously, he would not have had such an opportunity. The more effective his approach, the more frenzied his slaughter becomes. Even when encountering players from Fengchang's guild, Shinmo indiscriminately sends them all back to the city without hesitation. As for inciting the wrath of many, what does it matter? The quantity of treasure obtained from the event is what truly concerns Shinmo. Chapter 74. The world in chaos. News of the player Silence rampaging through Origin Town spread like wildfire across the globe. Words such as selfishness, greed, tyranny, and reckless abandon instantly coalesced around the figure of Silence. The multitude of players trapped within the town, unable to venture forth, began to live-stream their denunciations of Silence. As the hours passed, an increasing number of players from major guilds found themselves sent back to town by him. Some guild members even faced repeated deaths at his hands, driving them to the brink of madness. Just as many guilds were on the verge of surrender, a player unexpectedly unveiled an extraordinary equipment manifestation card during a livestream unboxing, sending shockwaves throughout the world. Shortly thereafter, another player discovered a basic attribute feedback card, which was promptly tested offline, proving to be undeniably real and effective. The entire world descended into chaos. Was this still a game? Could it be approached as merely a game anymore? The blurring lines between reality and the game left everyone questioning whether attributes and equipment from the game could truly transcend into the real world. Would reality become as unstable as the game? In such a scenario, would the one with superior attributes and equipment hold all the power? As these thoughts raced through minds everywhere, ambitions began to swell. Whether part of an organized faction or a lone player, the frenzy intensified. These unimaginable special items originated from event treasure chests, and it became imperative to acquire them at all costs. Many expendable players, who had nearly given up after dying multiple times, found renewed vigor in the face of these extraordinary items. Just securing one could catapult them to the pinnacle of success. Even if they chose to sell it, players from other novice villages went wild, while those from Origin Town teetered on the edge of insanity. Curse Silence, obstructing their paths to wealth. May he meet a fitting end. Another wave of fervent charges commenced, as players, undeterred by the prospect of death, surged toward the city gates. Yet, regardless of their fervor and relentless efforts, they could not overcome the formidable star-shattered dreaming rampaging bear, skeleton resurrection form, guarding the entrance. Even those fortunate enough to slip past were exceedingly few, practically negligible. Yet, this minuscule chance ignited hope in many expendable players who continued to charge at the gates, dying and reviving in an endless cycle against the star-shattered dreaming rampaging bear. Conversely, the elite players of various factions were expressions of despair. They could not afford the reckless abandon of expendable players, yet purchasing a random teleportation scroll for 1 silver coin to escape the town held significant risks. Moreover, even if they entered the secondary wild monster zone, there was a looming threat of being sent back by that insufferable Silence. It was enough to drive them to the brink of insanity. Truly, their fortunes rose and fell with Silence. The opportunity lay before them. Who could bear to relinquish it? Consequently, numerous formidable guild organizations are compelled to take risks by purchasing random teleportation scrolls, with success being a mere stroke of luck. No matter what, they cannot allow that wretched individual, Silent, to seize the treasures. During this period, Shinmo has been reveling in his fortune. With the absence of fierce competition from numerous players, his chances of discovering treasure chests have significantly increased. through randomly accessing various live streaming sessions. He has already learned of the emergence of equipment manifestation cards and basic attribute feedback cards. The external environment has grown increasingly tumultuous, threatening to ignite more intense conflicts at any moment. Even with skeletal sentinels blocking the entrance, players continuously rush into the secondary monster zone. And Shin-Mo has never hesitated to eliminate them upon encounter. One player has even met his demise at Shin-Mo's hands 5 times. The haunting gaze of that player, filled with despair, unsettled Shin-Mo. Many players from various guilds have come bearing warnings from their higher-ups, advising him to refrain from extreme actions. As the world is on the brink of transformation, is Shin-Mo afraid? Clearly not. His enthusiasm for slaughtering his foes has only intensified, as he continues to engage in relentless combat for several hours without respite. Most crucially, Shin-Mo has recently unearthed a valuable item from an event treasure chest, further solidifying his resolve to seize as many treasure chests as possible. Only through such endeavors can he hope to acquire truly exceptional items. After all, many genuinely valuable treasures are seldom traded by powerful factions. The more adversaries he vanquishes, the greater his chances of obtaining treasure chests. At this moment, he laments the absence of a few reliable subordinates to assist him in this quest. The world is on the verge of chaos, and the gaming realm is becoming increasingly significant. Some matters seem too vast for one individual to handle alone. It appears he must contemplate the establishment of a trustworthy team within the game. Just like this occasion, collaboration with Feng Chang and his associates is simply not feasible. No matter how formidable his individual prowess, there are still limits to his capabilities. However, he cannot rush this. It is essential to encounter the right individuals. The current ambiguity of the external situation complicates matters, as the identities of potential team members in reality pose considerable challenges. Shaking his head, Shin-Mo temporarily sets aside these thoughts and resumes his joyous treasure-seeking endeavor. Shin-Mo finds happiness, while the players trapped within Origin Town can no longer remain complacent. In global live streaming sessions, an ever-growing number of players are uncovering valuable items, though lacking the rarity of equipment manifestation cards and basic attribute feedback cards. They are still treasures that cannot be obtained through regular monster drops. Particularly, many high-grade equipment and skill books, along with some unique items, may not be immediately useful but will prove invaluable in the future. If sold, they could easily facilitate financial independence. These are merely the flamboyant players showcasing their finds, undoubtedly. There are even more hidden treasures that remain unreported. Unable to remain idle, the players and guilds in Origin Town have united, calling for a collective boycott of any trade activities involving Silent within the town. In the future, any factions or individuals engaging in transactions with him will face relentless oppression from other factions and all players, both online and offline. Particularly, the guild, Jinawal Union, which has maintained a long-standing friendship with him, has received joint warnings from various parties. This has truly incited public outrage. Upon receiving a message from Feng Chang, Shin-Mo could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Were they truly jesting? Was it necessary for him to engage in transactions with them? It had always been they who sought his favor, hadn't it? If he were not preoccupied with seizing treasure chests at the moment, Shin-Mo would have contemplated returning to enact a grand massacre. After all, there are currently no penalties for killing players, should circumstances permit. He could return and deliver them a monumental surprise. This would serve to humble them, reminding them of their place amidst the hierarchy. Chapter 75, title Bloodthirsty Butcher. An increasing number of extraordinary treasures have been unearthed from the chests, many of which are unimaginable magical artifacts. Not only have various factions become frenzied, but even national governments are in a state of chaos. Some of these astonishing items, if introduced into reality, could potentially incite immense societal upheaval. The realm of Star Domain 3.0 has spiraled into uncontrollable chaos, akin to the opening of Pandora's box, with everything descending into disorder. One player astonishingly unveiled a lifespan card from a treasure chest, which, when utilized by anyone, directly extends their life by 10 years in the real world. A few elderly relics on the verge of death could no longer remain composed. Only they understood the true value of life. Furthermore, Even players who did not acquire items that could be transferred to reality still obtained treasures of significant worth. There exist special items that permanently enhance various attributes, as well as consumable tools, high-damage artifacts, items for coercive control, formidable defensive gear, and an array of high-grade equipment and skills, showcasing a vast diversity. The most coveted treasure, however, was claimed by a player from the Bear Country who discovered a Star Domain exclusive spirit ring within a chest, which could be taken into reality at any moment. The Star Domain exclusive spirit ring, an exclusive ring for the Star Domain game, granting a 1 boost to all attributes. Once donned, the wearer can enter the game at will, their real identity seamlessly blending into the void. Once bound, it cannot be traded. This item is undoubtedly the most sought-after lifeline for all players and currently the most precious treasure yielded from the chests. Upon witnessing this, Chun Mo was utterly mesmerized, promptly bestowing 3 cosmic battleships as gifts within the player's live broadcast, and left a message expressing his willingness to purchase it at a high price in gold coins once the global trading feature is activated, or to trade it for other invaluable game items. The news of the global top player Silent appearing in the live stream, eager to procure the Star Domain exclusive spirit ring at a premium, quickly spread like wildfire, further escalating the fervor of the nationwide treasure hunt event. In his quest to not miss out on remarkable finds, Chun Mo occasionally takes breaks to check the regional channels, ready to engage in negotiations whenever an opportunity arises. Naturally, he has not ceased his activities in the secondary wild monster area, where he engages in combat without restraint, ensuring that no player escapes from beneath his watchful gaze. Many elite players from various guilds have been driven to abandon their pursuits, as the risks and rewards have become starkly disproportionate. Ultimately, most guilds in Origin Town resorted to deploying cannon fodder players to continuously assault the city gates. Every fortunate escapee counts. The more powerful factions directly instructed their cannon fodder players to utilize random teleportation scrolls, hoping to fortuitously land in the secondary wild monster area. If not, it would simply be deemed a failed investment. This strategy was certainly preferable to allowing elite players to perish needlessly and lose experience. Consequently, many elite players from various guilds have been left in a state of frustration. Recently, they had been enjoying a smooth sailing existence, riding the wave of Origin Town's momentum, only to find themselves thwarted by that scoundrel Silent, who denied them access to countless opportunities during a pivotal event. They have now become the laughingstock of the globe. They are all mocking them, possessing the power of silence, which enables them to soar, yet without silence, they are nothing. In the face of the overwhelming suppression from silence, their situation is worse than that of a dog. Once basking in glory, they now find themselves utterly ridiculous. Ding. Player Silence has accumulated over 100,000 player kills, earning the title of Bloody Butcher, Temporary. Bloody Butcher, Temporary allows one to cleanse all sins of player kills with gold. Player kill drop rate 100. Temporary Authority. 1 month, upon surpassing 1 million player kills, permanent authority will be granted. Just as Chun Mo was tirelessly looting treasure chests and slaying players to the point of numbness, a sudden system notification sent waves of exhilaration through him. A title? Yet another attribute to behold. The ability to use gold to absolve all sins of player kills was enough to drive Chun Mo into a frenzy. Earlier, while queuing to exit the novice village, he had been frustrated by the red name system. If he could use gold to bypass the red name penalty, its value would be immeasurable. Most importantly, as other players grew stronger, many would inevitably provoke him, and he would not hesitate to eliminate those he despised, making player killing a norm. Yet with this title, he was destined to be free from humiliation. As for gold, surely a single live stream could yield a fortune. With this title, no guild would dare cross him. They would soon learn the meaning of nightmare. Chun Mo understood that he had not personally slain many players. Most of his kills were attributed to the skeletal minions blocking the city gates. Thus, this temporary title was bestowed upon him. However, the significance of this title was self-evident. He must strive to convert it into a permanent title. Under normal circumstances, achieving 100,000 player kills would accumulate an immense amount of sin points, let alone 1 million. Even if he obtained the permanent Bloody Butcher title, the gold required to cleanse his sin points would likely be staggering. With only 2 hours remaining until the event's conclusion, Chen weighed his options and decided that securing this permanent title was the more reliable course of action. After all, the event treasure chests were random, and there was no guarantee they would yield anything better than the Bloody Butcher title. Moreover, if he killed swiftly, he might have the opportunity to return and loot a few more chests. Weren't they just mocking him, declaring their intent to isolate and suppress him in Origin Town? He immediately activated a Return City teleportation scroll, arriving back at the teleportation square of Origin Town. Some players lingering at the teleportation square were visibly taken aback. How did this scoundrel return? Wasn't the event still ongoing? Soon, they had no time to ponder the reason. Chen was already unleashing star-shattering storm upon them. The teleportation square was vast, yet most players had congregated around the teleportation portals to the 3 new maps. Likely unable to participate in the nationwide treasure hunt and resigned to exploring the new maps instead. The star-shattering storm skill had an immense area of effect, spanning 20 meters, and in one wave it cleared hundreds of players. No equipment dropped. They were merely a horde of expendable players engaged in exploration. Chen did not hesitate. He immediately commenced a massacre throughout the entire Origin Town. Every individual he encountered was swiftly vanquished, leaving no survivors in his wake. The news of the player Silent unleashing a bloodbath in Origin Town rapidly spread across various live streaming channels. Some fearless players chose to hide at a distance, broadcasting the entire spectacle. All guilds and players in Origin Town were left in a state of shock. Was it merely a few insults? Was it only an attempt to jointly suppress him? Was there truly a need for retaliation before the event had even concluded? Such brutality was beyond comprehension. The live streams documenting the citywide slaughter were flooded with viewers, as audiences from around the globe were left speechless by Silent's astonishing damage of -9,804. Chapter 76. A heartless murder in his frenzied state. Chen had lost count of the players he had slain. At this moment, most of the players in Origin Town were holed up within the safety of its walls, unless they logged off to evade him or randomly teleported outside the city. Anyone he pursued would meet their demise at his hands. To prevent the entire town from being paralyzed by fear, he discreetly transferred 100 gold coins to Feng Chong, instructing him to convey a message that Chen was incensed by the audacity of players daring to venture into the secondary monster zone to seize his treasure chests. He intended to slaughter everyone until they were driven offline, hoping to monopolize the entire event spoils. Moreover, he aimed to subtly manipulate the players into defying his wishes, particularly to stall BU, as their faction could seize the opportunity to raid the secondary monster zone and claim the treasure, with a staggering kill count of 1 million, far exceeding the town's player cap of 500,000. A compelling reason was imperative to entice players into willingly facing death. This rationale resonated with many in Origin Town, igniting a spirit of rebellion. Time and again, players charged at him, undeterred by their previous defeats, fueled by a desire to thwart his intentions. Many of these were expendable players from various factions, unconcerned about experience losses, recognizing that keeping this harbinger of death confined to the city was indeed the optimal strategy. Eventually, Chen stationed himself at the city gate, eagerly awaiting the throngs of players. He would slay as many as dared to approach, confident that none could withstand his assault. The most spectacular moments were marked by the release of Star-Shattering Storm, where wave after wave of players collapsed, creating a scene of breathtaking carnage. Numerous live streams broadcasting this bloody massacre occasionally received donations. Setting aside any disdain for BU, this spectacle undeniably constituted a visual feast of slaughter. Countless players, fully aware of their impending demise, charged forth, creating a scene both awe-inspiring and tragic. Global viewers privy to the unfolding events rallied in the live chat, denouncing BU and leaving messages of support for all players in Origin Town, urging them not to succumb to fear. They resolved to endure death repeatedly rather than let this villain achieve his goals. Various guilds, witnessing Chinmo's murderous rampage, became increasingly cooperative. Many players had already utilized random teleportation scrolls to escape the city, and it would not be long before they could rejoin the treasure hunt. Thus, players continued to rush towards Chen, apart from the brief intervals right after he unleashed Star-Shattering Storm, during which a temporary space cleared. He was constantly besieged by expendable players. They could not breach his defenses, thus failing to trigger his 30 pain response. However, some players were determined to irritate Chen Mo, launching attacks targeting his lower regions. Chen Mo could only lament his limited skills, unable to connect their cooldowns seamlessly. Fortunately, his high defense held, or he would have met his end long ago. It was not that current players were incapable of breaching his defenses, but rather that the elite players from the various guilds would not recklessly throw their lives away. However, even if one could breach defenses, it is likely that it would not be as swift as the 2 health regeneration provided by the Serpent Goddess Guardian. As time passed unnoticed, an increasing number of precious items began to materialize in novice villages worldwide. The unexpected benefits from the recent event organized by the system far exceeded the imagination of all players. In the real world, tumultuous undercurrents began to surface, with many studios suddenly besieged and numerous fortunate players coerced into forced trades by unknown armed entities. In an instant, the gaming live streams echoed with a sense of alarm. Those daring enough to flaunt their good fortune were either exceptionally discreet or possessed formidable backing. Yet, such abrupt changes led to a temporary concealment of many valuable items obtained. Nevertheless, the fervor of the national treasure hunting event continued unabated, intensifying to a fever pitch. Even if one were to perish repeatedly, the possibility of seizing a treasure chest just once could alter one's fate dramatically. For those players who unearthed the basic attribute feedback card, the ability to utilize it would grant them a permanent percentage of feedback, ensuring their ascendance above others was merely a matter of time. Most crucially, once utilized, others would be powerless to seize it from them, and this characteristic would inevitably attract the attention and support of various factions, making them a coveted talent worthy of special cultivation. The player who had previously acquired the basic attribute feedback card during a live stream was personally recruited by the local official organization, receiving initial benefits comparable to provincial-level officials. In Star Domain 3.0, the notion that gaming could alter destinies was vividly illustrated. Global announcement, ding! Player silence has become a notorious killer, having accumulated over 1 million player kills, becoming the first player to surpass 1 million kills and receiving special recognition from the highest authority. Thus bestowed with the title of Bloody Butcher and awarded the exclusive skill Bloody Roar. The global player base, still actively engaged in the treasure hunting event, was left in disbelief. What does this mean? Can one receive rewards for mass slaughter? This scoundrel has killed a staggering 1 million. Truly a butcher of epic proportions. Yet, there are rewards for such deeds? Is there no justice left? The system must surely be in collusion with this rogue. Enraged players worldwide erupted in curses, simultaneously searching for treasure chests while denouncing the system and the scoundrel's silence. They were also intensely curious about the attributes of the Bloody Butcher title and its exclusive skill Bloody Roar. Surely, anything released by Global Announcement would not be lacking in merit. It could even be a divine skill. The mere thought deepened the despondency of players everywhere. At this moment, the players of Origin Town wore expressions of utter dismay. What had they done? They had inadvertently aided this scoundrel, allowing him to attain a special title and reward. What kind of injustice was this? Many players from Origin Town were suddenly overwhelmed with an impulse to smash their heads against Tofu in frustration. The very person they least wanted to see prosper had unexpectedly received a special reward, a veritable blow to their hearts. The leaders of various guilds in Origin Town wore expressions of deep discontent, for ultimately, all of this turmoil was of their own making, without their commands and active cooperation. How could that despicable individual, Silence, possibly achieve such an astounding milestone of 1 million kills so effortlessly? The more they pondered, the more their frustration mounted, with some feeling their blood pressure soaring in the real world. If it were not for the remarkable attributes of the title Bloody Butcher and its exclusive skill Bloody Roar, which were indeed formidable, they would likely bear the heavy burden of a significant misjudgment, potentially facing demotion and salary reductions. What a predicament this was! That wretched individual had never allowed them a moment of peace, even though they had shared in the benefits after ascending to Origin Town. The multitude of pressures and troubles she brought upon them far outweighed any advantages. Chapter 77, Blood-Curdling Roar Blood Butcher. One can atone for all sins of slaying players with gold coins, increasing the player kill drop rate by 100, and bestowing the exclusive title skill Blood-Curdling Roar. Blood-Curdling Roar unleashes a scream that reverberates through the heavens and rends the souls, causing all targets within its sonic reach to suffer a sonic attack, inflicting 50 spell damage and inducing a mild state of fear that persists for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Upon witnessing this title-specific skill, Chen-Mo was nearly driven to madness. It was undoubtedly a divine ability, an unequivocal marvel. For many, this might merely seem like a broad area damage and control skill, with damage not particularly formidable, but its extensive range and the accompanying mild fear state were truly formidable. What constitutes a mild state of fear? Chen-Mo had previously experienced this with a level 14 elite monster and had conducted thorough research on it. When this state is stacked upon a player, it significantly hampers skill execution, leading to a drastic reduction in accuracy and even potential failures in skill casting, alongside a perplexing slight diminishment in agility, rendering it an exceedingly vexatious control type buff. This state profoundly impacts combat effectiveness based on this alone. The value of this skill is immensely precious, not to mention its vast attack range. How far can sound waves travel? Essentially, it is determined by the volume of one's voice. Although he had not tested this in the game, it would undoubtedly exceed imagination. To put it bluntly, this ability is indeed suitable for city sieges and mass slaughter. The implications of a vast number of players succumbing to this mild state of fear are staggering. It is no wonder this skill is specifically rewarded. For other players, this could be considered a commendable little divine skill, but for Chen-Mo, it was far more than that. This could not simply be described as a divine skill. In conjunction with his talents, it transformed into a super forbidden spell, an invincible divine ability. In simpler terms, it could be regarded as a godly skill for clearing maps. With one roar, all players within earshot, regardless of visibility, would not only endure the 50 spell damage from the sonic attack and the mild fear state, but also stack upon them his most terrifying ancient curse. Who could possibly withstand it? Glancing at the time, with nearly an hour remaining until the event concluded, Chen-Mo hesitated no longer. With a single skill, he cleared the players surrounding the skeletal servant, seizing the opportunity to swiftly exit the city. The players and guilds who witnessed Chen-Mo's opportunistic escape were left grinding their teeth in frustration. They even began to suspect that this scoundrel had intentionally returned to farm the title. After farming, he would return to contest treasure chests with them. Their anger was palpable, causing their heads to throb. A flurry of private messages were immediately dispatched, alerting all players still searching for treasure chests in the level 2 monster area to be wary. That cursed scoundrel was returning. With a clear objective, Chen-Mo hurried to the very center of the level 2 monster area. The players in the level 2 monster area, upon receiving the private messages, instantly grew tense, fervently hoping that fortune would favor them, allowing them to narrowly evade that scoundrel. In order to evade the relentless pursuit of the enigmatic figure known as Silent, all players active in the secondary monster zone spontaneously formed private chat groups. Upon discovering this nefarious entity, they would risk their lives to alert others of its approximate coordinates, thereby advising nearby players to flee urgently. At the onset of their endeavors, cooperation among players would have been scarce. However, a unanimous resolve now prevailed. Better to allow players from other guilds to claim the treasure chests than to let Silent acquire them. Yet, while their intentions were noble, reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. In their frantic flight, they could scarcely register a thunderous roar before their characters fell lifelessly to the ground. Ding! You have suffered an audio wave attack, resulting in -83 magical damage. Ding! A slight state of fear has been induced, lasting for 100 seconds. Ding! You have been afflicted by an unknown curse, inflicting -9,804 true damage, duration 100 seconds. Ding! You have been slain by player Silent. The battle logs of those who met sudden demise bore a striking similarity, inciting feelings of exasperation among them. After enduring innumerable trials, they had finally returned to the secondary monster zone, only to find scant treasure, many of which yielded nothing at all. The abruptness of their misfortune was staggering. They had not even glimpsed Silent before they were felled. Upon respawning, they communicated once more and were astonished to discover that they had perished almost simultaneously. despite being positioned at opposite ends of the secondary monster zone. Most alarmingly, they had all heard the same earth-shattering roar before collapsing. In an instant, a realization dawned upon them. Could this be the newly acquired bloodthirsty roar? If so, that skill was utterly overpowered. A single roar incapacitating the entire map? This was absurd. The game had become unplayable. As the guild leaders received reports from their subordinates, they too were struck with dread, realizing that their worst fears had materialized. If this were to be reported, they would face dire consequences. They had unwittingly bestowed an extraordinary skill upon this rogue. The leaders of all guilds in Origin Town appeared ashen, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of despair. When Feng Chong received this news, his demeanor soured significantly. While others may have been oblivious, he was acutely aware that Silent had undoubtedly learned that slaying players would grant a title upon reaching a kill count of 1 million. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the trouble of offering 100 gold coins to provoke every player. Thankfully, he had discreetly arranged for reliable subordinates to disseminate this information. Otherwise, he would be in a state of utter despair. Damn it, those 100 gold coins were certainly not easily earned. Even if the truth were to surface, he could never admit to it. Otherwise, he, as the chief accomplice, would surely meet his downfall. Nevertheless, Feng Chong could not help but admire Silent for orchestrating such a masterful deception, leaving everyone ensnared in his web. Oh no! He suddenly realized that this could become a compromising scandal for him, and he could only hope that the formidable Silent would not easily betray him. To speak candidly, Chen Mo was genuinely astonished by the bloodthirsty howl. After unleashing the skill, the battle log was inundated with incessant notifications, leaving him oblivious to the number of players he had vanquished or the monsters he had annihilated, as it was simply impossible to keep count. Given the prolonged absence of any players in his vicinity, it was reasonable to surmise that the secondary monster zone had been thoroughly cleared by a single skill of his. Remarkable! Even he felt that this skill was undeniably overpowered. Of course, it wasn't merely that Bloodthirsty Howl was exceptionally formidable, but rather that its enhancement through the ancient god-S curse rendered it extraordinarily powerful. Alas, the lengthy cooldown period was somewhat of a drawback. Otherwise, he could confidently declare himself invincible. Ding! The nationwide treasure hunt event is drawing to a close, with the last 15 minutes offering an additional grade upgrade for items obtained from chests. Chapter 78. The Treasure Chest Reaper. As soon as the system notification sounded, the frenzy among players participating in the global event escalated to new heights. Even casual players, typically reluctant to expend their precious potions, recklessly consumed them in a desperate bid for swifter movement. With the revelation that items obtained from treasure chests in the final 15 minutes would receive an additional enhancement, it was evident that even a single chest could yield remarkable treasures. The players of Origin Town, who had been forcibly returned to the city, were seething with rage. With only 15 minutes remaining, even if they managed to break free now, reaching the level 2 monster zone seemed a distant dream. That unscrupulous player, Silent, was indeed ruthless, sacrificing an entire town for personal gain. Such unbridled greed was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The prospect of sudden wealth, of seizing an opportunity, of a dramatic turnaround, was cruelly obstructed right before their eyes. For those eager solo players in Origin Town who yearned for a chance to rise, the countdown in the system notification shattered their hopes, leaving their hearts crushed. For the first time, the allure of wealth and resurgence felt tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. That accursed Silent would forever be marked in their minds. In this moment, many players from Origin Town became unwavering detractors of Silent. Ding! The inaugural Global Treasure Hunting event has officially concluded. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants. Global announcement. Ding! Player Silent from the Dragon Kingdom region has emerged as the champion of the inaugural Global Treasure Hunting event, successfully claiming 573 treasure chests and earning the title of the player with the most chests acquired. As a reward, they received 10 free attribute points, 1,000 regional reputation, 500 global reputation, a mysterious treasure chest, and the honorary title, Treasure Chest Reaper. As the familiar 3-part global announcement reverberated, players worldwide were left questioning their very existence. How many? Silent snatched away how many? 573? All players were incredulous, wondering if they had misheard. The entire novice village contained only 888 chests, and this player alone monopolized 573? While it was known that Silent had bullied the players of Origin Town, the sheer magnitude of such an acquisition was staggering and utterly unacceptable to everyone. What wonders might they uncover from so many chests? This player had already distanced themselves far ahead of all others. Surely the system could impose some form of restriction on them. Now, to further reward them with a global announcement was simply infuriating. Just previously, they had been bestowed the title Bloody Butcher, and now they were granted the title Treasure Chest Reaper. Was this truly amusing? Although it was understood that the strong would always prevail, this level of dominance rendered the competition utterly disheartening. In that instant, players around the globe felt a sense of injustice. Was the system excessively biased? Or perhaps there was an undisclosed collusion between the system and this player. Even many who had triumphantly acquired rare items during this event felt deflated upon witnessing Silent's astonishing tally of 573 chests. Competing with such a figure was futile. No matter the endeavor, they would invariably fall short. The only comparison left was one of misfortune, for there was no other way to surpass this player. At this moment, Chinemo was genuinely beaming with delight, experiencing yet another unexpected joy. The dog system proved to be rather exceptional, continuously surprising him at every turn. To be honest, he had not even calculated how many treasure chests he had seized. It was simply a matter of having high agility, which bestowed upon him this distinct advantage. The title Treasure Chest Harvester. Items obtained from treasure chests have a chance to be elevated by 1 grade. Chun Mo chuckled as he beheld the attributes of this title, his spirits soaring even higher. During the last 15 minutes, he had thoroughly relished the exhilarating experience of receiving items from treasure chests that were elevated by 1 grade. Although the title's effect was merely probabilistic, any chance of success felt like a boon, particularly as one progressed further into the game. The true value of this title became increasingly apparent. In the later stages, any equipment or items would undoubtedly be harder to acquire at higher grades, with the disparity between grades becoming more pronounced. For instance, when opening high-level treasure chests, which could yield legendary items at most, triggering this title's effect could promote an item to epic status, an astronomical difference in value. He was truly reveling in his substantial gains this time. Out of a total of 573 event treasure chests, even if luck were not on his side, he would invariably unearth a few valuable items. However, the number of items he could currently utilize was rather limited, as many high-grade equipments had level restrictions, leaving him only to covet them from afar. It was not just him. Players worldwide were likely encountering similar predicaments. The higher the grade of the equipment, the more demanding the level restrictions tended to be. Thus, from the perspective of equipment alone, the impact of this event was not overwhelmingly significant. Even certain profession-specific skill books had particular prerequisites. Some required a foundation in specific attributes, while others demanded a certain level. Of course, there were also some that were merely restricted by profession, allowing for use after a change in class. Among the 573 event treasure chests, the majority contained ordinary equipment items, which Shin Mo intended to dispose of at a convenient time. The most abundant reward was the Experience Pearl Inferior, which contained a meager amount of experience, only 100,000 per pearl. For Chinemo, this was essentially a redundancy, as he still had 100 experience pearls, ordinary, left unused. Chinemo harbored serious doubts about whether the dog system was lamenting the slow leveling of other players, thus distributing such an abundance of experience pearls within the event treasure chests. He meticulously categorized the valuable items he had gathered, encompassing a wide array. Yet many required exchange with others. He had also obtained 2 high-grade skill books, albeit none for the mage profession. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, believing that others must possess the skill books he sought. High-grade profession equipment was similarly elusive, despite his slight stroke of luck in obtaining equipment for his own class. The highest he achieved was a silver grade, while the more advanced pieces belonged to other professions. Fortunately, being of silver grade, it had no level restrictions, making it readily usable at present. The Chaotic Magic Helmet, a silver grade item, enhances life by 250, energy by 230, physical defense by 58, magical defense by 72, magical damage by 57, and agility by 6. Its additional attribute increases the comprehensive properties of all defensive skills for mages by 25. Speaking candidly, Shin Mo is quite satisfied with the supplementary attributes of this mage equipment. Although he currently lacks defensive skills, he is certain that he will acquire them in due time. Thus, the value of this equipment will become apparent. In addition to this silver-grade helmet, there are two other items suitable for the present stage. One is the exceedingly familiar black iron-grade basic attribute feedback card, which is rumored to have been widely distributed during this event across the globe. However, to mitigate any risks, it is likely that anyone who obtains it would use it immediately, rendering it nearly impossible for Shin Mo to acquire one, even if he wished to. The other item was revealed in the final 15 minutes and has automatically been upgraded by 1 grade. While it is undoubtedly a valuable item, Shin Mo is uncertain whether to utilize it at this moment. Not long ago, he had been pondering its potential, yet he did not anticipate that it would actually be bestowed upon him. Chapter 79. Is there any justice left? The Guild Construction Order of Golden Grade is an essential item for establishing a Golden Level Guild. This is undoubtedly a rare treasure, particularly for numerous faction organizations. Currently, what players refer to as guilds are merely casual calls without genuine recognition from the game system. Although the benefits of establishing a guild remain uncertain, they are undoubtedly significant. Should this item be available for trade now, it would surely exchange for superior items. However, the first guild establishment might also yield initial rewards, which is undeniably enticing. Whether it is the first kill of a boss, the first job change, or the first completion of a dungeon, Shin Mo has reaped numerous invaluable rewards. Therefore, even though he currently stands alone without the energy to assemble a faction or build a team, the prospect of initial rewards is worth the effort. Moreover, should suitable candidates emerge in the future, he will inevitably need to form his own team. Not to mention, had he possessed a reliable team during this event, he could have claimed all 888 treasure chests for himself. A team naturally possesses its advantages, which an individual can never replace. Though it is somewhat awkward to be destined to lead a solitary guild for the time being, Shin Mo resolved to return to the city and establish the guild without delay. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if someone else claimed the first spot. After all, the event had just concluded, and there was a possibility that others had also acquired the Guild Construction Order and were en route to establish their guilds. Upon returning to the city, he was immediately met with a barrage of insults from players. Shin Mo was not one to tolerate such behavior and thought it an opportune moment to test the effects of his title, Bloody Butcher. Consequently, several players who had been hurling insults found themselves swiftly dispatched back to their resurrection points. They never anticipated that Silent would take such drastic measures after the event had concluded. Did he not care about the red name punishment mechanism? However, Shin Mo soon felt a pang of regret. Killing a player required 1 gold coin to cleanse his sins. The price was not exorbitant, yet if it accumulated, it would surely sting. Nevertheless, Shin Mo remained satisfied. Gold coins could be replenished through live streaming, and many were eager to watch his broadcasts. Thus, the effects of the Bloody Butcher title proved quite favorable. In truth, there were few reckless players, upon witnessing Shin Mo's willingness to eliminate players at the slightest provocation. The once verbose crowd fell silent in an instant. Yet, the onlookers were astonished to discover that Silent, who had just turned red, regained his white name in mere seconds. Some incredulous players instinctively rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What could possibly be happening? Shin Mo had no intention of offering an explanation. He simply departed with nonchalance amidst the astonished and resentful gazes of the crowd. However, he underestimated the wrath he had incited. Many players, upon learning of his return, spontaneously rallied toward him. Their singular belief was that even if they could not slay this scoundrel, they would drown him in a deluge of insults and curses. This time, they were utterly oblivious to the myriad opportunities they had missed, and the more they pondered, the more their hearts ached. Gazing at the multitude of players encircling him, Shin Mo couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. They were clearly exploiting the red name mechanism to cause trouble, intentionally banding together to obstruct him, rendering him virtually immobile within the town, not for any other reason than to exact revenge and annoy him. Had this been earlier, he might have indeed been wary, and even powerless. With so many players blocking his path, even his formidable attributes would struggle to forge a passage through the throng. This time, no guild organization was needed. Numerous independent players had spontaneously joined in the blockade and taunts, eager for Chun Mo to experience the frustration of being cornered. Countless curses surged like a tidal wave throughout the town's streets, as they poured their hearts into venting their pent-up frustration and fury. They were clever enough to merely hurl insults without resorting to physical confrontation. The players closest to Chun Mo were merely level 1 cannon fodder. Should Chun Mo truly lose his temper and retaliate, their demise would be worth it. Their calculations rang loud and clear. Yet Chun Mo found himself pressed for time and unwilling to indulge in their petty antics. With a single star-shattering storm, hundreds of players within a 20-meter radius were instantaneously cleared away. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he took the opportunity to demonstrate before their eyes. Utilizing the effect of the Bloody Butcher, title to gradually transform his dark red name back to red, and then to white. You may continue to obstruct me, but I shall persist in my slaughter. I have just dispatched hundreds, yet you still see my red name, do you? Do not provoke me, or I may pursue you to your end. Let me not shy away from revealing that this is the effect of the Bloody Butcher title, a reward you all contributed to my obtaining, allowing me to evade the penalties of a red name. Now, clear the way, or face death. Hearing his infuriatingly arrogant words, the players still encircling him snapped back to reality, only to be met with renewed outrage. Yet, despite their fury, as Chun Mo moved, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Some slower players found themselves swiftly dispatched with a mere tap of his skeletal staff, witnessing once again the astonishing reality that this scoundrel could instantly revert his red name to white. The players who had been cursing with abandon suddenly felt as if a lump of phlegm had lodged in their throats, their anger reaching a boiling point. What transgression had they committed to deserve this? How could this rogue have acquired such a fearsome title? Was this not the very definition of legal homicide? How could the system be so biased in his favor? With a title that rendered killing legal, who could possibly restrain him in the future? Who would dare to provoke him lightly? Was this rogue truly the illegitimate child of the system? This news spread like wildfire throughout Origin Town, leaving the leaders of various guilds with buzzing heads, utterly at a loss for words. They were acutely aware that it was over. The upper echelons of the guild would undoubtedly not let them off after indirectly assisting that wretched individual in acquiring such a terrifying title. Players from all corners of the globe swiftly became aware of this news. The joy that had once enveloped them during the nationwide treasure hunt event evaporated in an instant. Why should privileges be granted? Moreover, this individual had ruthlessly slaughtered players a staggering 1 million times. It was one thing to refrain from punishment, but to reward him so lavishly was utterly incomprehensible. It was rumored that the title came with an exclusive skill, Bloody Roar, which was extraordinarily overpowered. Is there any justice left? Is there any sense of fairness? Can this broken game still be enjoyed? They might as well elevate him to level 999 instantly and declare it his private server. An endless wave of resentment lingered in the hearts of players worldwide. Chapter 80, Hall of Reincarnation. As the red name penalty mechanism became ineffective against him, no one was willing to perish in vain, and the previously gathered encirclement naturally disbanded. After walking for several minutes, Chun Mo arrived at the Central Government Hall of Origin Town. His first thought was to present himself before the mayor, armed with the guild construction order. Since the upgrade to a town, the original village chief had automatically ascended to the position of mayor, responsible for managing various municipal affairs. Before long, Chun Mo discovered the option to establish a guild within the mechanical, intelligent dialogue of the NPC mayor. Ding. It has been detected that you possess a guild construction order. Would you like to use it? Yes. Ding. Establishing a guild requires 2,000 regional reputation points. Shall we deduct this amount? Yes. Ding. As you are using a golden level guild construction order, a fee of 10,000 gold coins is required. Would you like to proceed with the payment? Truly, this system is audacious, demanding such an exorbitant sum. If it weren't for the previous harvesting of so many resources during the live stream, I would be left speechless. However, Chun Mo hesitated not. Gold coins were in abundance. and he could easily reap a substantial amount at any moment. Ding. Payment successful. You are now permitted to establish a guild. Please name your new guild. Hall of Reincarnation. Ding. Name registered successfully and cannot be altered. Please confirm. Confirm. Given his title of Bloody Butcher. The ability to send players to the resurrection point of reincarnation justified the name Hall of Reincarnation. Ding. Please select the guild's residence. The residence will exist in a special spatial form and requires a spatial node connection. Please choose a node. Before Chen-Mo, a virtual minimap appeared, revealing the entirety of Origin Town, with several green-lit points indicating spatial node markers. He selected a location near the teleportation square, a vacant plot of land. This proximity would serve well if a team required the guild residence in the future, facilitating easier access to the frequently used teleportation square. Ding. Guild residence selection complete. Would you like to confirm? Confirm. Ding. Guild successfully established. Ding. As the first player globally to establish a guild, a global announcement reward has been activated. Would you like to conceal this announcement? Conceal. A smirk crossed Chen-Mo's face. The system had indeed employed an intriguing tactic. It was the first time he had the autonomy to choose whether to conceal the announcement. Global announcement. A player from the Dragon Country region has successfully established the world's first guild, earning rewards of 10 free attribute points, 10 permanent guild attributes, 1,000 regional reputation, and 500 global reputation. This concealed announcement was quite effective. Wouldn't it infuriate all the factions vying to be the first to establish a guild? Ordinary players were likely seething with frustration at this moment. Chen-Mo's thoughts were not unfounded. Players worldwide were indeed experiencing an overwhelming sense of agitation. The previous silent individual had sparked multiple global announcements with their real names. What could this possibly mean? Had the player chosen to remain anonymous? Or was it the system that deemed it unnecessary to report? At a crucial juncture, the failure to specify which player is involved is utterly disappointing, falling short even of the most trivial spam messages. However, amidst the frustration, many factions seemed to ignite with fervor and enthusiasm. With the emergence of the first guild, it is conceivable that a second guild may soon announce its establishment and rewards. If the player who founded the first guild chooses to remain anonymous, the second guild could adopt the name of their faction for the announcement. What monumental heights of prestige might this faction achieve? Would the distinction of being the first guild founder truly matter then? At this moment, they might even feel gratitude towards the anonymous founder of the first guild. If global resentment could manifest into a tangible form, it would likely overshadow everything. Yet, Chen-Mo remains oblivious, merely finding the system endearingly whimsical. Anonymity certainly alleviates numerous complications, allowing him to strategize gradually. Through the recent establishment of the guild, he suddenly comprehends why he was the first to claim this honor. It may not solely be his achievement in acquiring the guild construction order, but rather that other regions have yet to elevate their novice villages to towns, thus lacking the qualifications to form a guild. Even if they did, establishing a guild necessitates 2,000 prestige points and 10,000 gold coins, a sum beyond the reach of ordinary players. While larger factions might be able to gather sufficient gold, the requisite prestige points remain elusive. Having expended such a vast amount of gold, Chen-Mo is eager to discover the functionalities of guilds within the game. Amidst the hushed mutterings of discontent from numerous players, he joyfully arrives at the guild's designated area. This region, situated not far from the teleportation plaza, features a vast circular stone platform capable of accommodating thousands. Rising only half a meter above the ground, its surface intricately engraved with numerous mysterious runes. Initially unaware of its purpose, he assumed it merely served as a resting area. Little did he know it was a nexus connecting the numerous guild locations. By stepping onto the stone platform, players affiliated with a guild can elect to enter their guild's residence. A notification chimes, detected that you belong to Cycle Hall. Would you like to enter the residence? Upon entering, Chen-Mo is immediately awestruck by the spectacle before him. He finds himself in a grand rectangular plaza, the sky mirroring that of the outside world, while towering trees encircle the plaza, creating a serene yet chaotic ambience beyond their trunks. A teleportation portal is situated in one corner of the plaza, marking the entrance to the residence, while another portal across from it likely serves as the exit. Flanking the plaza are rows of neatly arranged small houses, clearly designated as dormitories for guild members. Extending towards the opposite end of the plaza are various residences of differing sizes, culminating in several independent courtyards. At the center of the plaza stand 4 large structures, arranged in a rectangular formation. The rear of the plaza is dominated by a massive mountain, its height obscured but perfectly wide enough to obstruct the entire back of the plaza. At the foot of the mountain lies a spacious courtyard, unmistakably the private residence of the guild leader. Shinemo was quite pleased with the layout. He had never anticipated that the guild's headquarters would create such a distinct space. The expenditure of 10,000 gold coins was indeed worthwhile. Arriving at the grand central hall of the headquarters, he was greeted with a notification. Ding. The headquarters is not activated. Would you like to activate it? Upon confirming, he received another prompt. Ding. Activation fee is 1,000 gold coins. Would you like to proceed? Curse this system, it seems relentless in its pursuit to extract every last coin. He thought. Ding, the headquarters has been successfully activated, and all functions have been unlocked. Please refer to the information provided. Chunmo's eyes sparkled as he observed an extensive directory display on the virtual screen before him. Following the steps, he first checked the guild attributes rewarded from the recent global announcement. Reincarnation Hall, Golden Level, Guild ID. 00001 Guild Attributes. All members gain a 5 experience boost, permanent 10. All members receive a 5 increase in all attributes, permanent 10. These golden level guild attributes were astonishing. Coupled with the system's permanent 10 bonus, the potential was formidable. Shinemo immediately accessed his attribute panel and, indeed, found that his overall attributes had increased by 15. His strength had experienced a dramatic leap, setting aside the system's additional permanent 10 reward. Even the golden level guild's independent 5 boost in all attributes was sufficient to create a significant gap between ordinary players and guild members. With this single advantage, joining a guild would undoubtedly become the norm in the future. Solo players were destined to suffer greatly. Moreover, Shunemo had just learned a terrifying piece of news. In the future, players might not be able to join a guild simply by wishing to do so. Chapter 81. Malicious Intent. According to the Guild Feature Overview, a total of only 999 guilds are permitted to be established worldwide. Hence, the guild code for Reincarnation Hall is 000001 rather than merely 1. Once all 999 guild slots are filled, one can only apply for a temporary guild. And to replace it with a legitimate one, they must first vanquish and disband an existing guild. The implications of this news are significant and alarming, potentially influencing the distribution of power across various regions in the future. Once a guild is formed, its residence and number will remain permanently assigned, meaning that a guild established in a specific area or town will eternally belong there. If, before the 999 guilds are filled, certain regions or towns remain without any guild, they shall never have one. The disparity in future development between towns with guilds and those without is bound to be vast. It is anticipated that fierce competition will arise over these 999 fixed guild slots. The system clearly harbors ulterior motives. The importance of a guild transcends mere attribute and experience bonuses. As Shinemo delves deeper, he increasingly recognizes the significance of guilds. Even he must inevitably regard the development of his guild as paramount. If he does not intend to join another faction, he must diligently safeguard this guild, as many of its functions are immensely beneficial to him. The guild features encompass a plethora of particularly useful functionalities. Guild members can activate the guild attack mode, ensuring that skills and attacks among members do not inadvertently harm allies. This alone will substantially enhance the overall capability of team combat. The combat prowess of a guild, recognized by the system, will be worlds apart from that of a casual organization. Guild members can establish an experience distribution mode based on kill contributions, rather than scrambling for the final blow, thereby accelerating the leveling speed of guild members. They can also create a detailed contribution system for resource allocation among members. Additionally, An internal communication channel can be established for text and voice chat within the guild. With such an abundance of exceedingly practical features, it is evident that the future will belong to guilds, and factions without guilds are destined for extinction. As the guild leader, Chinemo has considerable authority over various settings, including the ability to deactivate teleportation portals. A golden grade guild is required to pay a maintenance fee of 1,000 gold coins each month, akin to the property management fees instituted by the system. This monthly maintenance fee is not insignificant. Even the lowest tier Black Iron Guild incurs a maintenance cost of 200 gold coins. To be frank, such exorbitant maintenance fees are truly beyond the means of most factions. Should a guild fail to pay its maintenance fees for 3 consecutive months, 80 of its functions will be suspended. If the fees remain unpaid for over 6 months, the guild will automatically disband, and the leader will incur debt for the outstanding maintenance fees. In other words, while a guild can dissolve, the maintenance fees from the last 6 months still must be repaid. To add insult to injury, activating a leader's exclusive residence incurs additional charges. The dog system is utterly shameless, indeed refusing to relent until it has been thoroughly plucked bare. However, other members must pay a fee to activate the guild dormitory, from which the guild receives a 50 profit, and it operates on a monthly subscription basis. The guild's main hall typically serves as a venue for high-level discussions, complemented by 3 auxiliary halls, each possessing formidable capabilities that are interdependent and indispensable. The first auxiliary hall is the Auxiliary Profession Experimentation Center, which accelerates the advancement of secondary skills. It was here that Chunemo learned that players can eventually opt for an additional secondary profession. Although the system has yet to unlock this feature, it is likely that the developers are concerned about players neglecting their primary objectives of leveling up and combat. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the Auxiliary Profession Experimentation Center will prove to be immensely significant in the future. Even if casual players acquire an additional secondary profession, their progress will inevitably lag without the support of the Experimentation Center. The guild model is, indeed, rather unfriendly to casual players. The second sub-hall serves as the trial center for combat professions, facilitating the accelerated advancement of combat skills. However, this center proves to be particularly unfriendly to solo players. Initially, professional skills are merely categorized by rank, yet through the trial center, one can engage in specialized training for a specific skill, thereby unlocking the attribute of proficiency. Proficiency is divided into 4 stages: novice, minor success, major success, and perfection. Each stage bestows distinct attribute enhancements. Novice, skill casting speed 10, skill accuracy 10. Overall skill attribute 10. Minor success, skill casting speed 30, skill accuracy 30, overall skill attribute 20. Major success, skill casting speed 50, skill accuracy 50. Overall skill attribute 30. Perfection, skill casting speed 100, skill accuracy 100, overall skill attribute 50. The disparity between a perfected skill and an unrefined ordinary skill is indeed vast. Chinemo, brimming with curiosity, spent 1 gold coin to unlock the proficiency for Windblade technique, and subsequently invested a silver coin to enter the trial space. To his surprise, the trial space featured a puppet that continually executed the Windblade technique with a rhythm imbued with a certain magic. Chinemo had to flawlessly replicate the standard movements to receive a notification of Proficiency 1, with 1,000 proficiency points required to reach the novice stage. A single silver coin permits only 10 minutes of access to the trial space, and Chinemo managed to acquire merely 3 proficiency points. Frustrated, he lamented that while the proficiency system is beneficial, it is exceedingly costly and time-consuming. However, this point significantly widens the gap between guild players and casual players. It evokes a sense reminiscent of prestigious sects in the martial world versus wandering fighters in the fields. Guilds possess unparalleled advantages, and it is likely that the majority of future elites among players will emerge from these guilds, making it exceedingly difficult for casual players to rise to prominence. The third side hall is somewhat unique, featuring only 3 portals of distinct colors within the Grand Hall. The blood red portal serves as the guild's battlefield teleportation entrance, though it remains inaccessible. The violet blue portal signifies the internal arena of the guild, housing 4 platforms akin to the size of a football field. surrounding a central, grander arena where one may freely choose to engage in competitive battles or adopt the role of an observer. The turquoise portal leads to the War Conference Hall, a secluded space with a capacity for up to 100,000 members of Golden Tier guilds. Within this expansive area, tables and chairs can be arranged at will, primarily utilized for mobilization meetings pertaining to warfare. Having meticulously studied the functions of the three grand palaces, Chun Imo eagerly proceeded to his residence. Above the entrance to his abode, a classical and exquisite plaque automatically displayed the words, President's Home. An elegant virtual screen was embedded into the main door, and as Chun Imo raised his hand to touch it, a chime echoed, requesting payment of 1,000 gold coins to unlock. How absurd that one must pay to enter one's own home. Although he was already aware of this fee from his visit to the guild's main hall, the experience still left him feeling inexplicably vexed. Upon entry, the main hall revealed itself, flanked by side rooms and a study. One wall of the master bedroom featured a virtual screen approximately 28 inches in size, which automatically displayed information upon Chun Imo's entrance. This was the guild projector of the master bedroom, capable of detailing its functions, linking to the main hall for projections, and broadcasting guild-specific news, among other features. Indeed, it was modern and seemingly comfortable. Notably, the guild residence possessed a remarkably practical feature. Experience points would automatically increase while residing within. For ordinary guild residences of the Golden Tier, the daily increment was 0.04 of the current level's experience, while that of the President's Home was a more generous 0.09. Although this ability would prove more beneficial in the later stages, it was somewhat inconsequential at present, as self-upgrading offered a quicker path to advancement. Yet for him, it served as a useful mechanism for leveling in the future when experience gains would become significantly more challenging. The bedroom boasted additional functionalities, such as a 30 increase in recovery speed, with paramount importance placed on safety as no combat could occur within its confines. Furthermore, it possessed a feature to forcibly expel intruders from the room. The President's Home of a Golden Tier guild also harbored a remarkable attribute, a fortuitous dwelling, bestowing a luck increase of 3. Thus, engaging in probability-based activities within this abode would yield a favorable advantage, enhancing the likelihood of acquiring valuable treasures from chests. Contemplating this, Chun Imo promptly retrieved the mysterious treasure chest awarded from the global announcement. Fortunately, in his haste to establish the world's first guild, he had yet to open the chest. Otherwise, he would surely be regretting his oversight. While uncertain of the exact impact of the 3 luck attribute, it was undoubtedly better than having none at all. Chapter 82, a win-win situation. Ding. The player Silent has opened a mysterious treasure chest and obtained a mysterious pet egg. Ding. The title Treasure Chest Harvester has been triggered, bestowing the mysterious pet egg with an unknown energy enhancement, elevating it by 1 grade. In the recently concluded National Treasure Hunt event, the acquisition of 573 treasure chests was indeed substantial. However, aside from the Golden Level Guild construction order, the most significant gain was undeniably the title Treasure Chest Harvester. Title, Treasure Chest Harvester. Items obtained from treasure chests have a chance to be upgraded by 1 grade. Now, under the auspices of the Guild Hall's luck enhancement of 3, the attributes of this title have truly been activated. The Guild Hall indeed possesses unparalleled utility. Fortunately, it was the Guild construction order that emerged during the last 15 minutes of the National Treasure Hunt event, automatically elevating it to Golden Level. Otherwise, the luck value of the Guild leader's residence would not have been so high. At this moment, the combination of Luck 3 and the Treasure Chest Harvester title is nothing short of serendipitous. The mysterious pet egg, infused with experience points for hatching, promises to yield a young creature from a mysterious race hailing from the depths of the cosmos. It requires the allocation of experience points for hatching. And in the later stages, the pet's growth also necessitates sharing experience with the player, truly a perfect match for the average player. It may be daunting to raise a pet in the early stages, especially when leveling up is already a challenge, let alone sharing experience to nurture a pet. Yet, for Chun Imo, who needs to stack the Ancient Goddess Curse talent at every level, this is a win-win situation. He can continuously enhance his talents while conveniently nurturing his pet. From the National Treasure Hunt event, Chen has also gained early knowledge of numerous high-grade equipment and skills, all of which require a high level to equip and learn. Thus, Chen is not entirely indifferent to leveling up. Rather, he prioritizes the stacking of the ancient goddess curse talent, allowing him some leeway in level advancement. Of course, the synergy between the ancient goddess curse talent and high-grade equipment and skills can unleash formidable power. Therefore, both level and talent will progress together. But the unique effect of the pet requiring shared experience is more advantageous than detrimental to Chen. Although the exact prowess of this pet remains uncertain, Chen has decided to allocate the main pet's experience distribution ratio to the maximum of 1:9. Presently, he possesses over 100 million experience pearls. And eager to discover the nature of this pet, he promptly begins to consume them one by one. However, soon Chen expression darkens. Having utilized over 120 million experience points, the hatching progress has barely reached around 1%. This requires a staggering 10 billion experience points for successful hatching. Even a player like Chen, who typically remains unconcerned about experience, cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, this only serves to affirm the pet's immense potential. Otherwise, such a vast amount of experience would not be necessary for successful hatching. The greater the strength, the more favorable it is. In terms of combat power, potential, and experience sharing capability, Chen is thoroughly satisfied. Merely by defeating the elite monsters in the Shattered Star Dream Forest up to the maximum limit of 500 at level 15. Chen planned to immediately venture into the Blood Moon Demon Lair, which housed monsters of a higher level. The Shattered Star Dream Forest had essentially been cleared by Chen, as the highest level monsters within it were only level 15. And he had already dealt with the level 15 boss long ago. Thus, only by progressing to the more advanced Blood Moon Demon Lair could he hasten the hatching of pet eggs and enhance his talents more effectively. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the pet eggs offered a substantial 90 experience share, allowing Chen to recklessly engage in monster slaying beyond his level, significantly increasing the likelihood of obtaining superior equipment. Chen had a considerable demand for gear. He had yet to assemble a complete set of mage equipment, with several pieces remaining as mere bronze-level universal gear, offering almost no enhancement to his mage skills. Hence, he had long desired to engage in unrestrained, higher-level monster slaying to boost his drop rates. Therefore, regardless of the substantial assistance pets provided to players, the distribution of experience alone made Chen regard the pet egg reward from the global announcement as quite advantageous. Previously, in his eagerness to explore the second-tier monster area for treasure chests, he had amassed a plethora of items, necessitating ample backpack space for storage. Naturally, the system would not overlook any opportunities for coin collection, and Chen had significantly expanded his backpack capacity using his coins. However, even with an expansive backpack, the risk of losing items upon death remained, and despite the rarity of death, his backpack had become rather cluttered, making it inconvenient for regular access and storage. Consequently, players typically stored excess equipment in the official village warehouse. Fortunately, Chen did not need to go through such trouble or pay additional storage fees, as the guild headquarters included a vast personal warehouse that sufficiently met his current storage needs. While organizing his recent acquisitions, he realized he had an abundance of items to exchange, making it essential to host a live stream. He planned to showcase everything and issue an exchange request to the global audience. Although the global trading system had not yet been activated, it was only a matter of time, making early preparation prudent. In truth, what troubled Chen the most were some special items that bore no level or class restrictions. He had obtained a one-time use special item capable of inflicting instant demise upon him. Radiant Firestorm Sphere. Upon use against a target, it inflicts an instantaneous total damage of 10,000. Because of this, Chen felt a pang of anxiety. The event presented both advantages and disadvantages for him. After all, no one could ascertain whether others might possess such formidable weapons. As the time to log off approached, Chen temporarily set aside his plans to journey to the Blood Moon Demon Lair. With the nationwide treasure hunting event having just concluded, many valuable items were sure to be showcased. Reclining on the soft bed within the guild hall, Chun Mo began to leisurely refresh various live stream rooms. To showcase his financial prowess, Chun Mo began to lavishly reward and comment in various live streams featuring valuable items, with the intention of enticing more players with coveted possessions to commence their own broadcasts. The title of the world's foremost player served him well, as he indeed unearthed numerous remarkable treasures previously unseen. Alas, the global trading system remained dormant. Had it been accessible, he would have eagerly acquired everything in sight. Even in the absence of immediate trading capabilities, Chun Mo persistently urged all players to refrain from hasty transactions, assuring them that once the global trading system was activated, he would offer the most generous prices. His repeated exhortations effectively tempered the impulsive desires of many players who had contemplated selling their items in the short term. Simultaneously, he announced the time and content for his second live stream, featuring nearly 100 items available for exchange and the exploration of the Blood Moon Demon Nest, both of which promised to attract a multitude of viewers. Within a mere half hour, the number of players who reserved their viewing surpassed 60 million, and it was anticipated that the official broadcast would shatter previous records. Despite the palpable envy of countless global players, they could only comply with his directives. After all, Chun Mo had explicitly stated that his live stream would permanently disable the screen recording feature for players to access a wealth of first-hand information. One must witness his live stream in real time. Just as Chun Mo was preparing to log off, the pesky system unexpectedly reared its head once more. Chapter 83. Stringent demands. With the chime of the system announcement, it was declared that the global player base had surpassed 100,000 level 10 players, leading to the spontaneous emergence of a dungeon in the level 10 monster zone. Players were encouraged to embark on explorations. As the notification resonated, discussions in various streaming rooms shifted dramatically. No longer were they centered around guild formations or the sharing of loot, nor were they preoccupied with denouncing the notorious players silent. Instead, the focus transitioned to live streaming explorations of the new dungeon. The swiftness of this topic shift nearly bewildering Chun Mo, who was still engrossed in the streams. Countless players surged into the level 10 monster zone, undeterred by the perils that awaited them, as long as the streams garnered attention and enthusiastic viewers offered donations. Their endeavors were deemed worthwhile. The level 10 monster zones across global novice villages became a chaotic maelstrom of players unafraid of death, fervently exploring the dungeons. Despite the inherent dangers, over time, players collectively discerned that the dungeons in different novice villages exhibited remarkable diversity, with an array of unique monsters. However, they starkly contrasted with the Shattered Star Dream skeleton cave found in the Shattered Star Dream forest. Unlike the latter, the dungeons in the level 10 monster zone allowed for voluntary exit, a welcome reprieve from the perilous nature of the Shattered Star Dream skeleton cave, from which players could not withdraw at will. At this juncture, players globally remained oblivious to the fact that the Shattered Star Dream skeleton cave dungeon was non-exit. Given that only Origin Town was currently established, while other novice villages were merely commencing their advancement quests, the significant influx of players reaching level 10 was largely attributed to the nationwide treasure-seeking event, which yielded copious experience orbs from treasure chests, thereby enabling elite players from major factions to acquire a substantial collection of experience orbs and ascend rapidly to level 10. Without this event, the current pace of leveling would have necessitated at least another month to achieve such progress. Moreover, the dungeons in the level 10 monster zone presented 4 distinct difficulties: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell, with players required to complete one difficulty to unlock the next, culminating in the final clearance of the entire dungeon. These dungeons were designed for teams, necessitating a minimum of 15 players and a maximum entry level of 15. The dungeons did not follow a final clearance settlement system, akin to the monster zones. Experience was calculated in real time. However, the monsters within these dungeons were not classified by level or tier, thereby eliminating any penalties for downgraded kills. Without digressing, it is evident that these dungeons were exceedingly suitable for leveling up. Notably, the drop rate for equipment had significantly increased. Within merely an hour, teams had already secured several pieces of gear. Most crucially, the 15-player teams entering the dungeons would automatically adopt a group mode, with experience points allocated based on individual contributions, while mutual attacks would be immunized. This system dramatically enhanced the efficiency of team leveling. For the burgeoning level 10 players of Origin Town, this cooperative dungeon mode allowed them to maximize their team efficiency as they could directly transition to their respective classes and wield their skills. In the cooperative dungeon mode, players can entirely avoid the mishaps of skill misfires, thereby significantly enhancing their monster-slaying efficiency. The level 10 players from other novice villages can only look on with envious eyes. Alas, they have only just attained level 10, and the promotion quests in their novice villages have only just commenced. It will take a considerable amount of time before they can transition to the promotion town for their class change. The sole source of their delight lies in the fact that during the nationwide treasure hunt event in every novice village, they generally acquire several potent one-time use items, sufficient to tackle the level 10 boss, the War Beast Puppet. Consequently, although players from other novice villages envy their counterparts in Origin Town for their early class change, this envy has waned in intensity. They believe that soon enough, they too will be able to ascend to the promotion town and undergo their class transitions. They are convinced that it won't be long before the gap between them and Origin Town narrows significantly. Thus, reflecting on this, many players are exceedingly grateful for the generous initiative of the game system in launching the nationwide treasure hunt event. Otherwise, they might have been surpassed by the players from Origin Town by an unthinkable margin. The players of Origin Town are acutely aware that their advantage may soon dissipate, prompting various guilds under different factions to unite and gather their elite players with the intention of swiftly clearing dungeons, maximizing their competitive edge. Chinemo, who initially planned to log off, found himself disinclined to do so. The only drawback of this dungeon is that it requires a party of 15, making solo play impossible. Thus, this hour was spent gathering information regarding the dungeon and selling clearance slots. Chinemo is confident in clearing the dungeon, yet he is reluctant to randomly select the other 14 participants. Although he has monopolized most of the treasure chests from the nationwide treasure hunt in Origin Town, other players have still managed to snatch hundreds of them, yielding a substantial number of experience orbs, resulting in several players successfully transitioning to level 10. Consequently, once they log off, they will immediately discover that their real-world bodies have undergone inexplicable transformations, enabling them to unleash corresponding skills of their new professions in reality. It can be said that as long as players can reach level 10, they may all become professionals in the real world, regardless of their attributes. Possessing even a few skills will set them apart. This significant change is bound to fan the flames of an already unstable situation, with unrest potentially erupting at any moment. Simultaneously, the importance of the game will become increasingly evident. Chinemo, who initially intended to gradually assemble his team, is now compelled to expedite his progress. Thus, he plans to utilize the 14 clearance slots to cultivate his own cadre. Chinmo's recruitment announcement for a team in Origin Town has sparked a considerable uproar throughout the entire gaming world. The universally recognized #1 player, known for his solitary approach, is now attempting to establish his own faction, which clearly indicates his considerable ambition. However, Chinmo's recruitment criteria are by no means simple. In fact, they are somewhat stringent. Firstly, in reality, one must possess absolute autonomy and self-preservation capabilities. In simpler terms, it refers to a player who has not compromised their identity. Secondly, their true appearance must be preserved in the recorded live stream, along with the provision of authentic identity information for verification. Thirdly, as long as the individual has not voluntarily disbanded the team, exiting is strictly prohibited. Fourthly, there must be complete obedience to commands. Any decision to withdraw or refuse to comply with orders, or to betray the team, for any reason during the course, will result in a permanent pursuit both within and beyond the game. Chapter 84. A chaotic situation. Chinmo's 4 primary demands are undeniably stringent. Yet it is precisely through such rigor that he feels secure in nurturing talent, particularly concerning the latter 2 stipulations. Chinemo has no intention of cultivating individuals for rival factions, nor does he wish to rear ungrateful wolves. Those who join his team will undoubtedly reap benefits far exceeding those of others, and in due course, becoming a formidable force in reality is an inevitability. Only by consenting to these demanding conditions from the outset and recognizing their own position can potential recruits meet his standards. As for their real-world identity or background, Such matters are of little consequence. What matters is their ability to adhere to the latter two stipulations. The notion of perpetual pursuit is not confined to the game. Anyone who dares to toy with or betray him will find themselves regretting such actions for a lifetime, both in-game and out. Moreover, regarding the confidentiality of their real identities, Shin Mo is particularly cautious in the initial stages. His organization is plagued by jealousy and hostility from factions worldwide. As members of his team, they will inevitably face various oppressions, especially in reality, where life could be at stake. Therefore, he does not wish for his newly cultivated talents to be subjected to confinement or annihilation by those with malicious intent. Thus, maintaining the secrecy of their identities is crucial, at least until they have developed the means for self-preservation. Once they achieve that, the significance of identity confidentiality diminishes greatly. After all, if they fail to safeguard their identities in the early stages, any dire consequences they face are their own responsibility. Shin Mo's recruitment announcement naturally caused quite a stir throughout Origin Town. Goodness, these demands are utterly outrageous. Joining means no exit. It's more tyrannical than our studio. Indeed, it's akin to enslavement. Permanent pursuit in-game? How audacious. What is there to fear? I wager this bold individual has likely acquired a basic attribute feedback card with his monstrous attributes. He is already a force to be reckoned with in reality. Pursuing someone is hardly impossible, right? This is just the beginning. If it progresses further, this person will become increasingly terrifying. If all his attributes translate into reality, wouldn't he be invincible? Oh, how I wish to join. But my true identity has long been exposed. I do not qualify. Fortunately, I exercised caution early on and spent a significant amount of my private funds on a privacy mask. Even my spouse is unaware of my game name. However, I have no intention of joining. It feels entirely like selling oneself. Full above, how can you not join when you have the opportunity? It's a colossal waste. Associating with the esteemed silent will ensure you excel, both in the game and in reality. This is not selling oneself, it's being elevated. Exactly. How can one equate it to selling oneself? If he is elevating you, why should you disobey? Isn't it entirely reasonable to face perpetual pursuit from ungrateful and treacherous individuals? Indeed, I completely concur. Hence, I see nothing wrong with it. Unfortunately, my identity has already been exposed, and I dare not join his team. This person has made enemies worldwide, and I wish to avoid being implicated. Indeed, joining his team fundamentally requires an unwavering resolve, a steadfast commitment to follow him, an unshakable belief in his extraordinary abilities, and a willingness to humble oneself. After all, once one becomes a member of his entourage, one must persistently play the role of his subordinate. In a world where anyone can achieve greatness, it takes immense determination to willingly accept such a position. Ha ha ha, this is hardly a concern. I am fully prepared. As long as the esteemed Silence accepts me into his ranks, what harm is there in acknowledging him as my elder brother? Following him will undoubtedly lead to success. When my strength reaches a formidable level, my family will surely view me in a new light. Oh, it seems the individual above is a second generation who is not favored at home. Your choice is undeniably correct, but you must adhere to his commands. Otherwise,